Chapter 1. The Professional Student. In Beha City, at the second high school, class 304, Lin Feng occupied a seat by the window at the back of the classroom. The golden sunlight streamed through the glass, enveloping him in a warm embrace that was utterly comforting. I could see the front. An elderly teacher, his hair a mix of white and gray, and thick glasses perched on his nose, was lecturing with great fervor. It was the final class of the afternoon, and after a full day of lessons, the students were visibly fatigued. The monotonous history lecture seemed to cast a spell of drowsiness over the room. Most of the students had succumbed to a state of semi-consciousness, particularly those seated in the rear rows, where few had audaciously laid their heads on their desks. Lin Feng's eyelids, heavy with fatigue, began to close, and although he managed to keep his head upright, his unconscious nodding betrayed him. In a daze, he lost track of how many fish he had caught. Suddenly jolted awake by an overwhelming wave of drowsiness, he pinched his thigh with force, the sharp pain snapping him back to alertness just in time to hear the end of the lecture. The bell rang, and the elderly teacher closed his textbook. "All right, time's up. We will stop here for today." Class dismissed. As the teacher announced the conclusion of the lesson, a series of notifications appeared before Lin Feng's eyes, visible only to him. "You have drowsily completed a history. Class, your history skill has gained 3 experience points. Your professional student status gained 0 experience points." Drowsily? 0 professional experience? Lin Feng's expression darkened. Typically, attending a class would yield at least 1 point of professional experience, and if the teacher covered numerous key points while he paid close attention, it could even amount to 4 points. However, today's sunlight was undeniably soporific, making it difficult to stay awake, especially after a day of concentrated listening. Even though he had initially been attentive, he unwittingly drifted into slumber. He resolved to be more diligent next time and dismissed the matter from his mind. How much professional experience had he earned today? Anyway, this morning he had gained 7 points from self-study at home, 3 points from the morning Chinese class, and 2 points from physics. Biology garnered him 1 point. Was physics 3 points or 2? He couldn't quite recall, so he decided to check that a light screen materialized before him. Name: Lin Feng. Essence: 3 age, 16 strength, 7 agility, 9 constitution, 8 intelligence, 10 note. The attributes of an ordinary person are all 9. Profession: student, LV 317750. Professional skills: Chinese level 360500, mathematics level 2120320, chemistry level 3,395,500, physics level 2,251,320, history level 3,220,500, biology level 4, 280,800, geography level 3,121,500, miscellaneous knowledge level 4,125,800. Professional talent skills: learning, LV2. Passive, flow state, LV1. Active attribute points: 0 talent points. 0. Yesterday he had 147 points, and now he had reached 177 points, indicating he had gained 30 points of experience today. Not too shabby, indeed. Lin Feng currently holds the identity of a first-year student at Beha City in the Kingdom of Lihua. However, he possesses another identity, that of a traveler, a sojourner from the Blue Star. A little over a month ago, he traversed into a world remarkably akin to his own, wherein a panel resembling that of a game character serves as his extraordinary advantage. Post-transmigration. As indicated by the panel, his current profession is that of a student. His skills encompass various academic subjects, akin to Chinese and physics. While this may seem trivial, akin to a child's play, it is, in reality, far from it. In addition to these ordinary skills, he possesses innate talents. Learning, LV2, enhances learning ability by 80% passive. Flow, LV1, when activated, allows one to immerse entirely into a state of focused concentration, engaging in a task with singular devotion. During this state, concentration is quadrupled, with the duration determined by one's intellect and physical constitution. The skill learning manifested as he advanced from LV0 to LV1, while flow emerged as a new talent upon reaching level 3. But unlike the learning talent, this is an active skill that, once triggered, can transport an individual into a profound state of flow. Flow is a remarkable state wherein one, when engrossed in a task, becomes so absorbed that they lose track of time, focusing entirely on the endeavor at hand. For instance, the immersion experienced while gaming is a superficial manifestation of this state. Achieving a deeper level of flow is challenging, yet the innate skill flow allows one to access this profound state at will. Moreover, beyond the advantages of these innate skills, the data panel offers another benefit. Upon leveling up one's profession, one can earn talent points and attribute points. Having progressed from level 0 to level 3, Lin Feng has accrued 3 attribute points, all of which he has allocated to intellect. With each point added, he perceives a notable clarity in his mind, akin to a lagging computer that becomes fluid and responsive following the installation of additional memory, and an upgraded processor. As the class concluded, Lin Feng rubbed his aching head. The classroom was in disarray, as the history lesson marked the final period of the day. Eager to return home, students rushed out of the classroom following the teacher's announcement, resembling wild horses breaking free from their restraints. Lin Zi, a voice called out to him, prompting him to lift his gaze. He saw 3 boys clad in blue and white uniforms, 2 slender and 1 stout, approaching him with camaraderie. They were friends with whom he had shared enjoyable moments in the past. "What's the matter?" Lin Feng responded weakly, having spent an entire day in class, as he began to tidy his desk. "What else could it be? Are you joining us at the Internet CAF? Did you ask me?" Lin Feng countered. Let's go have some fun. You work so hard every day, you deserve a break. Plus, without your guidance, we've been consistently losing ranks these past few days." The speaker, named Zhang Wan, had been Lin Feng's classmate since elementary school. With a spirited tone, he declared, "If you agree to go to the Internet CAF today, I will cover your internet fees and drinks." Before Lin Feng's transition, he struggled academically, yet exhibited remarkable talent in gaming, often leading his peers in various games. However, since his journey began, particularly with the advent of the data panel, his focus shifted entirely to it, leading him to forsake visits to internet cafes. With a hint of resignation, he proclaimed to his friends, "Esteemed ones, I have conveyed my decision to abstain from the internet. And no amount of persuasion will sway me. I simply shall not go." He remained steadfast in his resolve. With the panel at his disposal, every moment spent studying or solving problems yielded corresponding experience points, a sensation that was immensely gratifying. Lin Feng yearned to immerse himself in learning around the clock, amassing experience and elevating his student level. The thought of visiting an internet CAF was utterly out of the question. Chapter 2. Flow State. After dismissing his friends, Lin Feng retrieved his backpack. "Yesterday, I brought back biology, history, and chemistry. Today, I will carry language, physics, and mathematics books." He stuffed the textbooks for his evening self-study into his bag, and during this brief delay, the classroom had emptied considerably. Outside, a girl wearing oversized glasses quietly slipped in through the back door and placed a pink letter on Lin Feng's desk. "Lin Feng, this is from Xiong," she said nervously before hastily retreating. Lin Feng regarded the letter on his desk. "Xiong?" He furrowed his brow, recalling that she was a girl from the adjacent class. Without needing to read it, he knew what the letter contained. Engaging in a romantic relationship was out of the question. Women would only distract him from his studies. With that thought, Lin Feng slung his backpack over his shoulder and stepped out of the classroom, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. His home was located in the Xinglong community to the east of the school, a journey that took approximately 7 minutes on his electric scooter. He arrived home safely at Building 3, Apartment 501. Upon entering, he found his father, Lin Guiting, and younger brother, Lin Xiao, engrossed in a heated gaming session in front of the television. Lin Guiting worked at the nearby forest park, overseeing the health of the animals, a job conveniently close to home and relatively undemanding, though his salary was quite modest. In contrast, Lin Feng's mother, Su Hong, worked for a pharmaceutical sales company and was often away on business, earning several times the income of Lin Guiting. "Welcome back." Lin Guiting glanced over his shoulder but returned to the game without waiting for a response. "Brother, come help me. I can't beat Dad." Lin Xiao, 12 years old and in the 6th grade, shouted anxiously. Lin Feng approached just as Lin Xiao's character was defeated by Lin Guiting. "Huh, how about that? I took you down with 1 life while you lost 3. How does it feel?" Lin Guiting laughed heartily, brimming with pride, entirely lacking the demeanor one might expect from a father. To be candid, during the initial days of his transition, Lin Feng found it difficult to adapt to Lin Guiting, As in his previous life on Blue Star, his father had embodied the archetype of a stern and traditional Chinese parent. Though he understood that his father adored him deeply, their relationship felt as though it were separated by an insurmountable chasm. Throughout the year, few words were exchanged. After traversing into this realm, faced with a father like Lin Guoting, he, despite being Lin Feng, felt a sense of awkwardness. However, after more than a month of acclimatization, he gradually adapted to this world and to this family. What are you so pleased about? I still have a life left I have not yet lost. Brother, help me seek vengeance. As Lin Xiao spoke, he thrust the game controller into Lin Feng's hands. Whenever their mother, Su Hong, was absent, Lin Guoting would routinely engage the two brothers in video games. According to him, playing games in moderation bore no harm. Rather, it could enhance reflexes, stimulate the brain, alleviate stress, and thus aid in learning. As for the veracity of such claims, it remained uncertain. While Lin Feng's academic performance had perpetually languished at the bottom, his younger brother Lin Xiao had consistently excelled since his early schooling. They were immersed in a fighting game, each selecting 3 characters. Lin Guoting effortlessly dispatched 2 of Lin Xiao's characters with a single character, prompting Lin Xiao to cry out in frustration. "Hey, Lin Xiao, are you cheating?" Lin Guoting exclaimed. "Hee, we never stipulated that others couldn't play for us, Dad. Are you perhaps afraid of losing to my brother?" "Afraid? I still have 3 lives left. Can I not defeat him with even one?" "Well, that remains to be seen. Brother, help me take down Dad." Lin Feng, holding the game controller, hesitated before inquiring, "What do I gain from defeating Dad for you?" "I'll wash the dishes after dinner," Lin Xiao replied without a moment's pause, eager to win. Lin Feng recalled that it was his turn to wash the dishes today and readily agreed. "All right." Having settled the terms, he plopped down onto the chair. "Wow, so confident. Do you truly believe one life can surpass my 3? Lin Guoting chuckled, observing the banter between the brothers. "Let's see if you can back it up. If I lose, I will clean for a week. If you lose, you owe me 100 yuan as a reward. Deal?" Lin Feng proposed, and Lin Guoting readily accepted. With confidence swelling within him, Lin Feng knew he possessed a natural talent for games. After allocating 3 points to his intelligence attribute these past few days, his gaming prowess appeared to have surged. Just days prior, Lin Xiao had provoked him, only to be knocked out with half his health remaining. This was the very reason for Lin Feng's boldness. The game commenced, a true father-son showdown 1 against 3. 1 life against 3 in the first round. Lin Feng achieved a flawless KO against Lin Guoting, who had already lost half his health. In the second round, Lin Feng managed to defeat him at the cost of a small portion of his own health. By the third round, Lin Guoting exhibited apparent tension, sitting upright, his eyes fixated on the screen. The two engaged in a back-and-forth battle, and it seemed Lin Feng's health dwindled to a single baron hit away from defeat. Yet unexpectedly, due to an overzealous advance, Lin Guoting exposed a flaw, allowing Lin Feng to exploit it and decisively deplete his health. Yay! With Lin Guoting's defeat, Lin Xiao jubilantly leaped up from his seat, elated by the outcome. "Father, remember to send the red envelope," Lin Feng said with a sense of triumph as he returned the game controller to Lin Xiao. In all honesty, while having a mentor certainly made learning enjoyable, it was inevitable that one would feel a bit tense. The simple 3 rounds of the game, where he managed to defeat Lin Guoting's 3 lives with just one of his own, proved to be quite challenging, yet it had relaxed him considerably. "Call me when it's time to eat." Lin Feng decided not to continue gaming. A little relaxation was acceptable, but one must not succumb to obsession. Upon returning to his room, he sat at his desk, retrieved several textbooks, and set a timer for 50 minutes. Having prepared everything, he entered a state of flow. As his skills activated, the surroundings became a blur. All sounds faded away, leaving only the books in his sight. Lin Feng immersed himself in a state of intense study. 50 minutes elapsed in an instant, and the jarring sound of the alarm jolted him awake, prompting him to exit his flow state. "You have completed 50 minutes of deep learning. Your language skill has gained 31 experience points. Your physics skill has gained 25 experience points. Your professional experience has increased by 7 points." A series of notifications appeared in succession. Lin Feng rubbed his slightly throbbing head. He could maintain the flow state for a maximum of 1.5 hours, but required about 8 hours to fully recover afterward. However, based on his recent experiences, 50 minutes seemed optimal, long enough to be productive without overexerting himself. With appropriate breaks in between, if managed well, he could utilize this state 3 times a day. 7 experience points? Quite commendable. He felt satisfied with this outcome. Engaging in 3 flow sessions throughout the day, coupled with classroom learning and personal study during his free time, would yield a minimum of 40 professional experience points daily. This meant he could reach level 4 in his profession in no more than 10 days. If he pushed harder, he might even achieve this in less time. One must strive diligently. Lin Feng silently vowed to himself. After merely resting his eyes for a few seconds in his chair, he retrieved several practice papers and began answering questions. Attending classes, reading, and solving problems all related to his subjects would contribute to his experience points. "Brother," Lin Xiao's voice resonated from outside the room, knocking on the door. Glancing at the time, Lin Feng noted it was already past 7. He opened the door and inquired, "Is it time to eat?" "Not quite," she replied. "Dad has prepared the food and chopped the vegetables." But he suddenly received a call from the forest office and rushed out. Lin Feng frowned, quickly asking, "Isn't it after work hours? Why would he leave so urgently? Is something wrong?" Lin Guiding's job was rather relaxed, and he seldom received calls from the company in the evening. "No need to worry, it's nothing serious. It seems there's an issue with some animal in the park, and Dad went to check it out." Relieved, Lin Feng then pondered a pressing issue. "If Dad has gone out and no one is cooking, how will we manage dinner? He told us to order takeout, and we can use the 100 yuan red envelope he just sent you." Chapter 3. The Professional Chef. "I crave snail noodles with a fried egg, chicken wings, chicken nuggets, and a cola," Lin Xiao exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement. "Such a little rascal, how bold you are! Is 100 yuan sufficient for such indulgence?" Lin Feng retorted, rejecting the request outright for the sake of his wallet. He entered the kitchen to find freshly cooked rice and an array of chopped ingredients. Did Dad mention when he would return? He called a moment ago, saying he wouldn't be back until around 9. "Brother, let us just order takeout for now. You can cover the cost, and I'll reimburse you from Dad tomorrow. I'm almost starving to death. Are you weeping for takeout?" Lin Feng discerned Lin Xiao's subtle ploy. He knew his younger brother simply yearned for takeout. In the eyes of young Lin Xiao, takeout always seemed more delectable than home-cooked meals. "What shall we order?" "Today, I shall showcase my skills," Lin Feng declared, surveying the kitchen's bounty of rice and vegetables. To avoid waste, he had no intention of ordering takeout. Lin Xiao widened his eyes in disbelief. "You can cook?" Lin Feng tied on the apron hanging on the wall, responding with action rather than words. He resolved never to cook in his lifetime. Yet he had once possessed such skills in a previous life. In the kitchen lay a prepared carp, alongside chopped garlic and ginger. Is Dad planning to make braised fish? He mused, noting the stir-fried pork with green peppers and vegetables. Based on the ingredients Lin Guiting had prepared, he swiftly deduced the 3 dishes to be made. Realizing that only the braised carp presented a challenge. "Fear not. It's just us," Lin Feng reassured, brimming with confidence. He ignited the stove and heated the oil. "Brother, perhaps we should order takeout instead? I'll pay for it," Lin Xiao suggested anxiously. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Lin Feng grumbled, glancing at the smoking oil in the pan. With the arrow drawn, he had no choice but to release it. Ignoring Lin Xiao's protests, he tossed the fatty meat into the pan, allowing the grease to render before adding the lean meat. The sizzling sound echoed through the kitchen. Lin Xiao observed his elder brother with trepidation as he flung ingredients into the pan, recalling the time their mother, Su Hong, had attempted to cook. In their household, it was always their father, Lin Guiting, who prepared meals. Once, Su Hong had decided to cook a grand feast for her sons, purchasing an abundance of expensive ingredients. Anticipating a culinary delight, he was instead met with the realization that mealtime could indeed be a terrifying affair. The first dish, stir-fried pork, was complete. As Lin Xiao reminisced about his mother's culinary misadventures, he was suddenly startled by Lin Feng's call, who triumphantly presented a plate of stir-fried dish on the table. The vibrant red and green peppers, complemented by the pale yellow meat slices, created a striking visual harmony. As he approached, the enticing aroma wafted up from the steaming dish. Gulp! Lin Xiao could not resist swallowing hard, extending his hand. "Hands off!" Lin Feng shouted, ignoring Lin Feng's warning. Lin Xiao swiftly seized a slice of meat and tossed it into his mouth. The rich aroma of fat, a hint of spiciness, and the satisfying chewiness of the meat made his eyes light up. He hurriedly dashed to the rice cooker, filled a large bowl with rice, and, chopsticks in hand, pounced onto the dining table. Observing Lin Zhao's eager demeanor, Lin Feng chuckled, pleased that his culinary skills had not waned. Before long, the stir-fried vegetables and braised carp were also served. Slow down. No one is competing with you, Lin Feng remarked to the ravenous Lin Zhao. Having completed the 3 dishes, he removed his cooking apron, but his movements froze halfway through. You have created a delicious stir-fried pork dish. You have created a delectable braised carp. You have created a delightful stir-fried vegetable dish. A series of notifications flashed before his eyes, culminating in a query. You have unlocked the new profession of chef. Do you wish to expend a small amount of source quality to activate it? What? Is the profession not fixed as a student? Can new professions be unlocked? Just a small expenditure of source quality to activate? Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. Ever since he received the data panel, he had been curious about the source quality section, eager to understand what this so-called source quality was and its purpose. However, he had been unable to ascertain its significance until now. So, it turns out that source quality is used to unlock new professions. Lin Feng was utterly astonished, sensing that this data panel was far more complex than it appeared. Do you agree to activate the new profession of chef? I agree to activate. As this thought arose, a panel distinct from the student profession materialized before his eyes. Chef level 0, 120-130. Basic skills. Fire control level 0, 84-130. Flipping level 0, 84-130. Knife skills level 0, 65-130. Ingredient identification level 0, 98-130. Stir-frying level 1, 180-210. Steaming level 1, 25-210. Frying level 0, 86-130. Dough skills level 0, 129-130. Hey, brother, are you just going to stand there? Come eat, Lin Zhao urged, noticing Lin Feng's dazed expression. As Lin Feng prepared to examine his newly acquired profession in detail, he was jolted back to reality by Lin Zhao's call and suppressed his astonishment. He retrieved a large bowl from the cupboard, set aside a portion for Lin Feng, and finally sat down to eat. How's the food? Lin Feng asked, feigning ignorance. Lin Zhao lavishly praised, delicious. Incredibly delicious. 100 times better than what dad makes and 1,000 times better than what mom makes. Goodness. Thankfully, Lin Feng and Su Hong were not present. Otherwise, he would have offended 2 people at once. You sure know how to flatter, Lin Feng thought, preoccupied with his newly revealed profession, finishing his meal in a few bites. I'll handle the cleanliness of the kitchen and the dishes, Lin Zhao volunteered. At least you're thoughtful. Lin Feng swiftly returned to his room, eagerly opening the attributes panel. At this moment, the panel had been divided into 3 main sections. The first section displayed his name, age, and physical attributes. The second section indicated his profession as a student. The third section revealed the newly acquired profession of chef. Lin Feng flipped to the chef page. 8 skills appeared on the screen. Fire control, flipping, knife skills, ingredient identification, stir-frying, steaming, frying, and dough making. Each skill possessed a certain amount of experience points. Having never cooked in this world, it was evident that these experience points stemmed from his culinary endeavors in Blue Star. Upon activating the chef profession, the cooking experiences from his previous life were automatically converted into corresponding experience points. Stir-frying and steaming had both reached level 1. Quite impressive. Dough making was also on the brink of leveling up to 1. After meticulously reviewing the data on the page, Lin Feng discovered the most surprising detail in the profession section. Chef level 0, 120-130. Although his level was still at 0, he had already accumulated 120 experience points, needing just 10 more to reach 130 points for an upgrade. Based on his prior experience with the student profession, leveling up would grant him 1 attribute point and 1 talent point. Chapter 4. The Chef's Advancement of Course. The true nature of the culinary profession could only be discerned upon reaching the first level. Fortunately, the chef's ascension required merely 10 experience points. If the culinary vocation were akin to that of a student, leveling up would also yield attribute points and talent points. This implies yet another avenue to acquire such points. Moreover, the attribute panel revealed 2 source qualities. 1 source quality could unlock a new profession, thus 2 would permit the unlocking of 2 professions. Coupled with the student and the newly initiated chef, could he potentially unlock 4 professions? This would provide him with 4 distinct pathways for accruing attribute and talent points. Lin Feng's gaze deepened with contemplation. He recognized that these musings were still mere fantasies, a product of his imagination, and many questions remained to be validated. For instance, how would one unlock a new profession? Would it require one source quality or two? Could other vocational paths also yield attribute points? He decided to approach matters incrementally, focusing first on elevating his chef level to 1 and determining whether that would result in the acquisition of attribute points. Another thought crossed his mind. How would a chef garner experience? Should he purchase a few cookbooks, engage in hands-on cooking, or perhaps observe others in the culinary arts? As the hour grew late, he resolved to postpone these inquiries until the morrow. Lin Feng ceased his aimless pondering and redirected his focus to the unfinished exam paper. He continued working diligently until 10 o'clock in the evening. Noticing that Lin Guiming had yet to return, he made a phone call. "Dad, are you still busy?" "Not yet. I probably won't be home until 11. You all needn't wait for me. Go ahead and sleep. Please, be safe," Lin Feng replied before hanging up. At 10 o'clock. It was indeed time for rest. In the early days of his transference, his routine had been irregular, as he devoted all his energy to study, gradually cultivating the habit of retiring to bed punctually. The following morning, upon rising, Lin Guiming and Lin Xiao encountered Lin Feng busily at work in the kitchen. By the time they had completed their morning rituals, 2 bowls of noodles awaited them. The noodles were adorned with tender fried eggs and a vibrant medley of red and green peppers sautéed with meat, presenting an enticing feast. The pair gazed in disbelief. Lin Xiao, eyes wide, exclaimed, "Brother, have you recently experienced some sort of upheaval, perhaps a heartbreak?" "Get lost," was Lin Feng's curt reply. Beside him, Lin Guiming chuckled. "When I returned yesterday and beheld the meal you left for me, I could scarcely believe it was your handiwork. Now, I am convinced." He jested. "Lin Feng, it seems you possess not only a talent for gaming, but also for cooking. After graduating from high school, if you do not gain admission to university, you could at least pursue careers as a gaming coach or a chef." "I believe being a gaming coach is preferable to being a chef," Lin Xiao interjected. "Focus on your noodles," Lin Feng retorted with a glare at Lin Xiao, then turned to Lin Guiming. "Dad, when did you return yesterday? What transpired at the park?" Lin Guiming furrowed his brow and remarked, "I am uncertain what is happening. Many animals in the forest have perished these past few days, their blood completely drained." "Drained of blood?" Lin Xiao, who was in the midst of his meal, lifted his little head, excitement illuminating his face. "Could it be vampires?" Lin Guiting and Lin Feng disregarded him completely. Lin Feng suggested, "Could it possibly be a weasel?" Lin Guiting shook his head. "Several birds in the trees have also been found dead. It is likely not a weasel, but perhaps a blood cat." "A blood cat?" Lin Feng recalled that this was a feline species non-existent on Blue Star, exceedingly rare, with an affinity for blood and a penchant for preying on small creatures. Due to its fearsome appearance, adults often recounted terrifying tales of blood cats to frighten children in this world. After a brief exchange, Lin Feng and Lin Xiao finished their breakfast and departed for school. "You have prepared 3 bowls of green pepper and shredded pork noodles. Your noodle-making skill has gained 18 experience points. Your frying skill has gained 10 experience points. Your stir-frying skill has gained 11 experience points. Your knife skills have gained 8 experience points. Your fire control skill has gained 6 experience points. Your chef profession has gained 5 experience points." These were the rewards Lin Feng received upon completing breakfast. Cooking provided a means to accrue experience. The meticulously crafted noodles not only contributed to the respective skill experience, but also granted him a total of 5 profession experience points. He was merely 5 points away from leveling up. Rising early, Lin Feng first engaged in flow state, learning for 50 minutes before busily preparing breakfast. To be candid, this flurry of activity left him somewhat fatigued. Yet, as long as he could acquire experience points, such toil seemed trivial. After breakfast, he arrived at school, and in the blink of an eye, the morning had elapsed. You attentively completed a Chinese class. Your Chinese skill has gained 16 experience points. Your student profession has gained 2 experience points. You read a history book for 10 minutes. Your history skill has gained 2 experience points. You diligently finished a mathematics class. This comprised the 4 classes of the morning. Lin Feng paid close attention, even making the most of the 10-minute break. At noon, after class, a classmate spotted Lin Feng walking out of the school instead of heading to the cafeteria and inquired, "Lin Feng, aren't you going to the cafeteria?" "No, I plan to eat outside today," Lin Feng replied as he exited the school gate. Along the streets at the school entrance, numerous small eateries thrived. The cafeteria's culinary offerings were far from commendable, prompting many students to opt for meals outside. He chose a bustling small restaurant. The proprietress greeted him with a smile. "Hello, student. What would you like to eat?" The small eatery was thriving, filled with patrons. most of whom were students from the second middle school and nearby workers. I'll have stir-fried dried tofu with meat. Lin Feng ordered his favorite dish and then sat down to the side. The restaurant owner, wearing a mask, swiftly sought the ingredients. After observing for a moment, Lin Feng shifted his gaze away, and 2 seconds later, a prompt appeared in his view. You watched a street-side chef stir-frying. The viewing time was too short, and you did not gain any experience. Upon seeing the notification from the interface, Lin Feng pondered. Lin Feng did not feel disheartened by the lack of experience. Instead, he was filled with joy. There was a hint that demonstrated the observation of others cooking could yield corresponding experience. His absence of experience was merely due to the brevity of his observation time. This was also the reason he had chosen not to dine at the school cafeteria today, opting instead for a meal outside. To observe more closely, Lin Feng stood up and moved a few steps nearer. Classmate, there are quite a few people. Your dish will take a moment, said the boss's wife, noticing Lin Feng intently watching the chef. Auntie, it's all right. I am not in a hurry, Lin Feng replied, moving to a nearby corner to earnestly scrutinize the chef's movements. Could I perhaps employ the flow state? Lin Feng suddenly thought of the flow skill and quickly focused on the data panel. To his surprise, he discovered he could indeed utilize flow state. He promptly selected it to activate. As the flow state engaged, the clamor of the restaurant faded away, leaving only the bustling figure of the chef in his sight. The actions of frying oil, adding ingredients, flipping the pan, and controlling the heat unfolded before him. Classmate, someone gently nudged Lin Feng, bringing him back from his state of flow. It was the boss's wife, presenting him with the stir-fried tofu and pork. Classmate, your stir-fried tofu and pork is ready. Thank you. Lin Feng accepted the dish, and data appeared before his eyes. You have earnestly observed a street chef's cooking. Your skill in stir-frying has gained 38 experience points. Your skill in flipping the pan has gained 26 experience points. Your skill in controlling the heat has gained 13 experience points. Your profession as a chef has gained 9 experience points. Your chef level has increased to 1. You have earned 1 attribute point and 1 talent point. Your chef profession has unlocked a talent. Chapter 5. Exploring new professions. Lin Feng observed that upon upgrading his culinary profession, he too could acquire attribute points and talent points. He released a long sigh of relief. In addition to these points, the culinary profession, akin to the student profession, unlocked its culinary talent upon reaching level 1, signifying that the two professions bore no distinction. Lin Feng accessed his attribute panel and turned to the page dedicated to chefs. The previously blank right page now exhibited elegant cloud patterns, and at the bottom appeared a gray icon representing the first talent of the culinary profession. Sensitivity. Passive increases taste and smell by 40%. A 40% enhancement in taste and smell? This talent, as part of the culinary profession, was indeed quite fitting. Should he pursue a career as a chef? Igniting the talent of sensitivity would undoubtedly bolster his confidence in becoming a renowned chef. An image suddenly flashed in Lin Feng's mind, himself clad in white armor, adorned with a tall chef's hat, wielding a long-handled ladle, commanding the flames before a roaring stove. He promptly shook his head to dispel the vision. The culinary path seemed less than ideal. Nevertheless, the talent, sensitivity, was commendable, offering an extraordinary enhancement to one's olfactory and gustatory senses. Should he activate the newly acquired talent point? After some contemplation, Lin Feng decided to postpone activating sensitivity. He was a student, capable of swiftly accumulating various experiences related to his studies. At this stage, he ought to focus primarily on his student profession, with the culinary profession as a supplementary pursuit. The talent points earned should be concentrated on enhancing his student profession. Crucially, the 2 talents acquired from the student profession, learning and flow, should have applications beyond the confines of being a student. According to the description of the learning talent, it augmented learning ability by 80%. Mastering literary knowledge and culinary techniques alike constituted learning. This enhanced learning capability should naturally yield benefits within the culinary profession as well. However, since learning is a passive ability, without comparative evidence, he could not ascertain whether it also applied to the culinary profession. While learning remained uncertain, he had already experienced flow, which proved effective in the culinary context. In contrast, should he activate sensitivity, that enhancement in olfactory and gustatory perception would be restricted solely to the culinary profession. In terms of efficacy, it seemed more prudent to allocate his talent points to the student profession's talents. Yet, one crucial aspect remained to be verified. whether this newly acquired talent point could be applied to the student profession. If this talent point, obtained through the elevation of his culinary level, were exclusively usable for the culinary profession, then all preceding deductions would be rendered moot. The only way to ascertain this was to test it. Lin Feng flipped to the talent page of the student profession and, after a brief moment of hesitation between learning and flow, ultimately chose flow. With a thought, the flow icon emitted a radiant glow, and the circle representing its level in the bottom right instantly transformed from 1 to 2. Excellent. The talent points acquired across professions were indeed interchangeable. After Lin Feng proved this point, he was filled with joy, realizing that he could now concentrate resources on a particular profession. With a sense of relief, he carefully examined the newly upgraded state of flow. Flow LV2, when activated, allows one to immerse oneself completely in a state of intense concentration, becoming oblivious to everything else while engaging in a specific task. In this state, focus is enhanced eightfold, and the duration of each flow session can be freely set. However, this state also increases mental and physical fatigue by 20%. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. The second level of flow remarkably boosted concentration to 8 times, a significant increase from the 4 times at level 1, and it also introduced the ability to self-determine the duration of each flow session. This feature was indeed ingenious. While the flow skill was formidable, it had a considerable drawback. Once activated, one would become entirely engrossed in a task, losing track of time. If undisturbed, one would remain in this state until the body could no longer endure it. Such overexertion would leave the body feeling quite uncomfortable, with pronounced reactions from various physical aspects. Consequently, Lin Feng always had to set an alarm on his phone whenever he utilized flow, which was sometimes impractical in certain situations. Now, with the second-level flow allowing for self-determined durations, the issue of exiting this state had been perfectly resolved. However, alongside these benefits, the upgrade to level 2 introduced a drawback, a 20% increase in mental and physical consumption. Just how significant is this 20%? It is simple to ascertain. With the upgraded flow, he could now set the duration, which implied that he could estimate the total length of the flow session. Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the chef who was cooking. A thought struck him. He realized he could maintain the flow for a maximum of 55 minutes. And since he had already spent 15 minutes observing the chef, it meant he could utilize the second-level flow for a total of 1 hour and 10 minutes. Approximately 20 minutes less than at level 1. After managing his newly acquired talent points, only his attribute points remained. In truth, attribute points were easily resolved. He dismissed strength as a consideration since he was not engaged in combat. Increasing his strength would only ease the act of tossing pans while cooking, with no practical utility beyond that. Agility was similarly unnecessary. If he were to flee or face danger, he would certainly prioritize agility, yet as an ordinary high school student, his daily routine consisted of attending classes, and other than exercising caution while crossing streets and avoiding crowds, he faced no significant threats. The remaining attributes, intelligence and constitution, warranted contemplation. After some consideration, Lin Feng ultimately decided to allocate his attribute points to constitution. Theoretically, increasing intelligence would enhance cognitive processing and memory, benefiting his academic pursuits more than bolstering constitution. However, since his previous 3 attribute points had been allocated to intelligence, he wished to experience how it felt to invest points in the other 3 attributes. This was one reason. Additionally, it was worth noting that besides intelligence, constitution also constrained the duration of the flow. Enhancing one's physical constitution should, in theory, prolong the duration of the flow state. This is a significant reason for his incremental improvement in physical attributes. With the addition of a single point to his constitution, Lin Feng's originally modest score of 8 immediately ascended to 9. The external manifestation of this change was palpable. He felt an unexpected lightness in his body, an ineffable joy that surged through him, albeit fleetingly, as it vanished almost as quickly as it had come. Lin Feng moved his body, detecting no conspicuous alterations. As for the marginal increase in his constitution, he pondered how much it could extend the duration of his flow state. A sudden realization struck him. His flow state had evolved from 55 minutes to 1 hour and 5 minutes. In essence, this single point of physical enhancement had granted him an additional 10 minutes of flow. Thus, when all was considered, the overall duration of his flow state had only diminished by 10 minutes, a negligible impact on him. Casually consuming his meal, Lin Feng simultaneously managed his newly acquired attribute and talent points. Once he had concluded this task, he focused entirely on his dining. He devoured 3 bowls of rice alongside a dish of stir-fried pork with dried tofu before finally finishing his meal. After settling the bill, he exited the small eatery. His advancement in the culinary profession had imparted valuable insights. He realized that regardless of the vocation, leveling up would yield both attribute and talent points. Additionally, he discovered that talent points were versatile, applicable to any desired talent. With these revelations in mind, he was now confronted with the question of how to activate a new profession and how to choose from the subsequent 2 professions available to him. As he walked along the tree-lined path of the school, he sought to resolve the matter of activating a new profession, his mind racing with possibilities. In his previous life, he had been adept at cooking. Upon activating the chef profession, he found that 2 culinary skills had reached level 1. However, after his reincarnation, he had not activated the chef profession directly, but had done so through the act of cooking. This suggested that engaging in activities pertinent to a profession was essential for its activation. What professions could he explore to test the validity of his hypothesis? The pathways were bustling with students returning to their classrooms after lunch, while small groups lounged on the adjacent lawns, basking in the sun and engaging in conversation. In the distance, the basketball court echoed with the shouts of a group energetically expending their vigor. Basketball. Chapter 6. Professional athletes and sports athlete? Lin Feng pondered deeply, finding the notion quite feasible. If there exists a ludicrous profession for students, then surely athletes must also hold a place. His only concern was that while the world undoubtedly featured various sports, there seemed to be a dearth of organized competitions across nations. Even basketball appeared to be merely a grassroots endeavor. Wouldn't trying it out reveal the truth? No. Lin Feng recalled that despite the sports teacher frequently falling ill during the past month since his arrival, he had attended several physical education classes. He remembered participating in a brief basketball game during one of those sessions, yet he had not activated the corresponding profession. Was it possible that in this world, the absence of competitive sports precluded the existence of the athlete profession? Another possibility lingered in his mind. Perhaps the lack of diverse activities hindered the activation of the athlete role. Just yesterday, he had prepared 3 dishes to unlock the chef profession. Could it be that he needed to engage in 3 different sports to activate the athlete? Reflecting on the physical activities he had undertaken recently, he realized he had only run and played a bit of basketball, with no third sport to speak of. The playground was bustling with activity. Aside from the group playing basketball, others lounged on the grass, basking in the sun, with no one partaking in table tennis or badminton. Lin Feng's gaze shifted to the pull-up bars at the corner of the field, and he made his way over. He was not adept at the bars, and even basic pull-ups might prove challenging given his slightly diminished strength. With no other option, he decided to attempt pull-ups. He jumped and grasped the bar. 1, 2. By the 6th, his face flushed, and he struggled to ascend, ultimately releasing his grip. Panting heavily, he felt utterly spent after barely completing 6 pull-ups. Just then, several notifications appeared in his vision. You have participated in a basketball activity. You have engaged in a running activity. You have performed a pull-up exercise. You have unlocked the new profession of athlete. Would you like to expend a bit of source essence to activate it? He had indeed unlocked the athlete profession. As he had surmised, participation in 3 relevant activities was necessary to activate the corresponding role. The activation of the new athlete profession also required just a small amount of source essence. Lin Feng was elated. Would you like to activate the new profession of athlete? Faced with the prompt, he fell into contemplation. The athlete profession entailed rigorous physical training and engagement in various sports, which would undoubtedly benefit his physical condition. Currently, he felt rather weak. Indeed, the athlete role seemed particularly fitting for him. Should he allocate one of his remaining 2 professions to athletics? Lin Feng hesitated, refraining from immediately activating the athlete role, as another profession, akin to that of an athlete, appealed to his sensibilities more. In hindsight, activating the chef profession yesterday with a bit of source essence was rather impulsive, he mused. After all, in terms of physical benefits, the athlete role would surpass that of a chef. Perfection is a myth. Yesterday, the chef feature was unexpectedly activated, and Lin Feng, taken by surprise, made the decision to engage without much contemplation. Regrettably, there exists no remedy for remorse in this world. Having made one mistake, Lin Feng vowed not to repeat it. Should he recklessly activate the athlete profession now, along with the other vocation he had in mind, his 2 source qualities would be entirely depleted. This would leave him with no recourse, and if he were to later discover or encounter a superior profession, he would be left with nothing but regret. After due consideration, Lin Feng opted to decline the activation of the athlete profession. Upon returning to the classroom, he dedicated the afternoon to diligent study, earning a total of 11 student experience points. After school, Lin Feng slung his backpack over his shoulder and rode his electric scooter, directing his course not towards Xinglong community, but rather towards the northern part of the city. The streets bustled with traffic, and at a corner, a group of children, not yet of age, were engaged in a spirited chase. The leading child, intent on evading the boy behind him, neglected to watch the road and suddenly dashed across, just as a car sped towards them. "Be careful," Lin Feng shouted urgently as he braked, but alas, it was too late. The child dashed forward too quickly, and it seemed an imminent collision was unavoidable. Yet, just then, a dark figure flashed past. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated impact did not occur. Instead, a man, pale and worn, appearing to be in his mid-30s, emerged on the opposite side of the road, cradling the boy in his arms. The man comforted the terrified child with a few soothing words before gently setting him down and turning to leave. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, within a few meters of the boy, he had seen no one. Yet, as the child was about to be struck, this man had seemingly materialized from nowhere, whisking the child across the street in the blink of an eye. What sort of speed was that? Lin Feng had scarcely registered when the man appeared or how he had managed to rescue the boy. The swiftness was beyond comprehension. Such speed would likely elude even the fastest sprinter, and the man exhibited no signs of exertion. His face remained unflushed, his breath steady, as though he had merely performed a trivial act. Lin Feng hastily rode his scooter in pursuit of the enigmatic figure, but upon crossing the street, the man had vanished from sight. Truly peculiar. From the memories of this body and the month since his arrival in this world, everything seemed largely akin to his previous life, devoid of any extraordinary occurrences. Yet how could one explain the spectral speed of that man? It was certainly not the speed of an ordinary human. A sense of bewilderment welled up within Lin Feng, but with no one to provide answers. He continued on his electric scooter. Before long, he arrived at his destination, the Baiyuan Martial Arts School. Earlier, Lin Feng had searched online for the finest martial arts institutions in Beia City, which yielded two results: the Zhiga Martial Arts School and the Baiyuan Martial Arts School. He chose the latter, as it was the closer option. His quest for the martial arts school was evident. It was, of course, in pursuit of a vocation such as a warrior, fighter, or martial artist. Regardless of the title, it pertained to a profession rooted in martial prowess. This was also the reason he had been reluctant to activate the athlete profession. Both professions serve the purpose of physical cultivation. One empowers its practitioners with martial prowess capable of striking foes, while the other merely builds muscle to endure blows. Naturally, Lin Feng gravitated towards the former, for no man would readily decline the allure of martial arts. To speak candidly, absent his data panel, Lin Feng, an otherwise ordinary individual, would surely not have chosen to pursue martial training. However, with the panel at his disposal, he harbored confidence in his potential to achieve remarkable feats. A vivid image surfaced in his mind. Donning a conical hat and a rain cloak, bearing a longsword, he strides forward through a flurry of snow. Yet, this is not an era of antiquity. Rather, he envisions himself clad in a sleek black trench coat, sunglasses perched on his nose, standing atop a skyscraper beneath the full moon, gazing down upon the twinkling city lights. Such a vision exudes charm and sophistication. The mere thought of his future self nearly brings a smile to his lips. On the first floor of the White Ape Martial Arts School, various shops line the space, marked by a sign that resembles a Taekwondo training center from a past life. However, upon ascending to the second floor, Lin Feng discovered that the decor of the martial arts school was imbued with an air of antiquity and grandeur, distinctly indicative of an establishment of considerable stature, rather than a mere workshop. At the reception, a young lady adorned in a fitted kung fu uniform sat with an air of competence and freshness. Her stunningly cool visage was truly striking. "Hello, I would like to inquire about martial arts." Chapter 7, The Martial Arts School. Martial arts? Are you referring to martial skills? Are you a student of No. 2 High School? Lin Feng, clad in the uniform of No. 2 High School, was instantly recognized by the receptionist. She inquired, "My dear fellow student, have you practiced martial arts before?" Lin Feng shook his head. "I have not." The receptionist continued, "Do you have a referral?" "A referral? Is it necessary to have one to learn martial arts?" Lin Feng appeared bewildered and replied, "I do not." "Do you have any friends or relatives who practice martial arts?" "None." "Then how did you hear about our martial arts school?" "I learned about it online." The receptionist raised an eyebrow and remarked, "So, It seems you are here on a whim to learn martial arts? Lin Feng displayed a look of confusion. The receptionist explained, do not wear that expression. My inquiries stem from the fact that many individuals come to train on a whim, often fantasizing about becoming formidable after mastering the art. However, the reality is that learning martial arts is exceedingly monotonous and arduous. Many lose interest after a brief period. Hence, I ask these questions to avoid unnecessary complications. Fantasy? The receptionist had seen through his thoughts. Lin Feng recalled his previous daydreams and felt somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, this martial arts school was rather intriguing, rather than pressuring potential students. They seemed to possess a tendency to dissuade them. Was this approach due to a surplus of clientele? Lin Feng's purpose in visiting was to activate a new profession. If he was turned away by this peculiar receptionist, how could he achieve that? He quickly interjected, please do not misunderstand. I am not here for mere amusement. I am fully committed and sincerely wish to learn martial arts. The receptionist scrutinized Lin Feng, seemingly assessing his sincerity. After a moment, she replied, no problem. I was merely following protocol. Since you wish to learn, our school offers several packages for newcomers to martial arts. You may take a look. With that, she rummaged through a drawer for some time before retrieving a chart. Lin Feng accepted it and, upon a cursory glance, was left astounded. The packages were categorized into 5 tiers, with the highest package costing an astonishing 500,000 for a term, while the most affordable option still amounted to 30,000. With each term lasting 3 months. This implied that even the most basic martial training class would cost 120,000 annually. Noticing Lin Feng's shock, the receptionist clarified, our martial arts school is the premier institution in Beihai City, and our prices are actually quite reasonable in comparison to other schools. We provide specially formulated ingredients for training, alongside professional medical staff and our unique concoctions, which are unparalleled in ordinary schools. If you are not merely acting on impulse and genuinely wish to pursue martial arts, you may experience our offerings. We allow everyone a 3-day trial. Experience? That aligns perfectly with my intentions, Lin Feng responded eagerly. May I tour the martial arts school first? Certainly. The receptionist called out, Lu Chang, come here for a moment. A young man, idly wandering in the distance, immediately rushed over upon hearing her call. Sister. Did you call for me? Sister? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. The receptionist pointed at Lin Feng and said, this young lad wishes to learn martial arts. I have matters to attend to, so please show him around the dojo. Certainly, no problem at all, Lu Chang replied readily. The receptionist said no more and departed. Lin Feng quietly inquired, isn't this person the receptionist of your dojo? The young man named Lu Chang displayed a peculiar expression and chuckled. This individual is not merely a receptionist. He is the second-ranked disciple in our dojo and the most promising candidate to enter the inner sanctum this year. By the way, fellow student, my name is Lu Chang, an official disciple of the dojo. What is your name? Hello, Changge. I am Lin Feng. Lu Chang nodded. You are quite polite, little one. Now, let me show you around the dojo. Thank you, Changge. They exchanged pleasantries. As they walked, Lu Chang explained, this building, except for the first floor, comprises 4 levels dedicated to our dojo. The second and third floors are where ordinary students practice and study, divided into training and teaching areas. While the 4th floor serves as a relaxation area, equipped with medical facilities and a cafeteria. Lin Feng was taken aback. The dojo has a cafeteria? Indeed, the meals prepared in our cafeteria are specially curated, greatly beneficial for martial artists. Not only do our members dine here, but many from the city also come specifically for our cuisine. As they conversed, a pale-faced middle-aged man descended the staircase. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Lu Chang respectfully called out, Coach Feng. Lu Chang, today's training will commence at 7:30, the man replied as he glanced at Lu Chang. Understood, I will arrive early. Lu Chang assured him. The man nodded and passed by them. Lin Feng's heart raced. This man was the very one who had rescued him on the street. Recognizing Lu Chang's acquaintance with him, he suppressed the urge to call out and ask questions, waiting until the man vanished into the hallway before inquiring, Changge. Who was that? His name is Feng Lai, a coach at our dojo, Lu Chang answered. Lin Feng's interest was piqued. What is Coach Feng's strength like? Very formidable, indeed. I have heard that Coach Feng once reached the finals of the Qian martial arts competition in his youth. Lu Chang, sensing Lin Feng's confusion, elaborated. The Qian martial arts competition is one of the country's most prestigious events, gathering top-tier martial artists from across the nation. To reach the finals is a remarkable achievement, something not easily accomplished. Despite Lu Chang's efforts to clarify, Lin Feng remained oblivious to the martial arts realm, lacking any concept of it. He asked, "How does Coach Feng's strength compare to that of an ordinary person?" "Ordinary person?" Lu Chang chuckled, then continued. "Let me put it this way. Even if I faced 20 individuals barehanded, I would be confident in bringing them down. Yet Coach Feng could defeat 10 of me. By that calculation, isn't it as if he could take on 200? Despite having witnessed the astonishing speed displayed by Feng Lai while saving someone on the street, Lin Feng still found it hard to believe that one could face off against 200 opponents. It seemed utterly exaggerated. However, he did not dwell on this matter. Following Lu Chang while casting his gaze around, it was already 6 in the evening, and the martial arts hall was still bustling with activity. Some were engaged in sparring, others in strength training, and numerous training apparatuses he had never encountered before surrounded him. Not far away, 3 young individuals stood before a machine, one of them suddenly delivering a powerful punch to the striking pad. The data on the screen above the machine fluctuated rapidly before finally settling at 396. Wow, 396 pounds. Wei Gu, your punching power has improved tremendously during this time. I recall you only managed 356 pounds last month. The group exclaimed excitedly. Lu Chang also took notice and explained, "They are testing their punching strength. Would you like to give it a try?" "Me? I think not," Lin Feng replied, lacking confidence in his own slender arms and legs. He imagined that if he slipped while throwing a punch, it might result in a single-digit score, which would be quite embarrassing. "Brother Chang, what is your punching power?" Lin Feng inquired curiously, just as the previous group had vacated the testing machine. Lu Chang stepped forward, approached the machine, and delivered a punch. With a resounding clang, the numbers on the machine surged rapidly. 1,423 pounds? Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Chang relished Lin Feng's reaction, grinning as he said, I have been preoccupied with other matters lately, so my training has diminished. And my punching power has dropped significantly. At my peak, I could strike at 1,500 pounds. In his past life, he had heard of the renowned boxing champion, Sin Good, whose punching power was said to be only 800 pounds. Yet here was a martial arts student registering nearly 1,423 pounds and claiming a peak of 1,500 pounds. Incredible! Lin Feng, momentarily stunned, sincerely gave Lu Chang a thumbs up and eagerly asked, "How many years have you been practicing martial arts?" "Counting it. I have been training for 6 years. I was frail and sickly as a child, much like you now when I began my martial arts journey," Lu Chang replied. Lin Feng responded with a chuckle, "Haha, just kidding," as Lu Chang patted him on the shoulder with a smile. After browsing for a while, Lin Feng did not forget his purpose for being there. He was intent on activating the warrior, samurai, or fighter within him. Activation required 3 projects related to martial arts. He said, "Brother Chang, you're so skilled. Could you teach me a few techniques to broaden my horizons?" He gestured animatedly as he spoke. Lu Chang chuckled. You newcomers to the martial arts always fantasize about mastering a set of skills to become formidable. In truth, martial arts training is a gradual process. One must first practice the fundamentals before advancing to techniques. The foundation includes physical conditioning, stance training, horse stance, and punching drills. Only with a solid foundation can one practice techniques effectively. Otherwise, no matter how long you practice techniques alone, they will amount to nothing but an empty facade. Chapter 8. The ancient warrior Lin Feng pondered, "Is there no method to practice martial arts?" "Of course there is," Lu Chang replied. "Some martial techniques are not merely offensive moves. They can also serve to refine the body. However, these techniques require a foundational understanding of martial arts before one can begin to practice them. You currently possess no foundation. If you wish to learn, you must start with the most basic stance," Lu Chang stated. "May I attempt it?" Lin Feng inquired. "If you wish to try, I shall teach you one of the fundamental stances from our martial arts school, the white ape embracing the moon." "Thank you, Chang Gu," Lin Feng replied, suppressing his excitement. "It's a small matter. Follow me," Lu Chang said as he led Lin Feng to an empty training ground, though referred to as a martial stance. The white ape embracing the moon can also be considered a form of health-preserving exercise. Regular practice can invigorate one's vitality and enhance physical strength. Even if one does not intend to pursue martial arts, dedicating time to this stance can be greatly beneficial to one's health. "Pay close attention," Lu Chang instructed. He then half-squatted, adopting a peculiar position at the center of the training area, his arms encircling as if an old ape were cradling a full moon, hence the name. White ape embracing the moon. Lin Feng observed Lu Chang's posture with great diligence, silently reciting flow of the heart in his mind. After a brief moment, Lu Chang spoke, "Have you got it?" This is the standing posture, followed by the closing posture. He then released his squat, allowing his arms to drop parallel, palms facing upwards as if cradling an unseen object, gradually lifting them. Lu Chang exhaled steadily and continued. Standing and closing are part of a complete set of movements. After standing for a while, the qi and blood will fill the entire body. The greatest taboo is to neglect the calming of one's qi. If one ends the standing practice without performing the closing movements, it can lead to long-term bodily harm. All right, Lin Feng, now it's your turn to try. Lin Feng. Noticing Lin Feng's silence, Lu Chang's expression soured as he gently tapped Lin Feng. Hey, Lin Feng. Ah. Lin Feng emerged from his reverie, immediately recognizing Lu Chang's displeasure. He hastily explained, I apologize, Changge. Your explanation was so captivating that I became entranced. Seeing Lin Feng's attitude soften his demeanor, Lu Chang replied, Go ahead and give it a try. Thank you for your guidance, Changge. Lin Feng nodded, recalling the movements he had just observed and attempting to replicate the stance. His body needed to be relaxed, yet his head should reach for the sky, embodying a sense of ethereal strength. As Lu Chang prepared to correct Lin Feng's missteps, he was taken aback by the precision of Lin Feng's posture. Lin Feng, have you practiced the white ape embracing the moon before? No, Lin Feng replied. Lu Chang remained silent, simply standing by. 1 minute passed, then 2. After a while, Lin Feng realized that the white ape embracing the moon was far from simple. His thighs began to burn with pain, and his raised arms felt heavy and sore. With each passing second, the discomfort intensified. Gritting his teeth, he persisted until his legs began to tremble. Lu Chang remained quiet, observing him. After some time, Lin Feng could no longer endure the strain. He quivered as he attempted to stand firm, mimicking the closing movements he had learned earlier. It turned out he truly had no prior experience. Lu Chang silently acknowledged his thoughts before addressing Lin Feng. Do not rush. Maintain a calm breath. Inhale slowly. And take your time. With a sigh of relief, Lin Feng concluded his posture and inquired, How long have I been standing? Lu Chang glanced at the clock and replied, 6 minutes. Only 6 minutes? Lin Feng's expression darkened. He had felt as though he had persevered for an eternity, believing it must have been at least 20 minutes. He was taken aback to discover it had only been 6. Your form and concluding movements were exemplary. A shorter duration is inconsequential. Everyone begins with just a few minutes. Lu Chang encouraged. He then smiled and asked, How do you feel? Lin Feng candidly responded, Very tired. Haha, that is the essence of martial arts, arduous and uncomfortable. Yet, with perseverance, rewards will surely follow. Lin Feng nodded earnestly, declaring, I will persist. Lu Chang chuckled softly, refraining from comment. Determination is not merely spoken. It must be acted upon. When you resolve to undertake something, you must do it immediately and consistently. That is the hallmark of a true champion. After a brief respite, Lin Feng, his mind racing, pointed to a room in the corner and asked, Brother Chang, what is that used for? The room featured transparent glass on 2 sides and was equipped with peculiar machines, seemingly designed for a specific type of training. That is a training room for practicing agility. Agility? Lin Feng had completed 1 project, with 2 remaining. Intrigued, he inquired, May I try it? Of course. For reasons unknown. Lin Feng detected a hint of concealed amusement in Lu Chang's eyes. Stand at the center. Yes, right there at the yellow mark, Lu Chang instructed. I have activated the machines in the front, right, and left directions, using the largest softballs, set to the lowest speed. If it becomes unbearable, just shout stop. Understood. Let us begin. As Lu Chang spoke, a ball the size of a fist shot towards Lin Feng. He quickly ducked to evade it, only to be struck by another from the right, which hit him squarely on the back, causing him to grimace. Before he could react, another ball hurtled towards him from the front, striking his head, followed by more from both sides. The machines relentlessly launched balls at him, forcing Lin Feng to shield his head and flee the yellow zone. Haha, how was that? Lu Chang halted the machines. No wonder Lu Chang had displayed a sly expression earlier. This exercise was beyond the reflexes of most, and was quite painful. However, Lin Feng, anxious that his training duration might be insufficient to meet the activation requirements, mustered his courage and asked, Can I try again? Lu Chang, thinking Lin Feng was simply undeterred, praised him. What a commendable spirit. A man must never concede defeat. 5 minutes later, Lin Feng shouted for Lu Chang to turn off the machines. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving as if inflated by a bellows, his clothing drenched in sweat. His stamina had waned, and his body was battered, every inch pained. A fierce determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Having endured so long, he hoped he had met the requirements. With the white ape embracing the moon and evasive training completed, what project should he undertake next? As Lin Feng's eyes began to wander, he was unexpectedly met with a series of messages. You have completed a session of the 13th set of radio calisthenics. You have undertaken a session of the white ape embrace the moon training. You have engaged in a session of basic body movement training. You have unlocked the new profession of ancient martial artist. Would you like to expend some source energy to activate it? Completed? Astonishingly, it was indeed completed. He had never anticipated that the daily calisthenics would be considered a form of martial prowess. Yet, why was the new profession designated as ancient martial artist rather than simply martial artist? Lin Feng was enveloped in confusion. If the new title had been warrior or fighter, he would not have been surprised. However, the prefix ancient before martial artist. Is ancient martial a particular school of thought, or merely a designation? If there exists ancient martial, does that imply the existence of new martial as well? Do you agree to activate ancient martial artist? The panel inquired once more. Lin Feng hastily cast aside his distracting thoughts. Whatever the name, as long as it pertained to martial skills, he was willing to embrace it. He consented to the activation. As his intention took form, a luminous screen emerged. Profession: Ancient Martial Artist LV0, 24-130. Skills: Basic Fist Techniques LV0, 16-130. Basic Leg Techniques LV0, 19-130. Basic Body Movement LV0, 10-130. 13th Set of Radio Calisthenics LV1, 8-210. White Ape Embrace the Moon LV0, 3-130. Chapter 9. The relentless pursuit of mastery. Is a mere 24 points of professional experience sufficient? In comparison to the experience gained upon activating the chef profession, it feels nearly akin to starting from a blank slate. The first level of the 13th set of radio calisthenics? Lin Feng exhibited a hint of perplexity, struggling to comprehend why the panel classified the calisthenics as a form of martial arts. However, upon observing the meager experience associated with basic fist techniques, basic leg techniques, and basic body techniques, he surmised that without the first level of calisthenics, the experience of an ancient martial artist would undoubtedly fall short of 24 points. Having activated the ancient martial artist profession, he had 2 points of source quality, and after utilizing one, he was left with 1 remaining point, indicating that he could still unlock an additional profession. He harbored a particular ambition in mind, though the existence of this profession required verification. That matter could be addressed later. At this stage, juggling the 3 professions of student, chef, and ancient martial artist was already quite demanding. As Lin Feng's thoughts raced, he feared that lingering too long in contemplation might draw Lu Chang's attention, prompting him to close the panel. Brother Chang, why is our martial arts school referred to as an ancient martial artist institution? Does the existence of ancient martial arts imply the existence of new martial arts? Noticing the discrepancy in the profession's nomenclature, and with Lu Chang present, Lin Feng promptly voiced his inquiry. Lu Chang's expression shifted, and after scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was eavesdropping, he exhaled in relief and replied solemnly, "Where did you hear about such matters? What is going on? Is it merely a question about the existence of new martial arts?" Lin Feng, sensing Lu Chang's sudden change in demeanor, attempted to deflect, saying, "I read it online. Remember, never speak of ancient and new martial arts within the school. If others catch wind of it, they might prevent you from training," Lu Chang cautioned. "Why is that?" Lu Chang shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure myself, but it is indeed prohibited to discuss such topics at the martial arts school. There were 2 elite class students who were expelled for this very reason. The elite class, which consists of students who paid a hefty sum of 500,000 for the program, should be considered the school's most prestigious scholars. Yet they were expelled merely for engaging in discussion? Lin Feng found this hard to fathom, exclaiming, "Is it really that serious?" "It's no jest," Lu Chang affirmed gravely. Then, in a hushed tone, he added, "You are correct about ancient martial arts. Our school has always adhered to that tradition. However, there is no such thing as new martial arts. What I have heard pertains to evil martial arts and demonic martial arts. What are evil martial arts and demonic martial arts? How do they differ from ancient martial arts?" Lu Chang shook his head again. "I do not know. I have only vaguely heard others mention them, and I have found no pertinent information online. Enough of this topic. If the instructors catch wind of our conversation, it is no trifling matter." After a brief pause, he shifted the topic. "Would you like to explore the lounge on the 4th floor?" Lin Feng, having achieved his aim of activating a martial arts-related profession, was not inclined to linger any longer, shaking his head and saying, "No, I think I'll call it a day. I am feeling somewhat fatigued." "You've only just begun your martial arts training. It's understandable to feel a bit weary after all that," Lu Chang said with understanding, smiling. "Very well then. Let us conclude for today. If you feel you can adapt and genuinely wish to pursue martial arts, come back tomorrow." Lin Feng nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for today, Brother Chang." With a grand gesture, Lu Chang declared, "It's nothing. After all, I've indulged a bit too much this evening, so a little entertainment won't hurt." Entertainment? Lin Feng was left speechless. After bidding farewell to Lu Chang, it was already 7 o'clock. He descended the stairs and arrived at the place where the power outage occurred. As Lin Feng mounted the electric donkey, he realized that his legs were somewhat uncooperative. He began with some basic stances, followed by practicing evasive maneuvers. For someone unaccustomed to physical exertion, such intense activity would surely bring discomfort the following day. Upon returning home, Lin Guiting remarked in surprise, "Didn't you say you'd be back by 9? Prior to visiting the martial arts school, Lin Feng had sent Lin Guiting a message indicating he had matters to attend to and would return around 9. However, he had only spent less than an hour at the martial arts school before successfully activating his profession as an ancient martial artist. Once his task was completed, he returned home. Lin Feng noticed an unusual silence in the house and, after surveying the surroundings, discovered that Lin Xiao was absent. He inquired, "Where is Lin Xiao?" Lin Guiting replied, "She went to a friend's house to play." "You haven't eaten yet, have you? There's some food left on the table. It should still be warm." Famished, Lin Feng immediately dug in. While enjoying his meal, he activated his data panel, revealing the 4th page, which displayed Ancient Martial Artist. The anticipated profession had indeed been activated, and Lin Feng felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his journey. The ancient martial artist profession resonated with him far more than that of a professional athlete. However, he noted that the foundational skills of the ancient martial artist were minimal, comprising only 5 abilities, one of which, the white ape embraces the moon, was a recent acquisition. With the activation of the ancient martial artist profession, what should he pursue next? Should he train alone at home? Although it was feasible with the data panel, the absence of guidance, training equipment, and interaction would undoubtedly hinder his progress and prevent him from learning new martial skills. He contemplated the idea of attending the martial arts school, but hesitated at the thought of the 30,000 yuan fee per session, a considerable sum for his family. Never mind. There's a 3-day trial period at the school. I'll just get through those 3 days before discussing it with my family. Ancient martial artist, evil martial, demon martial. He searched these terms online while eating, but the results yielded only references to novels, devoid of any pertinent information on the 3 categories. Lin Feng decided to suppress his curiosity for the time being. After finishing his meal, he washed his bowl. "How about a few rounds of games?" Lin Guiting called to him. "No, I need to study," Lin Feng replied. As he slipped into his room, Lin Guiting muttered to himself, "This kid has changed so much in recent days. Could it be, as Lin Xiao said, that he experienced a heartbreak?" Once in his room, Lin Feng promptly seated himself at his desk and diligently opened his textbooks to study. Among the 3 activated professions, student, chef, and ancient martial artist, his preference leaned towards the ancient martial artist. Nevertheless, he had no intention of relinquishing the other 2 professions, particularly student, which boasted the talents of learning and flow state. In his estimation, the student profession held nearly equal value to that of the ancient martial artist. Lin Feng diligently immersed himself in reading for over half an hour. Once his hunger for knowledge subsided, he rose and moved to a spacious area of the room, practicing the recently learned technique, the white ape embracing the moon. After standing still for a while, he began to feel the strain. As time advanced, his thighs ached as if they were being torn apart, compelling him to take deep breaths to distract from the discomfort. Eventually, he could endure no longer. After persisting for a while longer, Lin Feng collapsed onto the adjacent bed without even finishing his practice. He had stood for a total of 10 minutes. A notification appeared before him. "You have undergone a rigorous training session. Your skill, white ape embracing the moon, has gained 3 experience points. Your profession, ancient martial artist, has gained 0 experience points." Lin Feng was not surprised by the 0 points for his profession. Sometimes brief study sessions yield only skill experience without contributing to professional growth. It was likely that the earned professional experience was less than 1 point, hence not displayed on the panel. He did not dwell on this and lay on the bed for 2 minutes before mustering the strength to rise and trudging back to his desk to resume reading. Due to the pain in his legs, he rubbed them while attempting to read, which hampered his concentration. After 30 minutes of reading, the panel awarded him only a single point of professional experience. Sensing a significant reduction in the unusual sensations in his legs, Lin Feng returned to the open space by the bed and stood again, practicing the white ape embracing the moon. This time, Lin Feng chose to enter a flow state instead of adhering to a structured routine. He decided to set a timer for 20 minutes to create a sense of pressure. Everything around him, the room, the bed, the lighting faded away. He instantly slipped into a flow state, his mind consumed solely by the essence of the white ape embracing the moon. Even the sensation of pain seemed to be veiled, and with each breath, it felt as if he had forgotten the discomfort entirely. In an instant, that profound sense of immersion dissipated. Lin Feng realized that the time he had allotted for the flow state had elapsed, yet the anticipated overwhelming pain did not materialize. To his astonishment, despite standing for 20 minutes, he found himself capable of enduring it. The discomfort during the flow state was significantly less than the previous 10 minutes of practice. Gradually, he regained his composure and concluded his session. After completing this, Lin Feng exhaled deeply. Another notification appeared. You have experienced a transcendental training session. Your skill, white ape embracing the moon, has gained 61 experience points. Your profession, ancient martial artist, has gained 10 experience points. Chapter 10. The impact of flow on martial arts. Lin Feng was taken aback. The white ape's moon had astonishingly accrued 61 experience points, a rather remarkable surge. You have engaged in an ego-free training session. Lin Feng observed the notification displayed on the panel. Ego-free training? Could it be that this state of flow confers special advantages to martial arts practice? Indeed. Might it be that after elevating flow to level 2, the experience gained has significantly increased? Recalling that he had not yet utilized flow since its upgrade, Lin Feng returned to his desk. After a laborious effort to sit down, he retrieved his textbook, set a timer for 30 minutes, and activated flow. In the first level of flow, one generally acquires between 6 to 8 experience points per hour. I wonder how much can be gained at the upgraded level. As he immersed himself in the flow state, the distractions in his mind dissipated, leaving only the textbook before him. Beneath the gentle illumination, a slender youth sat at the desk, wholly absorbed in the book, occasionally jotting down notes in a nearby notebook. 30 minutes swiftly passed. Ugh. As Lin Feng exited the flow state, he felt a tumultuous upheaval in his stomach, and his head spun as if it might explode, leaving him utterly wretched. This discomfort stemmed from excessive duration in the flow state, a sensation he recognized all too well, having previously overextended his use of flow with similar consequences. What could be the reason? The second level of flow permits a total usage of 1 hour and 20 minutes. Having spent 20 minutes standing earlier and 30 minutes just now, he had only utilized 50 minutes in total, with an apparent 30 minutes still remaining. Why did it feel this way? Waves of nausea surged through him, compelling him to struggle upright, swaying unsteadily before collapsing onto his bed. Lying there, enveloped in the soft embrace of the blankets, a slight chill brought him a modicum of comfort. I am at full stamina. Flow should last 1 hour and 20 minutes. However, having expended considerable energy in the martial arts hall earlier and then continuing to stand, my stamina had not recuperated, resulting in flow only lasting an hour before my body could no longer endure. Or perhaps employing flow during martial practice consumes more stamina than during study. Lin Feng's thoughts became a chaotic tangle, and before he could untangle them, he succumbed to a deep sleep. He was utterly exhausted. The following day, the alarm clock rang at 5. Lin Feng awoke from his slumber, feeling rejuvenated after a night of rest. However, his body, oh dear, my legs. As he instinctively crawled out of bed upon the alarm-s sound, he discovered that his thighs felt as if they were not his own, and every movement sent sharp pangs of agony coursing through him. His arms ached terribly as well. Was this a result of overexertion during training? Or perhaps an accumulation of lactic acid? Had he known he would be so sore, he would have refrained from such vigorous activity yesterday. Wincing in pain, Lin Feng begrudgingly lay back down, relishing the comfort of his bed. After a few moments, he disregarded the discomfort and made an effort to sit up. On the floor beside the bed lay a pool of vomit, remnants of his experience with flow overload from the previous day. Just moments ago, he had reclined on the bed feeling unremarkable, but upon seeing the mess, an acrid and sour stench assaulted his senses. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated the events of yesterday, particularly how the duration of flow usage would diminish so drastically under such intense physical strain. This left him in a rather disheveled state. He accessed the data panel to review the notifications from the previous day. You have engaged in 30 minutes of deep learning. Your skill in biology has gained 40 experience points. Your skill in mathematics has gained 38 experience points. Your profession has gained 7 experience points. From the notifications, it was evident that all 3 areas had seen significant increases, especially the profession, which had risen by 7 points, equivalent to what one might gain in an hour under a level 1 flow state. After progressing to level 2, the rate of experience acquisition had doubled compared to level 1. However, when contrasted with the ancient martial artist who had gained 10 points in just 20 minutes, it paled in comparison. 10 points in 20 minutes implied approximately 30 points per hour, which was double that of the student profession. In addition to the professional experience, during yesterday's 10 minutes of flow, the skill White Ape Embraces the Moon had similarly increased by 61 points, nearly elevating it by half a level. Had the duration been extended slightly, it would have reached level 1. It seemed that flow, indeed, conferred a unique enhancement to martial prowess. These professional talents were undeniably formidable. Yet, he wondered what the first talent of the ancient martial artist was and whether the second talent could rival that of flow. Furthermore, his student profession was only at level 3. From the talent page, it was clear that flow resided in the lower half, indicating that new talents surely awaited him above it. The question lingered: at what level would new talents emerge, and how would they compare to flow? A glimmer of anticipation crossed Lin Feng's face. Initially intending to recline back into his warm bed, he was suddenly ignited with a fierce determination by these thoughts. He needed to level up quickly. Whether as a student or an ancient martial artist, acceleration of his advancement was essential. He shouted inwardly. Dismissing the pain that had previously held him back, and filled with resolve, he sprang into action. First, he gathered tools to clean the room thoroughly. Then he took his seat at the desk. After a brief hesitation, he activated flow. 50 minutes later, your profession as a student has gained 16 experience points. True to the morning's nature, his body was at its peak, and even his experience gained in the flow state had increased a few additional points. After completing his studies, Lin Feng refrained from hastily engaging in standing meditation. His body felt quite uncomfortable, leaving him uncertain about the feasibility of further practice under such conditions. Professional matters warranted consultation with an expert, and he planned to inquire at the Martial Arts Academy that evening. It was only a little past 6. With ample time before the first class at 7:45, this world was considerate of students, offering no early or late study sessions and providing weekends off. Therefore, Lin Feng opted against standing meditation and continued his studies. Previously, the only profession available was that of a student, which left one with no choice but to dedicate oneself entirely to it. The consequence of such unwavering commitment often resulted in laborious efforts yielding little reward, a situation characterized by inefficiency. After all, life requires a balance of tension and relaxation. Thus, Lin Feng mused, perhaps it would be wise to prepare breakfast, treating it as a form of respite. Although the culinary profession may seem unremarkable, the attributes and talents gained upon advancement are indeed valuable. After completing his morning ablutions, he entered the kitchen and, after a brief survey, resolved to prepare a nourishing breakfast: millet porridge, scallion pancakes, and 2 freshly sliced oranges. While slicing the oranges, he sought to refine his knife skills by meticulously peeling the fruit and dicing the peel into tiny cubes. Chapter 11. The martial arts experience. Here is your kung fu uniform, along with the key to your locker. The receptionist at the White Ape Martial Arts Hall led Lin Feng to a set of clothing and handed him a locker key. After filling out the necessary information, he was informed of a complimentary 3-day trial. Yet Lin Feng still paid a clothing fee of 300 yuan. Since you have classes during the day and prefer not to stay too late, you should attend Coach Feng's evening class. Coach Feng begins his lessons at 7 o'clock daily, which suits your schedule perfectly, and this particular class was just initiated 2 days ago, consisting entirely of newcomers, making it an ideal fit for you. Change into your uniform first, and I will escort you there. Coach Feng? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback as an image flashed through his mind, then nodded and entered the changing room. Shortly thereafter, a slender youth clad in a black martial arts uniform emerged. Not bad at all. Changing out of the school uniform transforms your appearance entirely. I hadn't expected you to look quite so dashing in that attire. The receptionist scrutinized Lin Feng with gleaming eyes. Let us go. I will take you to class 2. They walked into the training hall, arriving before a spacious training room where over a dozen young men and women were diligently practicing their punches against thin air. Among the crowd, Aside from a couple of individuals, most appeared somewhat lackluster in their efforts. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man in a coach's outfit, none other than Feng Lai, whom Lin Feng had encountered the previous day. To Lin Feng's surprise, he also spotted Lu Chang in the training room, who was currently demonstrating techniques to the students. Upon noticing Lin Feng's gaze, Lu Chang flashed a grin. "Coach Feng, this is Lin Feng, our new student. I am entrusting him to you. No trouble at all." "Xiaoya," the receptionist replied with a smile. "Coach Feng is being overly courteous. This is merely my duty." She then turned to Lin Feng and said, "Young man, focus on your studies. I hope to see your progress by tomorrow." With that, she turned and left. Previously, the receptionist had made it clear to Lin Feng that the trial lasted 3 days, and he could leave at any time. However, the clothing fee of 300 yuan would not be refunded. This was presumably to ensure Lin Feng would not last more than 2 days before deciding to depart. Hence the insistence on the non-refundable clothing fee. "Hello, Lin Feng. I am Feng Lai, your coach from this point forward. Please stand over there." Feng Lai gestured to a spot at the back of the group. "Understood, Coach Feng." Lin Feng obediently positioned himself accordingly. "All right, everyone, let us pause for a moment." Feng Lai addressed the group once they had halted. "I understand that many of you are growing impatient with the repetitive nature of practicing your punches. But such is the essence of martial arts. Every punch embodies skill. Allow me to demonstrate a few more times." Feng Lai crouched slightly and delivered a punch. Perhaps to ensure clarity for the group, his speed was not particularly fast, yet his movements were exceedingly precise. "Did you see that? Relax your shoulders and engage your core. It's not about how quickly you strike, but rather about understanding the power behind your punches. Take your time to adjust and discover your optimal force application. Now, continue practicing. Each of you should complete 200 punches, and once you have finished, I will teach you something new." Upon hearing of the opportunity to learn something new, a group of individuals immediately brightened, their excitement palpable as they began to throw punches with noticeably increased speed. Lin Feng stood at the back, mimicking the movements of Feng Lai as he practiced his punches. Lu Chang, who had been moving among the crowd, turned towards Lin Feng and advised, "Spread your legs a little wider. Yes, just like that. When throwing punches, there is no need to exert too much force, as you are just beginning to learn. Managing your strength is crucial. Excessive force could lead to strain or injury." Under Lu Chang's guidance, Lin Feng's previously awkward movements quickly became fluid and graceful. Although 200 punches may not seem excessive for Lin Feng, it was quite a challenge. Fortunately, he had anticipated a rigorous training session at the martial arts school today, and had taken the time to massage his thighs and arms throughout the day. Even during lunch, he unusually chose rest over reading, aiming to restore his energy and focus. The group continued to strike at the air, some completing their punches swiftly while others took their time. Although those in front and beside Lin Feng had finished, he remained unhurried, maintaining his rhythm as he attentively absorbed the sensations of his punches. Upon completing his 200 punches, he noted that the others had long since concluded their practice. "You have undergone a training session and received guidance. Your skill in basic boxing has increased by 13 experience points. Your profession as an ancient martial artist has gained 2 experience points. Guidance." In such a short span of 200 punches, receiving 13 experience points in basic boxing seemed to correlate with the instruction he had received. Lin Feng reflected deeply and realized that, after this bout of practice, his simplistic understanding of punching had indeed evolved into something more profound. "Now, I will teach you a vital aspect of martial arts," Feng Lai announced as the group completed their practice. At the mention of a crucial martial arts skill, excitement rippled through the crowd. Among them, a slender young woman with subtle makeup eagerly exclaimed, "Coach, are you going to teach us real martial arts?" Feng Lai replied calmly, "I have always taught martial arts. The physical training I provided the day before yesterday and the punching drills yesterday are all part of martial arts." "What sort of martial arts is that?" the woman retorted, pouting. "I mean real martial arts that can be used in combat." Feng Lai chose not to respond to her remark, continuing, "What I will teach you next is Zhuang Gong, the most essential foundational practice in martial arts. Zhuang Gong is divided into static and dynamic stances. Today, we will begin with the static stance." He then demonstrated the stance known as White Ape embracing the moon. Positioning himself steadily, "Those who cannot see clearly may come closer," he encouraged. The crowd swiftly surrounded him, Lin Feng included, as they leaned in to observe Feng Lai's movements closely. While the differences between Feng Lai's posture and Lu Chang's from the day before were subtle, such as the depth of his squat and the positioning of his hands, Lin Feng sensed a distinct quality in Feng Lai's execution. though he could not pinpoint the exact nature of the difference. Have you all gotten a clear view? This is the standing posture. And now I will demonstrate how to transition into a retraction stance. So pay close attention, Feng Lai instructed, gradually shifting from the standing position to the retraction stance. Lin Feng's heart stirred. Moments ago, he could not discern the differences between the two movements. However, as Feng Lai executed his technique, Lin Feng distinctly perceived that Feng Lai's actions were slower than Lu Chang's, yet they possessed an indescribable charm. It seemed that as Feng Lai elevated his palms, a surge of vitality flowed upward, and when he pressed his hands down to his chest, a torrent of blood energy returned to his body with his exhalation. Upon completing the motion, Feng Lai paused and remarked, "This encapsulates the entirety of the white ape embracing the moon technique, standing and gathering." Did everyone observe clearly? The crowd nodded in affirmation. Lin Feng also nodded, indicating his understanding. Yet several notifications appeared before his eyes. You have witnessed the demonstration of a practitioner who has attained the consummate realm of white ape embracing the moon. Your skill in white ape embracing the moon has gained 41 experience points. Your profession as an ancient warrior has obtained 7 experience points. Chapter 12. The rapid advancement of the martial arts school. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover that after observing Feng Lai's demonstration, he had gained 41 points of experience in the white ape embrace the moon technique and 7 points in his profession. He silently congratulated himself for not choosing to practice martial arts alone at home. Indeed, joining the martial arts school had proven to be the right decision. In the training area, Feng Lai, eager that everyone remember the movements, demonstrated the white ape embrace the moon once more. You have witnessed a demonstration by a master of the white ape embrace the moon technique. Your skill in white ape embrace the moon has gained 12 points of experience. Your profession as an ancient warrior has gained 3 points of experience. Once again, Lin Feng focused intently on Feng Lai's actions, leaving no detail overlooked. However, this time, he only received 12 points of experience in the white ape embrace the moon, a mere quarter of what he had earned during his first observation. Upon completing the demonstration, Feng Lai spoke. "I trust you have all memorized the movements? This is one of the foundational postures of our white ape martial arts school. The white ape embrace the moon. Now, return to your original positions and stand as I demonstrated." The group promptly obeyed, each person striking a pose reminiscent of the demonstration. Feng Lai and Lu Chang moved among the students, correcting incorrect postures. When Feng Lai approached Lin Feng, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he remarked, "Not bad." Before turning to assist another student, once he had finished the corrections, Feng Lai returned to the front and said, "This is how standing posture works. Now, let us practice withdrawing the stance. Remember, the movements must be slow and deliberate. Yes, palms facing upwards, inhale gently as you lift." After several repetitions of standing and withdrawing the stance, Feng Lai increased the difficulty. "This time, we will hold the stance for 10 minutes. Begin." At first, the duration seemed trivial and the students were brimming with confidence. However, after 4 or 5 minutes, they began to realize the challenge. 2 women were the first to falter. And shortly thereafter, more students succumbed to fatigue. Lin Feng, however, found the experience bearable. Though it became increasingly strenuous, it remained within his limits. Time's up. Now, perform the withdrawal movements. Remember, it is crucial to conclude the standing posture properly. Otherwise, failing to calm your energy can be detrimental to your health in the long run. Move a little, and in 2 minutes, we will continue standing for another 10 minutes. Upon hearing that they would have to endure another round of standing, groans filled the room. Among the more than 10 participants, only 3 or 4 were in good shape, while the rest were accustomed to a sedentary lifestyle. "Coach, standing like this is exhausting. Can we have a bit more rest?" pleaded the same woman who had earlier complained, her expression pitiful. Feng Lai cast a glance at her but chose to ignore her plea. Instead, addressing the entire group, "I understand that many of you enrolled in this martial arts program to acquire impressive skills, to enhance your physical fitness, or simply to learn self-defense. However, to achieve these goals, one must not shy away from hard work. Many of you have only heard of martial arts through television or second-hand accounts and have never experienced it firsthand." At this moment, Lu Chang, who had been standing quietly in the corner, stepped forward. Feng Lai continued, "I believe you all recognize Assistant Lu. Today, he and I will demonstrate what martial arts truly entails." Upon hearing the martial arts demonstration, the crowd was instantly electrified. In Lin Feng's recollection, during formal occasions such as training halls, when 2 individuals engaged in a contest, They would typically don protective gear like boxing gloves to prevent injury. However, neither Feng Lai nor Lu Chang seemed inclined to wear any protective equipment, standing quietly in the open space before the audience. Lu Chang, after offering a respectful salute to Feng Lai, suddenly swayed, and everyone's astonishment. He had closed the distance of 3 to 4 meters in the blink of an eye, arriving right beside Feng Lai. His fist descended violently towards Feng Lai's head, bearing no semblance of a friendly match. Earlier, Lu Chang had showcased his punching power against a bag, astonishing Lin Feng with a force exceeding 1,400 pounds. Now, the potency of his strikes, combined with their speed and ferocity, once again unveiled an extraordinary display of strength. Feng Lai deftly tilted his head, evading the blow with ease as Lu Chang's punch missed its mark. Undeterred, Lu Chang unleashed another strike, maintaining his rapid pace. Feng Lai sidestepped, the swift punch grazing past his nose. After dodging 2 consecutive punches, Lu Chang did not relent. Instead, he accelerated his assault, throwing one punch after another at Feng Lai. Yet, under the relentless barrage, Feng Lai danced gracefully, evading each blow as if he were a butterfly in flight, leaving Lu Chang's fist untouched. The spectators were left in awe, and Lin Feng was equally mesmerized. Realizing that his prior notion of a contest, one where each participant exchanged blows akin to a boxing match, had been completely overshadowed by the cinematic spectacle unfolding before him. After an indeterminate number of punches had been exchanged, Feng Lai finally decided to counter. With a casual upward motion, he caught Lu Chang's fist in his palm. The force of his grip sending Lu Chang staggering back several steps, clearly delineating the disparity in their strengths. The bout concluded there, with Lu Chang respectfully acknowledging Feng Lai before retreating to the side. This brief contest lasted but a few minutes, yet the ferocity of Lu Chang's strikes, coupled with the relentless pressure he exerted, contrasted sharply with Feng Lai's effortless defense, leaving everyone enlightened. Feng Lai, having emerged from the encounter without so much as breaking a sweat, surveyed the crowd and remarked, "The martial prowess of Assistant Lu and myself has been cultivated, much like your current training, through a gradual process of physical conditioning, striking drills, and stances. It is not an instantaneous achievement. To reach our level, one must endure hardships beyond what the average person can withstand." Following this demonstration, the morale of the crowd surged significantly. The earlier despondency dissipated, replaced by a renewed enthusiasm. After 9:30, Feng Lai concluded the training session, instructing Lin Feng and Guy to stay behind while dismissing the others. Despite the 2-hour training, which included breaks, Lin Feng found himself thoroughly exhausted. Nevertheless, he had gained from the experience. His ancient martial artist skills had accrued an additional 15 points. And both his foundational boxing technique and the White Ape Embrace Moon had seen improvements, with the latter even leveling up substantially. Curiously, during the break, a woman adorned with light makeup, who had spoken twice, departed and did not return to the training room. The crowd quickly dispersed, leaving only the 2 coaches, Lin Feng and the girl named Guyu, in the training hall. "You have no other matters to attend to. Our class convened the day before yesterday, and you 2 have only just arrived today, missing 2 days of lessons. Allow me to provide a brief recap." Feng Lai meticulously instructed the 2 of them on the movements from the day before yesterday and yesterday. The exercises were exceedingly simple, a set of physical training movements akin to squat jumps, along with the punching techniques they practiced earlier. "You have acquired the foundational skills of an ancient martial artist." Feng Lai diligently demonstrated the movements several times, and as Lin Feng followed along and mastered them, a notification appeared on his panel. Next came the punching techniques. Feng Lai did not forego further instruction simply because they had grasped the basics. Instead, he earnestly demonstrated the punches twice more and offered guidance to the 2. "You have received guidance from a seasoned martial artist. Your foundational boxing skill has gained 34 experience points. Your profession as an ancient martial artist has gained 6 experience points." Upon the conclusion of the lesson, Feng Lai took his leave. Lu Chang approached with a smile, inquiring, "How does the training feel?" Lin Feng, exhausted, replied candidly, "I fear I won't be able to rise tomorrow, Brother Chang. My body aches so much. Will I still be able to practice when I return home?" He voiced his concerns. Lu Chang laughed heartily. "Fear not. The more it hurts, the more you must practice. With time, the pain will subside. However, if your body truly cannot endure it, do take a break. Do not stubbornly push yourself." Lin Feng nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Brother Chang. By the way, aren't you a formal disciple of the martial arts school? Why are you acting as an assistant instructor? Once one becomes a formal disciple, As long as they meet the qualifications, they can apply to be an assistant instructor, Lu Chang explained. Lin Feng, curious, asked, "What is the difference between a student and a formal disciple?" There is indeed a distinction. The Bai Yuan Martial Arts School is merely one of the properties of the Bai Yuan Dao. Students are clients of the school, while formal disciples are the entry-level disciples of the Bai Yuan Dao. Bai Yuan Dao? Lin Feng was puzzled and inquired, "Is that a martial arts sect?" "Indeed." Lu Chang nodded. "So how does one become a formal disciple of the martial arts school?" "Primarily through strength. After practicing at the school for a certain duration. If one's abilities meet the requirements, they can become a formal disciple. Additionally, those with exceptional talent may be granted direct entry. After becoming a formal disciple, one can waive tuition fees, enjoy superior martial arts resources, and choose esoteric martial arts not available to ordinary students, much like me as a coaching assistant. With a salary to boot. Exceptional talent? Esoteric martial arts? Not only free tuition but also a salary upon becoming a formal disciple? Lin Feng felt quite intrigued. Observing Lin Feng's thoughts, Lu Chang chuckled, "Do not get ahead of yourself. In my years at the school, I have only seen 2 individuals directly become formal disciples due to their innate qualities. One possessed immense strength, able to lift 800 pounds at the age of 12, while the other had arms reaching past his knees, a natural prodigy, who drew the attention of the headquarters and was reportedly taken in as a disciple by a grandmaster within the sect. Their innate gifts set them apart from ordinary individuals like us. Ordinary individuals aspiring to become formal disciples of a martial arts school must endure several years of dedicated training to master their skills, much like I have." Chapter 13. Misunderstanding the White Ape Sect, one of the martial arts sects in the southern region of the Lihua Kingdom. Emerged from the Five Spirits sect 3 centuries ago. The current leader is Song Qing, a native of Jizhou in the Lihua Kingdom, who owns various enterprises including Muchu Pharmaceutical, the Bai Yuan Martial Arts School in the capital, and the Bai Yuan Martial Arts School in Beha City. It was the first time Lin Feng discovered that the Bai Yuan Martial Arts School was associated with the so-called White Ape sect. Unable to contain his curiosity, he conducted an online search upon returning home, revealing that the White Ape sect boasts over a dozen martial arts schools nationwide, a revelation that surprised him. However, when he searched for information on the Five Spirits sect and Song Chong, he found no further details. In the living room, Lin Guiting and Su Hong were engaged in different activities. One was watching the news while the other was scrolling through her phone. Today, Su Hong returned home after a prolonged business trip. With Su Hong present, Lin Xiao refrained from playing games excessively in the living room and instead retreated early to his own room. Fresh from a shower, Lin Feng dried his damp hair with a towel and leisurely walked into the living room, addressing his parents. "Dad, Mom, I have something I'd like to discuss with you." "What is it?" Lin Guiting inquired, momentarily puzzled as he noted Lin Feng's hesitant demeanor. With a smile, he suggested, "Is it about your allowance being insufficient? You can speak to your mother about that directly." Lin Feng shook his head. "While my allowance is indeed a bit lacking, that is not what I wish to discuss. I want to learn martial arts." After a day of experiencing the martial arts school, he realized that training there would significantly enhance his skills compared to remaining idle at home. Rather than waiting 3 days to complete his trial, he decided to communicate his desire to learn martial arts directly to his parents. Learn martial arts? Lin Guiting was taken aback, evidently startled by Lin Feng's sudden proposition. Su Hong, equally perplexed, asked, "Lin Feng, what prompted this sudden desire to study martial arts?" Upon saying this, she recalled something troubling and her expression shifted, prompting her to ask urgently, "You didn't encounter any issues at school, did you?" As a mother, Su Hong was far more perceptive than Lin Guiting. Her first thought upon hearing about Lin Feng's interest in martial arts was whether he had faced any adverse situations at school, such as bullying, which might have inspired his newfound ambition. Lin Guiting, reflecting on Lin Feng's recent changes, also experienced a shift in his expression. The anxiety displayed by his parents left Lin Feng somewhat bewildered, as it diverged from what he had anticipated. He quickly clarified, "Mom, it's not what you think. I haven't been bullied." After considering his words carefully, he continued, "I have always had a keen interest in martial arts. I simply hadn't mentioned it before. These past few days, my experience at the Bai Yuan Martial Arts School was remarkable, but the tuition is rather steep, amounting to 30,000 yuan per term." Su Hong's thoughts were not fixated on the financial aspect. She gazed intently at Lin Feng. "Are you truly unharmed at school? Son, rest assured. Regardless of what has transpired, do not be afraid. Just express yourself, and your father and I will certainly stand by you." Lin Feng observed that the concerns of his parents did not align with his own thoughts. He repeatedly clarified that nothing untoward had occurred at school and that his desire to study martial arts was purely driven by interest, devoid of ulterior motives. However, no matter how much he explained, they remained skeptical. After some back and forth, Su Hong said, "Regarding your martial arts training, your father and I will discuss it and provide you with an answer tomorrow." Lin Feng understood. 30,000 yuan was no trifling sum. He had already conveyed to his parents that he intended to enroll for just one term, without plans for long-term study. One term lasted 3 months, sufficient to establish a foundational skill in martial arts. Once he had acquired the basics, he believed that training alone would yield results comparable to practicing at a martial arts academy. Upon returning to his room, Lin Feng felt quite fatigued from the day's training. Given the late hour, he refrained from studying further and instead engaged in 20 minutes of flowing meditation. Performing the white ape embracing the moon stance before lying down to rest, he enjoyed a peaceful night devoid of disturbances. In the morning, he adhered to his routine of studying, practicing stances, and acquiring culinary skills. The only alteration was that he divided his meditative flow, dedicating 20 minutes to study and 30 minutes to stance practice. While he could sustain a single session of flowing meditation for an hour and 20 minutes at maximum capacity, doing so for extended periods could lead to considerable discomfort. Therefore, early in the day, he opted for a balanced 50-minute session, ensuring he felt neither lethargic nor unwell. He allocated 20 minutes to studying, extending his stance practice by an additional 10 minutes, ultimately standing for 30 minutes in a flowing state. He did not experience any significant discomfort and could still faintly sense warmth coursing through his body. After preparing breakfast, Lin Feng set the table. Lin Guoting and Lin Xiao had grown accustomed to his culinary endeavors over the past couple of days, showing little surprise. However, it was Su Hong's first time witnessing Lin Feng cook, and she expressed her sentiment with joy, remarking on how her son had matured. During breakfast, Lin Feng descended the stairs and brought out his electric scooter. Just as he exited Building 3, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure. Coach Feng, Lin Feng. Feng Lai emerged from behind Building 3, visibly taken aback upon seeing Lin Feng. "You live here?" "Yes, I reside in Building 3, Lin Feng replied, gesturing to the building behind him. He then inquired, "Do you live in Xinglong community as well?" "No, I don't reside here. I have a friend who lives here and spent the night," Feng Lai clarified. "Are you a student of number 2 high school?" "No more time for chit-chat. You must head to school to avoid being late." Lin Feng nodded. "Goodbye, Coach Feng." With that, he rode off on his scooter, though his expression remained calm. Lin Feng's mind was awash with questions, particularly regarding the peculiar appearance of Feng Lai. The coach looked notably haggard, his clothing marred with dirt, his pants torn with a considerable hole, and mud caked on his shoes. Where could such mud have come from on the city streets? He arrived at school without further incident and attended his classes. During the third period, which was biology, Lin Feng furrowed his brow at the scratching sounds of chalk against the board, struggling to quell his restlessness as he earnestly focused on the lesson. After a prolonged wait, he finally reached the end of the class. The panel displayed a message. "You have attentively completed a biology lesson. Your language skills have gained 8 experience points. Your student profession has gained 1 experience point. It seems that a single class only yields a meager 1 point of experience." As anticipated, Lin Feng realized halfway through the lesson that the content being taught today was something he had already studied independently, leading him to conjecture that the experience gained would be minimal. Indeed, despite his earnest attention, the experience accrued was merely a paltry point. This phenomenon was not confined to language classes. Even in biology and chemistry, his diligent listening no longer surpassed the experience he gained through self-study and problem-solving. With learning, flow, and an additional 3 points in intelligence, he swiftly caught up with his previously lagging grades. After a while, once he thoroughly comprehended all subjects of his first year, he feared that attending classes might yield no experience whatsoever. Lindsay. Lin Feng looked up to see a group of friends with whom he had previously enjoyed good camaraderie. He smiled and said, "Wenzi, why did you bring Xiao Fei and the others along?" He had already mentioned his intention to quit the internet, and bringing Xiao Fei along seemed futile. Zhang Wen shook his head. "Lindsay, we're not here about internet matters." "Then, after just completing the first class, your parents looked for me." Lin Feng was taken aback. Had Lin Guoting and Su Hong come to the school? Instead of seeking him out, they had quietly approached his classmates. "Is someone causing you trouble? Why didn't you tell us? Is it from the 2nd or 3rd year? We brothers are not afraid of trouble." Just let us know who it is, and we'll confront them together after school. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, realizing why Zhang Wen had also invited off Fei from the neighboring class. He couldn't help but chuckle. No, really, no one is causing me trouble. How could that be? Your parents asked me that way. Something must have happened. Tell us, who is it? Faced with the serious expressions of his friends, who were willing to stand up for him, Lin Feng felt somewhat touched. Some of them he had known since elementary school, while others were friends from middle school. Honestly, it's just a misunderstanding. If something truly happened, would I not inform you? Really no trouble? You all can rest assured. If anything arises, I will definitely call you. Just make sure to call us if something does happen. Don't bear it alone. Certainly. After much back and forth, they finally dispersed. Lin Feng watched as they departed and took out his phone to call Su Hong. Mom, did you come to school today? Yes, Su Hong readily admitted without evasion. What about now? We've already returned. All right. By the way, did you find out anything while at school? Actually, we didn't uncover much. It appears you really didn't deceive us. Your homeroom teacher mentioned that you ranked in the top 10 of your class in the recent mock exam. This statement implied that they had not only inquired with Zhang Wen and the others, but had also approached the homeroom teacher. Lin Feng felt a headache coming on and replied, Yes, I did place 10th in the class. Why do you not speak with us? What is there to discuss about such a trivial matter? Trivial? Su Hong's voice suddenly rose several octaves. Considering your performance in previous years, where you ranked at the bottom in that examination and now achieving a position within the top 10, how could this possibly be deemed insignificant to us? Chapter 14. The culinary master of transmutation and secret potions. Lin Feng hung up the phone, rubbing his ears after being scolded by Su Hong, who had ranted about concealing grades without addressing the bullying. It seemed that the two of them had inquired around the school and found no issues. Realizing that the bullying was merely their own wild speculation, Lin Feng, however, understood his parents' anxiety. He had suddenly proposed the idea of studying martial arts without any prior indications, which naturally led them to speculate about the reasons behind it. With the misunderstanding regarding bullying resolved, the next step was to persuade Su Hong and Lin Guiding to agree to his desire to pursue martial arts. A penny can defeat a hero, let alone 30,000 yuan. Money can indeed be a troublesome entity. Lin Feng felt a strong impulse to emulate the online novels of his previous life, such as the classic by Brother Potato. Unfortunately, even if he were to copy it, he wouldn't earn money anytime soon, and besides, he lacked Brother Potato's talent. Composing songs? With his lack of musical aptitude and ignorance of even the most basic music theory, that was out of the question. He did recall a few well-known songs, but if he were to sing them, even the most beautiful melodies would likely turn into a cacophony. Forget it, forget it. It's better to earnestly plead with my mother instead of indulging in such fantasies. Lin Feng concluded his daydreaming. He organized his chemistry book on the desk and recalled the matter of his courses. Chemistry was manageable, as he had only partially fallen behind the teacher's pace. But for biology this semester, he was nearly self-taught. With his current level of effort and the flow state he experienced, he believed he would complete all the courses for the semester in no time. He needed to procure the sophomore textbooks in advance. Zhang Wen's sister was in university. He suddenly remembered. He scanned the classroom and found Zhang Wen, hurrying over to him. Wenzi, I need a favor. What is it? Is it about the previous matter? No. As I mentioned before, nobody is bothering me. Lin Feng reiterated, then explained his request. Isn't your sister in university? Could you find me your sophomore and junior year textbooks and study materials? I'd like to borrow them. Why do you need sophomore and junior books? Zhang Wen asked. Bewildered. What else? To study, of course. Zhang Wen stared in astonishment. They had all been puzzled by Lin Feng's sudden seriousness towards his studies. The group had known each other for years. Lin Feng's grades had always been at the bottom, and they believed it was unrealistic to catch up in a short time. They had advised him against setting himself up for failure, insisting that his poor grades were acceptable, and that even if he wanted to improve, it should be gradual. They worried that he would harm himself by spending his breaks with his head buried in books. However, to everyone's disbelief, the results of the recent diagnostic exam revealed that Lin Feng had ranked 10th in the class. The group was left slack-jawed, and even the teachers were incredulous. Summoning Lin Feng to the office. To their astonishment, upon Lin Feng's return, the homeroom teacher personally announced to the entire class that Lin Feng had not cheated. This indicated that his achievement was solely based on his true capabilities. They never anticipated that within just a couple of months, Lin Feng would truly elevate his performance. From that point onward, Although his friends frequently teased him and urged him to visit internet cafes, they secretly held him in high regard. Now, as Lin Feng self-studied the sophomore curriculum, Zhang Wen sighed and remarked, "Lin, you are genuinely impressive now." There was no need for false modesty. Lin Feng grinned widely, saying, "The materials should be no problem. I'll bring them to you tomorrow." Resolving the issue of the sophomore textbooks with Zhang Wen brought Lin Feng a sense of relief, sparing him the trouble of seeking assistance from others. In the afternoon, after school, Lin Feng hastily ate a couple of pancakes by the roadside before rushing to the martial arts school. His objective for the day was to elevate his ancient warrior status to level 1. After 2 days of rigorous training, especially following his observation of Feng Li's demonstration and the guidance he received from him yesterday, Lin Feng's ancient warrior experience had significantly increased, reaching 92 points, leaving him just 38 points shy of the 130 required for an upgrade. Upon arriving at the martial arts school, Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, "What? My parents have already paid the fees for me? You didn't know?" Lu Chang replied, surprised. "I truly had no idea. They didn't mention it to me," Lin Feng admitted, astonished that Su Hong and Lin Guiting had directly settled his tuition. He had been contemplating how to persuade them otherwise. "Dad, did you too pay the martial arts school fees?" Lin Feng called home to inquire. "Huh, how about that? Are you touched?" Lin Guiting laughed heartily on the other end. Inside the martial arts school, as Lu Chang waited for Lin Feng to conclude the call, he said, "You are now an official student of the school. Xinya has already finished her shift. This is the identity card she asked me to give you." Xinya was the receptionist at the martial arts school. Lu Chang handed over an antique oval card and continued, "There is a distinction between official students and trial participants. You know that, right?" "I understand a bit, but not extensively," Lin Feng replied. "Let me explain. Regular students are allowed 1 medicinal bath and 2 massages each month. Don't underestimate these. Both the medicinal baths and massages utilize specially crafted herbal concoctions, which are highly beneficial for martial arts training. In addition to these, the school also provides a medicinal cuisine meal for regular students every day. Have you eaten yet? It's still early. How about we go upstairs for a meal?" I was just about to eat myself. Having only hastily consumed a couple of pancakes on his way, Lin Feng felt somewhat unsatisfied. Upon hearing Lu Chang's suggestion, he nodded and said, "Sure, but what about the medicinal cuisine? I've been eating it for a few years, the flavor isn't particularly outstanding, but it's first-rate for boosting vitality, especially the dishes designed for new students." Listening to Lu Chang extol the virtues of the medicinal cuisine, Lin Feng became increasingly intrigued. The two ascended to the 4th floor. Upon entering, they found a dining hall resembling a typical restaurant, where several disciples of the martial arts school were dining. Adjacent was the massage room. In addition to massages, those suffering from muscle strains could seek assistance from the herbalists inside, and the medicinal baths were also located there. Lu Chang gestured towards a brightly lit room on the other side. He then approached the restaurant window, presenting his student card to the censor without uttering a word or placing an order. The staff within promptly served a small porcelain jar. "You should swipe your student card," he advised. Lin Feng nodded and placed the newly acquired card against the sensor, hearing a beep as 2 messages appeared on the display: Phase 1 student and Level 1. A masked gentleman emerged from behind a large vat, retrieving a clay pot with a metal rod and placing it on a tray to hand it over. In addition to the medicinal dish, there were also ordinary vegetable options. Lin Feng selected 2 vegetable dishes and 2 portions of meat, and after adding rice, he followed Lu Chang to an unoccupied dining table. Once seated, Lu Chang remarked, "Here, the medicinal dishes do not come with side options. You must consume what is prepared daily. The only distinction lies in the kitchen providing different medicinal dishes based on the students' ratings, which are assessed by the coaches." This explanation clarified for Lin Feng, who had been somewhat bewildered, the information displayed on the electronic screen moments ago. "Let's eat. We must be swift," Lu Chang urged as he opened the porcelain jar before him. It was nearly time for the training session to commence at 7. Lin Feng hastily opened his clay pot, and as the lid was lifted, a surge of steam accompanied by an unusual fragrance wafted upward. The alluring scents of herbs and meat mingled delightfully. The so-called medicinal dish turned out to be a soup. He picked up a nearby spoon to inspect the ingredients within the jar, noting, alongside some unfamiliar herbs, several chunks of what appeared to be pigeon meat. After savoring a sip of the soup, Lin Feng's eyes lit up, prompting him to prepare for another scoop. At that moment, however, data suddenly manifested before him. "You have tasted the 4-herb return to origin soup. You have triggered the class change condition. Your chef level has not reached level 9. Your professional chef cannot transition to a secret medicinal chef. Chapter 15. Advanced Professions? Job Transfers? More job transfers? Lin Feng was taken aback, hastily scrutinizing the notifications presented on the panel. After reading, he found himself in a state of astonishment. He never anticipated that a profession could undergo a transfer. According to the information displayed, if his chef level were to reach level 9 today, would he not be eligible to transition into the so-called Master Alchemist Chef? Although he was somewhat unclear about what a Master Alchemist Chef entailed, he firmly believed that this role would undoubtedly surpass that of a mere chef. Furthermore, the very name suggested that a Master Alchemist Chef was no ordinary profession. At that moment, a thought began to blossom in his mind. Perhaps this chef, student, and ancient warrior were merely entry-level professions, foundational roles. Above these fundamental professions, there existed higher-tier roles such as the Master Alchemist Chef. Lin Feng's heart raced. If his conjecture was accurate, did this mean that these professions had even broader paths ahead? Just as he was lost in contemplation, Lu Chang's voice pierced through his thoughts, pulling him back to reality. Lu Chang, seated across the table, smiled and said, "What are you daydreaming about? Are you so taken by the medicinal soup?" The chaotic thoughts in Lin Feng's mind were interrupted, and he ceased pondering the job transfer. Realizing that the highest level among the three professions was only a level 3 student, far from the required level 9 for a transfer, he collected his thoughts, smiled, and took another sip of the soup, exclaiming, "Brother Chang, to be honest, I have never tasted such a delightful soup. Its flavor is truly extraordinary." This statement was indeed sincere. The soup's exquisite taste, combined with the unique aroma of the medicinal herbs, created an unparalleled blend. The first taste is quite astonishing, but after having it multiple times, it becomes rather ordinary. The two conversed amicably while enjoying their meal, and soon they had finished their dishes. After descending the stairs, Lin Feng furrowed his brow and remarked, "Brother Chang, is there something wrong with the food? Why do I feel so strange in my stomach?" He sensed a warmth in his belly, and a wave of heat began to envelop him. "Yes," Lin Feng nodded. "Is that so?" Lu Chang reassured him. "It's quite common for many people to experience such reactions after their first encounter with medicinal cuisine. There's no need to worry. It's a normal phenomenon." "Really?" "Indeed. But I must take my leave now. I need to visit Coach Feng. You should take a stroll for a while. Once the food has had some time to digest, practice standing meditation for a bit. In your current state, standing meditation will be highly beneficial for you. Remember, after you finish, be sure to perform the proper closing movements." With that, Lu Chang hurried off. Left to his own devices, Lin Feng wandered around the martial arts hall, which was bustling with activity. Most of the attendees were seasoned students training independently, while new students were limited to the second class taught by Feng Lai and a fourth class that commenced after 8:30. In the distance, a group had gathered in a clearing, where a man and a woman were engaged in a fierce sparring match. The woman was none other than Zhang Min, the senior sister Lu Chang had mentioned, whom Lin Feng had mistakenly thought was the receptionist during his first visit to the martial arts hall. The intensity of their battle was palpable, like a cunning rabbit. The speed of the movements was so swift that Lin Feng could scarcely discern them. Whether the combatants were male or female, he had only witnessed such prowess on television. With a resounding thud, after a few exchanges, the male fighter was sent soaring into the air, his body propelled backward with great force. Lin Feng gazed in astonishment. How could a slender woman, appearing to be in her 20s, manage to strike a burly man, towering over 6 feet, and send him flying 3 to 4 meters? What kind of strength is this? The martial arts of this world are truly extraordinary. On the training ground, the woman who had delivered the blow, Zhang Min, bowed slightly to the man on the ground, inquiring about her fellow disciple, Hong Yuan. "Are you all right?" she asked with a chuckle. "Ha, senior sister, I'm fine." The man replied, struggling to rise, a grin spreading across his face. "I thought I had made significant progress during this time, and I hope to last at least 30 exchanges against you. However, I didn't anticipate that you had improved even more. Last time, I managed to endure 20 exchanges. But this time, I barely lasted 15. Especially that move, the White Ape Hunter from the White Ape Mountain Fist, was truly ferocious. You're being too modest, Hong Yuan. Your 5 cloud hands and elastic kicks have reached a third of Coach Long's level. There were several variations that greatly benefited me. I am curious how you came up with the move falling flowers and leaves hidden within the right sweep. I was inspired by Coach Long's videos, drawing from his concealed techniques. But it was of little use. You easily evaded it." As the two exchanged insights from their recent sparring, Lin Feng, despite not comprehending their words, found himself engrossed. Their discussion filled in some of the gaps in his understanding, enhancing his awareness of martial arts. After listening for a while, he had to retract his gaze as he felt an increasing heat enveloping him, even his skin flushing slightly. Could a bowl of medicinal soup elicit such a strong reaction? Lin Feng was astonished. No wonder it cost 30,000. This money was well invested. He scanned the surroundings and found a secluded corner, preparing to practice his stance. The white ape embracing the moon had already reached level 1. He had anticipated the need for training and, in order to conserve energy, had chosen to rest after lunch. With over 20 minutes remaining until training commenced, he decided to stand for 20 minutes. Flow state. Lin Feng seamlessly entered the zone. Nearby, Zhang Min and the others, after discussing the white ape mountain fist for a while, rose to take their leave. Everyone, I have matters to attend to today. I shall take my leave, she said. Thank you, Hong Yuan, for your insights today. Senior sister, you are too kind. Let us discuss further next time. Zhang Min nodded and departed. Her beauty was striking. Clad in a well-fitted, specially designed black martial arts uniform, exuding an unusual air of grace and strength. The gazes of those around her were irresistibly drawn to her, and fellow students passing by could not help but glance back. Unfazed, Zhang Min continued on her way. Ahead, in a corner, a young boy was diligently practicing the foundational stance of white ape embracing the moon. She cast a fleeting glance at him, took a few steps, but then halted. Turning to observe the boy in the corner, the young lad stood there in a manner most proper, and it was evident that he had merely scratched the surface of the art known as white ape embracing the moon. What caught her attention was not the boy's stance, but rather an ineffable quality that eluded definition. She found it difficult to discern, but it evoked a peculiar sensation within her. Zhang Min furrowed her brows and approached slowly. At that moment, the boy had his eyes half open, and despite her nearing presence, he exhibited no reaction whatsoever. As she drew closer, she could distinctly perceive that his half-opened eyes had indeed registered her presence, yet he remained utterly unresponsive, entirely enraptured by his posture. This individual possessed a certain intrigue. Wasn't he the student from Erzhong just the other day? Zhang Min suddenly recognized Lin Feng. Could it be that his familiarity had piqued her interest? In an attempt to rationalize the odd feeling that had initially captivated her, she sought a plausible explanation. Having resolved her inner confusion, she ceased her observation and turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, she paused once more, for another thought crossed her mind. I recall this young one professing ignorance of martial arts. In such a short span of time, how could he have mastered white ape embracing the moon to even a rudimentary level? Zhang Min's brow furrowed slightly. While white ape embracing the moon was indeed simple, for one lacking any foundational martial arts knowledge, achieving even a basic understanding would require diligent practice, painstakingly honed over time. Even she herself had taken 8 days, under the guidance of a coach, to reach that same threshold. Oh, but this young lad merely claimed not to have studied martial arts. How can one be sure he was not deceiving? If he had trained in white ape embracing the moon previously, then attaining a foundational level would hardly be remarkable. Zhang Min chuckled inwardly, having unraveled the mystery, and with resolute steps, she departed without further hesitation. To think one could master a martial art in just a day or two. How utterly implausible. Chapter 16. The gifted overlord Lin Feng was blissfully unaware that his practice of the heart flow standing posture had captured Zhang Min's attention. As the euphoric state gradually dissipated and his consciousness returned, he realized that the time for heart flow had concluded. Rising slowly, he completed his session, a delightful tingling sensation coursing through his entire body. After standing for 20 minutes, he felt not fatigue, but rather an invigorating sense of well-being. Is this the effect of the medicinal cuisine? Lin Feng was somewhat astonished. The ordinary class of medicinal cuisine costing 30,000 yuan had such an impact. According to the front desk at the martial arts school, the special class costing 500,000 yuan features uniquely tailored medicinal dishes and secret tonics. He couldn't help but wonder what extraordinary effects they might possess. At that moment, a notification appeared regarding his standing practice. You have completed a session of self-forgetfulness training. Your skill white ape embraces the moon has gained 66 experience points. Your profession ancient warrior has gained 18 experience points. Despite the same duration and state of heart flow, this time the experience for his stance was only slightly higher than before, yet the professional experience had increased by a full 8 points. Quite impressive. Lin Feng exhaled, feeling the heat that had enveloped his body dissipate after 20 minutes of standing. With 18 experience points accumulated, he was merely 10 points away from leveling up. It appeared that reaching level 1 as an ancient warrior today was entirely feasible. As training time approached, Lin Feng wasted no further time and hurried to the training room. We will begin with 2 sets of physical training, followed by 2 sets of punching drills. Then, I will teach you the foundational boxing movement hanging. The prospect of learning something new brought joy to everyone, Lin Feng included. The 2 sets of training were completed swiftly, and Feng Lai began to meticulously explain the concept of hanging, demonstrating it repeatedly. You have observed a demonstration and explanation by a master of foundational boxing. Your skill foundational boxing has gained 65 experience points. Your profession ancient warrior has gained 6 experience points. Your ancient warrior level has risen to LV1. You have earned 1 attribute point and 1 talent point. Your profession ancient warrior has unlocked its talent. At last, he had leveled up. Lin Feng could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the ancient warrior tab to view the talent page. Overlord, passive increases recovery ability by 40%. Similar to the talents of student and chef, the first talent of ancient warrior was also a passive ability. A 40% increase in recovery ability? The description of the talent was not explicit about what kind of recovery it enhanced. Was it for health, stamina, mental acuity, or perhaps the healing of wounds? The lack of specification underscored the potency of this talent, implying that it could enhance all forms of recovery. Initially, Lin Feng had intended to allocate his newly gained talent point to upgrade Heart Flow to level 3, but after observing the capabilities of Overlord, he found himself hesitating. This recovery ability was immensely beneficial for him at present. The capacity to swiftly regain stamina and energy would undoubtedly resolve the exhaustion he faced after training. It also implies a reduction in sleep duration, which consequently allows for an increase in the time available for learning and training. Given the ability to swiftly recover physical strength and mental acuity, the time spent in a state of flow throughout the day would naturally be significantly extended. Upon grasping these concepts, Lin Feng hesitated no longer and promptly activated the first talent of the ancient warrior, his 3rd talent, known as dominance. In a moment of dazed clarity, a sensation akin to an electric shock coursed through his body, only to vanish instantaneously. Lin Feng subtly moved, sensing no unusual changes within himself. The talent points had been allocated, and now it was time to address the attribute points. In the realm of martial arts, it is indeed true that points could be invested in strength, agility, or constitution with equal merit. Allocating points to intelligence also proves beneficial as it enhances memory, which is advantageous for mastering the instructor's movements during training. In terms of efficiency, the choice lies solely between constitution and intelligence. Adding 1 point to constitution extends the state of flow by 10 minutes, while 1 point in intelligence prolongs it by 8 minutes. The difference is negligible. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Feng ultimately decided to invest his attribute points in intelligence, which currently offered the highest value for his efforts. Intelligence, 1011, an immediate chill enveloped his mind, rendering his thoughts extraordinarily lucid, as if a switch had been flipped within his brain, causing a torrent of data to flood into his consciousness. Having anticipated this, Lin Feng promptly shut his eyes, severing the influx of information, and upon reopening them, the phenomenon subsided. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he still absorbed a multitude of surrounding details. The man beside him, known as Li Gu, bore a noticeable lump on his abdomen. Could it be a tumor? The muscular individual across from him was clad in cartoon-themed underwear, quite distinctive. The measurements of the beautiful woman nearby were quite impressive, indeed. He noted the materials of the training room floor, the intricate design of clothing, and more. Coach Feng's heart appeared to have developed an unusual abnormality as well. This did not seem like a tumor. It bore a peculiar nature. Lin Feng felt a surge of curiosity. However, the information gleaned in that instant was incomplete, and lacking medical knowledge, he could not decipher its meaning. Rubbing his temples, which throbbed slightly, he chose to disregard the chaotic information swirling in his mind. For reasons unknown, Lin Feng experienced a curious state each time he augmented his intelligence. Everything around him transformed into an array of information flooding his consciousness. If he did not close his eyes, the deluge of data would overwhelm him with discomfort. During his initial intelligence enhancement, he had succumbed to the onslaught of information and fainted. Upon awakening, he felt extremely unwell and took considerable time to recover. In subsequent attempts, Lin Feng gradually mastered the technique of immediately closing his eyes after allocating points, thus averting any adverse effects. Nevertheless, he was still able to capture a wealth of information in those fleeting moments. All right, this is the action sequence from the fundamental boxing technique. Everyone, practice it," declared Feng Lai, standing at the forefront. Lin Feng observed Feng Lai's somewhat pallid complexion, which he had previously noted seemed rather abnormal for a martial arts instructor. Now, he understood it was due to an underlying illness. As training was about to commence, Lin Feng turned off the panel. After adeptly managing his talent points and attribute points, the next endeavor was to diligently acquire experience and elevate his professional rank. He firmly believed that with the recovery ability bestowed by the talent conqueror, the pace of his progression would accelerate significantly. Before long, the clock struck 9:30, signaling the end of training. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and exchanged greetings with Lu Chang before opting to depart. Upon returning home, he found Su Hong seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television show, while Lin Xiao pretended to read nearby, casting mischievous glances in his direction. The absence of Lin Guiting, his father, piqued Lin Feng's curiosity. "Mom, where's Dad?" he inquired. "He went to the park, claiming he was going to catch some cats," she replied. The matter of the blood cat remained unresolved. Much to Lin Feng's surprise, Su Hong, glancing at Lin Feng, asked with a smile, "How's your martial training going? Is it exhausting?" "Martial training?" Lin Xiao raised his head, looking perplexed at his brother and mother. "Of course it's arduous. It would be a lie to say otherwise. After training every day for the past couple of days, I've been utterly spent and sore, collapsing into bed each night." Lin Feng, however, would not express such sentiments in front of Su Hong, responding, "It's not too bad. Not overly tiring." "Mom, what are you and my brother discussing?" Lin Xiao interjected. "Your brother wishes to learn martial arts and has enrolled in a martial arts class. He has been training at the dojo every evening," Su Hong explained. "Ah, learning martial arts?" Lin Xiao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and then cried out, "Mom, I want to learn martial arts too." "Learn? You should focus on your studies instead. You're just being fickle," Su Hong chastised, delivering a playful slap to Lin Xiao's head to quell his enthusiasm. "Why can my older brother learn and I cannot?" Lin Feng, amidst Lin Xiao's protests, selected his attire and entered the bathroom, shedding his school uniform. Standing before the full-length mirror, he scrutinized his reflection. His gaunt frame revealed prominent ribs on either side, rendering him a decidedly lean figure, which explained his meager strength of merely 7 points. After several days of martial training, his physique appeared largely unchanged, though he had gained a slight tautness in his muscles. Lin Feng flexed his muscles, and to his surprise, the outline of six-pack abs began to emerge. If one were to obscure the ribs, his physique might not be deemed unappealing. In terms of appearance, his features were well-defined, particularly his striking eyes and pronounced eyebrows. However, his pallid complexion, combined with his slender build, gave him an overly delicate appearance. This was merely Lin Feng's perception, for at school, his looks garnered considerable attention from female classmates. During his time since transmigrating, he had received 3 love letters thus far. Just a few days ago, after ranking 10th in his class, he received a note from his former crush, by Yue Guang. "Lin Feng, the new bubble tea shop on Commercial Street is delightful. Shall we go for a drink after school?" Lin Feng hesitated for a full 10 seconds before ultimately choosing to decline. Chapter 17. Progress. Lin Feng gazed into the mirror, dissatisfied with his somewhat lean physique. Should he perhaps allocate some points to strength during his next upgrade? Yet, he pondered whether enhancing his strength attributes would truly result in increased muscle mass. He swiftly quelled such thoughts, recognizing that muscle could be developed through diligent training, while intellect appeared to be a far more elusive quality to augment through effort. Even with his current intellect rating of 11, surpassing the average by 2 points, he feared it would be arduous to discover methods for further enhancement. Among the 4 attributes, strength held the lowest priority for the time being. After finishing his shower, Lin Guicheng had returned. "Did you catch that blood cat?" Lin Feng inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "No," Lin Guicheng shook his head, his expression pensive. "It seems it wasn't a blood cat after all." Lin Feng's brow furrowed in confusion. Yesterday, several animals were found drained of blood, and according to the experts from the city, the wounds on these carcasses do not resemble those inflicted by a blood cat. The investigation is ongoing. Lin Guicheng sighed, burdened by the responsibility of overseeing the health of the animals in the forest park, which added to his troubles. Realizing that bringing work-related stress home was unwise, he smiled and said, "Let us not dwell on these vexing matters. How is your martial arts training progressing?" "Quite well," Lin Guicheng replied with a smile. "Martial arts is beneficial, at least it strengthens the body. However, you must not let your recent academic achievements slip due to your training. I was initially hesitant about you pursuing martial arts, especially since your grades have just improved, but your mother insisted on enrolling you. Don't listen to your father. He agreed too, claiming that martial arts would enhance your physical condition. Nonetheless, he is right. Academic performance cannot be neglected. The mutual concern masked within their dialogue was evident to Lin Feng. Beside them, Lin Xiao interjected with indignation. You two are being unreasonable. Why enroll my brother in a martial arts class and not me? Am I some sort of foundling? Ah, Su Hong exclaimed, her surprise palpable. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Old Lin, do you remember where we found Lin Xiao? Lin Guicheng furrowed his brow, adopting a mock-serious demeanor. Indeed, I recall it was in a garbage bin in the northern part of the city, and it was snowing at the time. I'm infuriated, Lin Xiao shouted. Su Hong and Lin Guicheng burst into laughter. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but join in. The fees for the Martial Arts Academy are exorbitant. It's impossible for both of you to attend. Your brother can learn and then teach you upon his return. Amidst the laughter, Lin Guicheng finally offered a suggestion. Lin Xiao, who had been fuming moments before, suddenly beamed with joy and turned to Lin Feng. Brother, teach me martial arts, please. Do you even know what martial arts are? Of course. I've seen it on television, Lin Xiao declared, leaping from her chair and demonstrating a few exaggerated moves. Lin Feng shook his head. Those are not true martial arts. I have witnessed authentic techniques at the academy just these past few days. What do they look like? Lin Xiao asked, her curiosity piqued. In the martial arts hall, I witnessed a young woman effortlessly send a man over 6 feet tall flying several meters away with a single punch. Given that the martial arts of this world surpass those of Blue Star, and with Lin Xiao now harboring a desire to learn, Lin Feng undoubtedly hoped to nurture her interest in martial arts. To ignite her enthusiasm, he exaggerated the prowess of these skills. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is the martial art truly that powerful? When have I ever deceived you? Brother, teach me quickly, Lin Xiao implored eagerly. Lin Feng slumped onto the sofa, feigning nonchalance as he replied, Teach you? Perhaps not. Why not? What is stopping you? She pressed. Training is incredibly arduous and exhausting. You simply want to be able to endure it. At her age, Lin Xiao was not one to tolerate being looked down upon. Defiantly, she retorted, I can endure it. You can't. I can. After a prolonged exchange of stubbornness, Lin Xiao was nearly beside herself with frustration, sensing the right moment for mockery. Lin Feng shifted his approach. I could teach you, but what if you can't keep up? She stammered. How about this? If I can't endure it after you teach me, I'll give you half of my allowance each week. Lin Feng proposed a challenge, successfully igniting Lin Xiao's competitive spirit. Without further ado, he stood and began to instruct her in the technique known as White Ape Embracing the Moon. Once he had taught her the fundamental movements, he said, For your first stance, some can only hold it for 6 minutes, while others can manage around 10. How many minutes will you choose? Lin Xiao countered. How long did you hold it the first time? 6 minutes. Then I'll choose 10 minutes. Her courage was commendable. Of course, she declared confidently. Get into position. I will start the timer. Lin Xiao complied and assumed the stance of White Ape Embracing the Moon. As time passed, after 5 minutes, Lin Xiao, initially unfazed, began to show signs of seriousness. Lin Feng chuckled. At the 7-minute mark, he raised an eyebrow in surprise, regarding Lin Xiao with newfound respect. Watching from the side, Su Hong noticed Lin Xiao's legs beginning to tremble and her face turning crimson with effort. Concerned, she said, Lin Xiao, maybe you should stop. It's already been 7 minutes. Lin Feng gently shook his head, signaling for her to remain silent. Moments later, as 9 minutes approached, Lin Xiao swayed dangerously, on the verge of collapse, yet she gritted her teeth and steadied herself. The seconds ticked by. Finally, the timer reached 10 minutes. Upon hearing the signal, Lin Xiao could no longer maintain her stance. She plopped onto the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Feng praised her, quite impressive. Of course I am stronger than you. He had to concede that Lin Xiao had indeed outperformed him. During his first attempt, he had only managed 6 minutes. Although he had provoked Lin Xiao with his words, her perseverance at such a young age had already eclipsed many. He nodded in acknowledgement. You are indeed stronger. But I trust you've now experienced the hardships of training. Lin Xiao's smug expression quickly faded as he realized that the practice of martial arts in reality diverged significantly from his prior imaginings. Lin Feng chuckled. Do you still wish to learn martial arts? Lin Xiao did not respond directly, but inquired, Brother, how long did you manage to stand during your first attempt? How long can you stand now? Lin Feng was uncertain. He could remain in a flow state for 30 minutes, yet that state felt markedly different from his usual condition. During training, he consistently stood for 10 minutes. At home, he aimed to accumulate experience points, always opting for the flow state, and had never truly stood for long in his regular state. "I want to see how long you can endure," Lin Xiao declared. Lin Feng was puzzled by his brother's curiosity about his standing practice, but he refrained from questioning further. He moved to the spacious area of the living room and gracefully adopted the stance of the white ape embracing the moon. This time, he chose to stand firmly without entering the flow state, having practiced for several days. He too wished to observe his own progress. As Lin Xiao commenced his standing practice, Su Hong turned off the television, and the three in the living room quietly focused on Lin Feng. Heart steady, as Feng Lai had mentioned. The essential element in the initial stages of standing practice was tranquility. Only through stillness could the heart attain peace, enabling one to endure physical discomfort and the irritations that might arise from within. Time slipped away unnoticed. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, gradually completing the concluding movements of his practice with neither haste nor delay. 24 minutes, Lin Xiao proclaimed loudly, glancing at his phone, and then turned to Lin Feng, asking, "Brother, when did you start practicing standing?" 2 days ago. "Ah, you've made such significant progress in just 2 days?" Lin Feng too found it somewhat remarkable. He had barely managed 6 minutes during his first attempt, and upon returning, even with determination, he could only endure 10 minutes before collapsing onto his bed without completing his practice. Such rapid improvement was likely due to his body adapting and the enhancement of the white ape embracing the moon stance. Lin Feng regarded Lin Xiao and said, "You understand now how demanding martial arts can be, right? Do you still wish to pursue it?" Lin Xiao remained silent for a moment before asking, "Brother, is it true what you said about being able to send someone flying 7 or 8 meters away? Are you pulling my leg?" "Not at all," Lin Feng replied. Not exaggerating unduly, Zhang Min could indeed send someone flying 3 or 4 meters, but she was merely a student at the dojo. The true masters were the instructors and the head of the dojo, who undoubtedly possessed the capability to launch someone 7 or 8 meters away. "Then I want to learn," Lin Xiao exclaimed with fervor. "I too wish to become that formidable." "In that case, set your alarm for 50 minutes earlier tomorrow," Lin Feng instructed. Chapter 18. Discovery in the darkness. Lin Feng opened his eyes, turned on the bedside lamp, and glanced at the time, discovering it was only 4:10 a.m. Rising from his bed, he felt surprisingly invigorated despite having slept for less than 5 hours, more so than after a typical 7 or 8 hours of rest. Was this the effect of the dominance? Although the soreness in his body lingered, it was nothing compared to the difficulty he faced getting out of bed 2 days prior. The 40% increase in recovery capability was indeed remarkable. His family remained asleep. After quietly washing up, Lin Feng made his way to the balcony. Below him lay a brightly lit driveway, deserted and void of any presence, while in the distance, darkness enveloped the area towards the Qing Shui River and the forest park. 2 moons, one full and one crescent, hung in the sky, casting a silvery hue over the surroundings. A gentle breeze swept through, leaving him feeling remarkably light. The morning air was refreshing. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude, now that his family had accepted his martial arts training. He no longer needed to practice stealthily in his room. However, the limited size of the balcony restricted his ability to engage in physical training, leaving him with no choice but to focus on other forms of practice. Thus, he decided to train his boxing skills. After loosening his joints, Lin Feng entered a state of flow. As it was his first time utilizing this flow state for boxing, he prudently set a timer for 10 minutes. The energy expenditure for learning differed from that of standing still, and both varied significantly from the energy used in boxing. He would need to gradually ascertain the duration of the latter two activities while in a flow state. You have engaged in a state of flow training. Your foundational boxing skill has increased by 26 points. Your professional skill has increased by 6 points. Lin Feng exhaled deeply and rose slowly, stretching slightly. He felt that 10 minutes of punching had not overly fatigued his body. Without resting, he once again entered the flow state and diligently continued his practice. After using the flow state for the 3rd time, with 10-minute intervals, he found himself utterly exhausted, especially his arms, which had lost all strength. The exact duration of his flow state remained unmeasured, but he discovered that he could sustain continuous punching for a maximum of 30 minutes in this state, clearly indicating that the exertion from boxing exceeded that of standing still. However, after these 3 sessions of practice, combined with prior experience, his foundational boxing skills successfully advanced from LV0 to LV1. Further training in boxing was no longer feasible. Returning to his room, he retrieved his textbooks from his backpack and began studying. With the data panel now available to him, time had transformed into an invaluable treasure in Lin Feng's eyes, and he was resolute in avoiding any waste. Feeling fatigued from training, he shifted his focus to learning. An hour later, as he emerged from his room to resume his martial arts practice, he was met with an unexpected sight. In the moonlight, Lin Xiao stood motionless on the balcony, striking a pose reminiscent of a white ape embracing the moon. Ah, the young lad has truly risen. Following this, Lin Feng engaged in standing meditation, guided Lin Xiao, prepared breakfast, and attended class, the day passing peacefully. In the evening, Lin Feng arrived punctually at the martial arts studio to commence training. The session began, as usual, with physical conditioning, followed by punch practice and stance training. However, Feng Lai mentioned that after completing a set, he would impart new techniques, which motivated the students to be more proactive than the previous day. Once the physical training concluded, they moved on to striking practice. Lin Feng, have you practiced martial arts before? Amidst a group of ordinary trainees, Lin Feng's punches were notably distinct, not due to their force, but because each strike exuded a remarkable steadiness, indicating a clear mastery of punching techniques. As the coach, Feng Lai could discern this difference. Lin Feng had seemingly begun to grasp the fundamentals of striking. Thus, he inquired whether Lin Feng had prior martial arts training. This question piqued the curiosity of the surrounding trainees, who paused their punches to listen. Lin Feng halted his movements and replied, "Coach, I have not practiced martial arts before." "Not at all." Feng Lai pressed. "Not at all," Lin Feng confirmed. "Unless you count calisthenics as martial arts." Feng Lai pursed his lips, remarking, "I observed that your punching technique is commendable, which led me to assume you had some prior training." "No matter, I was merely inquiring. Please continue with your practice." With that, he moved away, directing other students on their incorrect punching postures. 300 strikes were swiftly completed. After a 5-minute break, they began stance training. Over the past 2 days of training, the students' execution of the white ape holding the moon posture had improved significantly. It was no longer a chaotic display, but rather looked more refined. Feng Lai's gaze remained fixed on Lin Feng, whose expression was inscrutable, yet his mind was awash with confusion. He distinctly recalled that on the first day, Lin Feng had fumbled through the demonstrations like an inexperienced novice. Yet, if he had no prior training, how could he have mastered the power behind his strikes in such a short span? Had he truly entered the realm of white ape holding the moon? Was this young man exceptionally perceptive, or was he being deceitful? Suppressing his doubts, Feng Lai spoke again. "Lin Feng, are you certain you have never practiced martial arts?" His barrage of questions drew the attention of the others. Even Lu Chang found it curious. "Coach Feng, nothing to worry about. Continue your practice. I merely find Lin Feng's martial arts technique quite methodical, which has sparked my curiosity regarding his prior experience." Lin Feng, feeling somewhat exasperated, reiterated, "Coach Feng, I truly have not studied martial arts before. I would like to examine your physique, if you don't mind. Don't overthink it. I see you possess a natural talent for martial arts, and I wish to assess your foundational attributes." Lin Feng had no objections and was intrigued by how Feng Lai would conduct the examination. "Feel free. It may hurt a bit. Bear with it," Feng Lai said. And without waiting for Lin Feng's response, his large hand clasped around Lin Feng's neck. The fingers, as hard as iron, pressed against his skin, exuding a chilling sensation rather than warmth. Lin Feng felt a sudden tightness in his chest, akin to being grasped by an iron hand, causing his body to bristle with apprehension. He believed that if this hand were to tighten even slightly, his cervical vertebrae would surely be crushed into a pulp. The fingers pressed down firmly against his bones, gradually moving downward, causing Lin Feng to furrow his brow in discomfort. Following the examination of his neck, Feng Lai proceeded to assess his shoulders, arms, neck, thighs, and calves. Feng Lai meticulously examined Lin Feng, and upon completion, he was filled with astonishment. For he discovered that Lin Feng had indeed spoken the truth. He had never practiced martial arts, not even the foundational stances. This indicated that, regardless of the boxing techniques or the white ape embracing the moon, Lin Feng had genuinely grasped the essentials in merely 2 days. Such comprehension was truly remarkable. At that moment, Feng Lai felt as though he had unearthed a precious jade among a pile of stones. However, this gem was not without its flaws. Firstly, his innate talent was somewhat lacking, and secondly, he was a bit older than ideal. How he wished he had discovered this talent a few years earlier. Alas, how regrettable. With a heart full of lament, Feng Lai discreetly withdrew his hand and said to Lin Feng, "It appears I misjudged you. You truly have not practiced martial arts before." He then added with a hint of significance, "Your potential is quite impressive. I possess a martial arts technique that would suit you well. Would you be interested in learning it?" Chapter 19. The Edge. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the significance of Feng Lai's actions. However, considering his aspiration to master martial arts, he could hardly refuse, promptly nodding in agreement. "If Coach Feng is willing to teach, I can only express my gratitude. How could I possibly decline?" "Very well. This technique is known as the White Ape Mountain Fist, consisting of 18 distinct moves. I shall demonstrate them to you first." The White Ape Mountain Fist? Wasn't that the very technique Zhang Min used to send a person flying the other day? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel elated. Nearby, other students interjected, "Coach Feng, may we learn as well?" "Yes, all of you may learn. However, how much you can grasp depends on your individual abilities." This statement left many perplexed, yet the prospect of learning a new martial art filled the group with excitement. Observe closely. Feng Lai crouched slightly, his arms lifting gently as he began to move. Although he claimed to be teaching, he did not break down each move or elucidate their key points. Instead, he executed each technique fluidly in succession. At that moment, Feng Lai embodied the essence of an elder ape surveying its domain, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. With moves such as the white ape hunts the tiger and the white ape captures the leopard, each technique appeared deceptively simple on the surface, but was laced with lethal intent. Naturally, as novices, Lin Feng and his peers could not perceive the underlying danger. To them, Feng Lai's actions seemed merely a step above calisthenics. Lin Feng furrowed his brow in concentration. The techniques Feng Lai showcased were varied, each with distinct footwork, hand placements, and body rotations. Even with his heightened intelligence and superior memory, he found it impossible to retain every detail. "Coach, could you teach us more slowly?" one student ventured. "Indeed. This set of movements is vast. How could we possibly remember them all at such speed?" Feng Lai ignored the outcries and focused his gaze on Lin Feng, inquiring, "Do you require me to teach you each move meticulously?" At this juncture, even Lin Feng, with his keen insight, realized something was amiss. He was a person of considerable thoughtfulness, and he soon understood that this was likely a test from Feng Lai, assessing his aptitude for martial arts. Was this an evaluation of his martial talent? Reflecting on Feng Lai's earlier inquiries, Lin Feng speculated that it was indeed due to his advancement in the white ape embrace and the foundational techniques reaching level 1, which had caught Feng Lai's attention. He meticulously recalled Feng Lai's previous statements, and it seemed highly probable. Feng Lai had already discerned his martial prowess. Should he conceal his abilities, or perhaps not? As Lin Feng pondered, he recognized that his data panel was his greatest secret, one that he would never reveal to another soul. Yet, what was there to hide regarding the martial talent bestowed by his attributes? Given the current circumstances, it was evidently more advantageous to be open about it. However, having only retained half of the 18 techniques demonstrated, if Feng Lai were to teach him each move individually, Lin Feng feared that his score in Feng Lai's estimation would significantly diminish. After a moment of silence, Lin Feng spoke. "Coach Feng, could you perform the sequence once more?" "Oh?" Feng Lai raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his features. He had clearly understood Lin Feng's intent. He was not asking to be taught, but to witness the demonstration again. "Very well, this is intriguing. I shall perform it once more." Upon concluding his demonstration, he commenced anew, this time with genuine intent rather than instruction. His movements were executed with fluidity and precision, each technique markedly swifter than his prior teachings. However, the latent danger within his actions was far more pronounced. Regrettably, the onlookers in the training room perceived only the superficial excitement of the display, with some failing even to notice that. "This is far too rapid. How can one possibly remember?" pleaded one of the students. "Coach Feng, could you perhaps slow down a bit? We can't keep up." Yet, Feng Lai appeared oblivious to their pleas, immersed in his own practice. In that moment, Lin Feng's perception of the world around him faded. The cacophony of noise dissipated, leaving only the silhouette of Feng Lai in his vision. Each motion vividly etched into his mind. Lin Feng, the coach is calling you." A fellow student rapped him on the shoulder, rousing him from his reverie. "Haha, this little brother is simply adorable. Coach Feng is specifically teaching you martial arts, and you're daydreaming? What could you possibly be pondering?" Feng Lai's expression turned grim. He had not anticipated that this young man would be lost in thought during his earnest demonstration. With a huff, he inquired, "Well then, How much have you managed to learn? Before Lin Feng could respond, the others interjected. Coach, that question is rather daunting. You moved so swiftly. Who could possibly remember anything? I barely managed to recall 3 moves. I only managed to remember 2. The crowd continued to express their disbelief. And you, Lin Feng? Feng Lai specifically asked. The sequence of the White Ape Mountain Fist's 18 forms flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He did not feign ignorance, but replied candidly. I have grasped the general idea. I'm unsure about a few moves. Oh, this response caught Feng Lai by surprise. His anticipation peaked. Show me what you can do. Lin Feng nodded, and the crowd erupted in astonishment. He can remember this? Grasping the general idea implies he has memorized them all? This lad was just daydreaming yet claims to have a grasp of the fundamentals. Surely, he jest. Despite the skepticism permeating their remarks, they parted to grant Lin Feng ample space to demonstrate. 1 move, 2 moves. In the center of the training area, Lin Feng clumsily executed the techniques he had retained. In the hands of a novice like him, these moves lacked both power and grace. Yet he persevered to perform them all. Feng Lai's expression transitioned from calm to astonished, ultimately culminating in delight. Ah, you truly remembered? How is this possible? The surrounding students gazed at Lin Feng in disbelief. Feng Lai, in high spirits, remarked, although it cannot be said that you remembered everything. There are indeed 2 moves that are incorrect and 1 transition that poses an issue. The onlookers fell silent, even with errors. He had indeed memorized the entirety of the 18 forms. Feng Lai then instructed, Lu Chang, please teach the foundational movements to everyone. Lin Feng, come with me. Understood. Lin Feng followed Feng Lai out of the training room, amidst the astonished gazes of his peers, ascending to the 3rd floor and halting before a locked door. Feng Lai swiped his card to unlock it, revealing yet another training room. The training room is smaller than the one on the 2nd floor, featuring mirrors on 2 walls, and the flooring is not cushioned but rather covered with thick carpets. Feng Lai remarked, this is a private training room. I will grant you access shortly. Lin Feng displayed a look of confusion. Feng Lai did not elaborate but inquired, do you understand my reasoning for this? Is Coach Feng appreciating my martial arts talent? Indeed. Your talent is commendable. However, your foundational skills are lacking, and you are somewhat advanced in age. Had I encountered you a few years earlier, this process would not be as cumbersome. With your aptitude, I would have directly accepted you as my formal disciple. Nevertheless, while you have demonstrated exceptional ability, it is still insufficient. Further excellence is required. Lacking foundational skills, Lin Feng reflected on his physique rating of 9, strength of 7, and agility of 9. Realizing that his physique and agility were merely average, and his strength was indeed lacking. Practice the White Ape Mountain Fist once more. Understood. Lin Feng nodded and complied. Stop. The force behind the first move, the totem cloud lift, must be substantial, and your footwork should be light. Before Lin Feng could complete a move, Feng Lai halted him, pointing out the inaccuracies. Following Feng Lai's guidance, he attempted the totem cloud lift again. Excellent. Just like that. Proceed to the next move. With every technique Lin Feng executed, Feng Lai corrected the mistakes until he grasped the essence before moving on to the subsequent move. After completing the 18 techniques under meticulous instruction, several notifications appeared before his eyes. You have received guidance from a master of the White Ape Mountain Fist. Your skill in White Ape Mountain Fist has gained 78 experience points. Your profession as an ancient warrior has gained 9 experience points. Chapter 20. Is having hands enough? For the past few days, you have diligently practiced the White Ape Mountain Fist. If within 3 days you can master it to the entry level, I shall petition the martial arts school to accept you as an official disciple. After instructing Lin Feng, Feng Lai revealed his intentions. His earlier teaching was merely to gauge Lin Feng's innate talent, and he was exceedingly pleased with Lin Feng's performance. The true test, however, lay in whether Lin Feng could reach the entry-level proficiency of the White Ape Mountain Fist within 3 days. Lin Feng was taken aback and lifted his gaze. He was already aware of the advantages of being an official disciple from Lu Chang. To become an official disciple upon reaching the entry level? But what exactly constitutes the entry level? Lin Feng did not hesitate to inquire directly of Feng Lai. Martial arts are categorized by levels of mastery: entry level, proficient, adept, accomplished, and perfected. To reach the entry level, one must grasp the fundamental movements and the basic techniques of exerting force in the martial arts. For instance, if your basic boxing techniques in the White Ape Embrace Moon have reached the entry level, how else would I have taken notice of you? Understanding dawned on Lin Feng as he realized that achieving level 1 in skills was synonymous with the entry level. White Ape Mountain Fist incomplete, 86-190. Lin Feng accessed his attributes panel after the previous demonstrations and guidance. He had gained over 80 experience points in the White Ape Mountain Fist, with just 104 points remaining to reach entry-level proficiency. Could this truly be achievable within 3 days? It seemed almost too simple. Yet, he found it curious that the experience required to elevate the newly learned White Ape Mountain Fist to level 1 was not the usual 130 points, but rather a staggering 190 points. An additional 60 points were needed this time. Nevertheless, with determination and focus, even this increased requirement seemed surmountable. Moreover, the term incomplete associated with the White Ape Mountain Fist suggested that the technique taught by Feng Lai was not entirely whole. Was it indeed flawed? Practice diligently. I hope you do not disappoint me, Feng Lai advised before departing. In the vast training room, Lin Feng found himself alone. Becoming an official disciple? That seemed quite promising. According to Lu Chang, official disciples appeared to be exempt from tuition fees and received additional benefits. Had he known this beforehand, he would not have paid the 30,000 yuan in tuition yesterday. He pondered whether he could reclaim that fee upon becoming an official disciple. Once he achieved that status, he would certainly inquire about it. Lin Feng began to stretch and earnestly practice the White Ape Mountain Fist. After 9:30, Lu Chang entered the training room and, seeing Lin Feng diligently at work, chuckled, "You're sweating profusely. Take a break." Lin Feng halted his movements, took the towel Lu Chang offered, and wiped his brow. "Have your training sessions concluded?" Lu Chang nodded. "It has ended. Coach Feng has stepped out for a moment. He asked me to inform you that if you feel tired, you may return at any time. Not too fatigued. I will practice a bit longer before heading back." Lin Feng, having just completed an exhausting training session, took a moment to rest. Perhaps due to the innate prowess of his talent as a dominant, he felt remarkably more adept today than he had the previous day. The two sat upon the carpet, and Lu Chang remarked, "Lin Feng, I never anticipated your martial arts aptitude to be so exceptional. It truly is astonishing. How did you manage to memorize those 18 moves? After years of practice, I have only barely managed to grasp 5. Perhaps I possess a good memory." Lin Feng replied modestly. Without the activation of his flow state, even if Feng Lai were to teach him again, he could not possibly retain all those techniques. "Your memory is indeed extraordinary, I must concede," Lu Chang acknowledged, pointing towards the training room. "Coach Feng has informed me that your access to this training facility has been activated." With curiosity, he continued, "This individual training room is typically reserved for coaches and elite students. What circumstances led Coach Feng to permit you to train here?" Lin Feng, without hesitation, disclosed that he had achieved an entry-level proficiency in the White Ape Mountain Fist and shared that Feng Lai was willing to accept him as an official disciple. "What?" Lu Chang was taken aback, incredulously responding, "Did Coach Feng say that if you reach an entry-level proficiency in the White Ape Mountain Fist within 3 days, he would accept you as a formal disciple?" "That is indeed what Coach Feng said," Lin Feng confirmed. Lu Chang gasped, murmuring, "I knew you had talent, but I never imagined it was to such an extent that you could qualify as a formal disciple. This is a special recruitment. Over the years, only 2 others have been specially recruited by the Academy, and you would be the 3rd. However, one must undergo a test," Lin Feng reminded him. "True, but even earning this opportunity for special recruitment proves you are far superior to the average individual. Take me, for instance. After 6 arduous years of training, I barely attained the qualification to become a formal disciple, having only succeeded through multiple rounds of competitions. The disparity between individuals can sometimes be more pronounced than that between humans and dogs," Lu Chang lamented. He then added with a serious tone, "However, to achieve entry-level proficiency in a martial art within 3 days is indeed a formidable challenge, far from trivial, especially considering that the White Ape Mountain Fist is no simple technique. Nonetheless, one must strive with determination. Who knows what might happen?" Lin Feng replied. "Therefore, seize this opportunity. As becoming a formal disciple is no less significant than gaining admission to a university, it is a rare chance in your life." "Ah, certainly." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "I suggest you take a 3-day leave from school and devote that time entirely to mastering the White Ape Mountain Fist. If requesting leave proves difficult and you are hesitant to discuss it with your family, you may provide me with your parents' contact information, and I shall speak to them on your behalf." Lin Feng was taken aback by Lu Chang's emphasis on the importance of becoming a formal disciple. It is well known that, whether in Blue Star or this world, gaining admission to a university is one of the best pathways for an ordinary person to ascend in life. making it one of the most significant endeavors for the average individual. Hence, Lu Chang's comparison of becoming a formal disciple to gaining university admission was nothing short of remarkable. Thank you, Changge, Lin Feng said politely. There's no need to trouble you about taking leave. I can handle it myself. Lu Chang seemed to see through Lin Feng's thoughts and advised him. Do not take this lightly. The White Ape sect wields considerable influence in the Land of Fire. Once you become an official disciple of the Martial Arts Academy, you will be one of their followers. Relying on this powerful entity will surely grant you a more favorable life than most. Moreover, your innate talent has already caught their attention. If you truly become an official disciple, your future achievements are bound to surpass those of ordinary disciples. Do you know how much Coach Feng earns in a month? Lu Chang inquired. Lin Feng shook his head, indicating he did not know. 100,000, Lu Chang replied. Coach Feng's monthly salary alone amounts to 100,000. In addition, there are various allowances for medication and other expenses. When calculated in monetary terms, his annual income exceeds 2 million. 2 million? Lin Feng was astonished. In Beia City, a salary of 10,000 per month is considered among the highest. Ordinary workers rarely earn such substantial wages. For instance, Su Hong, who works in pharmaceutical sales, earns a relatively high salary among commoners, making just over 10,000 a month, occasionally reaching 20 to 30,000 when her business is thriving. Not to mention, 2 million a year is extraordinary. It is no wonder Lu Chang referred to this as a rare opportunity in life. Indeed, it is for an average person. Lin Feng asked Lu Chang. Earlier you mentioned that teaching assistants also receive a salary. May I inquire about yours? I have only been an assistant for a short time, and my monthly salary is modest, merely 10,000, Lu Chang replied. Lin Feng felt a twinge of envy. To be honest, while the coach's salary is indeed high, it feels far beyond his reach, something he cannot attain in the near future. However, becoming a coach's assistant seems feasible once he becomes an official disciple of the Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 21. The apothecary Lin Feng was contemplating the matter of the assistant instructor when Lu Chang, seated beside him, inquired, Lin Feng, have you yet made use of your monthly medicinal bath and bi-weekly massage? Not yet, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. I've been training late into the night these past few days and have not had the opportunity. Lu Chang suggested, I recommend that over the next 3 days, you take advantage of the massage at least once, and you might as well indulge in the medicinal bath as well. Both the bath and the massage serve to alleviate fatigue and enhance vitality. Moreover, he continued, the apothecary on the 4th floor of the martial arts hall offers a tonic known as the Qi and Blood Pill, which would be particularly beneficial for you at this stage. However, it is rather costly, priced at 5,000 yuan per pill. Do not hesitate. In comparison to the expenses of formal disciples, this is but a trifling sum, he added. Lin Feng nodded. Though he felt reluctant to divulge to Lu Chang that mastering the Ba Yuan Xing Shan Quan was hardly a challenge for him, the so-called trial was as good as resolved. I will discuss this with my family, but what exactly does the Qi and Blood Pill do? He asked. The first stage of martial arts practice focuses on strengthening the body, which involves various forms of training to build muscle and enhance bone strength, thereby fortifying one's vitality. However, mere consumption of ordinary food, even if it consists solely of meat, is insufficient for nourishment. One must also consume copious amounts of medicinal cuisine and vitality-enhancing pills, such as the Qi and Blood Pill. Lin Feng grasped this, yet a new question arose in his mind. If the first stage was about physical enhancement, what constituted the second stage? When one has sufficiently strengthened the body, their vitality surges like a dragon, and from this intensity, a special inner power is birthed. This stage is known as inner strength. Following that are the stages of opening meridians, unblocking acupuncture points, practicing the organs, transforming the marrow, and true form. Opening meridians. True form. Brother Chang, which stage are you currently in? I am still in the first stage, still some way from achieving the vitality of a dragon. I barely qualify as having completed the body-strengthening phase, Lu Chang responded. Lin Feng was taken aback. The fact that Lu Chang, who could unleash over 1,400 pounds of force, had only reached the first stage and was not even fully realized in it, was astonishing. If the first stage was this formidable, what could the subsequent stages entail? His curiosity piqued. Lin Feng eagerly pressed Lu Chang for more details. To his surprise, Lu Chang shook his head and said, I am uncertain. I cannot even describe what true form entails, let alone opening meridians. These realms are merely what I have heard others discuss. The specifics elude me. Among the formal disciples at our martial arts hall, Only Sister Zhang Min has attained the vitality of a dragon and fully realized body enhancement. As for inner strength, perhaps Brother Tongbin on the 4th floor has achieved that level. I am unaware of what realms the instructors have reached. But you have witnessed the duel between me and Coach Feng. We did not rehearse. It was not a staged performance, but a genuine contest. And yet I could not lay a finger on a single hair of Coach Feng. The notion that there was no rehearsal, and thus no pretense, struck Lin Feng with astonishment. He recalled how Coach Feng had moved with effortless grace under Lu Chang's relentless assault. It seemed that Coach Feng's prowess was indeed extraordinary. Brother Chang, I would like to inquire how an ordinary student at the martial arts hall can become a formal disciple? Lu Chang chuckled. Indeed, Junior Brother Lin. You have quite a few inquiries. For an ordinary student to become an official disciple is quite a challenge, as there are numerous prerequisites. Firstly, one must study martial arts at the academy for no less than a year. Secondly, one must achieve mastery in 3 foundational martial arts. Thirdly, within the formal techniques taught at the academy, one must attain proficiency in at least one. Fourthly, the candidate's age must not exceed 20. Of course, aside from these conditions, one must also receive approval from the academy head and the chief instructor. If there are many applicants in a given year, additional assessments are inevitable. Thank you, Brother Chang, for clarifying my doubts. Haha, it is but a trifling matter, no need for such formality. Lu Chang rose, stating, "It is getting late. I must take my leave. Will you continue practicing for a while or accompany me?" Lin Feng felt that his condition today was superior to the previous days. "I will practice a bit longer. You must exert yourself in your training. I shall take my leave first." Lu Chang waved and strode away, with a robust physique and vitality akin to a dragon. Nurturing inner strength. Lin Feng finally gained some understanding of martial arts in this world. After conversing with Lu Chang for quite some time, he had rested sufficiently, and it was time to resume his practice. He stretched his body and began to practice the White Ape Mountain Fist once more. Flow state. 20 minutes later. You have undergone a selfless training session. Your skill in White Ape Mountain Fist has gained 58 experience points. Your skill in White Ape Mountain Fist has reached level 1. Your profession as an ancient martial artist has gained 9 experience points. Having practiced White Ape Mountain Fist for an extended period, he was now very close to reaching level 1. The ascension to level 1 was anticipated. It indicated that he had achieved the introductory stage of this martial art. Feng Lai's challenge allowed 3 days for completion, yet only a little over 2 hours had passed, and he had already arrived at this point. Flow state indeed accelerated the enhancement of martial arts remarkably. Lin Feng found himself puzzled, wondering whether flow state was the core talent of the ancient martial artist profession or that of the student profession. In truth, with the existence of the data panel, even without flow state, he could have exerted effort to reach the introductory level of White Ape Mountain Fist within 3 days. However, with flow state, the required time was significantly reduced. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, turned off the lights, and secured the training room door. Instead of descending, he made his way to the 4th floor. Since Lu Chang highly praised medicinal baths and massages, and feeling sore all over, Lin Feng decided to investigate. The dining hall was already closed. Across the way, the pharmacy still had its lights on, and from the dim illumination, muffled cries could be faintly heard. What on earth is that? Lin Feng paused, momentarily taken aback. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously approached, gradually drawing near. Through the transparent glass, he could see the layout of the pharmacy, resembling an old-fashioned Chinese medicine shop. Inside, on a chair meant for resting, sat a burly young man, the very individual who had been sent flying by a punch from Zhang Min the previous day, known as Hong Yuan. On the other side, an elderly apothecary clad in a martial arts uniform, adorned with an embroidered character for medicine on his chest, was engrossed in writing and drawing. Beside him, a similarly dressed young man stood in front of a large cabinet filled with traditional Chinese herbs, meticulously weighing out medicinal ingredients. Contrary to expectations, the scene was devoid of any gruesome imagery. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief as he pushed the door open and entered. The cries of anguish persisted from within, emanating from a room marked by the words massage room on the closed door. Were those sounds a result of the pain from the massage? Lin Feng was taken aback, realizing he had misunderstood. Could a massage be so excruciating? Young man, why are you looking around so aimlessly? The old apothecary inquired, lifting his head. Master, I am here for a massage, Lin Feng replied. A massage? I'm afraid that's not possible today. It's too late, and there's another person waiting over there. The old apothecary gestured towards a seated individual, Hong Yuan. What about a medicinal bath? That is indeed feasible. Come over here and swipe your card. The apothecary indicated the card reader on the counter. Lin Feng produced his martial arts card and swiped it through the machine. Lin Feng, 16 years old, and only at the first level of a student? It seems you've only recently begun your martial arts training, the old apothecary observed from the screen. I've been at the martial arts academy for less than a week. Lin Feng admitted. Take a seat. I will check your pulse to assess your physical condition and determine the appropriate dosage of herbs. The old apothecary beckoned Lin Feng to sit and instructed him to place his hand on the soft cotton cloth of the table. Then, too thin. Yellowing fingers pressed against Lin Feng's wrist as the old man squinted his eyes. Observing the apothecary's pulse-checking technique and glancing at the large medical texts nearby, Lin Feng felt a flicker of nervousness. The room was mostly silent except for the occasional cry of distress. After a lengthy pause, the old apothecary did not consult the medical books but instead spoke directly. Your body is significantly depleted. Have you been practicing martial arts day and night these past few days? Can you discern all that just from my pulse? Lin Feng asked, impressed as he nodded. Indeed. He had been training diligently. Excessive training is not necessarily beneficial. It can lead to physical exhaustion. Without nourishing herbs to replenish your energy and blood, this could result in a frail exterior hiding a weak interior over time. Fortunately, you came here today. Otherwise, such reckless training could lead to complications. A medicinal bath is suitable for you, as it will replenish your body's deficiencies. Wait here while I prepare the bath, the old apothecary said before rising to leave. Lin Feng acknowledged with a simple okay and settled into a nearby chair. The young man beside him, Hong Yuan, smiled and remarked, "This young brother is impressive. Just a few days into martial arts training, and you're already so dedicated. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ma Hong Yuan." "Oh, so your name is Ma Hong Yuan," Lin Feng responded. "Greetings, senior brother Ma. I am Lin Feng." Ma Hong Yuan nodded with a smile and inquired, "Lin Shidi. It's commendable that you've come for a medicinal bath after just a few days. Truly admirable." Lin Feng, puzzled, asked, "Is there something special about the medicinal bath? What's this?" Lin Shidi is unaware. "Haha, it is of no consequence. You will understand the specifics when you immerse yourself later. By the way, I am curious. Which instructor are you learning from? Coach Feng, you say?" "Coach Feng. Quite impressive. He is the most formidable individual in our martial arts school. Second only to the master himself. It appears that Lin Shidi is fortunate to be under his tutelage." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, observing the expression on Ma Hong Yuan's face, which did not seem to convey mockery. A question arose within him. If Coach Feng truly possessed such remarkable prowess, why was he teaching the ordinary class instead of the elite one? Surely, the remuneration for instructing both classes could not possibly be the same. A thought crossed Lin Feng's mind, and he inquired, "Ma Shixiao, could it be that Coach Feng has some physical ailment, perhaps an illness? Why do you think so?" I noticed that Coach Feng appeared haggard, his complexion somewhat unnaturally pale, hence my speculation. "Nonsense. I have been here for several years, and Coach Feng's complexion has always been like this." Ma Hong Yuan then turned to the young physician behind the counter. "Lu Cheng, you are a doctor. The instructors frequently come to you for medication. You should be well aware of their health conditions." The young physician behind the counter lifted his head and laughed. "I cannot speak to Coach Feng's health, but I do know that if he were to strike me, it would take but a single punch for me to meet my demise." "Haha." Ma Hong Yuan burst into laughter. Lin Feng remained silent. No illness, one might ponder. But what then was that peculiar growth adjacent to his heart? "Ma Hong Yuan, are you really that amused? Are you so eager for a massage? If that is the case, why not hurry inside?" As he spoke, the door to the massage room swung open, and a colossal figure emerged. It was a man of immense stature, towering over 2 meters, with muscles so developed that even the loose-fitting martial arts uniform could not conceal them, giving him an imposing presence. The character for medicine was embroidered on his uniform, indicating he was also a pharmacist of the medicinal hall. Behind him, a martial arts student exited with an air of resignation. "Ma Hong Yuan, why are you dawdling? Get inside," the burly man called out. All right." Ma Hong Yuan's tall figure seemed to shrink slightly for some reason, and he entered with a hint of trepidation. Lin Feng, bewildered, couldn't help but exclaim, "Is the massage truly that terrifying? You will understand once you try it yourself." The student who had just completed his massage remarked that it was manageable, yet his departing figure appeared somewhat unsteady. Within 2 minutes, the sounds of Ma Hong Yuan's anguished cries filled the massage room, echoing like the wails of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 22. The 1,000 Needles Bone-Resolving Soup in the Tranquil Apothecary. The anguished cries of Ma Honyuan occasionally pierced the silence. It was astonishing that a man of over 6 feet could emit such sounds. The pain must be excruciating. Nevertheless, the perseverance of the martial arts students in enduring such torment indirectly attested to the efficacy of the treatment. Lin Feng sat quietly in the apothecary, and before long, the old apothecary called out, "Young man, the herbal bath is ready. Come over." Following the old apothecary, Lin Feng pushed open the door inscribed with the words herbal bath. Inside were 5 small rooms. "This is the shower room. After your soak, if you find the herbal scent unpleasant, you can rinse off here," the old man explained. Pointing to the first room, he then stepped forward to open another wooden door. The room he revealed was modest in size, enveloped in steam, and at its center stood a wooden tub large enough for 2. When you bathe, ensure that your body is submerged up to your neck. Regardless of how uncomfortable you may feel, strive to remain in the water for at least 8 or 9 minutes. If you can grit your teeth and endure for 20 minutes, that would be even better, the old apothecary cautioned, hinting that this herbal bath was not a trivial matter. Lin Feng inquired, "What if I can endure beyond 20 minutes? The old apothecary chuckled. "Soaking in this 1,000 needles bone-resolving soup is no easy feat. It is already commendable for an average person to last 8 or 9 minutes. However, should you manage to withstand 20 minutes and still wish to continue, you may extend it to 30 minutes. Beyond that, the benefits do not significantly increase. Also, once you enter the water, you must not stand up." "May I ask why?" Lin Feng queried. "Because standing up will cause the open pores to close due to the cold air, altering the medicinal properties that have entered your body. If you then return to the water, the conflict between the internal and external medicinal effects could be detrimental to your health. It is imperative that you do not rise. If you do, you must refrain from soaking again." "I understand. Thank you for the warning, esteemed sir. It is nothing. You young people truly ought to be grateful for being born in this era. Modern society employs scientific methods to cultivate herbs. In ancient times, only inner disciples had the privilege to soak in such a remedy as the 1,000 needles bone-resolving soup," the old man remarked. "There is a clock on the wall. You can keep track of time. If possible, try to soak a little longer, as it will be greatly beneficial to you." With that final piece of advice, the old apothecary exited the bathing area. Lin Feng secured the wooden door and approached the steaming tub. The large wooden vessel was filled to the brim with dark liquid, and numerous floating particles caused him to furrow his brow. The air was thick with a pungent odor, unlike any ordinary herbal concoction. The 1,000 needles bone-resolving soup? The name was indeed distinctive. After shedding his garments, Lin Feng ascended the wooden steps and stepped into the murky herbal water. The heat was intense, but bearable. As his body gradually acclimated to the temperature, he let out a sigh of relief. Despite the unpleasant smell, he found the herbal bath surprisingly comfortable. On the opposite wall hangs an oversized clock, significantly larger than a standard timepiece, presumably to prevent the room's humidity from obscuring the time. Although indulging in the bath is quite pleasant, he remains tense. The old pharmacist's grave words suggest that such effects from the medicinal bath are implausible. Lin Feng attentively monitors his physical condition, and after soaking for over a minute, he furrows his brow. Every part of his body submerged in the water begins to throb with a dull ache, which intensifies with each passing moment. A minute later, Lin Feng comprehends why this medicinal bath is dubbed 10,000 needle bone dissolution soup. At this instant, it feels as if he is being pierced by countless needles, compelling him to leap from the water. Gasping, he struggles through 3 minutes, the pain worsening, seemingly penetrating deep within his body. How could he endure for 10 minutes? However, according to the old pharmacist's tone, this 10,000 needle bone dissolution soup must confer tremendous benefits. Persevere, persevere. Even as the myriad needles pierce his flesh, Lin Feng grits his teeth and endures, forcibly redirecting any thoughts of surrender that arise. As time reaches 8 minutes, the pain has sunk to the marrow. He experiences the essence of the bone dissolution. It is a torment that penetrates deep into his bones. The pain feels boundless. Every nerve in his body convulsing violently as if gnawed upon by flames, and thoughts of abandoning the bath incessantly surface in his mind. Lin Feng attempts to resist. But as soon as the notion of giving up dissipates, it resurfaces, wave after wave. This cannot continue. He wonders if he can employ the state of flow. Lin Feng feels close to his breaking point when suddenly he recalls his innate skill, flow state. However, to access this state, one must concentrate on a particular task. The pain penetrating his bones would surely rouse him from the flow state. What if he focused his attention on the pain itself? With this realization, Lin Feng shifts his mindset. He ceases to battle the omnipresent pain and gradually attempts to embrace it, directing his attention toward the sensation itself. It works. He can truly enter a flow state. Elated, he activates the flow. Meanwhile, outside, the door to the massage room swings open. Ma Honyuan emerges, rubbing his shoulder and grimacing. Noticing Lin Feng's absence, he raises an eyebrow and inquires, "Old Lu, has that lad gone for a soak?" "Indeed, he has," replies the old pharmacist. "How long has he been in there?" Considering the time, it should be around 11 or 12 minutes. "Ah, has it been that long? Can he really endure such a duration? What is so surprising? Do you think everyone is like you? You jumped out of the tub after barely 6 minutes." Grinning and grimacing, a burly man who had been giving Ma Honyuan a massage chortles as he steps out of the room. Ma Honyuan, towering among ordinary folk, appears diminutive next to this man. "Tong Bin, what nonsense are you spouting? It was 6 minutes and 45 seconds, Ma Honyuan mutters, still indignant. "You have some nerve to say that." The man cast a disdainful glance at Ma Honyuan and then addressed the old pharmacist, saying, "Master, I shall take my leave now." "Very well, off you go." The man called out to Tong Bin, "Aren't you leaving yet?" Ma Honyuan replied, "You go ahead, I will rest here for a while." He plopped down on a chair and said to the young physician, "Lu Cheng, do you think this lad has been hiding in the bathroom, fearing that a brief soak might lead to ridicule? Perhaps he is avoiding embarrassment." The young doctor set down his work, scoffing, "Do you think everyone is like you?" Time passed slowly. Ma Honyuan widened his eyes and exclaimed, "It's been 20 minutes. What on earth? Even if he is slow in undressing and dawdling, he should have soaked for at least 10 minutes by now." The young physician, feeling a sense of wonder, remarked, "This boy looks delicate and frail, yet he surprisingly possesses such endurance. There is a certain tenacity about him." Ma Honyuan shifted in his seat, tilting his head towards the bathroom, and listened intently, saying, "There is not a single sound of distress. He can't still be soaking. Should I go in and check?" "No need to look. He is still in the tub." The old pharmacist replied without raising his head. Ma Honyuan was taken aback. The pharmacy was not far from the bathroom, yet it was separated by 2 doors. Could he truly hear the commotion from the bathroom? If it were anyone else, Ma Honyuan would surely mock them unreservedly. However, in front of Master Lu, he dared not be so audacious. Both the instructors and the owner held Master Lu in high esteem, having heard that he held a significant position in the Baiyuan Dao. Although Master Lu had never revealed his prowess, his disciple Tong Bin was a formidable force, whose martial skills even surpassed those of the instructors. Is this lad truly that formidable? Ma Honyuan wondered, sitting back down in astonishment. As the clock approached 25 or 26 minutes, Ma Honyuan's face was etched with shock, and even the young physician, who had been focused on measuring herbs, occasionally glanced toward the bathroom. The old pharmacist raised his head, a look of surprise crossing his face. This boy is indeed peculiar. His breathing is steady, showing no signs of agitation. He seems to have entered a meditative state, though it's unclear if it is intentional or merely coincidental. Regardless, it was a rare occurrence. In such a state, soaking for 30 minutes should pose no problem. 30 minutes? Ma Honyuan inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "In all these years at the martial arts school, it seems no one has managed to soak for 30 minutes. Even that last fellow with innate strength could only endure 24 minutes. And that was due to his tough skin and robust constitution. If he manages to soak for 30 minutes, wouldn't he be the first in our martial arts school to achieve such a feat?" Chapter 23. The 3 Attributes in the Early Morning. Lin Feng awoke from his slumber, startled to find that the sun was already shining brightly outside. He hastily grabbed his phone from the bedside table. 8:40. How did I sleep in so late? After activating his dominance talent, he had canceled all the alarms previously set on his phone, adopting a philosophy of sleeping until he naturally awoke. With the dominance talent at his disposal, even waking up at his own pace would not require several hours. To his astonishment, he had slumbered for such an extended period today. He quickly climbed out of bed. Upon reconnecting with his senses, Lin Feng realized something felt distinctly different. His condition was unprecedentedly good. A glance in the nearby mirror revealed that the weariness he had previously felt had vanished, and his spirit appeared remarkably revitalized, as if he had transformed into a different person. What surprised him even more was the complete absence of the pervasive aches that had plagued him. Lin Feng stretched his body, overwhelmed by an invigorating sense of strength. He recalled the events of the previous day. After soaking in the 10,000 needle bone-melting soup for over 30 minutes, he had emerged from a state of flow, only to be assaulted by a wave of excruciating pain that nearly rendered him unconscious. Hastily exiting the medicinal vat, he discovered his body had turned a bright crimson, resembling a cooked crab. His physical state had been quite poor, marked by an unusual heaviness and fatigue that made even walking a challenge. The old apothecary had assured him it was merely a result of his frail constitution and the potency of the medicine. Administering an unknown pill and instructing Ma Honyuan to escort him home, advising him to sleep soundly to remedy the situation. On the way home, Lin Feng retained some awareness, and upon arrival, he vaguely heard Su Hong's anxious calls and Ma Hongyuan's explanations. The state he had been in yesterday now posed a dilemma regarding how to explain himself to Su Hong and Lin Guiting. Lin Feng felt a slight headache. As he prepared to tidy his blanket, a series of notifications began to appear before his eyes. You have undergone several days of rigorous training. You have experienced the stimulation and nourishment of the 10,000 needle bone-melting soup. You have enjoyed ample rest. Your physique has increased by 1 point. Your strength has increased by 1 point. Your agility has increased by 1 point. 3 attribute points? Lin Feng was astonished by the continuous notifications on his panel, not anticipating that his physique, strength, and agility would each increase by 1 point. He quickly opened his character attribute panel. Name: Lin Feng. Source quality: 1. Age: 16. Strength: 8. Agility: 10. Physique: 10. Intelligence: 11. Ordinary individuals have all 4 attributes at 9. Indeed, his strength, agility, and physique had each increased by 1 point. The panel indicated that the enhancements were a result of both training and the nourishing effects of the 10,000 needle bone-melting soup. It was the synergy of both factors that resulted in the increase of his 3 attributes. However, Lin Feng recognized that the impact of training was likely minimal, given that he had only been practicing martial arts for a brief period. The majority of the credit for the 3 attribute points gained undoubtedly belonged to the 10,000 needle bone-melting soup. He had not anticipated the soup's effects to be so remarkably potent. Fortunately, he had the flow state to aid him. Otherwise, enduring for 30 minutes would have been out of the question. Having not endured for 30 minutes, the efficacy of the bone-melting soup might not be as remarkable as anticipated. Lin Feng clenched his fists, feeling a notable enhancement in his attributes, which imparted a sensation akin to being able to fell a bull with a single blow. He threw a few punches, noting the considerable increase in both force and swiftness compared to before, and nodded in satisfaction as he tidied up his room. It was now 8:40 a.m., making attendance at school impossible. He wondered if his mother had managed to procure a leave of absence for him. Upon exiting his room, he found Su Hong mopping the floor. Spotting Lin Feng, she hastily set aside the mop and asked, "Awake? When I checked earlier, you were sound asleep. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? What transpired yesterday? Why were you in such a state?" A barrage of questions struck him. Lin Feng, slightly bewildered by Su Hong's evident concern, quickly reassured her, "Mom, I'm fine. I simply overexerted myself in practice yesterday and fainted. Are you truly all right?" She pressed, her worry palpable. Lin Feng stretched his body and replied, "See, I'm perfectly fine. But how could you have trained to such an extent? Your father and I were nearly frightened to death by your condition last night." "It was merely an accident," Lin Feng explained. He hadn't anticipated such an overwhelming response after enduring the 30 minutes in the soup. He quickly promised, "I assure you, it won't happen again." Su Hong shot him a disapproving look. "What good is a promise? Your father and I have discussed it and unanimously decided that you are no longer permitted to practice at the martial arts school." "Please don't," Lin Feng exclaimed in desperation. This was the last scenario he wished to encounter. It wasn't he as you think. It was because he patiently recounted the events of the previous day, embellishing the effects of the bone-melting soup and extolling his own prowess. "You just love to show off, don't you? Others can't manage even 20 minutes, yet you insist on enduring 30? Su Hong glared at him, her skepticism evident. "Are you truly saying that the bone-melting soup can cure ailments and enhance strength? Is it really that effective? Mom, haven't you noticed something different about me?" Su Hong lifted her gaze to scrutinize Lin Feng. Upon closer inspection, she observed that her eldest son indeed appeared somewhat transformed. His face, still slender and pale, no longer bore an unhealthy pallor, but rather a porcelain-like complexion with a hint of rosy vitality. His posture had shifted from a slouched demeanor to an upright stance, exuding a newfound confidence and vigor that was absent before. "Indeed, something seems different. Your spirit appears greatly enhanced. Of course, moreover, our coach remarked on my martial arts talent and intends to enroll me as an official disciple of the school. Becoming a formal disciple means access to superior resources and exemption from tuition fees. In an effort to allay Su Hong's concerns, Lin Feng deliberately let slip the news of his potential status as an official disciple. Keep dreaming. Su Hong clearly doubted Lin Feng's claims. She had visited the Bai Yuan martial arts school and was astonished by the tuition fees. However, due to Lin Feng's improved academic performance, she and Lin Guiting had decided not to disappoint him and had begrudgingly arranged for a term-s tuition payment. The tuition for the ordinary class is 30,000 yuan per term, while the superior classes are priced at 50,000 or even 100,000 per term. It is simply implausible that they would be free. If you don't believe me, then trust in yourself, for I am indeed your son, Lin Feng teased playfully. With a grin, he remarked, you have become just like Lin Xiao now. After a string of words, he finally alleviated Su Hong's worries. Mom, have you requested a leave of absence from school for me? Yes, I have already applied for a sick leave. By the way, isn't today Friday? Why aren't you at work? Lin Feng inquired, realizing it belatedly. Su Hong feigned anger, her eyes wide. Given your condition last night, how could your father and I possibly be at ease to go to work if you had not awakened by 11 o'clock? We were prepared to take you to the hospital. Lin Feng glanced around, noticing the absence of Lin Guiting, and asked, where is Dad? Yesterday, he couldn't rouse you, and fearing you had a fever, he stayed by your side all night. It was only after I got up this morning that he went to rest. Lin Feng sighed. My parents are still so concerned for me. Of course, if we do not care for you, who will? Are you hungry? I shall prepare some food for you. Chapter 24. The Turbulence at the Martial Arts School, the White Ape Martial Arts School. In a spacious training room on the 3rd floor, Zhang Min entered just in time to overhear a surprising piece of news. Sister, did you know? Coach Feng intends to recruit a new student as an official disciple of the martial arts school. While it was commonplace for the school to accept official disciples, the notion of selecting a new student for such a distinction was quite extraordinary. This indicated that the individual must possess exceptional talent. Who is it? Coach Feng's student. Named Lin Feng. I heard he is a high school student from number 2 high school. A student from number 2 high school? Zhang Min was momentarily taken aback, involuntarily recalling the boy she had seen standing in the corner practicing. Could it be him? Outside, Ma Honyuan strolled in while yawning. Why are you so late today? Don't you usually arrive early at the martial arts school? Don't mention it. I had something to attend to last night and went to bed quite late. Upon seeing Zhang Min, he quickly greeted her. Sister, good morning. Good morning? It's already 11 o'clock, someone chuckled. Zhang Min couldn't help but smile as she asked, Honyuan, what were you up to yesterday? Sister, you don't know, but I encountered an incredibly formidable newcomer on the 4th floor yesterday. Someone who truly impressed me. Ma Honyuan. Haha. Brother Ma, what newcomer could possibly leave you so awestruck? That is quite rare. It's not just rare, it's unprecedented. Aside from Sister Zhang and Brother Tongbin from the medical clinic, I have never seen anyone who could earn Brother Ma's admiration. For a newcomer to elicit such praise from Brother Ma, could he be a superhero in disguise? Laughter erupted among the group. Not a superhero, but this person. Ma Hongyuan recounted what had transpired on the 4th floor. He soaked in the bone-resolving soup for 30 minutes? The official disciples in the training room gasped in astonishment. So, what do you think? Can anyone here endure that long? Isn't that impressive? Indeed. If he truly soaked in the bone-resolving soup for 30 minutes, I, old Ma, genuinely admire him. Of course. Remember, back in the day, you could barely last 5 minutes in the bone-resolving soup before you came screaming out, prompting more laughter. Someone questioned. Ma Honyuan, don't exaggerate. Soaking in the bone-resolving soup for 30 minutes? That has never happened since the school was established. How could that be possible? Is there any doubt? Old Lu was present too, and even he praised it. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lu Cheng. He was there last night as well. Though Ma Honyuan sometimes spoke nonsensically, the mention of Old Lu lent credibility to his words. So, who is this newcomer? He is Coach Feng's student. A peculiar expression crossed someone's face. Is his surname Lin? Oh, how did you know? Ma Honyuan asked, astonished. Do not refer to him as Lin Feng. Ma Honyuan interjected, nodding. He is indeed Lin Feng. A collective gasp erupted among the crowd, with only Ma Honyuan wearing a puzzled expression, for he had arrived late and was unaware of Coach Feng's intention to recruit a formal disciple. You were unaware? Unaware of what? Yesterday, Coach Feng took a liking to Lin Feng, demonstrating the White Ape Mountain Fist twice. This Lin disciple memorized all 18 moves of the technique on the spot, prompting Coach Feng to consider accepting him as an official disciple. Accepted as a formal disciple? Ma Hongyuan's eyes widened, fully cognizant of the implications. That's incorrect. He merely demonstrated it slowly and performed it normally once. Yet this Lin disciple managed to commit the entire set of martial arts to memory. The crowd engaged in fervent discussions, each recounting what they had heard, growing increasingly astonished. To memorize all the moves after just 2 demonstrations, what an extraordinary memory. I heard from that fellow Lu Chang that if this Lin disciple can master the White Ape Mountain Fist to a beginner's level within 3 days, Coach Feng will officially accept him as a disciple. Master a martial art to a beginner's level in 3 days? Is that even feasible? Even the simplest move, the White Ape embracing the moon, would take longer than that, wouldn't it? Let alone the White Ape Mountain Fist. Old you recently took up the White Ape Mountain Fist. How long did it take you to reach the beginner level? 2 months. Damn, you truly are a failure. It took you 2 months to grasp the White Ape Mountain Fist? What on earth? Do you think 2 months is slow? Besides Zhang Shiji, who here can master the White Ape Mountain Fist in a month? I didn't take a month. It was a month and 5 days. Zhang Min interjected. Brother Ma, someone is looking for you. A voice called from outside the training room, followed by a formal disciple leading Lin Feng inside. Lin Feng, Ma Hongyuan exclaimed. The crowd turned quickly, appraising the new talent of the martial arts academy. He looked quite presentable, yet his physique was not what one would expect of a martial artist. He appeared to be merely a somewhat handsome high school student. However, considering his remarkable memory and the fact that he had soaked in the bone-melting soup for 30 minutes, it was clear that both feats were beyond their capabilities, prompting them to cast aside their initial disdain. One cannot judge a book by its cover. Brother Ma, I appreciate your help yesterday. Ma Hongyuan had driven him home, caring for him throughout the journey and later explaining and comforting Su Hong and Lin Guiting, assuring them there was no need for concern. Upon arriving at the Martial Arts Academy, Lin Feng inquired at the front desk about Ma Hongyuan, wishing to express his gratitude. Yet, what was with the stares from these individuals? Lin Feng felt somewhat unnerved under their intense gazes. Haha, Lin Shitty, you've arrived splendidly. Ma Hongyuan laughed heartily, pulling Lin Feng along. Come, allow me to introduce you to your fellow disciples. Ma Hongyuan insisted on bringing Lin Feng forward, explaining, this is Zhang Min, the second-ranked disciple in our academy. Greetings, Zhang Shiji. Lin Shitty, do not heed Ma Hongyuan's exaggerations. This is Brother Wan Lei. After a round of mutual introductions, Lin Shitty. I possess some experience in the Baiyuan Xingshan Fist. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek my guidance. Wan Lei, you ought to reconsider. You have only recently begun your journey with the Baiyuan Xingshan Fist, yet you presume to instruct others. Lin Shitty. I have achieved a proficient level in the Baiyuan Xingshan Fist. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to approach me. Everyone was quite enthusiastic. Lin Feng, while affirmatively responding, eventually found it difficult to bear the ardor of the crowd and excused himself under the pretense of needing to practice martial arts. The group, aware of the impending assessment, finally relented. Upon exiting the training room, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The past students did not recognize him as he made his way to the training room he had visited the day prior. But his gaze was drawn to the power testing machine tucked away in the corner. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Lin Feng approached the machine, took a deep breath, and delivered a powerful punch to the pad. The numbers on the screen fluctuated wildly before ultimately settling at 293 pounds. He struck the pad 2 more times, with the readings remaining consistent, around 290. In stark contrast to Lu Chang's initial output of 1,423 pounds. His own results were markedly inferior. However, he reminded himself that Lu Chang had dedicated several years to his training to reach over 1,000 pounds. While he had only been practicing for a few days, it was unreasonable to draw comparisons. A soft chuckle escaped him just then, as a gentle gasp was heard from beside him. Chapter 25. Can such a mediocre individual pass the test? Brother Wu? Lin Feng turned around. The newcomer had just been in the training room. Ma Hongyuan had introduced him as Wu Hui, a formal disciple of the martial arts school. The machine for testing punching power was located in a corner on the 3rd floor, and it was evident that Wu Hui had not merely stumbled upon Lin Feng, but had sought him out with intention. Lin Feng inquired, Brother Wu, have you come to see me for something specific? Wu Hui nodded, indeed. There are matters I wish to discuss with you, Junior Brother Lin. Please, speak freely. Dare I ask, do you possess confidence in overcoming the challenge posed by Coach Feng? Why do you inquire, Brother Wu? Wu Hui continued, to master the White Ape Mountain Fist to the entry level within 3 days is no small feat. I have a suggestion for you, Junior Brother. Pray, go on. If you are willing to forego this trial, I would be prepared to offer you 50,000 yuan. To abandon the test for 50,000 yuan? Lin Feng felt perplexed and asked, "What is the reasoning behind this?" To be candid, junior brother, our martial arts school only admits 3 formal disciples each year, and 2 of those slots have already been filled. I begin to understand now. If I were to occupy the last slot, there would be no opportunity left for others this year. However, noticing the official disciple attire on Wu Hui, he shook his head. It is not for myself that I seek this slot, but rather for my brother. He has prepared for this opportunity for several years and will only meet the requirements to become a formal disciple next month, which is why I took the liberty of inquiring. Your talent is quite remarkable, junior brother Lin. Even if you do not become a formal disciple this time, your future prospects are certainly bright. However, the challenge you face is exceedingly arduous. Mastering the White Ape Mountain Fist in just 3 days is practically impossible. Instead of wagering on a slim chance, it would be wiser to accept this monetary offer. Lin Feng smiled and replied, "If Brother Wu truly believes that I cannot succeed, then what compels you to seek me out?" A hint of embarrassment crossed Wu Hui's face. Initially, he was convinced that Lin Feng would fail the assessment. But then he learned from Ma Hongyuan about Lin Feng's 30 minutes in the bone-melting soup. As Coach Feng had proposed such an outrageous challenge, it indicated there might be a glimmer of success, and the news regarding the soup led Wu Hui to waver in his certainty that Lin Feng would not pass. Hence, he had come here, attempting to find solace through financial means. Curiously, Lin Feng asked, "Why does your brother not wait until next year? In just 2 months, he will turn 20, and the maximum age for admission as a disciple is 20. Hence, Lin Feng understood and expressed his sympathy. "I truly regret, Brother Wu, but I cannot acquiesce to your request. Junior brother, if you find the offer insufficient, I could increase it. How about 80,000? Lin Feng shook his head. He had already achieved level 1 in the White Ape Mountain Fist, and the slot for a formal disciple was within his grasp. How could he possibly relinquish it for another? Furthermore, 80,000 yuan was not commensurate with the value of becoming a formal disciple. Brother Wu, I must respectfully decline your offer. I still have training to attend to. Farewell, junior brother." Wu Wei yearned to pursue further. Yet Lin Feng's retreating figure showed no signs of halting. He had no choice but to relent and turn back. Only then noticing the numbers displayed on the punching power testing machine. 291 pounds. He recalled witnessing Lin Feng throw punches just before his arrival. A bemused smile spread across his face. Such formidable strength. How could someone so inept possibly pass the test? Perhaps I was overly anxious. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, who remained unaware of Wu Hui's derision, he had already arrived outside the solitary training room. With a gentle swipe of his martial arts card, the previously locked door swung open. Today, he had deliberately brought a large backpack. Inside, aside from a towel and water, he had packed some energy-boosting snacks and a few books, intending to brush up on his professional, student, experience during breaks from practice. With the entire afternoon ahead, coupled with the weekend to follow, he had nearly 2.5 days to dedicate to rigorous training. After loosening his joints, he embarked on physical training. Basic boxing techniques, stance work, and the White Ape Mountain Fist, cycling through the 4 martial arts disciplines. The alleviation of soreness, combined with slight enhancements to his 3 attributes, left Lin Feng in an unprecedented state of vigor as he vigorously sweated through his exertions. Whether it was due to Feng Lai's arrangements or some other reason, the solitary training room remained undisturbed until 6 in the evening, allowing Lin Feng to train uninterrupted for over 6 hours. During this time, he indirectly engaged in approximately 2.5 hours of flow state, earning 68 experience points as an ancient martial artist in that state, and 14 points in a normal state, for a total of 82 points. Coupled with his previous experiences, Lin Feng now possessed 148 experience points, just 62 points shy of leveling up to 210. He planned to earn more experience that evening. Tomorrow, the ancient martial artist could ascend to level 2. Feeling quite satisfied, Lin Feng rubbed his throbbing head and popped a piece of chocolate into his mouth. After an entire afternoon of training, alongside frequent usage of flow state, he found himself at the limits of both physical and mental endurance, despite having taken breaks. It was exhausting, immensely so, but the exhilarating sensation of pushing his body was equally rewarding. Time to grab a meal. Dragging his weary body to the 4th floor, Lin Feng encountered the elderly pharmacist with graying hair as soon as he stepped through the door. Though his mind had been somewhat foggy the previous day, he distinctly remembered the old pharmacist checking his pulse, examining his health, and providing him with a medicinal pill. "Thank you again, Sir, he expressed. Ah, it's you. I am Lu's son. You may call me Old Lu, as they do, the pharmacist replied, preparing to leave. However, he turned back to Lin Feng, frowning. What on earth have you done? I just restored your health yesterday, and today you appear to be in a state of decline once more. He grasped Lin Feng's arm and checked his pulse. Indeed, something is amiss. What have you been up to? Nothing much, just trained martial arts for the entire afternoon, Lin Feng replied earnestly. Trained martial arts for an entire afternoon? The old pharmacist was taken aback and quickly inquired, What time did you wake up today? 9 in the morning. Lu Sun's long eyebrows furrowed in contemplation, his frail fingers instinctively grasping Lin Feng's neck and then his shoulders. He was assessing the structure of Lin Feng's bones, a procedure with which Lin Feng was all too familiar. He stood still, allowing Lu Sun to proceed. Yet something felt amiss. Lu Sun, while examining him, shook his head in disbelief. Despite being marginally stronger than the average person, Lin Feng's physique was hardly remarkable, and it was inconceivable that he had awakened so early. Surely he should have roused by the afternoon at the earliest. After completing his examination, Lu Sun inquired incredulously, Did you truly rise at 9 this morning? Well, Lin Feng hesitated, somewhat perplexed, before responding candidly. To be precise, it was 8:40. Did you visit the hospital? No. Lin Feng replied. Lu Sun pressed on. Was there someone who forcibly awakened you? Not at all. Lin Feng shook his head. Unable to fathom the situation, Lu Sun insisted. Come with me. I shall conduct a thorough examination. Lin Feng contemplated voicing his hunger, hoping to postpone the examination until after a meal, but Lu Sun was resolute, disappearing around a corner in mere moments. Reluctantly, Lin Feng followed suit. Inside the pharmacy, the young apothecary named Lu Cheng was applying a poultice to a student when he noticed Lu Sun leading Lin Feng into the dispensary. His curiosity piqued. Please take a seat and extend your arm, Lu Sun instructed, proceeding to take Lin Feng's pulse once more. From Lu Sun's earlier remarks, Lin Feng had begun to surmise the underlying cause of his companion's puzzlement. Typically, an ordinary individual would succumb to the soporific effects of the famed Wanzhun Rong goose soup after 30 minutes, resulting in a prolonged slumber. However, due to his innate talent as a dominator, he had only slept for less than 10 hours, thus igniting Lu Sun's curiosity and confusion. Lin Feng had no intention of divulging the nature of his dominator talent, yet he was indifferent to the discovery should it arise, as it was beyond his control. Seated comfortably in the chair, Lin Feng acquiesced to Lu Sun's examination. Chapter 26. Ancient Warrior Level 2. In the apothecary, Lu Sun pressed 2 fingers against Lin Feng's wrist, his brows furrowed, murmuring, Strange, strange. The medicinal potency of the 10,000 needle dissolving bone soup has indeed been largely dissipated. He occasionally instructed Lin Feng to stick out his tongue, scrutinized the palms of his hands, and prodded him with silver needles. Finally, he muttered, Could it be a peculiar constitution? Lin Feng, wearied by the incessant probing, remarked, Old Lu, it's getting late, and I haven't eaten anything. Would it be all right if I go have a meal first? Do not rush. I need to draw a bit more blood. Lu Sun rummaged through a cabinet and produced an oversized syringe, significantly larger than the standard ones used for blood draws. Lin Feng crossed his arms, saying, Old Lu, this seems a bit excessive. Hey, I forgot to buy the appropriate syringes for blood collection. And this is all I have. Do not be stingy. It's merely a bit of blood. Lin Feng shook his head silently. Lu Sun, exasperated, retrieved a small box from the cabinet and tossed it to Lin Feng. What is this? A half-defunct chi blood pill. Consider it your compensation. Now, can we proceed with the blood draw? Half-defunct? Lin Feng asked, looking incredulous. Do not give me that look. The last batch of chi blood pills produced a defective product, possessing half the efficacy of a normal one, but no other issues. Thank you, Old Lu, Lin Feng said, his spirits lifted. Extend your hand, Lu Sun instructed gruffly, and then proceeded to bind Lin Feng's hand. With a swift jab, he extracted a full syringe of blood, prompting Lin Feng to grimace. Come back tomorrow. I must ascertain the cause of this anomaly. All right. By the way, Old Lu, how should I use this chi blood pill? It's quite simple. After consuming it, practice a few sets of punches. That's straightforward enough. Also, how can I brew the 10,000 needle dissolving bone soup again? Can it be purchased with money? Lin Feng inquired eagerly. After one brew, my attributes increase by 3 points. If I brew it multiple times, wouldn't my attributes soar? While others dare not indulge. You seem to have developed an addiction. However, I must disappoint you. the 10,000 needle dissolving bone soup can only be brewed once a month. Why? Given your frail constitution, how many times do you believe you can endure? Your organs, meridians, and marrow can withstand it? Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Remember to come back tomorrow. Understood. Lin Feng nodded, bidding farewell to Lu Sun. He proceeded to the adjacent dining hall, collected his medicinal meal, and piled his plate high with food, devouring it ravenously. The immense depletion of his stamina, compounded by Lu Sun's ministrations, had left him utterly famished. His eating was akin to that of a starving ghost. Fortunately, being in a martial arts school, where many were gluttonous eaters, his voracious appetite went unnoticed. After refilling his plate twice, he finally felt satisfied, leaning back comfortably in his seat, with only the word contentment echoing in his mind. As he descended the stairs, he encountered several formal disciples he had met at noon, exchanging greetings and pleasantries. He couldn't help but lament that being an unnoticed presence had its advantages. Lin Feng quickened his pace as he slipped back into the training room. Having indulged himself to the point of fullness, he knew he could not immediately engage in martial practice. Instead, he picked up a book and began to stroll through the training room while reading. Recently, he had focused on ancient martial artists. But with his flow state now elevated to level 2, the experience he gained during this state exceeded what he had acquired previously. His student profession experience had reached 422 points, leaving him just 78 points shy of the 500 needed to ascend to level 4. He alternated between walking and sitting for a while. After over 40 minutes, Lin Feng set the book aside. This time, the medicinal meal did not elicit as strong a reaction as before. After some time had passed, he felt only a slight restlessness within him. It was time to practice martial arts. Given that he had just eaten, he opted for a gentler beginning rather than starting with vigorous movements. He chose to perform standing meditation. The white ape embracing the moon was the first martial art he had learned. In the past few days, thanks to the influence of the flow state, his experience had surged, bringing him close to level 2. The data on his interface was directly observable, unlike the less clear indicators in reality. Nevertheless, Lin Feng could still sense his progress. During the standing meditation, his body felt less rigid, existing in a state that was neither tense nor completely relaxed. After a while, he could faintly feel the flow of energy within him. As he synchronized his breath with his thoughts, time slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, Lin Feng exhaled deeply, gradually standing tall as he began to collect his stance. Has your stance work truly reached a level of proficiency? A sudden voice startled Lin Feng, causing him to look up and discover that Feng Lai had entered the training room unbeknownst to him. Coach, yesterday, you said my white ape embracing the moon was only at a beginner's level, and today it's already at a proficient stage. What remarkable speed. Feng Lai's eyes sparkled with intensity as he regarded Lin Feng, as if he were examining a rare treasure. Despite his seemingly calm demeanor, an undercurrent of excitement radiated from him. After a moment, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his expression had returned to tranquility. You did not practice the white ape ascending mountain fist, yet you have already entered the preliminary stage of it? Lin Feng was taken aback, surprised that Feng Lai could deduce his advancement in the white ape ascending mountain fist simply from his lack of practice. However, he had no intention of concealing the truth and readily admitted, I have mastered the basic movements, but I am unsure if my control over the power of the fist is correct. Oh, you have truly entered the preliminary stage, then let us see it. Lin Feng wasted no time. The 18 moves of the white ape ascending mountain fist flowed from him with the ease of familiarity, executed with precision and fluidity. Entirely unlike his performance from the day before. The 18 moves were completed swiftly. Feng Lai nodded in approval, stating, not only have you entered the preliminary stage, but you also exhibit considerable skill. The only drawback is that your power is still somewhat lacking. However, strength is not something that can be cultivated overnight. Coach, what about my assessment? Lin Feng inquired, filled with anticipation. Feng Lai smiled. Since you have entered the preliminary stage of the white ape ascending mountain fist, you have naturally passed the assessment. Does this mean I am now an official disciple? Indeed, you may continue to use this training room. For reasons unknown. Feng Lai did not elaborate further and turned to leave. Thank you, coach. The formal disciple was indeed a prize within Lin Feng's grasp. However, the true joy lay in successfully passing the trial. As Lin Feng awaited Feng Lai to secure the door, he opened his attributes panel. He had been interrupted by Feng Lai right after standing still for nearly 50 minutes, and upon inspection, he discovered that his recent efforts had yielded significant results. The white ape embrace had ascended to level 2. and he had accrued a commendable 21 points of experience. The fact that he gained this experience without the aid of focused cultivation was already quite substantial. Lin Feng surmised that the nourishing herbal cuisine had played a pivotal role. He recalled that after consuming the herbal dish previously, his experience as a martial artist had increased considerably. This 21 points of experience had propelled his martial artist status forward. Now only a mere 41 points away from leveling up. Herbal cuisine is a form of medicine. Consuming it enhances training experience. The Qi blood pill is also a medicinal substance. Perhaps it could facilitate a swift ascent to level 2 today? Lin Feng resolved to act. Retrieving the Qi blood pill bestowed by Lu Sun, he opened the box, and an intense medicinal aroma assaulted his senses. Inside lay a black pill, slightly smaller than a longan. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole and followed with a couple of generous gulps of water. As he set down his cup, a vigorous warmth radiated from his abdomen. Such a pronounced reaction? Lin Feng had not anticipated that this somewhat ineffective Qi blood pill would elicit such an effect. He promptly initiated the White Ape Mountain Fist technique. Midway through, he felt the heat surge throughout his entire body. Instantly, he was imbued with strength. The potency of this Qi blood pill was indeed formidable, prompting him to accelerate his movements. Beneath the illumination of the training room, Lin Feng's complexion flushed as he rapidly practiced the White Ape Mountain Fist, repeating the motions time and again. It was only after an indeterminate duration that fatigue finally set in, compelling him to cease his actions. You have consumed a Qi blood pill. With the enhancement of the pill, you have completed a training session. Your skill White Ape Mountain Fist has gained 53 points of experience. Your profession as a martial artist has gained 58 points of experience. Your profession as a martial artist has ascended to level 2. You have received 1 talent point and 1 attribute point. Chapter 27. Flow 3. Lin Feng glanced at the time on the wall, 22:32. This meant he had been fervently practicing the White Ape Mountain Fist for over 2 hours. The potency of the blood Qi pill was indeed remarkable, especially considering it was merely a semi-finished product. What surprised him even more was that the professional experience gained surpassed that of skill experience. This was evidently another effect of the blood Qi pill. The acquisition of 58 points of professional experience propelled the ancient martial artist to level 2. While also granting him a talent point and an attribute point. Without hesitation, Lin Feng opened the talent page for students and allocated the newly acquired talent point to Flow. Flow LV3, max upon activation, allows one to immerse oneself completely into a state of intense concentration, becoming oblivious to everything else while engaged in a single task, thereby increasing focus by 16 times. The duration of each flow can be self-determined. This level introduces a shallow flow state, retaining the ability to perceive the external environment while reducing learning capacity by 2/3 compared to the deeper state. The mental stamina consumption in both states increases by 30. Compared to level 2, level 3 only raised the consumption by 10, which had little impact on Lin Feng. His focus, however, remained elevated, doubling to an astonishing 16 times. Following previous patterns, this doubling of focus would also double the experience gained in Flow 3. When combined with the next doubling, the experience acquisition rate in the flow state could only be described as terrifying. If one were to fully dedicate themselves to a profession and engage in 5 hours of flow daily, a student could theoretically gain approximately 150 points of experience, while an ancient martial artist could acquire as much as 300 points. Of course, this was purely theoretical. Various factors could influence experience acquisition. For instance, a student would find their knowledge points constraining their experience gain in pursuit of such lofty goals, while an ancient martial artist would face significant stamina consumption during flow, making 5 hours of daily practice the utmost limit. Without meticulous planning and adequate rest, achieving this would be virtually impossible. Overall, advancing to flow level 3 would substantially enhance the experience gained across several professions. Furthermore, the elevation of flow to level 3 introduced a shallow state, allowing for the retention of external awareness, albeit with a significant reduction in learning capacity. In certain contexts, this could prove quite advantageous, broadening the applicability and flexibility of flow. The only regret was that flow had reached its maximum level and could not be further upgraded. This indicated that all talent skills could be enhanced to a maximum of level 3. Alas, what a pity! Lin Feng sighed. At that moment, he lay on the ground. The recent 2 hours of frenzied movement sustained by the potency of the blood Qi pill. As the effects waned, he found himself unwilling to lift even a finger. He dispelled his wandering thoughts, closed the interface, and shut his eyes. After lying on the ground for over 10 minutes, he struggled to rise. It was time to return. Before leaving home, he had promised Su Hong he would be back by 10, and now it was getting late. He feared he would face her ire once again. Lin, are you preparing to leave? Brother Juan, you're still here. Yes, I've been practicing and feel quite exhausted. I plan to return and rest. Then, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. As Lin Feng descended the stairs, the evening breeze enveloped him, and he instantly felt a chill envelop his body. Autumn had indeed arrived, heralding a change in the weather. The northern sky was shrouded in clouds, leaving only a slender crescent moon hanging in the east. The streets were not heavily trafficked. Wearing a helmet, Lin Feng rode slowly along the roadside, and after about 10 minutes, he approached the vicinity of Xinglong community. As he turned into a narrow alley, the darkness of the unlit path obscured his surroundings, forcing him to rely solely on his headlights, which cast fleeting shadows on the weathered walls and telephone poles that receded behind him. A profound silence enveloped the area, an unusual stillness. Lin Feng, who had never feared the dark, felt an inexplicable chill creep into his heart, prompting him to accelerate. What was happening? He frequently traversed this route, and yet today, an unfamiliar tension gripped him. As he reached the middle of the alley, a faint odor wafted through the air, causing him to frown. He pressed on, and the stench intensified, an utterly repugnant odor, more unbearable than that of a dead rat, mingled with a pronounced scent of blood. What lay ahead? He hastily halted his vehicle. What? Are you frightened? In the stillness, an unexpected voice pierced the air, sending shivers down Lin Feng's spine. However, amidst his fear, the voice struck him as oddly familiar. He swiftly turned his vehicle towards the source. In the dim light, obscured from the beam of his headlights, stood a figure. With the interplay of moonlight and the fading glow of the headlights, Lin Feng discerned who it was: Coach Feng. Feng Lai, half shrouded in darkness, donned a dark jacket, and his pale visage stood out starkly against the gloom. He stepped from the shadows into the light. Lin Feng's pupils constricted as he noticed the dark jacket was smeared with blood, particularly his right arm, which was drenched, droplets of crimson dripping down. Courage is the essence of a warrior, the fortitude to confront all fears. Yet, what was Lin Feng afraid of? Observing Feng Lai's demeanor, he exhibited no signs of distress. Evidently, the blood on his right hand and the rest of his body did not belong to him. If it wasn't his, it could only belong to someone else. Lin Feng's breath quickened. Feng Lai seemed to read his thoughts, his expression unchanging as he stated, "Seeing me covered in blood. I suppose you are wondering whether I have taken a life?" Without waiting for Lin Feng's response, he continued, "I have indeed killed someone." Lin Feng's mind reeled. He never anticipated that Feng Lai would so brazenly confess to murder. In such circumstances, revealing oneself as the perpetrator could only imply one thing: that Lin Feng himself was already dead. In that moment, Lin Feng's heart nearly ceased to beat. His right hand twisted the throttle to its maximum, poised to release the brake and propel the vehicle forward. But would it matter? Given the swiftness with which Feng Lai saved the child in the middle of the road, and the remarkable display of martial prowess he exhibited, it is implausible that the electric vehicle could escape. Since there is no possibility of evasion, Lin Feng, with his body tense and eyes fixed intently on Feng Lai, recognized the futility of fleeing and resolved to fight to the death. After a brief pause, instead of lunging forward to eliminate him, Feng Lai remarked, "This is more like it. Regardless of the circumstances, one must possess the courage to resist. Had you chosen to beg for mercy just now?" Feng Lai's gaze was icy, and the alley fell into an eerie silence. Surely, you do not think I would truly kill you?" Lin Feng was somewhat perplexed. A smile began to surface on Feng Lai's face, revealing a mocking expression. He turned and stepped into the shadows behind him, dragging forth a corpse. The body was robust, adorned with tattered rags that barely concealed bulging muscles, evidently stretched to their limits. However, the exposed skin was not the hue of human flesh, but rather a peculiar slate gray, and the drooping head was covered with large scales. The lifeless form on the ground was not human at all, but rather a half-human monstrosity. Lin Feng's mind buzzed, thrown into disarray. He could scarcely believe what lay before him. What manner of world have I traversed into? This cannot be a normal realm. Reality and the internet are so similar to Blue Star. I have lived a perfectly ordinary life for 16 years. How could such a thing exist? In that moment, Lin Feng was overwhelmed with shock, staring at the corpse below, and he managed to stammer, "What is this thing? It was once human, but now we refer to it as a reverter. They are all devotees of the dark god." Chapter 28. Who, after all, is the clown? The returner and the evil god? Lin Feng took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. At that moment, his fear had dissipated, and his eyes gleamed with intensity as he gazed at Coach Feng. Who exactly are you? Me? Feng Lai chuckled softly. What could I possibly be? Merely an ordinary martial arts instructor. Ordinary, my foot. Lin Feng thought to himself in disbelief. Feng Lai continued, of course, as you can see, I sometimes venture out to earn a little extra income. I probably shouldn't divulge this to you, but I fear you might misunderstand and think I am a murderer. After seeing this, you should realize I have no intention of silencing you, correct? Lin Feng could only offer an awkward smile. Upon witnessing the bloodied figure earlier and hearing the admission of murder, he genuinely feared that Feng Lai might eliminate him to keep his secrets. Let us go. These matters are of no concern to you, so do not overthink it. Furthermore, do not disclose any of this to anyone. Rest assured, Coach Feng, I will not speak a word. Good. The formalities regarding your status as an official disciple have been taken care of. You need only report to the martial arts school tomorrow at 8 for the initiation ceremony. All right. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, his mind heavy as he started the car and vanished into the darkness. From the shadows not far away, a young man in his 20s emerged. His brow furrowed as he spoke. Old Feng, should we not erase his memory? Although he is a student at your martial arts school, he is still just an ordinary person. Feng Lai watched Lin Feng's departing figure and shook his head. No need. He is my disciple. Huh, a disciple? The young man was initially taken aback, then indignantly exclaimed, Old Feng, you have taken him as a disciple? He is merely an ordinary high school student. When I fervently sought your guidance, you flatly refused, yet now you accept a commoner as your pupil. Am I not as talented as he? Your talent is indeed remarkable. Exceedingly so, but your path diverges from ours. The young man protested loudly. What difference does it make? If I possessed a mere 30% of your skills, coupled with my talent, I would undoubtedly rise to become a formidable Dragon Realm expert. Humph, you? A Dragon Realm expert? A cold snort echoed from the depths of the shadows, followed by the sound of something dragging along the ground. From the darkness emerged a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, who was dragging a corpse similar in size to that beneath Feng Ye's feet. This individual was none other than Tong Bin, Lu Sun's disciple from the pharmacy. Tong Bin eyed the young man coldly and said, although Master Feng has not formally accepted you as a disciple, he has imparted all he could teach. If you failed to learn, that is your own folly. Tong Bin, must you always speak? Is there a problem with my words? Come at me if you dare, Tong Bin taunted. The young man, seething with rage, retorted, do you think I wouldn't dare? Enough of this nonsense. Tang Jin, inquire with Chung Wu to see if they require assistance. Understood. The young man shot Tong Bin a fierce glare, then retrieved a specialized phone to make the call. Beside him, Tong Bin set down the lifeless body and addressed Feng Lai. Master Uncle, what has come over these fanatics who worship Badurko? They have been causing endless disturbances here, leaving Qing Wu overwhelmed. Should we not request someone proficient in the Voidless Realm to assist us? Do you think individuals capable of wielding the Voidless Realm are as common as cabbages? I have already broached this matter with them. At most, they can send a silent singer our way. How many witnesses were there to our skirmish just now? Approximately 5 or 6 individuals observed my battle with the returner. 5 or 6, that poses no significant issue. I will notify the authorities. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat astride his electric scooter, grappling with disbelief that monsters truly existed in this world. He mulled over recent events until he arrived at his doorstep, just as he was about to retrieve his keys when the door swung open from within. Brother, you have finally returned. We have been waiting for you for ages. Lin Xiao exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Lin Feng, come quickly. The voices of Su Hong and Lin Guitian beckoned from inside. What is happening? Lin Feng inquired. Slipping into the slippers, Lin Xiao eagerly offered. Brother, have you officially become a disciple of the White Ape Martial Arts School? How did you find out? Just now. Someone from your martial arts school delivered an invitation to our entire family, inviting us to your initiation ceremony tomorrow. I didn't expect the initiation ceremony to be so formal. Lin Feng remarked, somewhat taken aback. What are you dawdling for? Come over and explain what is going on. Your mother and I have never been involved in the martial artist circle. We are utterly in the dark, Su Hong urged as Lin Feng took a seat. Excitedly, Su Hong continued, just a moment ago, your father and I inquired about the White Ape Martial Arts School through friends and discovered that it is far more prestigious than I had imagined. It is quite elite in Beha City, nearing the upper echelons of society. Becoming a formal disciple of a martial arts school is something many wealthy individuals aspire to but cannot achieve. My son, I cannot believe what you said last night is indeed true. How did you become a formal disciple? Aside from the data panel, Lin Feng withheld nothing and gradually recounted the events to the three of them. After hearing his tale, Lin Guotian erupted into hearty laughter. My son is indeed a rare martial arts genius. Haha, splendid. Truly worthy of being my son. Su Hong rolled her eyes, laughing so triumphantly. As if you too possess martial talent. Lin Guotian chuckled. Who can say for certain? Lin Feng's extraordinary aptitude in martial arts may well be hereditary. After all, he is my son. Perhaps he inherited my talent. I had a flair for dance in my youth. At that moment, Lin Xiao chimed in. Brother? I was able to stand in stance for 10 minutes on my first try. Am I also a martial prodigy? Indeed. You are. Both of you are, Lin Feng replied. Bemused. By the way, Lin Feng, what should we wear to the martial arts school tomorrow? Your mother and I have no experience in attending such events. Lin Feng's mother asked. Lin Feng, unsure, replied, Mother, it's rather late today. Shall we discuss it tomorrow? As Su Hong glanced at the clock, noting that it was nearly midnight, she urged a few individuals to retire for the night. Lin Feng, having tidied up, remained awake, engrossed in researching monsters and evil deities online. Regrettably, the results were merely an assortment of novels, images, and fabricated news articles. There was not a trace of credible information on the internet regarding these matters. Lin Feng set down his mouse, reflecting on the fact that he had witnessed a monster firsthand and learned of the evil deity from Feng Lai. The absence of any information online could only imply that the authorities wished to keep such phenomena hidden from the public. Approaching the window, he observed the alley he had seen during the day, now shrouded in darkness. Rather than fear, Lin Feng felt a peculiar thrill at the knowledge of such extraordinary entities. The world was becoming increasingly intriguing. In the early morning, within a villa by the North River, Wu Hui sat on the sofa, his face ashen and filled with distress. Beside him sat a young man resembling him, equally troubled, his visage marred by anger and resentment. Brother, did you not claim that this person was worthless? Did you not assert he would fail the test without question? Why, just one day later, has the martial arts school announced him as an official disciple? Why did you only offer him 80,000 yesterday? Are we truly so destitute that we cannot even afford 100,000? Why? With each repeated inquiry from the youth, the veins on Wu Hui's forehead throbbed until he stood, pointing an accusatory finger at his brother and bellowing. Why? You dare question me? It is precisely because you are inept. You have trained in martial arts for over a decade, with resources afforded to you tenfold compared to others. Yet you have failed to even qualify as an official disciple and still ask why. What else could you possibly be but a failure? Furthermore, even if you had successfully bribed Lin Feng yesterday, do you truly believe that with your abilities, you could master the Wuyun hand fist within 2 months? The youth retorted loudly, why can't I? Coach Long said my Wuyun hand is merely a hair's breadth from perfection. In 2 months, I can surely reach proficiency. Huh? Coach Long? Would he make such claims if he did not stand to gain 2 million in training fees from you? Wu Hui scoffed. Consider this. You have practiced the Wuyun hand for 6 years without achieving mastery, yet you expect to attain it in the next 2 months? Do you truly believe that is plausible? Why do you speak so much? You simply do not wish to part with your money. If you had offered 1 million, that pauper who only applied for the basic class would have readily relinquished his chance at the test. Wu Hui fumed. June, enough. Your brother has worked tirelessly for your sake. How could you possibly think he is unwilling to invest? Interjected a middle-aged woman nearby. In the living room, besides the two brothers, there was also a middle-aged couple. The middle-aged man remarked, Wu Jun, your mother is correct. This matter cannot be blamed on your brother. Who could have anticipated that someone who had only practiced for a few days would successfully master the Baiyuan Xingshan fist in just 3 days? It was not 3 days. It was 1 day. Wu Hui inhaled deeply before sighing. This individual truly possesses extraordinary talent. Wu Hui recalled the events of yesterday, the number 291 flashing in his mind, accompanied by the ridicule he had faced. In the shadow of his opponent's swift success in the trial, he felt, at this very moment, like a mere jester. The middle-aged man sighed and remarked, given that matters have escalated to this point, let us discuss what lies ahead. Wu Jun gritted his teeth and declared, to usurp my rightful position as a formal disciple, Lin Feng shall pay the price. Fool! Wu Hui retaliated with a sharp slap across his brother's face, sending him sprawling onto the sofa. In a furious tone, he warned, Lin Feng is now a specially recruited disciple at the Martial Arts Academy, and his standing there surpasses even mine. If you dare to provoke him, I shall strip you of your skin. Wu Hui, how dare you strike me? Wu Jun seethed with rage. Enough, both of you, the middle-aged man thundered, successfully halting the escalating tension between the two. Wu Wei, you need only speak. There is no need for violence. A middle-aged woman stepped forward, embracing Wu Jun and lamenting. You must understand, your brother has always been timid. He merely spoke out of frustration just now. Did you take his words to heart? Look at the severity of your strike. His face is already swelling. If I hadn't struck him firmly, he might genuinely pursue such reckless actions, endangering not just himself, but our entire family. Chapter 29. The Art of the Monkey King Fist. The emotional upheaval experienced by Wu Hui's family was entirely attributable to an announcement made by the martial arts school that morning. Student Lin Feng, due to his exceptional talent, has been officially accepted as a disciple of the school with the consent of the master. Upon the release of this proclamation, not only Wu Hui but also other students and formal disciples of the school were left astonished, while those privy to the details were utterly dumbfounded. It is noteworthy that the evaluation period was initially set for 3 days, yet after just 1 day, Lin Feng had successfully passed the assessment, implying that he had managed to grasp the fundamentals of the White Ape Mountain Fist within a mere 24 hours. The White Ape Mountain Fist is one of the 5 formal martial arts that students can learn. Transitioning from student to formal disciple is a journey many undertake, with numerous individuals spending 6 months to achieve basic proficiency, while the more gifted might require 2 to 3 months. Take Zhang Min, for example. Despite her considerable talent, she took 1 month and 5 days to achieve the same. Now, Lin Feng had accomplished this in just 1 day. How could the self-proclaimed elite among the formal disciples not be astonished? On the 5th floor of the White Ape Martial Arts School, amid a solemn atmosphere and in the presence of his parents, the master of the school, and several instructors, Lin Feng bowed before the portrait of the ancestral master of the White Ape. Thus, he was officially initiated as a disciple of the White Ape Martial Arts School. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Su, your son is truly a prodigy in martial arts. You have raised an exceptional child, remarked Su Hao, the master of the White Ape Martial Arts School, as he grasped Lin Guoting's hand. Oh, it's nothing, Lin Guoting replied with a beaming smile. After a round of pleasantries, Lin Feng chose not to accompany Su Hong back home. Instead, he said, Mom, Dad, Lin Xiao, please go ahead. I have a matter to discuss with the master, and then I need to train at the school. All right, we'll take our leave then. Lin Guoting and the others departed in high spirits, their faces adorned with smiles that seemed unending on this day of their son's success. Seeking my counsel? Su Hao, the master of the White Ape Martial Arts School, appeared to be in his 50s. According to the disciples, his martial prowess was unrivaled within the school, surpassing that of all the instructors. However, Su Hao did not possess the typical demeanor of a martial arts master. Rather, he was short and stout, resembling an ordinary individual of his age. I have a few inquiries for you, master. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng descended from the 5th floor, satisfaction etched on his face. Congratulations, junior brother Lin. Your talent is truly admirable. I, Old Wan, am thoroughly impressed. Upon spotting him, several individuals immediately gathered around. Over the past few years, the White Ape Martial Arts School in Beha City had only specially recruited 2 students, one of whom was accepted by a prominent figure as a personal disciple, while the other was promoted to the inner sect directly at headquarters. Lin Feng was now the 3rd specially recruited disciple. At present, Lin Feng was merely an ordinary high school student, but following the precedent set by his predecessors, he was destined to attain at least the status of an inner disciple, promising a bright future ahead. Ma Hanyuan embraced Lin Feng with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, Junior brother Lin, after enduring 30 minutes in the bone-melting soup, I knew you would pass the evaluation. Well done. Tonight, I shall treat you to drinks. Senior brother Ma, I'm still in school. Haha, I almost forgot. How could I overlook your high school studies? What a memory I have. Lin Feng. From a distance, Feng Lai waved at him. Master Ma, esteemed brothers. Coach Feng has called for me. I shall proceed first. Go on. Go on. Coach Feng undoubtedly has something to convey to you. Pay no mind to us. Lin Feng and Ma Hanyuan excused themselves and made their way over. How does it feel to become an official disciple? Feng Lai led Lin Feng to the 3rd floor, laughing as he walked. At this moment, Lin Feng was already aware of all the benefits of being a formal disciple. In addition to the exemption from tuition fees each semester, he was entitled to 2 herbal baths per month, 3 massages, 2 complimentary herbal meals, and the opportunity to choose a secret martial art. Upon further inquiry, he learned that this secret martial art surpassed the likes of the White Ape Mountain style, Five Cloud Hands, and the Spring Leg technique. Even the elite class students were not qualified to learn it, and informal disciples were prohibited from imparting it. With such advantages, what could he possibly find unsatisfactory? The master just called me, mentioning that you requested the 30,000 yuan tuition fee paid 2 days ago, after his parents had left. Lin Feng had inquired with the master about reclaiming the previous tuition fees. Master, since I have become a formal disciple, is it possible to have the previously paid tuition refunded? Upon hearing this, the master was momentarily speechless, and after a brief hesitation, he ultimately agreed to refund the money, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Haha, you young lad, you truly possess a certain charm. Feng Lai was clad in a black coach's uniform today, his entire ensemble dark, which accentuated the paleness of his face and his slender, not particularly robust physique, giving him an air of someone posing as a martial arts instructor. In stark contrast to the cold and domineering demeanor he had displayed the night before, standing before that monstrous corpse, Lin Feng found himself questioning whether these were indeed the same person. Regarding yesterday's events, I understand you have many questions. Feel free to inquire without reserve. Coach, have those monsters and the so-called evil gods always existed in this world? Lin Feng directly voiced his inner doubts. Indeed, they have always existed, since ancient times. And many myths and legends stem from this truth. However, research indicates that these entities have become significantly more active in recent centuries. If they have always existed, then why not allow the public to know the truth, instead of concealing it? Lin Feng asked further. Feng Lai shook his head, stating, it is not a matter of concealment. Rather, at times, the truth equates to catastrophe. The truth equates to catastrophe? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. As the two conversed, Feng Lai led him to a solitary training room on the 3rd floor. Your martial arts instruction will continue to be under my guidance. Speaking of martial arts, Lin Feng suddenly became intrigued and eagerly asked, Coach, I have heard that upon becoming a formal disciple, one can choose a secret martial art from the White Ape School. What exactly are these secrets? Do they imply that the techniques of these secret martial arts are superior to those of the Five Cloud Hands or White Ape Mountain Fist? Upon hearing this, Feng Lai chuckled. It is not so simple. Ordinary martial arts may triumph through peculiar techniques, speed, or brute strength. But these skills are merely the art of combat. Possessing a robust physique alone does not constitute foundational martial arts. Just as with the Five Cloud Hands and Spring Leg technique, they too fall into this category. There exists a martial art whose techniques not only defend against adversaries, but also fortify the body, enhancing one's vital energy and allowing an individual to reach, or even surpass, the physical limits of an ordinary person. This is what is referred to as the esoteric martial arts. Furthermore, more profound martial arts not only enable one to transcend the limits of human capability, but can also alter tendons and bones, achieving a state beyond humanity. Feng Lai gazed at Lin Feng and remarked, in fact, within the martial arts you practice, there exists such a discipline. Lin Feng was taken aback. His repertoire consisted solely of a few foundational martial arts, along with the stance of the White Ape embracing the moon and the White Ape Mountain walking fist. Naturally, this martial art was not the White Ape embracing the moon. Are you referring to the White Ape Mountain walking fist? He inquired. Not quite, Feng Lai replied. It is actually called the Demon Ape Mountain walking fist. Chapter 30, Breathing Technique. The Demon Ape's Mountain Movement. Lin Feng was taken aback. Feng Lai explained, the so-called White Ape Mountain Fist is merely a simplified version of the Demon Ape Mountain Fist. Its true origin lies in the Demon Ape Mountain Fist. What is currently taught in the martial arts school as the White Ape Mountain Fist lacks two essential elements, the breathing technique and the power generation technique. Upon hearing Feng Lai's words, Lin Feng recalled the fragmentary character that followed the White Ape Mountain Fist on the data panel. It was no wonder it was marked as incomplete. Indeed, this martial art possessed inherent flaws. Today, I shall help you complete this martial art, Feng Lai continued. The Demon Ape Mountain Fist encompasses two breathing techniques. The first is the ordinary breathing technique, which must replace your normal breathing. After practicing it, you must employ this technique in all your activities, standing, sitting, sleeping, until you achieve the form of the Demon Ape, at which point you may alter your breathing method. Achieve the form of the Demon Ape? Lin Feng's heart stirred, and he inquired, Coach, I have heard that the White Ape Martial Arts School once specially recruited 2 individuals, one of whom, due to his innate ape-like physique, was taken in as a direct disciple by a prominent figure within the White Ape sect. Is the form of the demon ape you mentioned related to this ape-like physique? Yes and no, Feng Lai replied. The ape-like physique is merely a foundation. While the form of the demon ape transcends mere physicality, it is the very essence of martial arts. This foundation is generally unattainable for most. Only those with extraordinary perception and talent, like you, may barely reach it. Let us return to the breathing techniques. In addition to the ordinary breathing technique, there exists the forging breathing technique, which is considerably more challenging. Each movement demands a distinct breath, along with internal power generation techniques that must harmonize with the forging breathing technique and the movements themselves. It is not a simple task. Remember my breathing. Committed to memory. Understood, Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. Feng Lai ceased his explanations and began the instruction. As Lin Feng absorbed Feng Lai's teachings, he entered a shallow flow state. Everything around him faded away, leaving only Feng Lai's elucidation in focus. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Lin Feng emerged from his flow state. The shallow flow state did not align with his expectations. It did not allow for awareness of external circumstances. Upon utilizing it, he realized he was still deeply engrossed. However, unlike the deep flow state, awakening from this state required only a gentle call of his name. Lin Feng believed that it was not solely his name. A louder sound or commotion could also rouse him. How well do you remember the moves I just taught? Feng Lai, recognizing Lin Feng's extraordinary talent, refrained from instructing each move individually and instead taught 3 moves before inquiring. I have nearly memorized them all. Lin Feng, whose memory was already formidable, found that the combination of his innate ability and the shallow flow state allowed Feng Lai's teachings to be vividly etched in his mind. Let me see. Lin Feng nodded. The demon ape mountain fist and the white ape mountain fist shared no differences in movements. The distinction lay in the inclusion of the breathing technique. Although it was termed breathing, it encompassed various sounds like hums and grunts, which, when combined with the movements and unique power generation techniques, required synchronization. As Feng Lai had stated, it was exceedingly complex. However, for Lin Feng, this posed no challenge. He began to execute the movements with precision. Having already entered the realm of the white ape mountain style, he was undoubtedly familiar with these techniques. However, as he had only just memorized the breathing method, his movements were somewhat slow. The execution of the 3 techniques was flawless, showcasing remarkable skill. Indeed, impressive. After observing, Feng Lai felt a surge of complex emotions and couldn't help but reflect once more. Next, I shall teach you 6 techniques. Noticing that the 3 techniques posed no challenge for Lin Feng, Feng Lai decided to increase the difficulty, doubling the number from 3 to 6. Lin Feng nodded. Standing silently nearby, his gaze focused solely on Feng Lai, as he concentrated on a single point. The content of Feng Lai's explanations and the demonstrations of the techniques were indelibly etched into his mind. The 6 techniques of the demon ape mountain style were quickly mastered, and Lin Feng flawlessly replicated them. Such an extraordinary capacity for learning. Feng Lai's eyes gleamed with excitement. In that case, I will teach you all remaining 9 techniques. With his innate memory and the flow state enhancing his learning, Lin Feng found no difficulty in mastering them. After completing the 18 techniques, distinct from the previous ones, Lin Feng began to demonstrate them himself. Although the movements were identical, the addition of the breathing method transformed each technique. With every execution, accompanied by the unique sounds of breath, his muscles and sinews pulsed and vibrated in harmony with the rhythm. After finishing a set of the demon ape mountain fist, a wave of heat enveloped his body, and his vital energy surged, providing an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. A delightful sensation coursed through him, as if every vein, muscle, and cell was thoroughly fulfilled. Truly exhilarating. This was the essence of martial arts. The white ape mountain style and the demon ape mountain style were of entirely different realms of skill, despite their similar movements. You have been guided. Your skill, white ape mountain fist, has been completed. Your skill, white ape mountain fist, has transformed into demon ape mountain fist. Lin Feng opened the ancient warrior section. White ape mountain fist LV1, 120-330, has now transformed into demon ape mountain fist LV0, 212-240. Originally possessing a total experience of 350 points in the white ape mountain fist, it was reduced to 212 points upon transformation into the demon ape mountain fist. Furthermore, the experience needed to level up the demon ape mountain fist to level 1 had increased, requiring 240 points, significantly higher than the foundational martial arts requirement of 130 points. However, this was inconsequential. With the flow state enhancing skill acquisition, such experience points were nearly negligible. Very well, you have learned the breathing method and power techniques. Next, I will teach you the ordinary breathing method. This time, Feng Lai demonstrated a prolonged and rhythmic breathing technique, which, while differing slightly from conventional breathing, was not vastly dissimilar. Do you find it simple? Feng Lai, perceiving Lin Feng's expression, guessed his thoughts and chuckled. In fact, this ordinary breathing method is considerably more challenging than the breathing used during martial practice, as it requires constant practice until it becomes instinctual, even utilized unconsciously while sleeping. Indeed, this was quite a challenge. Haha. Feng Lai was elated to witness Lin Feng's initial struggles, a broad smile illuminating his face as he remarked, in truth, it is not difficult, merely a matter of perseverance. With dedicated practice and earnest effort, one shall soon cultivate instinctive skill. I have imparted both breathing techniques. The rest is now in your hands to practice and contemplate. Moreover, you must remember this. The demon ape mountain fist must not be disclosed to anyone, absolutely no one. Lin Feng was taken aback by Feng Lai's sudden seriousness. He could not comprehend the rationale behind such secrecy, but promptly nodded in agreement, assuring, rest assured, coach. I shall not utter a single word. Feng Lai chuckled gently, do not overthink it, though the name demon may suggest otherwise. The demon ape mountain fist is not a form of illicit martial art. It is a legitimate ancient discipline, with a lineage more authentic than that of many contemporary schools. Chapter 31, Cultivation. Is it not an unorthodox martial art, but a true ancient technique? Feng Lai's words, reminiscent of a classic saying about concealing something, sent a tremor through Lin Feng's heart. However, Feng Lai remained oblivious to Lin Feng's unease. He retrieved a palm-sized porcelain vial from his pocket and handed it over. What is this? Lin Feng inquired as he accepted the vial. The magic ape mountain fist consumes vitality no less than any ordinary martial art. Hence, one must ingest medicinal substances to cultivate it. This vial contains the 3 yuan pill, which not only enhances one's vitality, but also nourishes the tendons and bones, making it more suitable for you than the vitality pill. Lin Feng's heart soared with joy. Thank you, coach. Wait. Feng Lai interrupted Lin Feng's gratitude, a peculiar expression crossing his face. This 3 yuan pill costs 10,000 yuan per piece, and there are 5 within this vial, totaling 50,000 yuan. You don't truly believe I would gift it to you, do you? With that, he winked. Lin Feng stared blankly at the porcelain vial in his hand. I understand you are currently without funds, coming from an ordinary family. How about I consider this a loan to you? However, even as a loan, it must adhere to the established rules. What rules? Naturally, the age-old principle of 9 out, 13 returned. Lin Feng attempted to return the pill to Feng Lai, but Feng Lai had already waved him off, heading outside. The training room fell into silence. Lin Feng gazed at the medicinal pills in his hand. He was aware of the financial burdens associated with martial arts training, yet the price of 50,000 yuan for a vial of pills was still beyond his expectations. He sensed Feng Lai's goodwill, yet he was perplexed as to why Feng Lai was treating him with such kindness. Ordinary trainees do not enjoy the privilege of a dedicated training room after becoming formal disciples, let alone the personalized guidance from Feng Lai or receiving such precious medicinal pills. While Feng Lai had mentioned the principle of 9 out, 13 returned, he had not specified when the repayment was due, and there was no written acknowledgement of the debt between them. Furthermore, why the magic ape mountain fist had to be kept under wraps, why it couldn't be discussed openly, and why it was emphasized as an authentic ancient martial art left Lin Feng feeling quite bewildered. Reflecting on the days he had observed Feng Lai, he found him to be meticulous and earnest in teaching, never exhibiting impatience towards the myriad questions posed by his students. Whether it was hunting down sinister cultists at night or rescuing people on the road, Feng Lai had shown no signs of wrongdoing thus far. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng decided it was futile to overthink these matters. It was far more practical to focus on diligently practicing martial arts. He carefully stored the pills away and entered a state of flow. Magic Ape Mountain Fist. Half an hour passed. You have undergone a session of transcendent training. Your skill, Magic Ape Mountain Fist, has gained 246 experience points. Your skill, Magic Ape Mountain Fist, has been upgraded to level 1. Your profession, Ancient Martial Artist, has gained 34 experience points. In just half an hour of concentrated practice, Lin Feng had amassed 246 experience points, propelling the Magic Ape Mountain Fist to the threshold of mastery, surpassing it significantly. Achieving level 3 of flow state was indeed formidable. Lin Feng was now drenched in sweat. The exertion from half an hour of practicing the magic ape mountain fist had drained him more than his previous training with the white ape mountain, yet it felt exhilarating. After the training session, a delightful tingling sensation enveloped my entire body, every muscle taut with energy, and a wave of warmth radiated from my skin, which appeared slightly flushed in the mirror. Clearly, the demonic ape mountain fist far surpassed the white ape mountain fist in terms of physical conditioning. This was the essence of foundational martial arts, a secret transmission of the sect. It was indeed astonishingly potent. After a brief respite, Lin Feng resumed his practice of the demonic ape mountain fist for another half hour. A series of notifications appeared before his eyes, eliciting a look of surprise. The demonic ape mountain fist had reached level 2. While this did not entirely catch him off guard, the increase of 1 point each in strength and constitution was unexpected. It was worth noting that he had only practiced the demonic ape mountain fist twice, amounting to a mere hour of training, even in a state of flow. The direct enhancement of 2 attributes exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. The conditioning effect of the demonic ape mountain fist was truly remarkable. However, the energy expenditure was equally substantial, surpassing that of any previous martial arts he had practiced. At this moment, his face was flushed, his heart pounding vigorously in his chest like a drum, and his breathing was rapid, akin to a broken fan. After just an hour of flow state, Lin Feng felt he had reached the limit of his endurance. Additionally, an intense hunger gnawed at him, akin to having not eaten for 3 days. Though Lin Feng had prepared provisions for his training over the past 2 days, he had forgotten to bring any today due to the entrance ceremony. The front desk of the Martial Arts Academy offered energy-sustaining snacks and drinks. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It's nearly 11 o'clock. Shortly, the cafeteria on the 4th floor will open. I shall wait until then. Should I consume a 3-yuan pill? Lin Feng pondered, feeling the fatigue in his body, but quickly dismissed the thought as the pill cost 10,000 coins each. And he had just consumed a chi blood pill the day before. Recalling his promise to Lu Sun regarding the pharmacy, he took a moment to rest before heading to the 4th floor and entering the apothecary, only to find Lu Sun absent. However, 2 of his disciples were present. A young pharmacist named Lu Cheng was busy preparing medicines, while Lu Sun's other disciple, a burly man resembling a small mountain, was voraciously gnawing on a large piece of beef, his mouth smeared with grease, with an entire basket of meat piled high on the table before him. The rich aroma of the meat wafted through the air, causing Lin Feng to swallow involuntarily. He approached and asked, "Senior brother, may I have a bit to eat?" Tong Bin appeared momentarily taken aback, but eventually nodded in agreement under Lin Feng's eager gaze. "Thank you, senior brother," Lin Feng exclaimed with joy, promptly sitting beside him and eagerly seizing the meat from the table, indulging in his feast. However, Lin Feng soon discovered that the beef had a rather bland taste, infused with a distinct medicinal flavor that was somewhat peculiar. However, he was in a state of hunger so intense that he could scarcely consider the taste. A piece of meat, larger than a fist, was quickly devoured by him, and he reached out for another from the table, continuing to gnaw at it. In the blink of an eye, yet another piece vanished into his mouth. Tong Bin initially displayed a look of astonishment, but upon witnessing the swift disappearance of 2 pieces, he seemed to grasp the situation and hurriedly shoved the piece in his hand into his mouth, reaching for another from the table. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng stared in disbelief at the 2, who were voraciously consuming their meals, as they continued to grab meat pieces from the table as if in a competition. A large basket filled with meat dwindled at a rapid pace. When only the final piece remained on the table, Lin Feng's hand almost touched it, but he quickly withdrew, saying to Tong Bin, "Senior Tong, please. Such courtesy, should I thank you?" Tong Bin replied with a hint of amusement, before tossing the last piece into his mouth. Chapter 32. The pharmacy again, haha. Just a jest. Tong Bin laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with interest as he regarded Lin Feng. "You may appear slight of build, yet your appetite is surprisingly robust." Lin Feng himself was perplexed. Ever since he embarked on his martial arts training, his hunger had escalated remarkably. Just yesterday morning, he awoke to consume an entire rice cooker's worth of food meant for 3, and even after that, Su Hong graciously offered him an additional bowl of noodles to satiate his hunger. Earlier, he had devoured approximately 4 pounds of meat, yet he merely felt a slight fullness. In truth, he could have easily consumed another piece. "Thank you, Brother Tong, for your hospitality. I was unexpectedly famished after training, and I lost a bit of control, so." "No worries, it's merely a meal," Tong Bin remarked, unperturbed, as he rose to retrieve the bamboo basket filled with meat and ventured into the pharmacy. Lu Qing, standing nearby, gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Lin Feng smiled in return, acknowledging that his earlier hunger had indeed gotten the better of him. Not forgetting his purpose for being there, he inquired, "Brother Lu, where has Elder Lu gone? When will he return? You came here regarding yesterday's matter, did you not? My master should be back shortly." "Very well, I shall wait for him here." Lin Feng settled into a chair, contemplating for a moment before producing a porcelain vial containing the San Yuan Dan. "Brother Lu, may I ask what this elixir is?" Lu Cheng accepted the vial, opened it, and, upon catching a whiff, chuckled, "This is San Yuan Dan, crafted by my master." "Where did you acquire it?" "It was given to me by someone." "Was it Coach Feng?" "He just purchased a vial from here yesterday." Lin Shitty, Coach Feng is indeed quite generous. San Yuan Dan costs 50,000 for a vial. Seeing that the vial genuinely contained San Yuan Dan, Lin Feng exhaled in relief. After exchanging a few words with Lu Cheng, he returned to his chair, awaiting Lu Sun's arrival. With nothing pressing at hand, Lin Feng sat upright and began practicing his usual breathing technique. In truth, he had been adjusting his breath all along. But each time he engaged in the breathing method, a momentary lapse in focus would cause his breath to revert to its natural rhythm. Transforming a breathing pattern cultivated over a decade was no simple feat. After practicing for about 10 minutes, Lu Sun entered the room. Upon seeing Lin Feng seated in a chair, he scrutinized him closely, frowning as he remarked, "What on earth is wrong with you? Every time I see you, you appear so strong yet so depleted." Lin Feng, having felt significantly better after consuming several pounds of meat, was taken aback that Lu Sun still perceived him to be unwell. Strong yet depleted? Wasn't it merely the fatigue from training? That description seemed a bit excessive. As Lu Sun settled behind the consultation table, Lin Feng, without waiting for him to speak, approached and placed his right hand on the table. "Elder Lu, do I truly seem that frail? Also, was there any news from yesterday's examination?" Lin Feng felt a surge of curiosity about whether the talents indicated by the interface could be detected in the real world. Lu Sun placed 2 fingers on Lin Feng's wrist, shaking his head as he remarked, "It won't be long now. Your blood condition is somewhat distinct from that of an ordinary person. I've sent the blood test report to an old friend of mine who is currently researching the data. Based on our conjectures, your recovery capacity surpasses that of the average individual, likely indicating that you possess a unique constitution." Lin Feng was somewhat astonished. "So it can truly be examined. This implies that talents and attributes directly impact the physical body. When one acquires a talent, does the data panel consequently transform the body?" He recalled the tingling sensation akin to electricity when he activated the Overlord talent. Could it be that the talent was loaded in that very instant? What a pity. If your body is deficient, you wouldn't notice it? Lu Sun mused. "You are indeed an anomaly, just a day apart. And the remnants of the myriad needle-dissolving bone soup's medicinal potency within you have nearly been digested." After sensing Lin Feng's internal state, Lu Sun appeared taken aback. He examined further for several seconds, muttering, "Your apparent vitality has significantly diminished, yet internally, your vitality has increased by at least 20% compared to yesterday. Did you consume the vitality pill I gave you?" "I have indeed taken it." "No wonder." Lu Sun furrowed his brow and continued, "The rapid increase in your vitality is not solely due to the vitality pill. What martial arts has that fellow Feng Lai imparted to you? It is evident that the skills you have learned are not ordinary." Lin Feng's heart raced, and he quickly feigned ignorance, saying, "Old Lu, what are you talking about? Coach Feng hasn't taught me anything." Feng Lai had explicitly instructed him not to divulge any details regarding the Demon Ape Mountain Fist, so he could not reveal anything to Lu Sun. Playing the fool. Lu Sun regarded Lin Feng with disdain, then added, "That Feng Lai is not on the righteous path. Kid, your talent is commendable, but it is rather unfortunate to be following Feng Lai. How about I help you find a more reliable master within the sect?" "Master?" A tall figure, Tong Bin, appeared at the doorway. His voice laced with a clear sense of admonition. Lu Sun was furious. "Tong Bin, you scoundrel. After mingling with Feng Lai for a few days, have you forgotten who your master is? Why must you remind me? I am considering the best for my master. If you encroach upon Master Feng's territory, it could lead to trouble when he comes knocking. He wouldn't dare. After all, I am considered his senior." Although Lu Sun said this, he refrained from pressing the matter of finding Lin Feng a master, redirecting his focus to the pulse examination. Tong Bin shook his head helplessly and addressed Lu Cheng beside him. "Junior brother, I've just eaten, and I need to go down and practice boxing to aid digestion. If anyone comes for a massage, just give me a call." "Go ahead, senior brother. If someone arrives, I will summon you," Lu Cheng replied with a smile. "Master." Tongbin called out uneasily as he exited. I know. Enough with the chatter. Just leave. Lu Xun retorted impatiently. Tongbin smiled and strode away. He truly is becoming increasingly meddlesome, as if he is the master and I am the disciple. Lu Xun expressed his discontent and then furrowed his brow at Lin Feng, saying, I am at a loss as to what Feng Lai has imparted to you. Had it not been for the lingering effects of the bone-melting soup and blood-nourishing pill still circulating within you, your current training would undoubtedly have resulted in significant depletion and injury to your very foundation. Was Feng Lai not present to supervise your practice? Lin Feng remained silent, for he feared that Feng Lai could never have anticipated that he would master the demon ape mountain fist in such a brief span of merely 1 hour. Nor could he have predicted Lin Feng's extraordinary talent for flow state. Lu Xun muttered to himself, this rascal Feng Lai is as unreliable as his master. He then continued, by the way, have you consumed any potent nourishment recently? It seems that within a short period, a surge of medicinal energy has re-emerged in your pulse. I just devoured a few pounds of my senior brother's essence-replenishing meat, interjected Lu Cheng from the side. Lu Xun's eyes widened in astonishment as he scolded. You little rascal, you are unwilling to part with a drop of your blood, yet you are eager to take advantage of our resources. Chapter 33, The Magic Ape Mountain Fist versus the King Turtle Fist Guiyuan Meat. As Lin Feng descended the stairs, the very name suggested it was specifically intended for bodily nourishment. It was no wonder that after consuming it, he felt an extraordinary sense of comfort enveloping his body. In light of this, he owed Tongbin a debt of gratitude. The only downside was that Lu Xun, upon learning that Lin Feng had devoured several pounds of Guiyuan meat, had extracted nearly half a syringe of his blood. Lin Feng removed the cotton swab pressed against his arm, noting that the puncture wound no longer bled, and discarded the swab into the trash bin. Having visited the pharmacy several times, Lin Feng gleaned from Lu Xun's fragmented remarks that a martial artist aspiring to cultivate their skills requires the fortification of elixirs or medicinal substances. Neglecting this aspect for the sake of relentless training may yield short-term gains, but inevitably, the body would falter over time. Of course, for an ordinary person learning martial arts merely to acquire self-defense skills, such potions are unnecessary. For instance, students in the general class at the martial arts school, adhering to a standard regimen, consume medicinal meals daily, supplemented by monthly herbal baths and bi-weekly massages, sufficient to meet the demands of their training. However, Lin Feng, endowed with the flow state talent, was far from ordinary, progressing in his martial studies at an astonishing rate compared to the formal disciples. Moreover, the Magic Ape Mountain Fist, renowned for its rigorous physical conditioning, surpassed conventional martial arts in intensity. Combined, an hour of immersive training could yield results far superior to what an average individual might achieve in several days or even weeks. From Lu Xun's words, it was fortunate that remnants of the medicinal effects from the bone-melting soup and qi blood pill lingered within him. Otherwise, merely a half hour in the flow state might have overwhelmed his body. No wonder Feng Lai had preemptively provided him with a bottle of restorative elixirs. He understood the formidable nature of the Magic Ape Mountain Fist. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that with the rapid cultivation pace of the Magic Ape Mountain Fist, 5 tri-yuan pills would scarcely suffice for long. Yet, those 5 pills represented a staggering sum of 50,000 yuan. Truly, the ancients were not mistaken. The poor are scholars, while the rich are warriors. Lin Feng could not help but sigh inwardly. Upon returning to the training room on the 3rd floor, he did not immediately commence training. Perhaps it was the so-called Guiyuan meat taking effect. He felt enveloped in a warm, pleasant embrace, akin to the drowsiness that follows a midday meal under the sun. Lin Feng did not resist the urge to sleep. Instead, he reclined on the carpet. Before long, the training room was filled with the sound of his steady breathing. When he awoke again, it was already 2 p.m., having slept for nearly 2 hours. With the overlord talent at his disposal, Lin Feng sensed that his body had returned to its peak state, devoid of the weakness he had felt after training the Magic Ape Mountain Fist that morning. Instead of resuming his practice, he approached the punching power testing device in the corner of the 3rd floor. The previous day, when he had ascended to level 2 as an ancient martial artist, he had intentionally left a few attribute points unallocated, intending to invest them in strength today and subsequently test how much his punching power would increase with just 1 additional point in strength. To his surprise, after training in the Magic Ape Mountain Fist today, he had naturally gained an additional point in both strength and constitution, elevating his strength attribute from 8 to 9. thus rendering any further allocation unnecessary. When his strength attribute reached 8, he delivered a punch with a force of 292 pounds. Now, at strength 9, he pondered how much it might increase. Lin Feng stood before the punching force testing machine, inhaling deeply before unleashing a powerful strike upon the target. A resounding thud echoed as the red digits on the machine fluctuated before finally resting at 362 pounds. He struck again, achieving a slightly higher force of 369 pounds. Compared to yesterday's 292 pounds, he had increased his power by 78 pounds in just one day. This implied that each point of strength roughly corresponded to an increase of about 78 pounds in punching force. To reach Lu Chang's astonishing 1/100 pounds, he would need to elevate his strength attribute to over 20 points. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. No, wait. He suddenly recalled that in both this and the previous test, he had employed the swinging punch from the turtle style and had not utilized any techniques from his martial arts repertoire. If he were to apply the techniques from the Magic Ape Mountain style, he would undoubtedly unleash even greater power upon the target. He gazed at the punching bag, mentally reviewing the 18 distinct techniques of the Magic Ape Mountain Fist. Each technique varied, comprising slicing, sweeping, and swinging motions, with only 3 techniques concentrating immense force at a single point. The Magic Ape hunts the tiger, the Magic Ape opens the road, and the Magic Ape slays the dragon. Among these, the Magic Ape slays the dragon was the most formidable, followed by Magic Ape opens the road, and then Magic Ape hunts the tiger. Whether these techniques could amplify his strength was a question that awaited experimentation. Lin Feng positioned his right leg at an angle and executed the Magic Ape hunts the tiger. He had mastered this technique to a proficient level. In that fleeting moment, he channeled the strength from his foot, leg, waist, and other parts of his body, harmoniously combining them without any conflict, resulting in a synergistic effect where 1 + 1 exceeded 2. All the force coalesced in his fist. With a thunderous crack, the numbers on the machine surged at a pace far quicker than before, eventually settling at 678 pounds. This was an increase of precisely 316 pounds compared to the previous 362, nearly doubling his output. Lin Feng was astonished. He had not anticipated that the Magic Ape hunts the tiger would yield such formidable power. Was this the stark contrast between turtle style and martial arts? His foundational boxing skills had reached level 1, and the swinging punch he had just delivered was executed with more finesse than that of an average practitioner. Yet, no matter how adept his turtle style was, it paled in comparison to the techniques of martial arts, akin to the vast difference between a child and an adult. Lin Feng had previously witnessed the might of martial arts, but that had not been his experience. Now, confronted with concrete numbers, he truly comprehended the potency of the martial arts he practiced and felt the allure of the martial way in this world. If the Magic Ape hunts the tiger was so powerful, how potent would the Magic Ape opens the road be? This technique promised even greater ferocity than its predecessor. With his muscles taut, Lin Feng unleashed the Magic Ape opens the road, accompanied by a unique grunt as his entire body resonated, channeling all his energy to a single point. Another thunderous impact ensued. The machine displayed 779. This figure surpassed the previous 678 by an additional 101 pounds. Lin Feng did not linger. As soon as the numbers on the machine stabilized, he unleashed the most formidable technique from the Demon Ape Mountain Fist, Demon Ape Slaughtering Dragon. The force registered at 980 pounds, a staggering increase of 618 pounds from the initial 362, nearly tripling his previous strength. Excitement gleamed in Lin Feng's eyes. The numbers on the screen surpassed his expectations. This punch's power, exceeding 900 pounds, was already more formidable than that of the Blue Star Boxing Kings, who had reached 800 pounds. Remarkably, he had only been training for a few days. Lu Chang's impressive achievement of over 1/400 pounds was indeed formidable. Yet it took him 6 years of dedicated practice to attain such a feat. What is crucial is that this was merely the proficient level of the Demon Ape Mountain Fist. Beyond proficiency lie mastery, great accomplishment, and ultimately, perfection. The force unleashed at these higher levels of mastery would undoubtedly surpass that of the proficient level. I wonder how much power the perfected Demon Ape Mountain Fist can unleash. Chapter 34. Enhancement in Class 304 of Secondary School No. 2. Amidst the bustling clamor, Zhang Wen plopped down in front of Lin Feng's desk. He fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng, who was engrossed in his book, and remarked, "Lin, I can't quite put my finger on it, but I've noticed a significant change in you lately. I've been like this for the past month, haven't I?" Lin Feng replied, momentarily lifting his head from his history book. The golden rays of the setting sun cascaded from above, illuminating Lin Feng's chiseled features and accentuating his distinct contours. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Wen found himself momentarily entranced. The two girls nearby, having caught sight of Lin Feng, were likewise rendered speechless, their eyes riveted upon his face. After a brief pause, Zhang Wen continued, I don't know what it is, but you seem even more handsome and confident these days. You also appear to have grown taller, and your physique seems considerably more robust. You've noticed all that? I've been exercising, Lin Feng replied, opting for the term exercising instead of training in martial arts. It had been 3 days since he had tested the might of the demon ape's mountain fist at the martial arts school. Thanks to his level 3 flow state, Lin Feng had made remarkable progress in those 3 days. His student profession had successfully advanced to level 4. Student LV4, 116,800. Upon reaching level 4, Lin Feng had not acquired any new talents, but he allocated his earned talent points to dominance. Dominance LV2, passive increases recovery ability by 80%. With the enhancement to level 2, his recovery capability surged from 40% at level 1 to an astonishing 80%, deepening his foundational strength significantly. As for his primary profession, the Ancient Warrior, Lin Feng ensured it kept pace as well. Ancient Warrior LV4, 448,800. Skills: Basic Fist Technique LV2, 169,300. Basic Leg Technique LV3, 195,500. Basic Physical Conditioning LV3, 350,500. Basic Body Movement LV2, 210,300. 13th Set of Radio Gymnastics LV1, 8,210. White Ape Embracing the Moon LV4, 158,800. Demon Ape's Mountain Fist LV5, 2030-2130. In just 3 days, Lin Feng had elevated his Ancient Warrior level by 2 tiers, and the Demon Ape's Mountain Fist had reached a realm of mastery, merely 100 experience points shy of achieving level 5. The reason for his stagnation was not due to a lack of desire to advance. Rather, his practice of the Demon Ape's Mountain Fist no longer garnered him skill experience. He was hindered by the limitations of his ordinary breathing technique. Despite not yet attaining the pinnacle of perfection, the fact that he had honed the Demon Ape's Mountain Fist to a consummate level within 3 days could only be described as extraordinary. When Feng Lai learned of Lin Feng's attainment of the Great Achievement Realm, a tremor coursed through his body, and his training attire billowed without the slightest breath of wind, as a wave of energy abruptly sent Lin Feng soaring. Fortunately, Feng Lai managed to regain his composure in time. The Great Achievement Realm's Magic Ape Mountain Fist had stalled at the final 100 experience points due to its breathing technique, yielding no advancement in skill experience with each practice. Though professional experience continued to accrue, the physical conditioning it provided could only be described as formidable. Over the span of 3 days, his attribute points had increased twice through the Magic Ape Mountain Fist, with strength rising by 2 points, agility by 1 point, and constitution by 2 points. Additionally, he allocated the 3 attribute points gained from leveling up, along with the remaining 1 point, entirely to intelligence. His specific attributes were as follows: Name, Lin Feng. Source Quality, 1. Age, 16. Strength, 11. Agility, 11. Constitution, 13. Intelligence, 15. For an ordinary person, all 4 attributes are 9. Beyond these, the most significant development was the emergence of a new talent upon reaching level 3 in the profession of Ancient Warrior, Frenzy, active upon activation. It enhances strength by 80%, agility by 60%, while reducing intelligence by 30%. The duration is determined by Constitution, lasting 10 seconds for each point of Constitution. For every 10 seconds, intelligence decreases by 1 point. If intelligence falls below 3 points, rationality is lost. After use, the body enters a state of extreme weakness lasting 7 days. This was the first level of Frenzy. Lin Feng advanced the Ancient Warrior to level 4, thus acquiring 2 talent points. Theoretically, Overlord is supposed to enhance cultivation, and talent points should have been allocated to upgrade Overlord. However, after encountering the so-called Returner that night and learning from Feng Lai about the existence of the malevolent deity, Lin Feng realized that this world was fraught with peril. A lingering unease gripped him, as he lacked effective means to confront adversaries and had no hidden trump cards. Fortunately, upon reaching level 3 in Ancient Warrior, he successfully unlocked an offensive talent. He promptly dedicated both talent points to Frenzy as a safeguard. Frenzy LV2, active upon activation, it amplifies strength by 160%, agility by 120%, while reducing intelligence by 40%. If intelligence falls below 3 points, rationality is lost. In a state of frenzy, health points increase by 100%. The duration is determined by constitution, lasting 8 seconds for each point of constitution. For every 8 seconds, intelligence decreases by 1 point. After use, the body enters a state of extreme weakness lasting 10 days. The new talent Frenzy did not disappoint Lin Feng. Although it offered no enhancement to experience acquisition in terms of professional advancement, its offensive capabilities were undeniably formidable. In a state of frenzy, when combined with the magic Ape Mountain Fist, his attack power reached its zenith. The only regret was the lack of sustained output capability. Each point of constitution extended the duration by 8 seconds. With his 13 points of constitution, he could maintain the frenzy for 104 seconds. However, the restrictions on frenzy were not solely dictated by constitution, but also by intelligence attributes. Upon activation, intelligence is immediately reduced by 40%, with an original score of 15. It dwindles to a mere 9. Once it falls to 3, sanity is lost, indicating that the effective duration is a mere 48 seconds. Brief, yet terrifyingly potent. Beyond this temporal constraint, following the use of Fury, there exists a cooldown period of 10 days. Even with the extraordinary regenerative capabilities of the Dominator, a minimum of 6 days is required for recovery. After activating Fury, Lin Feng possessed 4 distinct talents: Learning, Flow, Dominator, and Fury. Zhang Wen remarked on Lin Feng's significant transformation. During this period, his attributes saw considerable augmentation, which inevitably altered his appearance. He no longer resembled his previously frail self. Instead, he stood tall, exuding an aura of health and confidence. The homeroom teacher arrived. Lin Feng spoke. Zhang Wen turned to see the teacher enter through the door and quickly returned to his seat. Quiet down. The teacher clapped his hands at the podium. And once the classroom settled, he announced loudly, "After today's lesson, I have not released you for dismissal, as there is an important matter to discuss. The school has received notification that several dangerous criminals have recently infiltrated Beha City. Therefore, for the next few days, everyone must return home directly after school and refrain from going out in the evenings. Please remind your families to avoid venturing outside at night during this period." Chapter 35, The Peril of Ignorance. Should one stay indoors at night? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, gradually descending the steps of the teaching building. He retrieved his phone and dialed Phone Lai, relaying the school's urgent notification before inquiring, "Coach, is something amiss?" A calm voice resonated from the phone. "Your speculation is accurate. Recent events have indeed been tumultuous. A high priest of the Despair Dragon, Saragu, was discovered a day prior near Beha City, prompting this notification." The Despair Dragon? An otherworldly malevolent deity, synonymous with hopelessness. Its followers are creators and instigators of terror, orchestrating widespread calamities to evoke despair among the ordinary populace, thereby gratifying their god. Do not trouble yourself with these matters. There are those who will address it. Simply act as though nothing has transpired. Lin Feng mused inwardly that even if he were to worry, it would prove futile. After a brief exchange with Phone Lai, he ended the call. Upon learning of this hidden facet of the world and hearing the teacher's warning, a sense of dissonance arose within him, prompting the call to Phone Lai for a tentative inquiry. As he suspected, this was no ordinary threat, but rather entangled with the mysterious and the extraordinary. He recalled that over the years, there had been numerous notifications of a similar nature, yet at the time, he remained oblivious to the underlying realities, never entertaining doubt. Observing his classmates sauntering by in small groups, some deliberating on when to play games, others discussing crushes, he reflected on how, once upon a time, he too had engaged in such trivialities. "Lindsay, see you tomorrow." Zhang Wen zoomed past on his bicycle. "See you tomorrow," Lin Feng replied, mounting his electric scooter. With an increase of 4 points in intellect, his total intelligence had soared to 15, exceeding the average by 6 points. Although his memory had yet to reach photographic perfection, retaining information had become remarkably effortless. Over the past few days, he had assimilated knowledge surpassing the content delivered by his instructors. The experiential gain from attending lectures was minimal. Now, attending class felt like a squander of time. The crux of the matter lay in the synergy of his level 3 flow and level 2 dominance abilities. Even should he gain experience from conventional classes, Lin Feng deemed it an unworthy investment. The cost-effectiveness was simply too low. The experience accrued through an hour of focused flow was already eightfold that obtained in a standard lecture. rather than waste time in class. It was more prudent to utilize flow until fatigued than rest, allowing his body and mind to recuperate before engaging in flow again. At the entrance of the second high school, Lin Xiao squatted by the roadside, playing with the foxtail grass in the bushes. "Get on," Lin Feng called out, prompting Lin Xiao to rise swiftly and take a seat behind him on the electric scooter. Having not retrieved the 30,000 yuan from the martial arts school, Lin Feng instead consulted Su Hong and Lin Guiting, ultimately enrolling Lin Xiao in the regular class at the martial arts academy. Now, both he and Lin Xiao were studying martial arts at the Baiyuan Martial Arts School. As they arrived at the academy, Lin Xiao urgently urged, "Brother, hurry up." Eager to commence their training, Lin Xiao was not dissuaded by the arduous persuasion. Rather, she exhibited remarkable enthusiasm. Displeased with my sluggishness, she approached on her own. Lin Xiao remarked, "I would love to, but my mother disagrees. It's truly perplexing. The Baiyuan Martial Arts School is hardly elusive to me. I don't understand their concerns. I came here on my own for the first time, yet she insists I wait for you." She chuckled. "Do you think I want to carry you, the dead weight? You are the one who is the burden." The two siblings continued their playful banter as they ascended to the second floor. "Are you Lin Feng?" Upon entering the martial arts hall, they were halted by a young man clad in training attire. Although he bore a decent appearance, his left cheek was notably swollen, reminiscent of a heavy slap, rendering his expression somewhat comical. With a surly demeanor, he addressed Lin Feng. "I have heard that Coach Feng has taken a liking to you, and that you have been accepted as an official disciple of the school. Your martial arts skills must be exceptional. May I have the honor of experiencing them?" At his utterance, those lounging nearby instantly perked up. Lu Chang, who was about to greet Lin Feng, furrowed his brow and interjected, "Wu Jun, what madness is this? You have been training for over a decade, while Lin Feng has only trained for a few days. How can you claim he possesses exceptional skills?" Wu Jun. Lin Feng now recognized the individual before him, Wu Hui's younger brother, the very person whose official disciple position he had usurped. Had he come seeking retribution for past grievances? Nevertheless, it had been several days. Why had he only now made his appearance? Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, Wu Jun had delayed his visit due to the mark of a handprint on his face. He had endured sleepless nights at home, hesitant to face the world in his shame, until today when the swelling had subsided enough for him to venture out. Ignoring Lu Chang, Wu Jun fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, taunting, "What is the matter? Are you afraid to fight?" His tone dripped with provocation. Lin Feng's expression hardened as he prepared to respond. "Junior brother Lin, do not heed him. This year's slots for official disciples are filled. He has simply reached the age limit. Wu Jun is feeling a bit disgruntled, so it's best to disregard him." A formal disciple of the martial arts hall stepped forward to mediate, first calming Lin Feng before addressing Wu Jun. "Wu Junior, let us not engage in nonsensical talk here. Let us proceed to training." He attempted to pull Wu Jun away, but was shrugged off. "What's the matter? Lacking courage?" Wu Jun continued. For a martial artist, the essence lies in composure. Through patience, one learns the art of combat. Agree to his challenge. The voice of Feng Lai resonated clearly in Lin Feng's ears. He was taken aback, yet no one around seemed to have heard Feng Lai's words. However, it was undeniably his voice. This was no mere illusion. Composure? Lin Feng gazed at Wu Jun. "Since you wish to compete, I accept your challenge." "Junior brother Lin!" Lu Chang and Lin Xiao exclaimed in alarm. Lin Feng remained unmoved. Observing Lin Feng's acceptance, Wu Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement. "At least you have some guts. I will await you at training ground 2. With that, he departed, laughing triumphantly. "Is this boy out of his mind?" Lu Chang exclaimed angrily. "Where's Wu Hui? Call him over and keep an eye on that mad dog of his." "Brother Wu Hui has not come to the martial arts school today," someone remarked nearby. "Lin Feng, you ought not to have agreed to him. That brat Wu Jun was deliberately trying to provoke you." "Strong brother, it's nothing to worry about," Lu Chang sighed, saying, "You have only practiced martial arts for a few days. Even if you had declined to spar with him, no one would have said a word." Chapter 36. The Duel in the Changing Room. Lin Feng shed his school uniform. The reflection in the mirror revealed a figure transformed. He was no longer the emaciated boy he once was. Though his muscles were not overly large, they were distinctly defined. After donning his martial arts attire, he stepped out to find Lin Xiao anxiously waiting for him. As soon as he emerged, she exclaimed, "Brother, you shouldn't have accepted that guy's challenge. He has been training for over 10 years. This is clearly an act of bullying." Lin Feng chuckled. "What? Do you doubt your brother's ability to win? You still laugh." Lin Zhao's small face was etched with concern. "How long have you been training? There's no way you can defeat him." "Why not? Have you forgotten that I am a martial arts prodigy?" He replied playfully. Be serious. If you get beaten up, it won't be me suffering, she warned him. When they arrived at training room number 2, a crowd had already gathered. Wu Jun stood in the center, arms crossed, and upon seeing Lin Feng approach, his eyes flared with hatred, quickly replaced by excitement. Junior brother Lin, you should not have accepted his challenge, Lu Chang sighed again. It's fine. Lin Feng reassured Lu Chang with a pat on the arm. The crowd buzzed with speculation. How many moves do you think Lin Feng can withstand against Wu Jun? Just a few? Wu Jun has been training since childhood, while Lin Feng has only been practicing for a little over a week. I bet he can last only one move before he loses. As for how much punishment he endures, that depends on Wu Jun's mood. That Wu Jun is truly something else. He himself is a failure, having never been able to qualify as an official disciple after all these years. Yet, when Lin Feng surpasses him, he blames others for stealing his opportunity. What a peculiar mindset. I could ponder for a decade and still not comprehend such reasoning. Lin Feng is still too young. Given his current standing at the martial arts school, as long as he doesn't accept Wu Jun's challenge today, there will be plenty of people willing to confront Wu Jun on his behalf. He is far too young. I hear he is only a first-year high school student. It seems he is destined to take a beating today. Lin Feng stepped into the arena. Wu Jun, how shall we duel? He inquired. Wu Jun gritted his teeth and declared, no rules of life or death apply. If you get hurt or crippled, it is solely your own fault for lacking skill. That is unacceptable. The crowd protested vehemently. Lu Chang's voice rose angrily. Wu Jun, it must either be a friendly spar or not at all. If you insist on this reckless approach, I will ensure this match does not proceed. Faced with such opposition and Lu Chang's firm stance, Wu Jun relented. Very well. Let it be a friendly spar. Lin Feng nodded and clasped his fist in salute. Please. However, Wu Jun did not return the gesture. With a cold snort, he lunged forward, his long leg transforming into a whip that aimed directly for Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng quickly recoiled, narrowly evading this underhanded and dishonorable attack. What a disgrace. The spectators erupted in discontent upon witnessing Wu Jun's blatant disregard for basic etiquette, opting to strike while Lin Feng was saluting. Yet, Wu Jun remained unfazed. With a swift pivot, he unleashed another vicious kick, the sound of air slicing through as it approached. Lin Feng barely managed to sidestep, escaping the blow just in time. Although Wu Jun may be deemed a failure, he was merely a step away from becoming an official disciple. His martial prowess was commendable. Having attained mastery in 3 fundamental techniques, while his practiced martial art, the 5 cloud hands, was on the verge of perfection. While he could not rival the official disciples, he had already surpassed 99 of the students at the Baiyuan Martial Arts School. Observing that his 2 initial strikes had failed to subdue Lin Feng, a flicker of surprise crossed Wu Jun's face. However, upon noticing Lin Feng's flustered demeanor, he let out a cold laugh, swiftly closing the distance. His movements were as light as smoke, fingers poised like a talon, aiming for Lin Feng's right eye, executing the cloud-plucking technique from the 5 cloud hands. Yet, in this instance, he was not aiming for a flower, but rather the very eyeball itself. The attack was fierce and unyielding, showing no mercy, as it directly targeted the opponent's eye. The previous ambush, combined with this ruthless assault, had transformed the sparring match into a life-and-death struggle, rather than a mere brotherly contest. The spectators were left in shock. Such a ferocious strike would likely overwhelm even those who had trained for years, let alone Lin Feng, who had only been practicing for days. Lu Chang, enraged, rushed forward. But he was still 4 to 5 meters away from Lin Feng and could not reach him in time. Just as Lin Feng was retreating to avoid the imminent threat of losing his eye, he unleashed a punch with a speed and strength that surpassed Wu Jun's. Wu Jun was taken aback, not anticipating Lin Feng's counterattack. He had focused solely on offense, leaving himself wide open. Lin Feng's lightning-fast punch reached him first, crashing powerfully against Wu Jun's chest. The onlookers heard a resounding thud, and Wu Jun was sent flying like a straw doll, blood spraying into the air. He tumbled to the ground, struggling to rise, only to have a heavy foot stamped on his chest, propelling him once more into the air, landing outside the training area. Motionless, the entire sequence was executed with remarkable agility and precision, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Those who had just been vocally condemning Wu Jun and supporting Lin Feng were now left speechless. Lin Xiao, who had been anxiously watching her brother, stood with her mouth agape. Lin, junior brother you. Lu Chang was utterly astonished, unable to believe that the swift and decisive figure moments ago was Lin Feng. The power behind that punch and kick seemed to surpass his own. He vividly recalled just a week prior when Lin Feng could barely stand for 6 minutes while practicing the Baiyuan Embrace Moon stance. and his attempts at simple punching movements appeared clumsy. Yet, only a few days had passed. What a remarkable display of the Baiyuan hunting tiger. Zhang Min's voice resonated from outside. She had just learned about the duel between Wu Jun and Lin Feng and arrived in time to witness their exchange. She marveled. The unity of form and intent, junior brother Lin's mastery of the Baiyuan Xing Shan martial arts is likely surpassed only by a few instructors. Baiyuan hunting tiger? Lin Feng exhaled quietly, realizing that the Mo Yuan Xing Shan fist was not easily recognized by the average person. Much like the similarities between Baiyuan Xing Shan and Mo Yuan Xing Shan techniques, the common folk would certainly struggle to discern the two. Moreover, whether or not the general populace had heard of Mo Yuan Xing Shan was another matter entirely. Outside the training arena, Wu Jun lay sprawled on the ground, having succumbed to unconsciousness after 2 strikes. However, he was not dead. He had merely fainted. Senior sister, you flatter me. My skills pale in comparison to those of the esteemed coaches. Zhang Min's expression was one of complexity. She recalled the time when Lin Feng, clad in the uniform of the second high school, naively regarded her as the front desk of the martial arts hall, rendered speechless by her inquiries. The Lin Feng of that time appeared to be a vastly different individual from the valiant young man who now stood on the field. Lu Chang, observing from the sidelines, remarked, "Junior brother Lin, how have you honed your martial prowess? I once believed that a genius was merely someone slightly more exceptional than the rest of us. However, upon encountering you, I have come to understand what true genius entails." Zhang Min nodded in agreement, acknowledging the astonishing talent displayed by Lin Feng, who had managed to send the seasoned Wu Jun flying with a single punch after only a few days of training. Such innate ability could indeed be described as extraordinary. You have participated in a battle. Your profession as an ancient martial artist has gained 35 experience points. As Lin Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment from the compliments bestowed upon him, a notification panel appeared before his eyes, revealing that battles could also yield experience. Junior brother Lin. The crowd parted to reveal Wu Hui, who approached with an anxious demeanor, clearly having rushed over upon receiving news. His expression darkened as he beheld Wu Jun lying on the ground. A formal disciple promptly seized Wu Hui's arm, whispering urgently in his ear. As the whispers continued, Wu Hui's countenance grew increasingly grim, evidently informed of the events that had just transpired. He cast a fierce glare at the unconscious Wu Jun before bowing deeply to Lin Feng, filled with remorse. Junior brother Lin. My brother has been excessively indulged by our family's elders, acting impulsively without thought. He nearly harmed you just now, and I sincerely apologize. Wu Hui's unexpected demeanor surpassed Lin Feng's expectations. Typically, one would expect Wu Hui, as the elder brother, to defend Wu Jun, leading to a conflict before the Wu family intervened. Instead, Wu Hui not only refrained from confrontation, but also took the initiative to admit fault. Senior brother Wu, please do not speak like that. I may have been a bit heavy-handed myself, Lin Feng responded. Wu Hui reassured him, it is inconsequential. Wu Jun brought this upon himself. His reckless disregard and fearlessness have long made him a candidate for trouble. This incident is relatively minor and serves as a lesson for him to remember. He continued, today's incident is our fault. I will take Wu Jun to Old Lu for an evaluation, and once he recovers, I will ensure he comes to apologize to you. Junior brother Lin. All right, Lin Feng replied. Wu Hui clasped his hands, swiftly lifting the unconscious Wu Jun and departing in haste. Wu Hui's sense of reason and understanding was truly commendable, standing in stark contrast to the foolishness of his younger brother. Chapter 37. Demonic Martial Arts, Evil Martial Arts. In magical martial arts, the affairs concerning Wu Jun were merely a fleeting interlude, one that Lin Feng dismissed without a second thought. He returned to the 3rd floor to commence his training. After dedicating half an hour to practicing basic footwork in the training room, he began to engage with the mountain ape fist. Although this martial art did not offer skill experience at present, the professional experience of an ancient martial artist remained invaluable. However, experience was not the crux of the matter. The crucial aspect was the enhancement of his physique gained through the rigorous practice of the mountain ape fist. Yet, the price of such training was steep. He needed to consume 1 Sanyuan pill daily. Otherwise, his body would be unable to withstand the rigorous demands of the mountain ape fist. As his half-hour session concluded, Lin Feng did not cease immediately. He completed a full set of the mountain ape fist before gradually withdrawing his energy. Not bad. When did you arrive, coach? I've been here for quite some time. Every time I see you engrossed in your training, I can't help but feel a deep sense of envy and admiration. Your single-minded dedication is truly remarkable, Lin Feng. You are a natural martial artist. That is all due to the state of flow, Lin Feng replied, feeling slightly bashful under the praise, lowering his head in silence. Lin Feng, remember, to practice martial arts, one must possess unwavering courage. You did well this time. This was in reference to the matter concerning Wu Jun, coach. You were clearly absent this morning. How could you? Hee. Just a little trick, Feng Lai chuckled, noticing Lin Feng's eager expression. However, it is not something you can grasp just yet. It involves the art of sound transmission. Lin Feng recalled a technique he had encountered in a novel during his past life, which involved similar principles. Your breathing technique requires diligent practice. Currently, the most important thing is to master the mountain ape fist to perfection. You must understand that if the transformation rate of your body at the introductory stage of the mountain ape fist is 1, then at the proficient stage it becomes 2. At mastery it is 3, at great perfection it reaches 4, and at full completion it can attain a transformation rate of 10 to 50. Upon reaching the state of perfection, your form as the mountain ape will rapidly come to fruition. Seeing Feng Lai's earnest attention towards the form of the mountain ape, Lin Feng couldn't help but inquire, what benefits will arise from mastering this form? You should be aware of the levels of martial arts, correct? Lin Feng nodded. I've heard senior brother Lu speak of it. The first level for a martial artist is internal strength. Once the vital energy is fully cultivated, it transitions to internal power, followed by the stages of opening meridians, unblocking acupoints, training organs, transforming bone marrow, and finally, true form. Indeed, true form is the ultimate goal of martial artists. This true form can manifest as formidable demons, powerful exotic beasts, or even innate divine beings. The ultimate aim of the mountain ape fist is to transform into the ancient demon beast, the mountain ape. To transform into a demon beast? Lin Feng was taken aback. This was entirely different from his preconceived notions of martial arts practice. Coach Feng, are you saying that the pinnacle of martial arts is to become a demon beast? Certainly not. The so-called true form is merely a transformation. The martial artist remains human. Feng Lai replied with a smile. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. With his data panel in hand and 4 professions to choose from, becoming stronger was merely a matter of time. The thought of transforming into a non-human entity was something he found difficult to accept. Feng Lai spoke with a lingering tone, recounting the ancient legends of martial artists who could master 72 true forms, possessing an extraordinary ability to transform, with powers so immense that they could move mountains and drain seas with ease. 72 transformations? Lin Feng's face betrayed a curious expression. Coach, does this master of transformations perhaps share the surname Sun? Sun? Not at all, Feng Lai replied, shaking his head. This is merely a legend, devoid of any specific names. This world lacks the tales of Journey to the West, and someone capable of mastering 72 true forms certainly cannot be the fictional Sun Wukong. However, is it truly feasible for one individual to attain 72 true forms? Consider Lu Chang, who has trained in martial arts for 6 years yet is yet to surpass the first level of inner strength. Beyond inner strength, there are stages such as inner energy, meridian opening, acupuncture, organ refinement, marrow transformation, and true form. Each subsequent stage is undoubtedly more challenging than the last. An ordinary person may never reach true form in their lifetime. And this is merely one form, let alone 72. Can one truly cultivate several true forms? Lin Feng inquired. Indeed, it is possible, albeit exceedingly difficult. In ancient times, many individuals managed to cultivate multiple true forms, but in the present, such achievements cannot be compared to those of the past. Nowadays, one must often tread a treacherous path to master even a single true form. Few are willing to pursue the traditional path of ancient martial arts, let alone attempt to cultivate multiple true forms. Lin Feng, given your innate talent, achieving true form should not pose a challenge for you. However, you must resist the temptations that may arise and avoid straying onto other paths. Ancient martial arts is the true way, while all else is not orthodox. Other paths. Do you mean the paths of evil martial arts and demon martial arts? At this juncture, Lin Feng could not suppress the question that had long lingered in his mind. He anxiously observed Feng Lai's expression. Discovering that Feng Lai did not seem perturbed by the mention of demon and evil martial arts, which brought him a sense of relief, Feng Lai shook his head, saying, yes and no. Although the term demon martial arts contains the word demon, it is, in fact, a legitimate school of martial arts. Demon martial arts is merely another name for ancient martial arts. Demon martial arts is ancient martial arts? Lin Feng was taken aback. Yet, he quickly pondered that the ultimate goal of martial arts, the true form, indeed resembles the existence of demonic beasts, Thus, the term demon martial arts seemed fitting. Cautiously, he continued, "Coach, I heard previously that such topics should not be discussed in the martial arts academy, and some individuals were expelled for conversing about demon and evil martial arts. Why is that?" Feng Lai chuckled. "Discussing demon martial arts certainly will not lead to expulsion. Expulsion occurs not due to the discussion of demon martial arts, but rather because of evil martial arts. The concern lies in preventing individuals from seeking power by worshipping malevolent deities, attempting to transform their bodies through the acquisition of dark powers. This is why such discussions are prohibited. Worshipping malevolent deities to gain power?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Malevolent deities often embody evil, reveling in bloodshed, souls, and extreme emotions. To please them, they resort to gruesome methods. This external means of acquiring power, though terrifying and cruel, is far easier than the arduous path of self-cultivation. The prohibition on discussion aims to deter individuals, especially those lacking strong martial aptitude who might be tempted to take risks after learning of such methods. In truth, beyond the forbidden martial arts that are discussed in the dojo, there exists another category of taboo martial arts that cannot be mentioned. This ancient practice, known as demonic martial arts, diverges significantly from traditional martial arts. While the practitioners of ancient martial arts aspire to attain a true form, gaining the ability to transform into demonic beings, those who pursue demonic martial arts embark on a path of consuming the flesh and blood of demons, ultimately transforming themselves into true demons. Is there truly a distinction between these two transformations into demons? Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. "Certainly, there is a difference," came the response. "Ancient martial arts represent a transcendent path sought by humanity, a means to achieve a true form with merely an additional layer of transformation. In contrast, demonic martial arts signify a genuine metamorphosis into a demon, transcending the bounds of humanity. In ancient times, the existence of demonic martial arts was utterly intolerable. Practitioners were hunted down mercilessly, forced to survive in the shadows. However, with the advent of a new era, the number of those who tread the path of demonic martial arts has surged, while practitioners of ancient martial arts have dwindled. Today, the societal perspective on demonic martial arts has shifted from the rigid views of yore. Aside from certain sects that uphold the traditions of ancient martial arts, which still impose strict prohibitions against practitioners of demonic arts, even the government has chosen to turn a blind eye, tacitly allowing their existence. As for the advantages of assuming the form of the demonic ape, one might liken it to the foundation or framework of a building, once established. It greatly benefits the various realms of the mountain-moving demon ape. Lin Feng listened intently as Feng Lai elucidated these concepts. A brand new world gradually unfurled before him, revealing the hidden facets of this realm. Demonic martial arts, forbidden martial arts, in the pursuit of true form, 72 transformations. This indeed is a vibrant and captivating world. Chapter 38. Self-study. Mom. Dad, you wouldn't believe it. My brother delivered a gentle punch to that man, and he flew 7 or 8 meters away, just like this. Lin Xiao exclaimed, demonstrating the action as he recounted the events that transpired at the martial arts school. Su Hong and Lin Guiting exchanged bewildered glances. Lin Xiao, you are just boasting. Your brother has only been training for a few days. How could he possibly have such prowess? Lin Guiting remarked with evident skepticism, chuckling at the absurdity. Seeing the disbelief on his parents' faces, Lin Xiao grew anxious. Dad, I swear I'm not lying. There were so many witnesses. Everyone in the martial arts school saw it. If you don't believe me, just ask around. Su Hong, sensing Lin Xiao's sincerity, inquired with concern, if that's the case. Did the person your brother struck sustain any injuries? Oblivious to the worry etched on Su Hong's face, Lin Xiao replied boastfully, of course he got hurt. He bled profusely from just one punch from my brother, and then he was knocked unconscious by a kick. Just then, Lin Feng emerged from the bathroom. Overhearing Lin Xiao's exaggerated claims, he frowned, as he had repeatedly instructed Lin Xiao not to speak of the events at the martial arts school to their parents after they returned from training. To his dismay, Lin Xiao had blurted everything out. Su Hong, noticing Lin Feng's arrival, immediately asked, Lin Feng, did you really injure someone like that? Mom, you can't blame my brother. That man was detestable. He has trained for over 10 years and is an advanced student, yet he bullied my brother, who has only recently begun training. And his words were utterly vile. You wouldn't know it, but he was quite malicious. He attempted a sneak attack and nearly gouged out my brother's eye. It was a hair's breadth away. If my brother hadn't retaliated, he could have been seriously injured. Ah. Su Hong gasped in disbelief. Lin Xiao continued, this man was so ruthless, it was not a fair match between brothers. That's why my brother got angry and retaliated with greater force. You should know that after the fight, all the senior students praised my brother, condemning that man's actions. Not a single person criticized my brother. Fearing his parents might misunderstand, Lin Xiao fervently explained everything that followed, his small face flushed with emotion. Su Hong began to comprehend the truth behind Lin Xiao's words, realizing he was not merely exaggerating. With a sigh, she lamented, I regret sending you both to train in martial arts. Mom, please don't worry. I won't let it happen again, Lin Feng reassured her. He understood Su Hong's sentiments. His parents had lived their lives in ordinariness, seldom engaging in conflict. In their eyes, causing harm to others or being harmed was equally undesirable. Had it been before? Lin Feng, as an ordinary person, would have shared the same perspective. It was the path to survival in the mundane world. However, how could he continue to tolerate such provocations now, especially since Wu Jun had repeatedly challenged him, aiming to damage his eyesight? How could Lin Feng not be enraged? In a society governed by the rule of law, the actions of an individual may differ significantly from those in the ancient times. Had it been the latter, his intention to incapacitate Wu Jun would have been absolute, even if he did not resort to lethal force. However, though he refrained from delivering a fatal blow today, the injuries inflicted by his strikes were nonetheless considerable, leaving Wu Jun to recuperate for at least 10 days to a fortnight. At present, Lin Feng possesses a strength level of 11. Enabling him to unleash nearly 600 pounds of force with his strikes, thanks to the enhancements in his foundational martial arts technique. The perfected version of the Demon Ape Mountain Fist, once mastered, was tested against its proficient counterpart, revealing that it could generate approximately 5 times the striking power. Thus, in an instant, Lin Feng could potentially deliver a punch with a force of 3,000 pounds, sufficient to severely injure or even kill Wu Jun, should he invoke his talent. Fury, which amplifies his strength attribute by 160, he could temporarily increase his strength by an additional 17 points, bringing his total to an astonishing 28 points. Calculating at 80 pounds of force per point, his base striking power would then amount to 2,240 pounds. When combined with the Demon Ape Mountain Fist, he could unleash a staggering 200 pounds of force, easily capable of obliterating Wu Jun with a single blow. After ascending to level 3 as an ancient martial artist, Lin Feng found the numbers associated with fury to be almost preposterous upon its manifestation. He harbored concerns about whether his body could withstand such an overwhelming surge of power. The talent's description indicated that, following its use, one would enter a state of extreme weakness for 10 days, though the specifics of this weakness remained elusive. Lin Feng deemed it imprudent to test this skill without dire necessity. It was a defensive mechanism to be employed only in life-threatening situations. As night deepened, his parents and Lin Xiao had retired for the night. Lin Feng sat at his desk, retrieving the sophomore textbooks borrowed from Zhang Wen's sister, immersing himself in their contents under the dim light as he activated flow state. The following day at school, he faced disbelief from his peers. Lin Feng, are you jesting? Have you truly self-studied all the materials from the first year? The homeroom teacher, incredulous, added, how could your parents allow such antics? I understand that words alone are insufficient. Lin Feng replied confidently, you may test my knowledge with questions from each subject. A couple of hours later, in the classroom, Zhang Wen gaped in astonishment at Lin Feng, who was packing his belongings. So, you scored perfect marks in all 7 subjects? Lin Feng shook his head, not quite. I received a 96 in Chinese, Mr. Yin deducted 2 points for my poor handwriting and another 2 for my essay. Are you really going to stop attending school and study at home? In truth, the homeroom teacher and other subject instructors, witnessing Lin Feng's complete grasp of the first-year curriculum, suggested he skip ahead to the second year. However, with flow state enhancing his learning pace, Lin Feng was reluctant to accept such a proposal, opting to decline the advancement. After discussion, the school consented to allow Lin Feng to leave, but with one stipulation: he must return for examinations each month, and if his performance is unsatisfactory, he will be required to return to school. Lin Feng acquiesced to this arrangement. Wenzi, make sure to stay in touch. Feel free to call me if you need anything. I am always at your service. Zhang Wen eagerly inquired, does that include gaming together? Get lost. Lin Feng replied dismissively, waving his hand as he prepared to depart. Lin Feng, wait. I need a ride. I'm heading to the usual internet CAF. Please drop me off before you go back. Zhang Wen called out, halting Lin Feng. Chapter 39. The Raven's Curse going to the internet CAF? Who else but you? There's also Xiao Fei and the others. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. What time do you plan to play until? Is it still the usual hour? 10 o'clock? When see? Didn't the old class say there are dangerous elements out at night, prohibiting us from going out? Zhang Wen retorted. When did you become so obedient? We used to play outside even with such notices. That was due to ignorance. We didn't realize the hidden dangers behind those announcements. Of course. Lin Feng could only voice this thought internally. Besides, was my luck so unfortunate that I would actually encounter danger? Zhang Wen exclaimed. When haven't you always wanted to play on my account, that S at the king rank? Zhang Wen looked at Lin Feng in confusion, not understanding how the conversation had shifted to this topic. As long as you promise to stay home every night for the next week and keep Xiao Fei and the others from going out, I will lend you my account. Really? Zhang Wen exclaimed excitedly. Lin Feng's account was not only at the king rank but had also been among the top 10 in the server. He had long coveted it, but Lin Feng had always refused to lend it to him. Lin Feng understood the dangers of going out at night and certainly did not want Zhang Wen to wander aimlessly. While it was somewhat unwarranted concern, what if something truly happened? If he merely verbally instructed Zhang Wen to refrain from going to the internet CAF, with their personalities, they would agree on the surface. But who could tell what they would do in private? As long as you agree to stay at home for these 7 days. Not only will I lend you my account, but I will also allow you to change the account name. Haha. All right. You're a true bro, Lin Feng added. But I must make it clear beforehand. If you fail to do so, I will not lend you the account. Don't worry, for this week after school, I'll stay home. I want to go anywhere. And Xiao Fei and the others? No problem. I'll make them agree. They've been wanting to flaunt your account for ages, and now that you're allowing them to change the name, they want to go online, I assure you. With this clever negotiation, Lin Feng managed to persuade Zhang Wen, who grabbed his backpack and started to leave. However, he noticed Zhang Wen trailing behind him. If we're not going to the internet CAF, why are you following me? To get a ride home. It's on the way, Zhang Wen grinned. You've got to be kidding me. I live in the south, and you live in the north. How is that on the way? Lin Feng remarked. Though he didn't truly send Zhang Wen away. After retrieving his car from the parking lot, he drove Zhang Wen away from the school. Seated in the back, Zhang Wen excitedly voiced a message to Xiao Fei and the others about the good news that Lin Feng was willing to lend his account. After a moment of excitement, Zhang Wen suddenly realized, wait a minute, you're lending us your account and insisting we stay indoors for 7 days because you're worried we might encounter danger? What are you being paranoid about? The other day, I casually calculated my fortune and it indicated that my friends might face some calamity these days. So, Zhang Wen's inquiry was no challenge for Lin Feng, who effortlessly fabricated an excuse. Zhang Wen's eyes widened in disbelief. What a catastrophe. Quickly let me down. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I could have walked back myself. They exchanged playful banter, riding the winds along the banks of the northern river. As the clouds above blazed a brilliant crimson. Hey, let us take the mountain path. Zhang Wen suggested from the back. That road is far too rough. Let us stick to the main road, Lin Feng countered. No, the other way is much closer. I have something to attend to. Why else would I have asked you to drop me off today? Zhang Wen retorted. You had something to do, yet you just came from the internet CAF? Lin Feng shot back. Lin Feng, I genuinely have matters to attend to. Let us take the mountain path. With no other option. Lin Feng turned the vehicle towards the fork in the road. Years ago, 2 factories stood here, but they had long since succumbed to bankruptcy and abandonment. The roadside was riddled with potholes, seldom traversed by anyone. Lin Feng, I heard that Su Lu invited you for milk tea a few days ago, but you didn't go? Zhang Wen, sitting behind, suddenly recalled the gossip and inquired. That's not true. Lin Feng dismissed the claim outright. How could that be? The whole class knows about it. They say Su Lu cried after you rejected her. Didn't you have a crush on her before? Zhang Wen pressed on. As Lin Feng drove, his focus shifted away from Zhang Wen, as he detected a peculiar stench, an odor of decay. This scent felt eerily familiar. Wait. Lin Feng suddenly recalled that the foul smell bore an uncanny resemblance to what he had encountered that night in the alley. His expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly scanned his surroundings, spotting an electric scooter overturned by the roadside, its parts scattered across the ground. In the thicket, a tall, dark figure was viciously gnawing at a corpse's neck. Seemingly sensing his gaze, the shadowy figure lifted its head, revealing a scaly visage and a pair of yellow slit-like eyes. Lin Feng's hair stood on end, and he immediately swerved the vehicle, turning to flee. Hey, why are you turning back? Zhang Wen, still oblivious to the lurking horror, called out. Lin Feng glanced back, only to see the creature abandon its grisly meal and charge towards them with astonishing speed, far surpassing that of the electric scooter. In mere moments, it was upon them. Realizing the imminent danger, Lin Feng swiftly hurled the unsuspecting Zhang Wen out of harm's way before rolling aside himself. With a resounding crash, the still-moving scooter collided with the creature, shattering into pieces. Zhang Wen, thrown to the ground, let out a pain scream, while the monster lunged towards Lin Feng. In a split second, Lin Feng executed a sidestep, his agility enhanced by years of training, allowing him to evade the creature's pounce. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a swift kick to the monster's thigh, sending it tumbling like a skewered candied hawthorn. Lin Feng quickly regained his footing, widening the gap between himself and the beast. What on earth is that thing? Zhang Wen finally recognized the creature, screaming in terror. No time for questions. Run! Lin Feng bellowed. He shouted for Zhang Wen to run, yet he remained still, given the monstrous speed displayed moments ago. If both of them fled and turned their backs to the creature, their fates would likely be grim. The creature on the ground had now risen and turned around. Lin Feng finally beheld its true form, reminiscent of the creature that Feng Lai had slain that day, its skin bearing a grayish hue. Before it transformed, it must have donned a suit, now torn apart by its immense muscles, leaving only tattered strips clinging to its body. Its head was devoid of hair, covered instead by large scales, and its mouth gaped grotesquely to the back of its skull, drenched in blood, revealing 2 rows of sharp, white teeth, with fragments of flesh still clinging to them. It did not immediately pounce. Lin Feng's earlier strike seemed to have instilled a sense of threat, and it too was assessing its opponent, the returner, the disciple of the evil god. Lin Feng recognized the creature before him, his mind instantly sharpening with tension. Lindsay. Run, came Zhang Wen's voice from a distance behind him. You go first, I will hold it off. Lin Feng shouted back, unable to turn his head. Yet inwardly, he cursed himself for his ominous words about bloodshed, never expecting that mere 10 minutes later it would prove true. What a stroke of misfortune. The creature across from him emitted a low growl and began to advance slowly. Die! Lin Feng urged himself forward instead of retreating. The creature lunged at him with incredible speed. Lin Feng was taken aback. The distance of over 4 meters was closed in an instant. A foul stench assaulted him as the creature's greenish hand, armed with 5 razor-sharp claws, approached. He swiftly slid back, having underestimated the creature's speed. But the claws grazed his shoulder, leaving 3 long gashes. Rather than panicking from the injury, Lin Feng discerned that while the creature's attacks were fierce, they lacked any restraint. In the midst of their exchange, Lin Feng pivoted and delivered a powerful blow to the creature's back. This strike was fueled by all his strength, employing the technique known as the Demon Ape Hammer from the Demon Ape Mountain Fist, although his strength was merely 11 points, just 2 above the average. The terrifying force unleashed by the technique sent the creature crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng swiftly approached the creature's side and delivered another punch to its head. The creature seemed as if it had been struck by a roaring freight truck, propelled like a cannonball to the opposite side of the road. Lin Feng's move, the Demon Ape Hunter, unleashed an explosive force nearing 3,000 Jane. Had it been a normal person struck by that punch, their skull would have shattered, and their brain matter would be reduced to a pulp. Yet the creature merely shook its bloodied head and struggled to rise from the ground. Chapter 40. Hammer, how resilient you are. Lin Feng cursed silently as he gazed at the monstrous creature rising before him. Judging by its earlier display, the beast's strength, agility, and endurance were undoubtedly nearing a formidable score of 20. Each of these attributes utterly overshadowed his own. Coupled with its razor-sharp claws and that terrifying maw, this creature was indeed no ordinary adversary. However, despite its impressive physical capabilities, the monster lacked reason and the finesse to wield its strength, relying solely on instinct. Lin Feng recognized that he was not without options. He glanced down at the wounds on his shoulder. The 3 gashes were lengthy, blood staining his school uniform a vivid red. He moved his shoulders slightly, feeling discomfort, yet relieved that the injuries were not severe. Had they been critical, he would have been forced to resort to his trump card, frenzy. Meanwhile, Zhang Wen, who had just distanced himself, returned unexpectedly with a wooden stick, shouting, Lin, don't be afraid. I'm here to help. Lin Feng felt a mix of irritation and gratitude, nearly at a loss for words. What can you possibly do to help? A sliding tackle? Don't just stand there. Call for help. Oh, right. I'll call for help right away, Zhang Wen responded, his naivety leaving Lin Feng both amused and exasperated. Faced with such a fearsome creature, instead of fleeing, Zhang Wen had mustered the courage to assist him, showcasing commendable loyalty albeit with a hint of foolishness. The creature had now regained its footing. Lin Feng's previous punch had indeed impacted it, leaving its mouth askew and bloodied. However, its expression remained ferocious, indicating that such injuries were trivial in its eyes. Suddenly, a red compact car honked loudly as it approached, startling both Lin Feng and the beast poised for another clash. The vehicle audaciously halted before them, and the driver, a balding middle-aged man, yelled, "Are you seeking death? Filming a movie without proper road closure warnings? What madness is this? Filming? Are you out of your mind? This is a monster. You need to leave." Lin Feng shouted urgently. The middle-aged man retorted, "What nonsense? Are you an idiot, lost in a movie scene?" Before he could finish, the monster lunged with lightning speed, its claws seizing the man and dragging him through the car window. With a grip like iron, the beast clutched the man's greasy head, and with a horrific scream of terror, it yanked, severing the head cleanly from the body. Blood gushed forth as the creature discarded the head and bent down, greedily drinking from the fountain of crimson. The scene was utterly horrifying. Lin Feng felt his stomach churn. Yet he realized this was a prime opportunity to escape. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. Behind him, Zhang Wen stood frozen, clutching his wooden stick in shock, completely paralyzed by the gruesome spectacle. "Run!" Lin Feng bellowed, jolting Zhang Wen back to reality. Tossing aside the stick, he sprinted after Lin Feng, and the two of them raced desperately away, side by side. Lin Feng possessed an agility level of 11, far surpassing Zhang Wen in speed. Within mere moments, he caught up with Zhang Wen, naturally unwilling to leave his friend behind. Grasping Zhang Wen's hand, he urged him to run forth. As they sprinted, Lin Feng glanced back, only to discover that the monster had abandoned the corpse of the hefty man and was now pursuing them with fervor. "Damn, is this ever going to end?" Lin Feng exclaimed in exasperation, yet he understood that even without dragging Zhang Wen along, he could not outrun the creature. Continuing to run would only deplete his energy, ultimately rendering them both as helpless lambs awaiting slaughter. "Lin, what are you doing?" Zhang Wen, noticing Lin Feng's sudden halt, exclaimed in alarm. "Run ahead without me," Lin Feng insisted. Recognizing that his presence would only hinder Lin Feng, Zhang Wen hesitated briefly before resolutely charging forward. Behind them, the monster, on all fours, approached at an alarming speed. Lin Feng's expression remained stoic, his muscles taut with tension. The creature closed in rapidly. A noxious stench mingled with the metallic scent of blood assailing their senses. Its claws, sharp as blades, lunged toward him. Having experienced the creature's ferocity firsthand, Lin Feng dared not confront it head-on. He retreated swiftly, narrowly evading the strike. The monster propelled itself forward with powerful legs. Lin Feng had already gauged its speed. Yet in the next instant, a shadow unexpectedly loomed close, a grotesque head appearing near his neck. The foul odor invaded his nostrils. But in that moment of life and death, every nerve in his body taut with tension, he disregarded the stench and retaliated with a swift strike to the monster's jaw. This maneuver was a variant of the Monkey King's hammer from his martial arts repertoire, executed instinctively rather than through conscious thought. A resounding thud echoed as the monster was sent flying, rolling several meters across the ground. Such a blow would have spelled doom for an ordinary person. Yet the creature appeared unfazed, rising as if nothing had transpired. Lin Feng's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze on the monster, tearing off his school uniform and brandishing it in his grasp. The creature, now on all fours, locked its eyes onto Lin Feng with a maddened intensity, its yellow slit pupils gleaming with insanity. Extending a forked tongue, it licked the blood from its chin and emitted a growl that was anything but human before leaping forward once more. Its razor-sharp claws scraped against the concrete floor, sparking with each movement. In a mere breath, the monster lunged towards Lin Feng. As the shadow approached, he, disregarding all notions of fairness, hurled his school uniform at it. The wide fabric unfurled like a vast net, enveloping the creature and momentarily disrupting its coordination. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng deftly sidestepped. With a powerful stride, he delivered a crushing blow, his fist slicing through the air with a thunderous crack as it struck the monster's head. The tremendous force, equivalent to nearly 3,000 pounds, sent the creature reeling backward. This strike evidently bore fruit, as the monster collided with a nearby tree, its head swaying in a dazed manner. Having witnessed the creature's resilience, Lin Feng was unwilling to squander this hard-won chance. The principle of striking a falling foe is paramount. He swiftly advanced towards the monster, ready to unleash the Monkey King's Dragon Slayer. A formidable fist struck the monster's visage, accompanied by the sharp sound of cracking bones. Its nose was immediately crushed, blood splattering in all directions. With a decisive move, death was dealt. The demon ape hunted its prey. Crack! The unmistakable sound of bones breaking echoed once more as the monster's head tilted at an unnatural angle. Lin Feng did not relent. He leapt high into the air. The demon ape swung its hammer. Bang! Another powerful punch landed on the monster's distorted head, and the white matter of its brains exploded forth. Lin Feng wiped the foul blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing down at the disfigured creature sprawled on the ground. Only then did he pause, breathless. Lindsay, are you all right? Zhang Wan, who had not strayed far, rushed back upon witnessing Lin Feng's victory over the monster, offering his support to the bloodied figure. Concern etched across his face. Have you called the police? I've already alerted them. Good, good. Lin Feng retrieved his phone and quickly dialed Feng Lai. Recounting the recent events succinctly, professional matters require the expertise of professionals. You were attacked? Feng Lai inquired. The police and my team are en route to your location. Given that you can make this call, it seems you have dealt with the assailant. Before Lin Feng could divulge the details of the monster's demise, Feng Lai had already surmised the outcome, a sense of admiration swelling within him. Coach, I indeed killed a revenant, Lin Feng confessed. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line before Feng Lai's voice resumed. Your ability to slay a revenant is certainly unexpected. However, you must vacate the area immediately. Following the teachings of Badurko, there should be more than one revenant nearby. More than one. Lin Feng's scalp prickled, having just relaxed. He was instantly on high alert. Ignoring the phone call, he frantically scanned his surroundings. The mountainous route was relatively isolated, and no vehicles traversed the road at that moment. To the south lay an abandoned factory, while in the distance loomed Goat Head Mountain. A shadow, low to the ground, was rapidly emerging from the overgrown grass. Approximately 20 meters to his right front, its four limbs propelling it forward with alarming speed. Chapter 41. Carnage Unleashed. Not again, Lin Feng exclaimed, unable to suppress his exasperation. He had just expended every ounce of his strength to vanquish one creature, and now another was upon him, sending waves of panic coursing through his veins. Run, Wenzi. He seized Zhang Wen and sprinted away, opting not to flee to the other side of the road, fully aware that their speed would not outpace the monster. Instead, he dashed towards the vehicle belonging to the middle-aged man from earlier. Get in. Zhang Wen, caught off guard, hesitated momentarily, though he had not yet seen the approaching beast. Lin Feng's expression conveyed all the urgency he needed. Without a word, Zhang Wen hastily flung open the car door and climbed inside. Lin Feng took the driver's seat, hastily igniting the engine and flooring the accelerator. The car surged forward with ferocity. A shadow was leaping onto the roof. Zhang Wen shouted in alarm. Ignore it. Lin Feng barked back, as the creature's claws raked against the metal, producing a cacophony that sent shivers down their spines. Lin Feng kept his foot pressed firmly on the pedal, the vehicle gaining speed as the monster clung to the roof, its scaled head protruding over the edge. Realizing they had reached a sufficient velocity, Lin Feng abruptly slammed on the brakes, sending the creature hurtling off the car. With a swift motion, he pressed the accelerator once more, executing a graceful maneuver that propelled him past the monster. In the rearview mirror, Lin Feng observed the creature falling further behind and exhaled a sigh of relief. Watch out. Zhang Wen's urgent shout pierced the air as yet another beast lunged from the roadside, the stench of decay filling the car. Lin Feng instinctively lurched to the side, narrowly evading the claws that reached through the window. However, this maneuver caused the vehicle to veer off course, crashing violently into a nearby tree. The creature outside was flung away, while Lin Feng was left disoriented from the impact. Zhang Wan, seated behind him, was thrown forward, colliding with the front seat and letting out a cry of anguish. Lin Feng, disregarding his own pain, struggled to reassert control and restart the stalled engine. But his efforts proved futile. It was clear that something had been damaged. A fierce wind whipped through the broken window. Damn it, Lin Feng cursed, landing a powerful blow on the advancing creature, sending it sprawling to the ground. He flung open the car door and clambered out, shutting the door behind him. The monster before him, poised on all fours, regarded Lin Feng with glistening fangs, drool dripping from its maw, a clear indication that it perceived him as a delectable morsel. This creature appeared less formidable than the one he had previously dispatched, its tattered clothing suggesting it had once been a woman. Moreover, the beast he had cast off the vehicle was now racing toward him, and behind it, another creature was stealthily approaching from the direction of the abandoned factory. 3 beasts in total. Damn it, you have forced my hand. Lin Feng understood that if he did not unleash fury at this moment, his life would be forfeit. Without further hesitation, he activated Fury. Instantly, every hair on his body stood on end, his eyes turned a vivid crimson, and countless veins bulged beneath his skin, which flushed a deep red as his blood boiled within. His heart thundered like a drum, pounding fiercely, while a surge of violent emotions erupted from the depths of his being. Experiencing an unprecedented surge of strength, a sinister smile crept across Lin Feng's face. A foul wind swept toward him as the monstrous foe launched its attack. This time, Lin Feng did not flinch. With the technique known as the demon ape hunting tiger, his muscles tightened like steel cables, brimming with immense power. This force combined, transferring into his right fist, with a significant enhancement to his foundational strength. The might of this technique escalated exponentially. As he struck, a sound akin to an explosion reverberated through the air. The creature was met with a burst of crimson as Lin Feng's fist connected, sending it hurtling backward at 10 times its original speed, leaving behind a long trail of blood on the ground. Originally possessing only 11 points of strength, Lin Feng's power surged to a staggering 28 points upon entering Fury. A 160 increase. Coupled with the quintuple enhancement of the perfected Demon Ape Mountain Fist, the explosive force of this punch surpassed 11,000 pounds. In truth, Lin Feng felt that the strength of this blow far exceeded that figure. The creature, propelled over 10 meters by the force of his punch, did not succumb immediately. Despite having a gaping, bull-sized wound in its chest, it struggled on the ground, showcasing its tenacious vitality. Suddenly, a fierce wind approached from behind. Another creature had arrived to attack Lin Feng. He sidestepped. Die. A fist, larger than the last, crashed down upon the approaching beast's head. With a resounding thud, the creature's skull exploded, reminiscent of a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer, scattering red and white matter across the air. What remained of its head, a mere fragment, tumbled into the weeds below the road. A noise emerged from the right. Lin Feng turned, his crimson eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The creature creeping from that direction halted in its tracks, its body slowly retreating as fear flickered in its yellow vertical pupils. It chose not to attack but instead turned to flee. Flee? Lin Feng would not allow its escape. With a powerful stomp, his wild, explosive form shot forth like a bullet. The power of Fury had elevated his agility to an astonishing 24 points, allowing him to cover the distance of 5 or 6 meters in an instant. He seized the fleeing creature with fierce resolve, yanking it back with tremendous force. The monster was lifted off the ground, and as it soared through the air, Lin Feng's strong hands grasped its legs. Die. With all his might. He swung the creature high above his head and then brought it crashing down. Bang! The creature's head and upper body collided intimately with the concrete ground, resulting in a resounding thud accompanied by the sickening crack of splintering bones. Several teeth were sent flying, leaving a significant bloodstain on the surface. The monster was once again hoisted high by Lin Feng and hurled towards the opposite side, producing a series of resounding impacts. Blood splattered in all directions. Lin Feng was filled with exhilaration as he relentlessly swung the creature overhead. Die, die, die. Suddenly, a gentle call broke through from behind. Junior brother Lin? Lin Feng abruptly turned around, his grotesque visage and eyes ablaze with madness, coupled with his blood-soaked appearance, startled the newcomer. Chapter 42. The Battlefield. Lin Shidi, it is I. Tong Bin, sent here by Master Feng. Tong Shixiang. Lin Feng gazed at the towering figure before him, and a flicker of clarity returned to his previously wrathful eyes. On the panel, the description of frenzy indicated that for every 8 seconds it persisted, intelligence would diminish by 1 point. When it fell to 3 points, one would lose all rationality. Although Lin Feng had not reached the maximum duration of 48 seconds, he had nearly exhausted 30 seconds. The relentless decline of his intellect had begun to erode his self-control, plunging him into a frenzy of slaughter and bloodshed. Realizing the madness he had just experienced, Lin Feng hastily terminated frenzy. As the state of frenzy concluded, the boundless power coursing through him dissipated rapidly, leaving Lin Feng feeling as though his very bones had been extracted, causing him to collapse limply to the ground. Tong Bin stepped forward to support Lin Feng. Lin Shidi, are you all right? Lin Feng opened his mouth, intending to say something, but was engulfed by an overwhelming darkness. Lin Shidi, Tong Bin called softly. Noticing Lin Feng's eyes had closed, and he exhibited no response, he quickly placed his hand on Lin Feng's neck, gently sensing for a pulse. And only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He is all right. A female voice emerged from beside them. In addition to Tong Bin, 2 other individuals had arrived. Both were women, one older and one younger. The elder appeared to be in her mid-20s, clad in a black trench coat that accentuated her tall figure. She was the one who had just spoken. The younger girl, likely around 16 or 17, still bore traces of baby fat on her face, dressed in athletic attire, with her dark hair simply tied back in a ponytail. At this moment, the girl was not focused on Lin Feng, but was instead frowning as she surveyed the surroundings. Tongbin shook his head. It's nothing. He merely fainted from exhaustion. Ah, that's a relief. Team Feng has urgently summoned us here. If anything were to have gone awry, it would be difficult to explain, the woman in the trench coat remarked, then added with a sense of wonder. It is no surprise that Team Feng has taken notice of him. He single-handedly defeated a returning beast. I heard he has only been training for a short while. Not one, but two. Tongbin pointed towards the distant stumps where another returning beast lay lifeless. Tonggu, Qingwujie, it's actually 4. There's one in the grass over there, and another in the wilds here. The girl indicated the traces on either side. Indeed. In those 2 locations lay 2 more corpses of returning beasts, each in a most gruesome state. 4? One person has dispatched 4 returning beasts? The woman referred to as Cheng Wu Jie gasped in disbelief, her mouth agape in astonishment. Isn't he supposed to have only trained for a short time? Tongbin nodded. Indeed, he has only been training for just over a week. He was previously an ordinary high school student. An ordinary high school student, you say? After just over a week of training, he can single-handedly eliminate 4 returning beasts? The trench-coated woman and the girl beside her were incredulous. Is he perhaps an awakened? The woman inquired. Tongbin shook his head. That seems unlikely. If he were an awakened, Master Feng would not be so concerned. Then what was that situation just now? 3 individuals had just arrived, witnessing the frenzied Lin Feng relentlessly striking the lifeless body, his crimson eyes betraying an otherworldly essence. Tongbin shook his head in confusion. I am at a loss as well. Let us not dwell on these matters. We must prioritize our task at hand. Xiaoya, could you invoke the voidless domain to ascertain if any of Bedurko's lunatics remain? Sister Chengwu, what radius should we secure? Approximately 10 miles. Very well. Xiaoya gracefully leaped, ascending effortlessly to the pinnacle of a nearby grand tree, appearing weightless as she balanced on its swaying branches. In her hands, a gray stone materialized. She clasped it firmly, closed her eyes, and an intangible force emanated from the stone, swiftly enveloping an area of 10 miles around her with an unseen barrier. Exit prohibited within this domain. Within this confined space, all individuals experienced a moment of disorientation as the barrier manifested. The voidless domain was established. Xiaoya remained with her eyes shut. After a span of 10 seconds, she opened her eyes and pointed towards the south. Sister Chengwu, there is one in the abandoned factory over there. And approximately 150 meters nearby, another one. 2. Very well, leave it to me. The woman clad in a trench coat declared, then darted away like an arrow, her strides covering vast distances effortlessly as she swiftly entered the dilapidated factory in the distance, her speed leaving onlookers astounded. Meanwhile, Tongbin placed Lin Feng into the arriving SUV and began to clear the battlefield. Was this the result of a single punch that obliterated the skull? As he dragged a return's corpse from the thicket, he found himself momentarily stunned at the sight of the head, now reduced to a mere fragment. The wounds on the return's body suggested that it had been ruthlessly crushed by an immense force. Although these returned had undergone divine enhancements from Bedurko, resulting in a loss of sanity, their physical attributes had been significantly elevated, with muscle and bone density far surpassing that of an ordinary human. To obliterate a returned skull with a single punch, Tongbin contemplated Lin Feng's unassuming physique, struggling to reconcile the notion that such a formidable blow could have originated from him. Even he, endowed with innate strength and years of martial training, possessing internal energy and having opened 11 hidden meridians, would find it challenging to deliver such a precise and devastating strike. Quietly, Tongbin positioned the corpse respectfully and retrieved another from the distant undergrowth. This body fared no better than the previous, with only a portion of its skull intact, and bore no other wounds except for a gaping hole the size of a bowl in its chest, accompanied by a long trail of blood on the ground. It was evident that this individual had also met their end by a single punch. Tongbin's head buzzed with anxiety. Master Phone, what manner of monster have you taken under your wing? His phone vibrated, and upon glancing at the incoming call, he chose to answer. Master, Tongbin, what is the situation? The voice of Feng Lai resonated through the device. We have arrived at the scene, where Xiaoya has already established a voidless realm. There are approximately 2 returnees remaining, and Chengwu has gone to address the situation. Lin Shidi has also been located. He has sustained some injuries and is currently in a state of unconsciousness due to physical exhaustion. Physical exhaustion? Lin Shidi single-handedly defeated 4 returnees. On the other end of the call, Feng Lai fell into silence. At this moment, Feng Lai was not in the city, but rather in the mountains several dozen miles away. Defeated 4 returnees? Indeed. Feng Lai took a deep breath. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the Great Achievement Realm's Demon Ape Mountain Fist. However, Lin Feng had only practiced martial arts for a short time. While he had made some improvements, he was still far from the prowess of seasoned practitioners. Even the might of the Great Achievement Realm's Demon Ape Mountain Fist would be limited if the foundational strength was insufficient. Moreover, life and death struggles are not akin to sparring. A moment's hesitation could result in injury or death, regardless of one's capabilities. Without a strong mindset and the courage to fight to the death, facing a single returnee would spell doom, let alone 4. What on earth is happening? Feng Lai inquired over the phone. What is happening? How would I know? Tongbin responded, equally perplexed. He could only say, Master, I am unaware of the specifics. I will explain everything once you return. After a moment of silence, Feng Lai replied, Very well. Once you have resolved matters there, ensure that Lin Feng is taken to your master. I will join you after I finish my tasks here. Chapter 43. Aftermath. 2 days ago, a grievous automobile accident occurred near the northern mountain road of the city, resulting in the unfortunate demise of 2 citizens. Lin Feng, who was lying on a hospital bed with his eyes closed, practicing his usual breathing techniques, abruptly opened his eyes upon hearing the news broadcast on television. The screen displayed footage of the accident scene, revealing a scatter of electric bicycle parts and a severely damaged car crashed into a tree. Was this truly the result of his own actions? Was this how the authorities concealed the truth? At that moment, Lin Feng was not at home. Rather, he was resting on a hospital bed in the martial arts clinic's pharmacy. It had been 2 days since he had encountered an assailant. After his state of frenzy was lifted, he had remained in a deep slumber until he awoke last night. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Feng began to comprehend the profound weakness indicated by his talent frenzy. He felt utterly drained, struggling even to lift a finger. The old pharmacist, Lu Sun, administered a pill to him and subsequently immersed him in a large wooden tub for steaming, causing him to slip back into unconsciousness in a daze. Upon awakening today, he felt somewhat rejuvenated, capable of moving about and walking again. Following a series of fierce battles, his data panel provided him with a plethora of feedback. It was only after waking this morning that he reviewed the panel. You have endured a succession of life and death struggles. Your skill in basic agility has gained 285 experience points. Your skill in basic fist technique has gained 135 experience points. Your profession as an ancient warrior has gained 385 experience points. Your profession as an ancient warrior has been elevated to level 5. You have acquired 1 talent point and 1 attribute point. Your hands have been tainted by a trace of Bardek's maddening divine power. Your profession as an ancient warrior may transform into Bardek's evil warrior. Do you wish to expend 1 essence to transform your profession from ancient warrior to Bardek's evil warrior? A change of profession? Had Lin Feng not previously heard Feng Lai's explanations of ancient warriors and evil warriors, he might have been tempted by curiosity to explore the latter. Now, fully aware that evil warriors serve malevolent deities and that ancient warriors can attain true form, he recognized that the path of ancient warriors was a transcendence for martial artists, far superior to becoming a sycophant to a wicked god. Naturally, Lin Feng declined the transformation. This relentless battle, aside from the potential career shift, had yielded substantial experience and skills in his profession as an ancient warrior, particularly the remarkable 385 points in professional experience. Indeed, it was a life and death struggle, far surpassing experience gained from mere sparring. However, such experience was hard-earned, and he had no desire to endure it a second time. The over 300 points of professional experience had propelled him directly to level 5 as an ancient warrior. Ancient Warrior LV5216-1200. Now that Lin Feng had leveled up as an ancient warrior, he faced a dilemma regarding the allocation of his attribute points. If this were before, he would have added them without hesitation to intelligence and constitution. Through this life and death crisis, he gained a profound understanding of the inherent dangers of this world, which swiftly elevated the significance of agility and strength in his heart. Agility enhances speed, sharpens reflexes, and greatly aids in evasion. Strength, needless to say, speaks for itself. After considerable contemplation, Lin Feng ultimately decided to invest in intelligence. Beyond the enhancement it provides to occupational experience acquisition, a modest increase in intelligence could mitigate the 8 seconds of madness, which was the paramount reason for his choice. The extension of time upon activating the true man state proved to be of utmost importance. Intelligence, 1516. As for the talent points, he was left with a choice between Level 2, Conqueror, and Level 2, Berserk, which required no further deliberation. Naturally, he allocated the points to Berserk. After all, this is a perilous world, and Berserk is his lifeline skill. Berserk LV3, active, maxed upon activation, it increases strength by 320%, agility by 240%, while reducing intelligence by 50%. Each point of constitution sustains the effect for 6 seconds, with a decrement of 1 point of intelligence every 6 seconds. When intelligence falls below 3 points, rationality is lost. In the Berserk state, health is augmented by 200%. The level of Berserk can be adjusted freely, and aside from Level 3, it can also be divided into Levels 1 and 2. Level 1 Berserk increases strength by 80%, agility by 60%, reduces intelligence by 30%, and lasts for 18 seconds per point of constitution, with a decrement of 1 point of intelligence every 18 seconds. Level 2 Berserk increases strength by 160%, agility by 120%, reduces intelligence by 40%, and lasts for 12 seconds per point of constitution, with a decrement of 1 point of intelligence every 12 seconds. Upon conclusion of the effect, the body will enter a corresponding state of weakness depending on the duration of use. Lin Feng was exceedingly satisfied with the enhanced Berserk. Not only did it amplify strength by 320% and agility by 224%, but it also segmented Berserk into 3 levels, providing him with the flexibility to choose its application. The ability to decide on the level of Berserk was immensely significant for Lin Feng, allowing him to employ different tiers of Berserk with agility in various situations. For instance, while the first level of Berserk offers a mere 80% increase in strength and 60% in agility, it sustains for an impressive 18 seconds per point of constitution. This implies that with his current intelligence of 16, he could maintain Level 1, Berserk, for a staggering 147. 6 seconds before losing rationality. In contrast, the third level, despite its substantial attribute enhancements, is limited to a mere 30 seconds, thus restricting his true man state to a brief duration. In complex scenarios, 30 seconds may prove utterly insufficient. At that moment, the ringtone of his mobile phone echoed from the bedside, maintaining the breathing technique of the demon ape. Lin Feng picked it up to discover a video call from Zhongwen. On that day, Zhongwen was thrown back against the chair and lost consciousness. He sustained considerable injuries, including a fractured rib and a 5-centimeter gash on his forehead from an unknown impact. Now, he lies in a hospital bed in the city. Lindsay, what exactly transpired the day before yesterday? How did we end up in that collision? Zhongwen's memories of that day are completely blank. The only thing he recalls is that they emerged from the school together. Lin Feng had inquired about Zhongwen's amnesia with Feng Lai, who candidly admitted that they had erased Zhongwen's memories of the encounter with the returners. In truth, forgetting this particular episode may be more beneficial for your classmate than retaining it. Sometimes, ignorance can lead to greater happiness. This was what Feng Lai had articulated at the time. Coach, did you consult Zhongwen himself prior to erasing his memory? Lin Feng asked. Typically, when an ordinary person is involved in extraordinary events, their memories are often wiped clean. Given that he is your classmate, we inquired whether he wished to retain those memories, and he opted for erasure. Lin Feng fell silent. He believed that for Zhongwen, the removal of that memory was indeed not a detrimental choice. An ordinary person who becomes aware of the hidden facets of the world and the existence of terrifying monsters, yet lacks the means to confront them, can only experience fear. Rather than living in perpetual trepidation, it is perhaps wiser to remain oblivious. After all, a state of blissful ignorance can also constitute a form of existence, sometimes. Being confused can indeed be a form of happiness. Lin Feng reflected on his own 16 years, during which he was unaware of the concealed world, yet lived joyfully. Ignorance can, at times, truly be a blessing. Chapter 44. Moving Mountains. Zhongwen voluntarily chose to erase his memories. Lin Feng, naturally, could not voice any objections. Coach, why did you not come to inquire about me? Should I have my memories erased? How do you know you have not been subjected to memory erasure before? Lin Feng remained silent. Feng Lai chuckled and said, rest assured, The ability to eliminate 4 returners proves you are no ordinary individual. You possess the strength to comprehend such matters. However, Lin Feng, what truly transpired at that time? How did you manage to defeat those 4 returners? I examined the wounds of the 2 returners, and they were indeed inflicted by the force of the Demon Ape Mountain Fist. The inevitable questions had finally arrived. Lin Feng had anticipated this moment and shook his head. Coach, to be honest, I do not know either. While I was still on the call with you, I saw a returner lunging towards me. Aware that I could not outrun the returner, I hastily pulled my classmate into the car, intending to flee down the mountain road. To my surprise, after shaking off one returner, another pounced onto the steering wheel, causing the car to crash into a tree at the roadside. I had no choice but to exit the vehicle and fight desperately. In the face of the returner's onslaught, just when life and death hung in the balance, an inexplicable surge of power coursed through me, and before I knew it, I had defeated 3 of the returners. I cannot divulge the details of the data panel to anyone. The frenzy is inconsequential. I can attribute it to an innate talent. Naturally, Lin Feng would not directly disclose to Feng Lai that he possessed the frenzy ability. He could only imply it in this manner. Perhaps it is a special bloodline or constitution. This was Feng Lai's musings at that moment, indicating that he was also unaware of the existence of frenzy. In the video, Zhang Wen noticed Lin Feng, who was sitting on the hospital bed, suddenly lost in thought. He promptly exclaimed, "Hey, what is going on? Lin Feng, are you even listening to me?" "I am listening. I'll send it to you as soon as you are discharged," Lin Feng replied to his phone, only to realize that he had forgotten to maintain the demon ape's breath at some point. He exhaled softly, quickly adjusting his breathing rhythm. The ordinary breathing technique of the demon ape mountain fist proved challenging to sustain. If one's mind wandered even slightly, the established rhythm would revert to his natural breathing. However, after days of practice, Lin Feng had made considerable progress compared to when he first began. He no longer needed to concentrate entirely on his breath to maintain the demon ape's breathing. Now, as long as he did not become overly distracted, whether engaged in activities, conversing with others, or during meals, he could sustain the demon ape's breath. Regarding sleep, he had recorded his breathing while asleep. Initially, he maintained the demon ape's breath upon falling asleep, but once he entered deep slumber, his breathing returned to its natural rhythm. There had been significant improvement. Yet he was still a bit away from completely replacing his original breathing. Nonetheless, Lin Feng believed that with increased focus on the breathing technique, he could alter his breathing pattern within a week at most. As long as the demon ape breathing technique replaces the original method of respiration, the demon ape's mountain-pounding fist, which is currently stuck at the realm of mastery, can be cultivated to perfection. Upon reaching the perfected state, the speed of transforming one's sinews and bones will significantly accelerate. Lin Feng harbored considerable anticipation for the form of the demon ape that Feng Lai spoke of. Naturally, his greatest aspiration remained the achievement of the true form. According to Feng Lai, the ultimate goal of the demon ape's mountain-pounding fist is to become a mountain-moving demon ape. After learning about the mountain-moving demon ape from Feng Lai, Lin Feng searched for information online but found little. Undeterred, he scoured the internet several times until he stumbled upon fragments of information regarding the mountain-moving demon ape in an ancient mythology forum. An elder user on the forum had mentioned the mountain-moving demon ape in a post, describing it as a mythical creature from the legends of the northern Yin Kingdom, dwelling within the celestial canopy mountain and possessing the ability to manipulate mountains and rivers. Lin Feng chuckled at this, as he would never equate the mountain-moving demon ape he aimed to cultivate with the mythical creature. Nevertheless, with a light-hearted attitude, he shared the post with Feng Lai the following day. "Coach, is the mountain-moving demon ape you mentioned this one from mythology?" After reading it, Feng Lai shook his head and replied, "There are some differences, but the essence is not far off." Lin Feng was taken aback by Feng Lai's response, his eyes widening as he hurriedly inquired, "What are the differences, and what are the similarities?" "The specific difference lies in the ability to move mountains and rivers. Upon achieving the true form and cultivating the essence of the mountain-moving demon ape, one would certainly be incapable of relocating grand mountain ranges such as the Western Heavenly Peak or the Nanqing Mountain. The Western Heavenly Peak is a mountain range that stretches over 1,000 miles, connecting the Sea of Fire to the east and the Windcleft Valley to the west. The Nanqing Mountain is also a renowned mountain in the Land of Fire, covering an area of 28,000 hectares, with its main peak soaring to 124 meters. Both mountains are colossal and majestic. Upon hearing this from Feng Lai, Lin Feng already anticipated his next words. Indeed, Feng Lai continued. However, moving smaller peaks of over 100 zhang is absolutely feasible. 100 zhang equates to over 300 meters. The idea of moving such significant mountains, how could that be within human capability? Lin Feng's astonishment was palpable. As he questioned whether he had misheard or if Feng Lai was jesting, he was momentarily stunned in his imagination. The pinnacle of ancient martial arts seemed akin to the skills depicted in television dramas. To his surprise, Feng Lai shattered that notion. Leaping from the realm of mere punches and kicks to the extraordinary ability of moving mountains and filling seas. What? Don't believe me? Feng Lai seemed to read Lin Feng's thoughts and spoke earnestly. I am not exaggerating. Do you think achieving the true form is a simple feat? Shaking his head, Feng Lai continued. Whether it's internal fortification, meridian opening, or the subsequent realms, each is fraught with challenges. Countless extraordinary individuals throughout history have faltered at these junctures, and those who achieve the true form are exceedingly rare. These are the conversations between Lin Feng and Feng Lai from before. Now, Lin Feng is in the hospital room, engaging in conversation with Zhang Wen while practicing his breathing techniques. At this moment, in the 5th floor martial arts school office, the master, Su Hao, hands a cup of freshly brewed tea to Feng Lai, who is seated across from him, and smiles. Junior brother Feng, to take a moment to savor this exquisite Gushan Qing tea that I recently acquired. Feng Lai accepts the teacup and places it on the table. Responding, Senior brother Su, you know I am but a rough individual, incapable of appreciating the nuances of tea. I assume you summoned me here regarding Lin Feng? Indeed. It cannot be concealed from you, junior brother, it is indeed about Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng exhibited remarkable martial arts talent, his age was a concern, and I did not voice any objections when you decided to keep him. However, according to senior brother Liu, he has discovered that Lin Feng possesses a remarkable regenerative physique, and he asserts that Lin Feng harbors another unique constitution. Possessing two extraordinary physiques, coupled with his martial arts talent, his potential surpasses that of the true disciples at headquarters. If we were to retain Lin Feng here, the inner sect would surely be in an uproar upon learning of this. Feng Lai replied, Senior brother Su, there is no need for you to bear this pressure alone, nor should you instruct senior brother Liu to keep this information under wraps. The matter concerning Lin Feng can be reported to headquarters. As for any complications, let them come to me. To be frank, were it not for my master's reputation, I would not permit Lin Feng to be initiated into the White Ape sect. Coughing lightly, Su Hao remarked, your thoughtful intentions, junior brother, would surely please our late master. Were he to know. After a brief pause, he continued, however, given Lin Feng's exceptional talent, would it not be a pity for him to follow your path? Who says he must follow my path? Chapter 45. Coming out on the 3rd day in Xinglong community. The warm morning sun revealed a glimpse of itself amidst the towering buildings of the city. A few beams of sunlight cautiously filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the living room. Lin Xiao, clad in a loose-fitting tracksuit, practiced the fundamental movements of martial arts. A light sheen of sweat already glistening on his forehead. In the kitchen at the far end of the living room, Lin Feng busily attended to the stove, donning an apron. As the clock struck 7:30, the sun ascended slightly higher in the sky. The door to the master bedroom creaked open, and Su Hong emerged, her hair disheveled. Upon witnessing Lin Xiao earnestly practicing, she chuckled and remarked, when it comes to studying, you act as if your life depends on it. Yet you are so fervent about martial arts. Lin Guoting followed closely behind Su Hong, shutting the bedroom door with a casual gesture. His eyes were half open, and he yawned, appearing still half asleep. Hey, can I discuss something with you two brothers? Could you possibly rise a bit later in the mornings? It's rather bothersome to hear you making all that noise at such an early hour. Su Hong rolled her eyes at Lin Guoting's complaint, unable to contain herself. You should be grateful. Our two sons are so disciplined now, each occupied with their own pursuits. By the time we get up, breakfast is ready for us. You're truly taking advantage, and yet still complaining. Indeed. Lin Xiao ceased his practice and chimed in, Dad, I must say, when my brother didn't cook, you were up by 6 every morning. Now, you sleep until 7:30 and still blame us for disturbing you. I'll have a word with my brother and have him return the cooking duties to you. Lin Guoting remained unfazed by the threat, smiling as he replied, If you want to hand it over to me, I have no objection, as long as you both are willing to eat my cooking. I disagree, Su Hong interjected firmly. Never mind then, Dad. It's not that your cooking is poor, but it pales in comparison to my brother's, Lin Xiao retorted. Such a little rascal. Who do you think has fed you all these 13 years? And now you dare to criticize your father's cooking? Lin Guoting exclaimed. That is simply because I had never tasted my brother's culinary skills before. The three of them engaged in playful banter in the living room. In the kitchen, Lin Feng quietly prepared breakfast, his expression focused and devoid of any emotion, fully immersed in the act of cooking. He was clearly in a state of flow. "Brother, how much longer until breakfast is ready? I'm starving," Lin Xiao exclaimed, dashing into the kitchen. Lin Feng was abruptly jolted from his state of concentration, his hand pausing mid-motion while frying an egg. "It will be ready shortly. Dad and the others are already awake, just starting their morning routine. Perfect timing then. Please set the dining table." By the time Su Hong and Lin Guoding finished washing up, Lin Xiao had already placed 4 bowls of beef rice noodles on the table. The rice noodles were artfully arranged with slices of beef, a perfectly fried egg nestled in the center, and a sprinkle of scallions and crushed cilantro adorning the top. "Wow, it smells delightful." Su Hong, her hair tied up in a bun, leaned closer to the bowl to take in the aroma, exclaiming loudly. Lin Xiao beamed with pride. "Of course, my brother's cooking is unparalleled." "Flatterer," he added playfully. Lin Feng emerged from the kitchen, though he expressed modesty. He felt a profound joy in his heart knowing that his culinary creations were well received by his family. Sitting at the dining table, data materialized before his eyes. "You have meticulously crafted 4 bowls of beef noodles accompanied by fried eggs. Your culinary skill has gained 40 experience points. Your frying skill has gained 26 experience points. Your stir-frying skill has gained 32 experience points. Your knife skills have gained 21 experience points. Your fire control skill has gained 13 experience points. Your profession as a chef has gained 18 experience points. Your chef profession has now ascended to level 2. You have acquired 1 attribute point and 1 talent point." Upon regaining consciousness after his fainting spell, Lin Feng spent merely an afternoon in the apothecary, after which the elderly pharmacist, Lu Xun, permitted him to return home. In his weakened state, he could only review his sophomore textbooks and accrue culinary experience. As a level 1 chef, only 210 experience points were required to advance to level 2. Although Lin Feng had focused primarily on the professions of martial artist and student, in recent days, he diligently prepared breakfast for his family each morning, thus accumulating a fair amount of culinary experience. Over the past 2 days, disregarding Lin Guoding's advice, he took charge of all family meals and procured several books on culinary arts. Today, he successfully elevated his culinary skills to level 2. Once again, Lin Feng allocated his attribute point to intelligence, while his talent point upgraded Overlord. Overlord LV3 passive max increases recovery ability by 120. At this juncture, aside from the talent learning, all his other talents had reached their maximum levels. His next upgrade would necessitate either enhancing, learning, or activating a talent associated with the chef profession. Truth be told, when the martial artist reached level 5 2 days prior, Lin Feng had anticipated the emergence of a third talent, as both learning and Overlord appeared upon reaching level 1, while Flow State and Berserk manifested at level 3. Nearly 2 levels apart, a new talent should have rightfully emerged at level 5. However, upon reaching level 5, the martial artist did not unveil a new talent. If not at 5, perhaps at 6 or 7. From the vacant spaces observed on the talent pages of each profession, it was evident that there were indeed additional talents yet to be discovered, and not merely one. After all, the upper section of the page remained conspicuously empty. Nevertheless, as the levels of each profession increased, so did the experience required. For instance, advancing from level 5 to level 6 for the martial artist demanded a staggering 200 experience points. Even with the level 3 flow state, it would require 5 days of dedicated effort to ascend. The experience needed for level 7 was an even greater concern. After finishing the beef noodles, Lin Feng departed with Lin Xiao. He headed to school, while she made her way directly to the martial arts academy. Following the use of Berserk, a 10-day period of weakness was expected. However, with the talent Overlord and the treatment from the elderly pharmacist Lu Xun, Lin Feng felt his body had returned to normal as of yesterday. He jogged eagerly to the martial arts academy. At the front desk, Shinya exclaimed in astonishment. "Didn't I hear that you were in a car accident a few days ago and were unconscious for over a day? How is it that you are so lively today?" Lin Feng nodded in response. "Indeed, there was an accident. I merely sustained a bump on my head and suffered no significant injuries." "Sister, has Coach Feng arrived?" "He should be in the office," she replied. "Very well," Lin Feng said, shouldering his bag as he made his way to the changing room, shedding his clothes to reveal a physique that could be described as robust. Though marked by 3 red welts on his shoulders, remnants of the injuries inflicted by the returners, he donned his martial arts uniform, packed his prepared food in water and proceeded to Coach Feng's office. "Recovered so swiftly?" inquired the elderly Lu. "Didn't Ti advise you to rest for at least 4 to 5 days?" "I already feel back to normal," Lin Feng replied. Coach Feng scrutinized him from head to toe and, noting his vitality, chose not to comment further. Instead, he remarked, "Normally, when you come to the dojo, you head straight to the 3rd floor to practice. Your visit here suggests you have something on your mind." "Haha, it seems I cannot hide anything from you, Coach." "Indeed, I do have a matter to discuss." "Go on. What is it?" "Coach, aside from the Demon Ape Mountain Fist, is it possible for me to learn another martial art?" Chapter 46. I shall return shortly, having reflected upon his previous encounter. Lin Feng recognized his numerous shortcomings in battling the returners. Although the Demon Ape Mountain Fist was formidable, its offensive techniques were rather monotonous. Thus, he harbored the desire to learn an additional martial art. Feng Lai did not elaborate further, but inquired, "Which martial art do you wish to study?" "Leg techniques," Lin Feng replied. This particular martial art was not part of the secret teachings of the White Ape Path. Even apprentices could master it. After the harrowing battle, Lin Feng contemplated that had he possessed a leg technique at that time, he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament while facing the first returner. Feng Lai nodded and remarked, "Indeed, you are lacking in leg techniques. However, I suggest that you first master several foundational martial arts before pursuing these advanced techniques. You have yet to reach the consummate level in your 2 foundational martial arts, correct?" "Indeed not," Lin Feng responded. He had dedicated himself to the Demon Ape Mountain Fist recently, while his basic leg and body techniques had only reached proficiency, still one step away from mastery. Once you elevate your foundational body and leg techniques to the consummate level, I can teach you a leg technique far superior to the one you seek." "Really?" Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Feng Lai chuckled. "What is the matter with disbelief? It's merely a martial art. I wouldn't deceive you." "Thank you, Coach. I shall not disturb you further," Lin Feng said, eager to pursue his goal. "Wait," Feng Lai called out, retrieving a bank card from his office drawer and handing it to Lin Feng. "The investigation concerning the Mountain Ridge incident has concluded. This is your share." "What is this?" Lin Feng inquired, a perplexed expression crossing his face, unsure of its significance. "What could it be?" "Of course, it's money. Every time such extraordinary events occur, the government dispenses a sum. The bounty for each returner is 100,000. Having eliminated 4, you are entitled to 400,000. After deducting the 50,000 you borrowed previously, you are left with 350,000. Additionally, your electric vehicle compensation amounts to 5,000, totaling 355,000. 355,000? Lin Feng was taken aback. "What? Do you not want it?" Feng Lai inquired with a smile. "Of course I do. How could I refuse?" Lin Feng quickly accepted the bank card. "This card is registered under your identity. The password is your birthday. You may purchase the 3-element elixirs used for the Demon Ape Mountain Fist from Old Lu." Lin Feng was already aware of the process for acquiring the elixirs. Glancing at the bank card in his hand, he remarked, "Coach, wasn't that bottle of 3-element elixirs initially agreed upon at a 9-to-13 return ratio? Never mind. The money hasn't been borrowed for long. Charging you interest would only make me seem petty. Thank you, Coach. Go on. Attend to your matters. Once you have attained the required levels in your foundational martial arts, feel free to come find me." "All right. I shall return shortly." Feng Lai. Lin Feng exited Feng Lai's office with a smile, patting the bank card in his pocket. He had never anticipated receiving a reward for slaying returners. However, with this newfound wealth, he could finally replenish the elixirs necessary for his martial arts training. Lin Feng made his way directly to the pharmacy on the 4th floor. Upon entering, he saw Lu Xun deeply engrossed in examining a large tome. Lu Xun lifted his head, and upon recognizing Lin Feng, he remarked with irritation, "Did I not instruct you to rest at home? Why have you come to the martial arts hall again?" "I felt that my body had sufficiently recovered, so I ventured out," Lin Feng replied. "Humph. Feeling? If mere feelings were sufficient, what purpose would a physician serve?" Lu Xun raised his hand, prompting Lin Feng to instinctively approach and place his hand upon the cloth-covered consultation table. Lu Xun's frail fingers pressed against Lin Feng's wrist. After a prolonged silence, Lin Feng, noticing Lu Xun's closed eyes and lack of response, could not help but call out, "Lu Xun?" Lu Xun glanced at him and quietly withdrew his hand. Taking a moment before speaking, "Your bodily functions have indeed returned to their peak. Lin Feng, if I were to introduce..." Lu Xun's words trailed off. "Introduce what?" "Lu Xun, are you mistaken? I am merely a first-year high school student. What does being a first year have to do with it?" Lu Xun retorted, widening his eyes. I am not attempting to introduce you to a girlfriend. Never mind that. You did not come here solely for me to check your pulse, did you? I came to purchase a San Yuan Dan, Lin Feng stated, revealing the purpose of his visit. So it was that rascal Feng Lai who sent you for the San Yuan Dan, Lu Sun replied, as he moved to the back of the pharmacy. Moments later, he returned with a porcelain vial. Swipe your card, he instructed. Lin Feng, somewhat perplexed by the eccentric old man, did not comprehend why Lu Sun had suddenly become irate. He gently swiped the bank card that Feng Lai had given him and entered his password. Transaction successful. After Lin Feng departed, Tongbin emerged from the back of the pharmacy. Noticing Lu Sun's gloomy expression, he chuckled. Is it necessary to be so angry? What has you riled up? I'm not angry. I am merely frustrated. Such a talented individual, blessed with multiple gifts, has fallen into the clutches of that little rascal Feng Lai. It is utterly exasperating. Being in his grasp is unavoidable. After all, you cannot defeat Master Feng, Tong Bin retorted, which elicited a furious response from Lu Sun. You traitorous scoundrel, he exclaimed, picking up an apple from the table and hurling it. Tong Bin swiftly caught the apple, took a hearty bite, and laughed. Master, I shall go down for a few rounds of boxing. Call me if you need anything. Get lost. Lin Feng returned to the training room on the 3rd floor and promptly consumed a San Yuan Dan. Before long, the explosive effects of the medicine radiated from his abdomen throughout his body. Devilish Ape Mountain Fist. Flow state. The training room resonated with powerful exhalations and the sound of fists striking the air. 40 minutes later, Lin Feng emerged from his flow state. Rather than ceasing his practice, he completed the full set of the Devilish Ape Mountain Fist before finally concluding his movements. You have engaged in a transcendent cultivation session. Your skill in the Devilish Ape Mountain Fist has gained 0 experience points. Your profession as an ancient martial artist has gained 156 experience points. The skill in the Devilish Ape Mountain Fist still did not accrue any experience. With regard to professional experience, what was originally a mere 40 points gained in 40 minutes was significantly enhanced to an impressive 156 points, thanks to the influence of the San Yuan Dan. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The 40 minutes of flow state, coupled with his practice of the Monkey King Mountain Fist, had left him quite fatigued. Yet, the surging vitality within him and the overwhelming sense of strength made him feel both exhausted and exhilarated. It is no wonder that those muscular individuals in gyms from his past life would exert themselves so fervently in their workouts. Lin Feng unscrewed the cap of the water bottle he had brought, taking several hearty gulps. He chose not to continue his training. Instead, after a brief period of gentle movement, he settled onto the carpet to rest. Given Lin Feng's current physical condition, the 40 minutes of flow state certainly did not represent his limits, even while practicing the Monkey King Mountain Fist. His decision to refrain from further training stemmed from the fact that today's primary objective was not the Monkey King Mountain Fist, but rather foundational martial arts skills. Chapter 47, Shadowless Thunder. In the training room, Lin Feng reclined on the carpet, resting his eyes momentarily. With the extraordinary recovery ability of a level 3 overlord, his body had nearly returned to its normal state. It was time to commence the training of fundamental leg techniques. As he entered a state of flow, he immersed himself wholly in the practice of these leg movements. The foundational leg techniques were not as intricate as the moves of the demon ape hunter. Instead, they comprised a few simple actions such as front kicks, side kicks, sweeping kicks, and hooking kicks. Having set his flow session for 1 hour, thanks to the enhancements in his intelligence and physique, he could now maintain this state for 2 hours and 6 minutes. A significant improvement from the initial hour and 20 minutes. Time swiftly elapsed. Upon concluding his practice, drenched in sweat, Lin Feng observed the data manifesting before him. You have engaged in a state of transcendent training. Your skill in fundamental leg techniques has gained 556 experience points. Your skill in fundamental leg techniques has reached level 4. Your profession as an ancient warrior has gained 72 experience points. This hour of flow training allowed him to amass over 500 experience points, propelling his level 3 fundamental leg techniques to level 4, achieving mastery. Lin Feng had not jested when he mentioned seeking out Feng Lai. He could indeed hone 2 martial arts to mastery within a short span of time. Retrieving his backpack, he extracted the provisions he had prepared in advance and leaned against the wall, indulging in a hearty meal. While flow demanded both physical and mental energy, the consumption ratios differed. For instance, engaging in reading or studying might expend mental energy at a rate of 2, while physical energy might only be 1. Conversely, martial training consumed more physical energy than mental, at an approximate ratio of 3:1. Once satiated, Lin Feng leaned against the wall for another rest. With his innate overlord talent, he had no need to practice martial arts through conventional methods. He could opt to train entirely in flow, as he was currently doing. When fatigued, he could pause, and when sufficiently recuperated, he could reinitiate flow. Knock, knock. Come in. Lin Feng called as he opened the door. Oh, it's you again. What is the matter? Is your bank card password incorrect? Feng Lai inquired. Lin Feng merely smiled in silence. Feng Lai quickly grasped the situation. Exclaiming in astonishment, have your fundamental leg techniques and body techniques both reached mastery? He glanced at the time and chuckled. How long has it been? You truly are an anomaly among anomalies. Since both martial arts have met the requirements, let us proceed. The two returned to the training room. The martial art I will teach you is called Shadowless Thunder, a secret martial technique of the Tianhe sect. Tianhe sect? Lin Feng recalled that during his last online search for domestic martial arts sects, he had not encountered any mention of the Tianhe sect. Noticing Lin Feng's confusion, Feng Lai elucidated, the Tianhe sect is not a martial arts faction of our Lihuan nation. Rather, it is a prestigious martial sect from the Beiyin kingdom. A lineage that has endured for over 1,000 years. A 1,000-year-old sect? Coach, the Heavenly Crane sect is so formidable. Surely the secret martial art, the Shadowless Thunderbolt, must be equally impressive? Well, it's decent. Feng Lai paused, smiling. However, if you were to learn this technique, you must exercise caution when encountering members of the Heavenly Crane sect. Lin Feng sensed the gravity of the situation and hurriedly inquired, Coach, how exactly did you acquire this martial art? The Shadowless Thunderbolt is a secret technique of the Heavenly Crane sect. How could a mere disciple of the White Ape sect possess it? Naturally, it was obtained through less than honorable means. What is the matter? Are you intimidated? If you're not interested in learning this, I can teach you the leg snap instead. I want to learn the leg snap. But I also want the Shadowless Thunderbolt. Only children make choices. Lin Feng was initially taken aback by how Feng Lai obtained the Shadowless Thunderbolt. But considering the thousands of miles separating them from the northern Yin kingdom in the obscure location of the Heavenly Crane sect, he felt little fear. The very name, Shadowless Thunderbolt, suggested a formidable martial art. Moreover, as a secret technique of a major sect, it undoubtedly possessed exceptional qualities. There was no way Lin Feng would relinquish the opportunity. As for the leg snap and similar techniques, I can teach you those later, given your talent. It would merely require a glance. For now, let us focus on the Shadowless Thunderbolt, Feng Lai said, his tone turning serious. Lin Feng nodded, setting aside his wandering thoughts to listen attentively. Feng Lai elaborated, the Shadowless Thunderbolt is distinct from ordinary martial arts. It encompasses both training methods and combat techniques. There are 3 training sets, each with its own distinct movements, ranging from simple to complex. The reason I had you master the foundational leg and body techniques to a high level is that some movements are exceedingly challenging. Without a solid foundation, one cannot practice effectively. As for the combat techniques, there are only 3 strikes, each corresponding to a training set. Although it is termed a single martial art, it is, in truth, 3. Lin Feng felt a flicker of doubt. Why not practice the combat techniques directly? Instead of answering, Feng Lai lifted his foot and executed a kick in the air. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The maneuver Feng Lai had just performed was not a complex technique. It was merely a side kick from the foundational leg techniques. Did you understand? Feng Lai queried. Lin Feng scrutinized Feng Lai's foot suspended in midair, recalling the earlier movement. It was indeed a side kick. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he replied, Coach, isn't that just a kick? A kick? Feng Lai retracted his leg and bent down to adjust his pants at the thigh, then kicked out again, perhaps to ensure Lin Feng could see clearly. Feng Lai deliberately slowed the motion of his kick. His leg appeared unremarkable, without any visible muscle bulk. However, as he executed the kick, the muscles on his thighs surged forth, forming grotesque, terrifying muscle ridges. In an instant, his leg appeared to swell significantly. Lin Feng was utterly astonished. If such a foot were to strike him, he could scarcely imagine the consequences. Have you grasped it? Feng Lai asked once more. Lin Feng remained silent. While he could certainly perform the side kick, the fearsome, grotesque muscles he had just witnessed were beyond his capabilities. Feng Lai retracted his leg and adjusted his trousers. Standing upright before stating, the so-called technique of Shadowless Thunder is merely a method of exertion, while the practice involves transforming one's sinews and bones to master this exertion. Transforming sinews and bones. Can Shadowless Thunder truly accomplish that? Lin Feng, upon hearing this familiar term, could not help but inquire. Any martial art, with prolonged practice, can indeed transform one's sinews and bones. Even a simple punch, if practiced consistently over time, will lead to a noticeable difference between the hand that strikes and the one that does not. Is that considered a transformation of sinews and bones? Why not? Lin Feng found himself momentarily perplexed. However, according to Feng Lai's assertion, the thickening of muscles, the strengthening of tendons, and the hardening of bones could certainly be classified as such transformations. Lin Feng chose not to dwell on this matter further and instead asked, Master, in comparison to the secret martial arts of the Heavenly Crane sect, which is more formidable, Shadowless Thunder or the demonic Ape Mountain Fist? Although Shadowless Thunder is indeed a secret martial art, it serves predominantly as a means of killing, whereas the demonic Ape Mountain Fist is foundational martial practice. Within the Heavenly Crane sect, Shadowless Thunder is exceedingly precious, but to compare it with the demonic Ape Mountain Fist is akin to insulting the latter. Have you ever seen a comparison made between dog excrement and a gemstone? Chapter 48, The Shadowless Force Dog Excrement? To liken the secret weapon of a millennium-old sect to mere filth is truly. The crucial aspect is that this filth is something that must be learned. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. However, Feng Lai's metaphor of comparing a lump of dog excrement to a precious gem distinctly highlighted which martial art was superior. Though Feng Lai's face remained impassive, his eyes gleamed with contempt as he remarked, fundamental martial arts can lay the foundation for true mastery, a feat that ordinary skills cannot compare to. In ancient times, possessing a single foundational martial art was sufficient to establish a sect. Thus, do you comprehend why I do not wish for you to reveal the demon ape traversing mountain fist to others? Lin Feng momentarily paused before nodding in understanding. Noticing the atmosphere becoming somewhat grave, Feng Lai chuckled. In truth, it matters little if you let it slip. After all, you would bear the consequences. They certainly wouldn't dare to lay a hand on me. Enough of that for now. Let us return to the matter at hand. The Shadowless Thunder is a leg technique, yet it diverges from typical leg arts. Its first practice includes a total of 85 movements, divided into 3 sets. The first set comprises 18 movements, the second set encompasses 26 movements, and the third set contains 41 movements. 85 movements, all for the mastery of a single technique. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. Coach, what is the name of this technique? Shadowless Force. Feng Lai referred to it not as a technique, but as a force. Reflecting on Feng Lai's earlier demonstration, Lin Feng began to grasp that the Shadowless Thunder was anything but an ordinary martial art. Its so-called execution was not a series of intricate moves, but a unique method of exerting force. These 85 movements served as the means to cultivate this particular method of power. Feng Lai stated, I will first teach you the movements of the initial set. Understood. Excellent. Lin Feng eagerly nodded as he observed Feng Lai stepping into the center of the training area, preparing to demonstrate. He swiftly engaged in a shallow state of flow. Everything around him faded away, leaving only Feng Lai's figure. The first form is called the crescent moon shape. While practicing, the movements must be slow, requiring the engagement of the inner thigh muscles and tendons. Feng Lai slowly advanced his right leg forward, arching his body into an exceedingly peculiar posture. His ankle in a crescent shape, toes pointed inward. Recognizing Lin Feng's capacity for learning, Feng Lai demonstrated this form only once and elaborated on some subtle details before proceeding to the next movement. The second form is known as the old ox plowing the field. After more than half an hour, Feng Lai completed his demonstration and inquired, How is it? Have you managed to memorize everything? Observing Lin Feng in a daze, accustomed to such moments, he intensified his tone and called out, Lin Feng? Upon hearing his name, Lin Feng instantly awakened from his state of flow and promptly replied, I have essentially committed it to memory. Let us see then. Coach, this. A hesitant expression crossed Lin Feng's face. His uncertainty did not stem from a lack of retention of the movements. Given Lin Feng's current memory capacity, combined with his state of flow, he had indeed memorized the 18 movements clearly. Furthermore, he had also retained every detail Feng Lai had mentioned regarding the nuances of each movement. As for the reason for the delay in practice, it lies in the peculiarity of the 18 techniques recently imparted by Feng Lai. The initial moves were manageable, yet the latter 7 or 8 were so contorted that they seemed nearly impossible for an ordinary individual to execute. Feng Lai reassured, Are you concerned about your ability to perform them? Fear not, your foundational skills in leg and body movements are already well honed, and you should be able to master the first set of the Shadowless technique. I shall give it a try, Lin Feng replied, hesitant to guarantee his success. He took a few steps back and, adhering to Feng Lai's earlier instruction, gradually initiated the first pose, the crescent moon form. This particular move appeared deceptively simple when he observed it from the sidelines, yet upon attempting it, he discovered its complexity. Halfway through, he felt excruciating muscle strains in his thighs and waist. The pain intensified with each subsequent technique. The second was even more agonizing. The third followed suit. Lin Feng realized that with each practice, the discomfort of stretching his tendons and muscles compounded, each move becoming increasingly painful. By the time he reached the fifth move, he was grimacing in agony, and by the seventh, he could endure no longer. Not bad, Feng Lai remarked with a grin. Coach, is there a specific connection between these techniques? Why does the pain escalate with each repetition? Lin Feng inquired, feeling a profound ache throughout his body, particularly in his thighs, akin to an unbearable tearing sensation, far worse than the initial experience of standing in the white ape embracing the moon stance. Feng Lai chuckled. This is the essence of this martial art. If these moves are practiced in isolation, their efficacy is merely one. However, when performed consecutively as a complete set, their effectiveness multiplies to 50. Consequently, the pain from stretching the muscles and tendons will also increase accordingly. You could have demonstrated them one by one. I merely wish to ascertain if you were making any errors in your techniques. Then why did you not mention it sooner? Lin Feng retorted. Feng Lai replied nonchalantly. You did not ask. Lin Feng felt exasperated. Subsequently, he refrained from demonstrating the entire sequence continuously. Instead, he practiced one move at a time, pausing for brief moments of rest. Even so, the final 4 techniques still demanded considerable effort to complete. The difficulty you encounter with these movements stems from your muscles and bones not being sufficiently flexible yet. After practicing the preceding techniques for a while, these will become far easier for you, Feng Lai explained. Lin Feng nodded, acutely aware of his current physical state. Having barely managed to demonstrate the shadowless technique once, he felt as if his entire skeletal structure had loosened, and he could distinctly perceive the strain on his muscles and tendons. Aside from the demon ape mountain fist, how could any ordinary martial art yield such palpable results? Although Feng Lai had disparaged the shadowless thunderbolt, it was undoubtedly an extraordinary martial art. Coach, was my form incorrect in any way? Lin Feng asked, anxious about potential mistakes. Not at all. Feng Lai, accustomed to Lin Feng's remarkable learning ability, maintained an unperturbed expression as he remarked, Today, I will teach you this set of movements. Once you can effortlessly complete the entire series, I shall introduce you to the second set. This martial art requires a gradual progression. One must master the first set before advancing to the second. And only upon perfecting all 85 movements can one achieve the complete essence of the shadowless force. Very well. The martial art has been imparted to you. Should you have any questions, feel free to call me or visit my office. After conveying this message, Feng Lai departed, leaving Lin Feng alone in the training room. He activated the data panel, retrieving the prompt he had not had the time to scrutinize earlier. You have received teachings from a martial artist. You have acquired a new skill, Shadowless Force. Shadowless Force LV0, 14130. Incomplete. The data panel indicated that the martial art's name was not Thunderbolt of the Shadowless, but rather named after the technique, Shadowless Force, with a note indicating its incomplete status. Shadowless Thunderbolt. Shadowless Force? Lin Feng discerned the connection between the two. The first technique is called Shadowless Force, and the second is likely Thunderbolt Force. Chapter 49. Madness in Training the Shadowless Force and Thunderbolt Technique. Lin Feng recalled the side kick demonstrated by Feng Lai earlier, along with the formidable muscles on his thigh, igniting a fervent fire within him. He resolved to meticulously review each movement twice, estimating the time required for the entire set before entering a state of flow. Determined, Lin Feng recognized the complexity of the movements and the ever-accumulating pain, acknowledging that completing the entire set was beyond his current capabilities. He surmised that if he practiced only the initial movements, gradually adjusting his muscles and bones, achieving proficiency in the complete set would take considerable time. Moreover, the Shadowless Force comprises 3 practice methods, totaling an impressive 85 movements. Thus, he intended to experiment with the flow state, hoping to successfully practice the entire sequence. His rationale for calculating the time to complete the set was rooted in the fear of becoming too engrossed in the flow state, potentially leading to injury due to an excessively prolonged session. After all, he had only executed a few movements before experiencing significant discomfort. He resolved to set a specific time for the initial set of movements, planning to assess his physical state once the flow state concluded before making further decisions. Lin Feng promptly began to practice each technique separately, noting the approximate duration of each movement. After 2 rounds of repetition, he discovered that the 18 techniques required a slow, deliberate pace, totaling around 5 minutes and 30 seconds. He decided on a target time of 5 minutes and 50 seconds. As Lin Feng entered the flow state, the surrounding sensations faded instantly. In the training room, he became completely absorbed in the series of movements, executing them with a deliberate slowness, although not yet proficient. His unwavering focus imbued each action with a semblance of mastery. 1 technique, 2 techniques. When Lin Feng's cognitive faculties returned to him, he found himself in the arched moon position, abruptly halting his movements as the excruciating pain surged, particularly in his thighs and lower back. Cursed be it. Lin Feng felt as if his legs had become foreign entities. Indeed, in the flow state, he had accomplished what was previously unattainable, seamlessly executing all 18 movements in succession. Fortunately, he had only committed to 5 minutes and had practiced just once. You have transcended into a state of selfless cultivation of the shadowless force. Your skill in shadowless force has gained 52 experience points. Your profession as an ancient warrior has gained 6 experience points. In just 1 session, he had accumulated 52 experience points. Shadowless Force LV0, 14,130. Shadowless Force LV0, 66,130. Lin Feng felt immense satisfaction. However, he knew he could not continue. He needed to take a moment to recuperate. The pain in his thighs compelled him to grit his teeth. Stiffly, he lowered himself to the ground and began to knead his sore muscles, recognizing the necessity of rest before proceeding. Before long, thanks to the extraordinary recovery abilities bestowed by the Overlord, Lin Feng regained his composure. Although the discomfort lingered, it was no longer unbearable. He stood up and, after a brief period of movement, entered the flow state once more. In the same state of flow, his movements appeared markedly more fluid than before. Upon completing 1 set, the moment he began the first movement of the second set, his state of flow dissipated. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, halting his actions, his body stiffening, and his teeth clenched tightly. His face contorted in pain. The clock struck 3 in the afternoon. As Lin Feng exited the training room, his gait seemed somewhat off. Aside from a meal he had at noon on the upper floor, he had devoted all his time to practicing the elusive technique. Although he had pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion, he had successfully grasped the fundamentals of the technique. Now, even without relying on the state of flow, he could seamlessly complete all 18 movements in one go. Lin Feng arrived at the pharmacy. Lu Lao, may I inquire if Brother Tong is available? Since becoming an official disciple, he had yet to utilize the 3 massage sessions afforded to him. While the Dominator possessed remarkable restorative abilities, it still required time. Given his current condition, he decided to seek out Tong Bin for a massage. When it came to massages, all the disciples at the martial arts school praised their efficacy, particularly for muscle strains and recovery. Yet, despite their commendations, they often appeared somewhat hesitant. Lin Feng recalled the day he had prepared to savor the bone-resolving soup. Hearing the anguished cries and the sounds akin to slaughter emanating from Ma Honyuan, just stepping into the pharmacy made him want to retreat. Before Lu Sun could respond, the door to the massage room swung open, and Tong Bin poked his head out, inquiring, Lin Shitty, are you looking for me? I came to find brother. I would like to have a massage if you have time. Perfect timing, there is no one here. Come on in. Lin Feng summoned his courage and stepped inside. The massage room was modest, furnished with a bed, a table, and a glass cabinet against the wall containing various bottles and jars. This is likely an injury from your training, Tong Bin deduced from Lin Feng's gait. Since it is indeed a strain, I will use tiger bone redwood essential oil on you. Lin Feng, unfamiliar with the specifics, merely nodded. Tong Bin explained with a smile. Tiger bone redwood essential oil is remarkably effective for strains and muscle recovery. Brother Tong, my primary concerns are my thighs and lower back. Understood. Please remove your clothing and lie face down on the bed. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded, but as he began to remove his outerwear and pants, he hesitated and asked, Brother Tong, do I need to take off my underwear? Having lived a life of virtue in both this and his previous existence, Lin Feng had never been privy to such matters, which lay beyond his realm of knowledge. Tong Bin's already dark complexion deepened further. No need. Oh. Lin Feng obediently laid down on the bed. Tong Bin approached with a bottle of essential oil from the nearby cabinet, pouring it into his palm. The pungent medicinal aroma filled the air. Lin Shitty, I will first help you loosen the muscles and bones of your upper body, and then I will work on your thighs. After Tong Bin finished speaking, he applied the essential oil evenly across his palms, then placed his large hands, resembling a fan, against Lin Feng's back. As he pressed down, the intense warmth radiating from Tong Bin's palms brought Lin Feng immense comfort. Once he had applied the oil from the base of the spine and completed the treatment of the entire back, Tong Bin's hands returned to the shoulders. Lin Feng assumed he would repeat the previous motion. However, the two powerful hands seized the large muscles at the shoulder and began to knead vigorously. This was no mere massage. The immense pressure seemed intent on pulverizing the muscles in his shoulders. Lin Feng cried out in agony. Previously, he had found it puzzling why Ma Honyuan, such a large man, would emit such sounds during a massage. Now, he finally understood Ma Honyuan's plight. The pain was indeed real. Tong Bin appeared oblivious to Lin Feng's distress, continuing his work. After thoroughly kneading the shoulder muscles, he shifted his focus to the larger muscles of the back. More than 20 minutes later, Lin Feng staggered out of the pharmacy. To be honest, the pain was excruciating. Yet the relief following the massage was undeniably gratifying. Upon returning to the training room, Lin Feng collapsed onto the carpet like a rag doll, and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was already past 6 o'clock. All fatigue had dissipated, and even the pain in his thighs and lower back had vanished. While the fatigue was undoubtedly a result of the overlord effect, the alleviation of pain in his thighs and lower back could not have been achieved in such a brief period solely by the overlord. This clearly indicated the efficacy of the earlier massage. Lin Feng felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through his body, throwing a few punches and executing a couple of side kicks. To his surprise, he noticed something amiss. Upon raising his foot for another side kick, he found the technique had subtly altered. More precisely, the method of exerting force had unconsciously transformed. Having practiced for only half a day, Lin Feng was astonished. He approached the nearby punching bag and delivered a kick. A shadow shot through the air like a soaring dragon. Thud! The punching bag soared high from the impact of his kick. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng realized that the power exerted in that kick had increased by at least 20%, and the speed had improved by a third. Achieving such results in merely half a day's practice was indeed remarkable. This invisible force was truly extraordinary. Chapter 50. Gathering. Lin Feng gazed at the swaying punching bag. After practicing for half a day, he felt his technique in harnessing the elusive force had subtly transformed. This martial art, which Feng Lai had derisively dubbed as worthless, truly held its allure. Lin Feng retrieved his phone and began to search for information regarding the Tianhe sect. The Tianhe sect, founded a millennium ago by the revered Tianhe Jinren, currently led by sect master Wei Jia. It is one of the 3 prominent martial arts sects of the Beiyin Kingdom. Its enterprises include the Tianhe Group and Wuhua Financial Company. With a lineage spanning 1,000 years and being one of the 3 major martial arts sects in Beiyin, the Tianhe sect was indeed remarkable. Lin Feng quietly set down his phone. By now, it was past 6 o'clock, mealtime had arrived, and he decided to halt his training. After dining, he prepared to return to the 3rd floor to continue practicing the elusive force when Ma Honyuan spotted him. Junior Lin, I heard you were injured. Are you well now? Lin Feng nodded. A few days ago, I was bumped into and spent 2 days resting in bed, but I'm fine now. Ma Honyuan scrutinized him and nodded in approval. Your vitality appears quite robust. It seems you have fully recovered. I see you are gearing up to practice martial arts again. Do not seclude yourself in the training room all the time. The formal disciples downstairs are gathering. Would you care to join us? A gathering? Lin Feng inquired. It's an occasion for us formal disciples to come together, share our learnings, and occasionally spar. We hold these gatherings 3 to 4 times a month. Lin Feng recalled the time he first arrived at the martial arts hall, when Ma Honyuan had been sent flying by Zhang Min's punch. It had seemed they were engaged in a martial exchange then. What time does it start? He asked, not opposing the idea. Having spent so long in the hall focused solely on his training, he had yet to engage in discussions about martial arts with the other formal disciples. Attending this gathering would be a refreshing change. It has already begun. I arrived late, so let us head down. Lin Feng followed Ma Honyuan. Lin, what happened that day with Wu Jun? I heard you knocked that kid out with a single strike. Lu Chang insisted, be honest with me. Have you ever trained in martial arts before? Trained in martial arts? Ma Honyuan interjected. What we mean is whether you have ever practiced martial arts at any point in your life. Lin Feng thought about his 10 years of practicing the 13th set of calisthenics and nodded. I have practiced. Haha, I knew it. I told them that Junior Lin must have a martial arts foundation. They just wouldn't believe me. As the two arrived at the gathering space on the second floor, they found a circle of people seated, with two individuals engaged in a sparring match at the center. One was Wan Lei, whom Lin Feng recognized, while the other, donned in the formal attire of a disciple, remained unknown to him. Upon their arrival, others made room for them, taking their seats. Lin Feng nodded to the acquaintances around him in greeting, then shifted his focus back to the two combatants. Wan Lei exhibited nimble movements, employing the white ape mountain fist alongside an unfamiliar kicking technique. His opponent wielded a martial art unfamiliar to Lin Feng. The onslaught of thunderous strikes crashed like a relentless tide, while his adversary appeared weary from defense. Though their engagement was meant to be a friendly spar, the atmosphere was undeniably intense. Junior Lin, who do you believe will emerge victorious? Inquired Ma Hongyuan from the side. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. The outcome was evidently decided. Even the most discerning observer could see that Thunder was poised for triumph. Yet, Ma Hongyuan posed the question as if he anticipated a different victor. Lin Feng scrutinized their movements closely, but he could discern no sign of defeat for Thunder. And thus he shook his head, replying, Brother Ma, I cannot ascertain who will prevail. Thunder shall fall within 15 exchanges. Ma Hongyuan spoke with unwavering certainty. The rapid wind kick practiced by Thunder and the five spirits fist honed by Hong Liang belong to the same tier of martial arts, and their realms are comparable. Initially, they were evenly matched. However, Thunder's aggressive approach has already led to his downfall. His relentless assault failed to subdue Hong Liang, and now he is merely holding on. Merely holding on? Lin Feng observed as Thunder unleashed swift and fierce kicks, compelling Hong Liang to defend desperately. It was indeed Hong Liang who appeared to be the one struggling. A few exchanges flew by in an instant. Hong Liang dodged a particularly formidable whip-like kick from Thunder, only to suddenly shift from defense to offense. This counterattack was both rapid and ferocious, breaking through Thunder's defenses in mere moments and sending him sprawling away with a powerful punch. Indeed, he was defeated in under 15 exchanges. Lin Feng's heart tightened. Both Thunder and Hong Liang paled in comparison to the returnees. Even without resorting to fury, he felt confident that he could vanquish them using the mountain-traveling fist of the demon ape. However, in terms of martial experience, he acknowledged that he lagged significantly behind these seasoned practitioners. Brother Ma, I commend your keen insight, he remarked. Haha, after years of training in martial arts, if I couldn't discern such a thing, it would be a waste of my efforts. Lin Feng reflected on his own lack of practical experience, realizing he must seek guidance from these senior brothers more often. As his thoughts swirled, a series of messages flashed before his eyes. You have witnessed a passable duel. Your skill in basic fist techniques has gained 25 experience points. Your skill in basic leg techniques has gained 22 experience points. Your skill in basic body techniques has gained 36 experience points. Your ancient warrior skill has gained 13 experience points. Watching a duel can also yield experience? Lin Feng was taken aback. Why had he not received experience from observing Feng Lai and Lu Chang in the training room, or from the bout between Zhang Min and Ma Hongyuan? He pondered and soon understood. During those previous encounters, he was a novice in martial arts, lacking comprehension, and merely spectating. In contrast, although his martial knowledge was still limited, he had gleaned valuable insights from the exchanges he had just witnessed, hence his acquisition of experience. Ma Hongyuan, what are you laughing about down there? Do you have something to say? Come up here and share your thoughts. Thunder, you scoundrel. Taking your frustrations out on me for your defeat. I wasn't laughing at you. I simply lack anything of substance to contribute today. You may as well seek counsel from someone else. Lin, you are indeed a rare guest. I have heard from Sister Zhang that your white ape mountain fist has reached a realm of great mastery. Why not come up and share your insights on the white ape mountain fist with us? Lin Feng did not expect Wan Lei to focus his gaze upon him. He practiced the demon ape mountain fist, not the white ape mountain fist, and thus had no experience to share. No, Brother Wan. I am not sure how to articulate it. Haha. Feeling nervous, are we? The youth are often shy. Feng Su. Why don't you come up and say a few words? Chapter 51. Is he human? Wan Lei observed that Lin Feng was reluctant to take the stage, so he did not insist, but instead shifted his focus. Among the crowd, a relatively young boy stood up and said, Brother Wan, should I come forward? Wan Lei nodded affirmatively. Feng Su, you have been an official disciple for over a month now. Feel free to share any thoughts or experiences you may have. At this moment, Ma Hongyuan quietly explained, during each gathering, a host is selected, and Wan Lei is the topic guide for this session. Ah, it makes sense now. Lin Feng had previously wondered why Wan Lei, despite his defeat, remained on stage. Feng Su continued, Brother Wan, as a novice in martial arts, I do not have much experience to share, but I do have a question that I would like to pose to my senior brothers and sisters, if that is permissible. Haha, no problem, feel free to ask. Feng Su nodded. It's like this. During the last gathering, the duel between Brother Ma and Sister Zhang left me quite astounded. Particularly Brother Ma's technique of concealing moves within moves. When I returned home, I devoted considerable time to studying it. However, my research diverged from Brother Ma's. Instead of exploring how to conceal moves within techniques, I focused on the disassembly and transformation of techniques. For instance, with the blossoming flower and falling leaves technique from the 5-cloud hand. If I were to suddenly use the White Ape Mountain Stride S White Ape hunts tiger in the midst of it, I could surely catch my opponent off guard. The two techniques share a similar method of exerting force, and I thought it was an excellent idea. I attempted to practice it, but unexpectedly. This sudden change nearly caused me to pull a muscle. Junior Brother Feng, your idea is indeed brilliant. Someone nearby laughed heartily. Wan Lei also struggled to suppress a grin. Feng Su sensed that he had likely made a mistake and scratched his head, asking, Brother Wan, esteemed senior brothers and sisters, is there something wrong with my approach? Your idea is commendable, Junior Brother, as martial arts should not be practiced rigidly. One must embrace variability. However, you applied this method incorrectly. Thankfully, you were using the relatively gentle 5-cloud hand. Had you employed the secret techniques of the unified force, with such a sudden change while gathering your strength, you might have found yourself bedridden for 10 days or more. Feng Su murmured, so, this was a misguided path. Haha, the path itself is not wrong, rather. Your mastery of the 5-cloud hand is insufficient. Once you achieve the realm where your techniques flow effortlessly, such sudden transformations will pose no issue. Attaining the perfection of force at will allow for any transformation without concern. You must reach the realm of great accomplishment. Indeed, however, to reach such a pinnacle in martial arts, one must dedicate many years of diligent effort. As for perfection, that relies on innate talent. Perfection. Lin Feng found himself momentarily lost in thought. Since yesterday, his breathing had transitioned from its original pattern to that of the demon ape breathing technique, and he had continued to employ this method up to the present. Throughout this day and more, even during meals, moments of distraction, conversations, and even while sleeping, his breathing pattern remained consistent with the demon ape technique, as evidenced by the videos he recorded on his phone. Previously, while practicing the demon ape breathing technique, I often found myself reverting to my original breathing rhythm after just a few hours. The longest I managed to maintain it was only half a day. However, this time I have persisted for over a day. Lin Feng sensed that, following this prolonged application of the demon ape breathing technique, his body had begun to experience a subtle transformation. After several days of stagnation, he believed he could soon achieve a consummate mastery of the demon ape mountain fist. In the center of the hall, Wan Lei remarked, Junior Brother Feng, your intentions are commendable, yet your current realm is insufficient. It is only natural that, as a newly initiated disciple, you may lack certain martial knowledge. Remember, should you encounter any issues in your training, do not hesitate to consult your coach or us. Please refrain from practicing recklessly in the future. Feng Su understood that Wan Lei's words were meant for his benefit. You are right, Senior Brother Wan. I shall not repeat such mistakes. By the way, I have heard that one can alter their innate constitution through martial arts practice. Indeed, that is possible, Wan Lei replied. So, does this imply that those with poor innate constitutions can improve through martial training? Feng Su inquired. In theory, yes. However, have you considered that if one's innate constitution is poor, their progress in martial arts will likely be limited? To effectuate changes in one's physique through practice will necessitate a considerable investment of time. After 2 or 3 decades of training, even if one manages to improve their constitution, what difference will it truly make? Feng Su's expression darkened as he despondently asked, so, does that mean those with poor innate constitutions are destined for failure in martial arts? Not at all. Wan Lei's response revitalized Feng Su's spirits. He eagerly pressed on. Is there truly no other way? There are methods, but few can achieve them. Take Junior Brother Lin, for instance. Wan Lei gestured toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng, engrossed in the conversation, was taken aback by the sudden shift of focus onto himself. Wan Lei continued, consider Lin. Despite his significantly poor innate constitution, his exceptional comprehension allows him to rapidly elevate his martial prowess. the higher one's martial realm. The quicker they can effect changes in their constitution, thus enabling them to catch up to those with extraordinary talents. Feng Su felt even more disheartened. Although he had yet to meet Lin Feng personally, he had heard much about his remarkable reputation over the past few days. Could a mere day suffice for someone to master the White Ape Mountain Fist? Is it truly feasible for any individual to achieve such a feat? Old Wan, you only know how to discourage newcomers, retorted Ma Honyuan, suddenly standing up. Feng Su, do not heed his discouragement. Beyond the pursuit of higher realms, can martial arts not serve other purposes? Is physical fitness not a valid goal? Is it not permissible to simply enjoy the practice of martial arts? The gathering continued until 8 o'clock, concluding after Feng Su had posed his questions. Others took turns sharing their martial experiences and inquiries, with 2 individuals even engaging in a sparring match that provided Lin Feng with some valuable insights. Seated quietly on the side, Lin Feng listened attentively. Though his martial skills were on par with those present, his knowledge of martial arts still paled in comparison to those who had been training for years, with even some fundamental concepts eluding him. This hour and more had certainly not been squandered. Brother Lin, until what time do you plan to practice today? Inquired Ma Honyuan after the gathering concluded. 11 o'clock. The martial arts hall closes at 11:30. Otherwise, I would be training until 2 or 3, Lin Feng replied, finding little concern in the matter, especially since he no longer had to worry about attending school the following day. After exchanging a few words with Ma Honyuan, the 2 parted ways due to their different training rooms. As Lin Feng passed by the large training hall, he observed his former peers still diligently practicing their fundamental martial techniques. The hall was devoid of Feng Lie's presence. As Lu Chang was conducting the lesson for the students, Lin Feng did not linger and swiftly returned to the training room on the 3rd floor to resume his practice of the elusive shadow technique. Chapter 52. My apologies. Your skill, Shadowless Force, has gained 116 experience points. Your skill, Shadowless Force, has been upgraded to level 2. Your profession, Ancient Warrior, has gained 12 experience points. Lin Feng inhaled sharply, gritting his teeth to endure the pain in his thighs as he laboriously sat down. Earlier, he had diligently practiced the Shadowless Force twice in a state of focused flow. Although the technique was considerably easier to perform after reaching the initial level, the pain returned with a vengeance once the state of flow dissipated, causing him to grimace in discomfort. Fortunately, his efforts bore fruit, successfully elevating the Shadowless Force to level 2, representing a proficient stage. As for the training outcomes, Lin Feng felt his thighs, realizing he would have to wait until the following day for his muscles and tendons to recover before he could gauge the effects. However, 2 hours of training could not compare to his daytime efforts, even at the proficient level. The enhancement of Shadowless Force merely indicated an improvement in technique. It did not directly amplify the power of the moves themselves. Unlike typical martial arts, the Shadowless Force focused solely on the technique of exerting force. The higher the level of Shadowless Force, the more beneficial the effects on his own muscles and tendons. It was already 10:51. I should head back. Lin Feng set his phone aside and lay down on the ground, closing his eyes. After resting for more than 10 minutes, he finally stood up again, tidied up the training room, and left. Outside, the wind was brisk. Carrying a backpack and dressed only in a light shirt, he would have felt cold in the past. After all, it was autumn. Yet, now, the cool breeze felt invigorating. This world lacked the presence of Chow Chow. Lin Feng gazed at the desolate street, opting to walk instead of waiting for a taxi that may never arrive. His electric scooter had been shattered into pieces by the returner. He had initially planned to ask Su Hong to buy him a new one. However, with the reward for defeating the returners, he could certainly purchase one himself. No, it would still be better to have Su Hong buy it. How could he explain the expense of an electric vehicle? The moment Lin Feng received the 355,000 yuan from Feng Lai, he had no intention of disclosing the source of his newfound wealth to his family. Firstly, he could not explain where the money came from. Secondly, his family was not in immediate need of funds, as both Su Hong and Lin Guiting were employed. Most importantly, he required money for his martial arts training. Lost in his thoughts, Lin Feng continued walking. After spending an entire day in the training room, a stroll outside felt quite pleasant. On the street, illuminated by streetlights, only a couple of hurried figures passed by. After a considerable walk, a taxi displaying the empty sign finally approached from a distance. Lin Feng prepared to wave, but reconsidered. After all, he had already covered half the distance, and hailing a cab now seemed impractical. The night sky held but a few scattered stars, and the moon was nowhere to be seen. Wait, what's going on? Why am I on Yushu Road instead of Ingbin Road? I must have been quite lost in thought. Taking Yulin Road would lead me too far astray. Lin Feng realized that he had unknowingly strayed from his path. Fortunately, he had not wandered far. He turned around to retrace his steps. Yet, before he could set foot on Ingbin Road, a sudden haze clouded his vision, and he found himself inexplicably turning back towards Yushu Road. After walking a few meters, Lin Feng jolted awake, his heart racing as he gazed anxiously in the direction of Ingbin Road. What just happened? Was I controlled by something? He concentrated intently, and although there appeared to be nothing amiss at first glance, an unsettling feeling told him that something akin to a delicate veil separated him from that direction. As he scrutinized the area, a disturbance rippled through the space, and a stunning girl tumbled out from within. She rolled on the ground several times, spitting blood as if she had been forcefully expelled. Struggling to rise, she realized her body was devoid of strength. Spotting Lin Feng standing nearby, a look of relief washed over her face. "Save me," she cried. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, then turned and fled, his agility manifesting perfectly in that instant. In mere moments, he dashed over 100 meters. Faced with the girl's plea for help, he did not lack the desire to assist her, but at that moment, he witnessed a colossal, scaled hand emerging from the space towards Ingbin Road, indicating that some monstrous entity was about to break free. A thunderous noise erupted behind him. Lin Feng, driven by instinct, quickened his pace, sprinting over 2 miles before daring to glance back. However, the distance and the night obscured any view of what had transpired. What was that creature? Lin Feng had no intention of succumbing to curiosity and returning. He wanted no part of such matters. Casting a final glance towards Ingbin Road, he resolutely made his way home. That scaled hand was nearly the size of an adult, and even if he had activated frenzy, he doubted he could contend with it. Had he hesitated even for a moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What a wretched fate I seemed to have, perpetually encountering such horrors. As for that girl, I can only express my apologies. As Lin Feng walked, he cautiously observed his surroundings. He found himself on a bustling street lined with night markets, the noise of the crowd providing him with a semblance of safety. He took out his phone and attempted to contact Feng Lai, but the call could not be connected. After a second attempt yielded the same result, he dialed Tong Bin. Since being rescued by Tong Bin that fateful day, Lin Feng had learned that Tong Bin was a member of Feng Lai's team, and he had obtained his phone number during treatment at the pharmacy. Yet, the line remained unreachable. What on earth is happening? Both numbers are out of reach. Lin Feng recalled that he had not seen Feng Lai in the training room earlier. It had been Lu Chang overseeing the trainees. Something must have gone awry. Otherwise, there would be no reason for both their phones to be simultaneously unreachable. He stared at his phone, hesitated for a moment, and then dialed the police. "Hello, is this the police? I need to report an incident." Lin Feng lowered his voice and recounted the events that transpired on Ingbin Road. "We are already aware of your report, and we will dispatch personnel immediately," came the response from the police security on the other end, leaving Lin Feng utterly astonished. How could they trust my words so readily? He quickly interjected, "Police security. I did not make a false call. What I said is true. Let me speak to him," came a voice from the other end. It seemed another individual had taken the receiver. A middle-aged man's voice resonated through the phone. "Lin Feng, I am aware that you speak the truth. Since the last incident, your calls have been encrypted. Whenever you dial for assistance, your call is automatically redirected here. Are you not police security?" Lin Feng inquired. "We certainly are police security. We are already informed about the matter you reported. I will promptly send support your way. You may rest assured and return home. Additionally, thank you for your vigilance in reporting." Chapter 53. Breakthrough. Lin Feng hung up the phone, taken aback by the realization that he had been marked by the police due to the recent incident involving the returnees. The individual on the other end of the line was evidently not an ordinary officer. Rather, he appeared to be part of a covert unit tasked with managing extraordinary events. The middle-aged officer's response was, "I understand. I will dispatch personnel immediately," indicating a sense of urgency and awareness regarding the occurrences on Ingbin Road. Both Coach Feng and Tong Bin were unreachable by phone, suggesting they were likely involved in the situation on Ingbin Road as well. Lin Feng recalled the terrifying large hand he had encountered, feeling both a thrill of fear and an insatiable curiosity about its nature. Despite having faced returnees before, he had never experienced any other mysterious events, and he was deeply intrigued by this enigmatic world. He yearned to return to Ingbin Road and explore further, but he quickly quelled this reckless impulse. Although he had gained some strength from defeating 4 returnees, an achievement made possible by activating his desperate talent. Fury, he was acutely aware that confronting a returnee was akin to preying on a fool. At this moment, he was merely stronger than an average person. And fleeing from such encounters was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Lin Feng recalled a news story about 2 individuals fighting, where a bystander was fatally stabbed simply for being curious. Since then, he had chosen to keep his distance from any tumultuous events in the real world. Resolutely, Lin Feng made his way home. The phone call had revealed that the authorities were aware of the situation on Ingbin Road, which eased his anxiety somewhat. The fact that the country maintained an appearance of calm suggested that the official powers were substantial enough to eliminate hidden dangers. The night had deepened. Exiting the bustling food street, Lin Feng prepared to head towards Tianxin Road. After a few steps past Tianxin Road, he would reach Xinglong Community. However, upon observing the deserted Tianxin Road ahead, he hesitated and instead chose to turn towards the more populated Xinshu Street. Having encountered extraordinary events twice in quick succession had cast a shadow of unease over Lin Feng. Although taking the longer route through Xinshu Street was less direct, the presence of shops and people along the way provided a sense of security. Perched discreetly amidst the leaves of a large tree by Tianxin Road, a figure observed Lin Feng as he hesitated at the intersection. Noticing Lin Feng's decision to turn away, the figure furrowed his brow. With a graceful leap, he descended from the over 4-meter-high tree and landed silently on the ground. The man appeared to be in his mid-30s, with a square face and a brooding gaze. His imposing physique was accentuated by his large hands, whose fingers were notably thick. He watched Lin Feng depart, and then turned in another direction. As he passed the intersection, he carefully avoided the surveillance cameras, making his way to the outskirts of Xinglong Community. He refrained from entering the community and instead stood in a dimly lit corner, quietly observing the 3rd building of the complex, Building 3, Apartment 501. The man murmured an address under his breath, seemingly hesitating for a moment. After a brief pause, he chuckled softly and remarked, "Never mind. Today seems to be your lucky day." With that, he turned and walked away, retrieving a mobile phone from his pocket as he went. Once connected, an anxious voice echoed through the receiver. "Brother Tian, what's the situation? Did you succeed?" "No," the man replied. "What? How is that possible? Lin Feng should be no match for you. It's inconceivable that you failed. Curse it. How could this guy be so fortunate?" A string of furious expletives followed. Meanwhile, Lin Feng entered the neighborhood, muttering to himself, "Why am I so unlucky?" After encountering 2 extraordinary events in quick succession, a thought crossed his mind to visit a temple and pray for good fortune. Unfortunately, this world lacked both Taoism and Buddhism, and he felt an uneasy discomfort at the thought of worshipping other so-called deities. The religions he encountered were starkly different from those he remembered. In truth, Lin Feng harbored a lingering desire to pursue a vocation related to religion, albeit not the ones of this realm. He yearned to become a Taoist, Qi practitioner, or sorcerer, extraordinary professions of a different sort. During his leisure time, he had experimented with meditation, talisman drawing, and scripture reading. The talisman was inspired by a curious online discovery of the 9-dragon bone-melting water, while the scripture was Zhuangzi's free and easy wandering. Regarding the 9-dragon bone-melting water, Lin Feng recalled an incident on Blue Star when he had a fishbone lodged in his throat. His mother had taken him to an elderly man who provided him with a cup of this miraculous water, and shortly thereafter, his throat pain vanished, truly astonishing. This piqued his interest, leading him to search online, where he indeed found instructions and incantations for its creation. However, he learned that drawing the talisman required paying homage to the master and visualizing the master's image to ensure its efficacy. Lin Feng had only learned how to draw the talisman and a few lines of the incantation from the internet without ever having seen the master's portrait. As for free and easy wandering, it was a phrase from his youth that he had memorized with fervor, particularly enjoying the line in the Northern Sea. "There is a fish, its name." Unfortunately, due to the passage of time, he could only barely recall half of the text now. Whether it was the lack of homage to the master for the 9-dragon bone-melting water, or merely remembering half of free and easy wandering, Lin Feng found that after attempting these 3 activities, he had failed to activate the Taoist profession. Since the Taoist path remained dormant, Lin Feng was not in a rush to utilize the remaining essence he possessed. After all, juggling the professions of ancient warrior and student kept him sufficiently occupied, leaving little room even to gain experience in the chef profession. He simply lacked the energy to delve into a 4th profession. Upon returning home, He found Su Hong and the others already asleep. Lin Feng tiptoed back to his room, feeling the discomfort of sweat-soaked clothes from a day of intense training, compounded by the earlier frantic escape. However, it seemed that his family had only recently drifted off. So he decided to wait until they were deeply asleep before taking a shower. He settled at his desk. Outside the window lay an expanse of profound darkness, directly facing the welcoming road. Uncertain of the circumstances that lay beyond, Lin Feng pondered quietly before breaking into a smile. What could it matter, after all? Regardless of the situation, it was beyond his control. What purpose did worry serve? Concluding his aimless thoughts, Lin Feng reached for the textbook on the table, intending to enhance his student experience. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through his body, an indescribable sensation flooding him, as if something within him had transcended. Then, before his eyes, a prompt from the data panel emerged. Your breathing method has undergone a complete transformation. Your breathing has evolved from the original technique to the Demon Ape breathing method. Your skill, Demon Ape Mountain Fist, has gained 100 experience points. Your skill, Demon Ape Mountain Fist, has reached its maximum level. Chapter 54. A bloodbath comes to completion. After several days of being stuck at the Great Completion Realm, the Magic Ape's Mountain Fist finally reached perfection. As the Magic Ape's breathing began to harmonize with its body, Lin Feng sensed a breakthrough to the perfected realm would occur within 2 days. Although he had only gained a mere 100 experience points, transcending this barrier allowed the Magic Ape's Mountain Fist to achieve its true completeness. With this ascent to perfection, a profound stirring welled up within Lin Feng. An intense urge to leap forth and unleash the Magic Ape's Mountain Fist in a fervent display. The various techniques of the fist danced vividly in his mind. However, being in his bedroom, practicing martial arts was not an option. Lin Feng suppressed his impulses, closing his eyes to savor the enigmatic sensations. After a moment, he abruptly opened his eyes and unleashed a punch, the sound of his fist cutting through the air reverberating in the room. He executed the Magic Ape's Tiger Hunt, a technique from the Magic Ape's Mountain Fist. Seated upon a chair, his lower body remained still, theoretically rendering him incapable of executing the move. Yet, Lin Feng managed to do so, demonstrating the mastery over techniques that comes with the perfected realm. Nonetheless, this punch, being seated, could not harness the full force of the entire body as the complete version of the Magic Ape's Tiger Hunt would. However, it surpassed basic techniques in strength. The explosive power of this punch was equivalent to that of a proficient level of the Magic Ape's Mountain Fist, yielding 4 times the efficacy of a standard punch. As for the perfected Magic Ape's Mountain Fist, only a trial at the martial arts school the following day would reveal its true potency. Lin Feng steadied his mind, and once his demeanor regained tranquility, he picked up a book from the table and entered a state of flow. The profession of ancient martial artist was formidable. Yet Lin Feng had never intended to abandon his role as a student. Even though he was presently only at level 2 as a chef, he aspired to advance in that field as well. However, for now, he had to prioritize his role as an ancient martial artist. Once he developed a measure of self-defense capability, he aimed to delve into not only chef, but also a 4th profession. The next day, Lin Feng naturally awoke shortly after 5. Having studied until past 1 the previous night, he had only enjoyed a little over 3 hours of sleep. Upon waking, he found all pain from practicing the shadowless fist had vanished, and his body had returned to an optimal state. He picked up his phone, which bore no missed calls or messages, indicating that both Feng Lai and Tong Bin had not returned his calls. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated making another call, but ultimately decided against it. After rising, he spent some time reading before brushing up on his culinary experience. Following breakfast, Lin Feng and Lin Xiao prepared to head out. This time, ride slowly, and don't repeat last time, Su Hong advised, handing the electric bike key to Lin Feng. Mom, don't worry. That incident was due to that person driving under the influence. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been hit. Lin Feng had intended to speak with Su Yang about the electric bike, only to discover that Lin Guading had already purchased it for him the day prior. Brother, after school, please come to pick me up. From the moment Lin Feng began to recover from his recent weakness, Lin Xiao had taken to riding his bicycle alone to the martial arts school after classes. Upon seeing Lin Feng with his new electric scooter, he could not help but ask Lin Feng for a ride. I train late every day. How will you return after I pick you up? Lin Xiao, still attending school, needed to head home after his evening training. Why be so stingy? Once I enter high school, Mom will surely buy me an electric scooter, Lin Xiao retorted, fully aware of Lin Feng's truthful statement, yet stubbornly unwilling to concede. With his heavy backpack slung over his shoulder, he walked away without a backward glance. Lin Feng chuckled softly, gathering the prepared food and water, and made his way downstairs to find his newly acquired vehicle parked in the lot. The weather was splendid, and the streets were bustling with students and some elderly individuals out for their morning exercise. A refreshing breeze greeted him as he rode along. After a short while, he spotted a large crowd gathered at the entrance of Ingdon Road. Upon approaching, he realized the area resembled a war-torn site. Today's builders truly lack integrity, only constructing shoddy projects. Just yesterday, these buildings were standing strong, and now they are reduced to rubble. He had heard rumors of an earthquake occurring the previous night. What earthquake? If there was one, I certainly didn't feel it, and why did the nearby buildings remain unscathed? Lin Feng caught snippets of conversations from passers-by and halted his bike. Numerous structures had collapsed in the vicinity. And not only the buildings, but also the roads and walls bore cracks and fissures. This was no mere instance of substandard construction. It was akin to a battlefield. Lin Feng recalled the enormous, scaled hand he had seen. Undoubtedly, a fierce battle had transpired here before his departure yesterday. He felt fortunate to have left in time. Just as he was reflecting on his good fortune, his phone rang. It was Coach Feng Lai calling. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Coach. Yes, Lin Feng. Did you call me last night? The weariness in Feng Lai's voice was palpable. Lin Feng paused momentarily, recalling, yes, after training yesterday. I noticed something was amiss on Ingbin Road, so I called to check in with you. Were you in the vicinity? I was inside, Feng Lai confirmed. Lin Feng detected an unusual tone in Feng Lai's voice and expressed concern. Are you all right, Coach? I am fine. But resolving matters with the enemy took considerable effort last night. Was the situation handled? You could say it was managed. Feng Lai's ambiguous response raised Lin Feng's apprehension. After a brief pause, Feng Lai inquired, did a girl seek your help last night? Lin Feng's heart sank, and he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Feng Lai's question indicated that he was aware of the incident. Lin Feng knew he could not hide the truth and, with a heavy heart, admitted, yes. A wounded girl did call for my help, but I ignored her and ran away. Why did you not assist her? Feng Lai's tone was markedly more intense. Lin Feng felt a surge of panic. However, he did not attempt to justify his actions with excuses. He simply stated, why did I not save her? I believe that. Given the circumstances at that time, there was no absolute certainty of success in rescuing her. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that she and I were not related, and I was unwilling to risk my life for her. A deep, resonant voice emanated from the phone. If your brother Lin Xiao were captured, and his life was used to coerce you into surrendering, what would you do? Lin Feng fell silent, and after a moment, he replied, Coach Feng, may I choose not to answer? No, this is a test I am imposing upon you. Lin Feng was taken aback, and after a considerable pause, he said, if the enemy threatens me through Lin Xiao, I would not surrender. Then your brother will die? I am aware. What? Is your family not of great importance to you? Why would you not surrender to save your brother's life? Lin Feng spoke slowly. If the enemy resorts to threatening my family, it signifies that we are sworn enemies, and it also means that should I fall into their hands, I would face certain death. If they were to kill me, how could they possibly spare my family? I only know that whoever dares to harm my family, I must eliminate them all, ensuring a river of blood flows, instilling such fear in them that they would not dare to lay a finger on my family again. A hearty laugh erupted from the phone as Feng Lai responded, Ha! Lin Feng then inquired, Coach, have I passed the test? Certainly, you have passed, splendidly. Even better than I had anticipated, Feng Lai expressed with evident delight. Coach, who was that girl last night? She, like Tong Bin, is also my teammate. Oh. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned and cautiously asked, is she all right? She is mostly fine, but since last night, she has been incessantly berating you. Would you like to hear what she has said? Chapter 55. The Realm of Perfection. Feng Lai inquired whether Lin Feng wished to hear the girl's scolding, though it was merely a jest. After ending the call, Lin Feng mounted his electric bike and set off once more. The pockmarked road, the collapsed buildings, and the myriad of vast fissures all indicated that the battle here had been exceedingly fierce the previous day. From Feng Lai's voice, which bore a hint of exhaustion, it was evident that the adversaries they faced were formidable indeed. This world is truly perilous. As for the preceding 16 years, during which everything seemed to flow smoothly without encountering any danger, if he had faced peril, the original owner of this body would have surely perished, thus negating the very notion of traversing worlds. Regarding the question of why he had not encountered such extraordinary events, it was because the authorities could erase memories of those who had witnessed them, rendering them oblivious to the extraordinary. Lin Feng remained unaware of these matters, which also explained why he had felt the world was so tranquil for the past 16 years, having never witnessed a single extraordinary incident. Upon arriving at the martial arts school, Lin Feng entered the changing room. As he gazed into the mirror at the tall youth reflected back, he recalled the previous appearance of the skinny dog. The transformation was so profound that even he found himself astonished. His current practice of the demon ape breathing technique was deep and rhythmical. Feng Lai had mentioned that upon reaching perfection in the demon ape mountain fist, the speed of transforming one's sinews and bones would surpass that of the great completion realm by many times, even dozens of times compared to the intra-level realm. In truth, it was even more remarkable. Now, with the demon ape breathing technique, Lin Feng could distinctly sense a transformation occurring within his body with each inhalation and exhalation. This clarity of perception was incomparable to anything he had experienced in previous realms. Lin Feng exhaled deeply. The perfection of the demon ape mountain fist had been attained. The next step was to achieve the form of the demon ape itself. He had once privately inquired of Feng Lai whether this form would cause him to grow hair or similar features. Feng Lai had laughed heartily at the time. How could that be? You are practicing true ancient martial arts, the martial arts of ancient demonic beasts, not the devouring demonic transformation. Thus, it will not manifest such traits. Lin Feng had then let out a sigh of relief. As long as he did not sprout black fur and resemble an ape, he was indifferent. As he donned his martial arts uniform suitable for practice, Lin Feng ascended directly to the third floor, each step feeling lighter than the day before. Since rising that morning, he had sensed this unmistakable change. The invisible force, unlike the demon ape mountain fist, does not constantly alter the body, yet during its cultivation, it subtly transforms the practitioner's method of exertion. After changing clothes, he ascended directly to the third floor, where few, like him, would venture to the martial arts hall so early in the morning. The training area, filled with various exercise equipment, was largely deserted, save for a few scattered individuals engaged in their workouts. Lin Feng approached the power testing machine with his long strides. Feng Lai had once remarked that the demon ape mountain fist is foundational martial arts, serving as the bedrock for achieving true form. Its essence lies not in offense, but in cultivation and solidifying one's foundation. Nonetheless, its explosive power is extraordinary. Previously, Lin Feng had struck with a force of approximately 600 pounds using standard techniques. However, with the instant explosion of the demon ape mountain fist, he could achieve an astonishing 3,000 pounds, 5 times that of an ordinary punch. Of course, this was merely the perfected realm of the demon ape mountain fist. Today, he sought to test its consummate form. Standing before the testing machine, Lin Feng loosened his muscles and adjusted his stance before delivering a punch to the target. The red digits on the display screen flickered rapidly before settling a few seconds later at 675. This was, of course, not the result of the demon ape mountain fist, but rather his basic technique. His previous score was 600 pounds, so an increase of 75 pounds over a few days was commendable. Shifting his gaze from the display back to the target, he took a deep breath. Now, he silently urged himself and unleashed a powerful punch. The force shattered the air with a resounding bang that echoed through the second floor, causing several individuals exercising nearby to look up. However, as the power testing machine was tucked away in a corner, none realized it was Lin Feng who had generated such force. The target swayed violently as the numbers on the display screen fluctuated wildly. Lin Feng felt a pang of concern that the machine might smoke from overload. After a tense wait of over 10 seconds, the numbers finally stabilized at 5,431. Lin Feng, upon seeing this figure, momentarily lost focus, as it exceeded 8 times that of ordinary strength. The perfected realm of the demon ape mountain fist had indeed lived up to his expectations. Not wishing to conduct further tests, as the commotion had drawn attention, he cleared the numbers on the machine and returned to the training room. After placing his backpack down, Lin Feng consumed a triad pill, stretched his muscles, and commenced practicing the demon ape mountain fist. This time, he did not enter a state of flow, but instead focused on meticulously refining each movement. Amidst the whooshing sound of his punches, a unique resonance filled the air, and with every technique, the muscles throughout his body twisted and expanded under the invigorating flow of blood. Each of Lin Feng's moves was flawless and imbued with an indescribable elegance, a special beauty that would captivate even those unversed in martial arts. Those who understood the art, however, would likely stand in awe, mouths agape. Achieving the perfected realm in any form of martial arts is not an endeavor easily attained by the average person. Lin Feng, having completed his set without pause, continued his practice. As he practiced, he gradually became entranced by the martial art, and everything around him began to fade away, leaving only the essence of the demonic ape mountain fist in his heart. He entered a state of flow. This was the first occasion on which Lin Feng engaged in practice without relying on his innate abilities, achieving a state of flow through sheer will. Time became irrelevant. Eventually, Lin Feng gently ceased his movements, emerging from the flow to find a heavy, stagnant energy in his chest that was quite uncomfortable, urging him to release it. With an involuntary cry to the heavens, he let his voice resonate within the soundproof training room, where it did not travel far. He fully released the pent-up energy from his chest, feeling an immense sense of relief. You have immersed yourself in the cultivation of the demonic ape mountain fist for 42 minutes. Your skill in the demonic ape mountain fist has reached perfection. No further experience can be gained. Your profession as an ancient martial artist has gained 63 experience points. Your strength has increased by 1 point. Your agility has increased by 1 point. Your constitution has increased by 1 point. You have gained insights into related disciplines. Your skill in basic fist techniques has gained 562 experience points. Your skill in basic fist techniques has advanced to level 3. Your skill in basic body techniques has gained 298 experience points. Your skill in basic leg techniques has gained 163 experience points. Chapter 56. What is seeking death? Lin Feng was astonished by the series of notifications that appeared before him. His strength, agility, and constitution each increased by a point. Furthermore, he had triggered a related breakthrough. All 3 fundamental skills had gained some experience. Since last night, Lin Feng had been eager to unleash a flurry of blows using the magic ape fist. The recent bout had been exhilarating and provided him with profound insights. Much of this experience could also be applied to other martial arts. Consequently, all 3 foundational techniques garnered a corresponding amount of experience. Notably, his basic fist technique directly accrued over 500 points of experience, comparable to an hour of practicing flow state. As for the additional 3 attribute points, he was not surprised. After all, he had been training in the magic ape mountain fist daily and could clearly sense his progress. Moreover, Lin Feng firmly believed that after mastering the magic ape mountain fist, future attribute increases would accelerate even more. He opened his data panel. Name, Lin Feng. Source quality, 1. Age, 16. Strength, 12. Agility, 12. Constitution, 14. Intelligence, 17. His attributes now significantly surpassed those of an ordinary person, with his intelligence reaching an astonishing 17 points. With such elevated intelligence, Lin Feng excelled in memory and cognitive abilities far beyond the average individual. Yet, this was insufficient, far from enough. Since martial arts could enhance the other 3 attributes, Lin Feng had long decided that, barring dire circumstances, any attribute gains from professional upgrades would be allocated to intelligence. Presently, at 17 points of intelligence, aside from memory-related abilities, it had yet to manifest any extraordinary powers. Nevertheless, he was confident that, given this extraordinary world, as his intelligence continued to rise, a qualitative change would inevitably occur. Lin Feng closed the data panel, gathered his scattered thoughts, and returned his focus to reality. It was time to train the magic ape mountain fist and the shadowless force. As time passed, while Lin Feng immersed himself in his training, over 20 miles away in the northern suburbs near the White Ape Martial Arts Hall, a man clad in a sun hat, wrapped securely, cautiously made his way into a dilapidated building. Just as he reached the 2nd floor, a tall figure, accompanied by a gust of malevolent wind, descended from above. "Tiange, it's me," the man shouted, lifting his head to reveal a fair face. It was Wu Jun. 5 extraordinarily thick fingers hovered mere centimeters from Wu Jun's face, startling him to the verge of a heart attack. He removed his large sunglasses and exclaimed, "Tiange, it's me. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to come?" The burly man retracted his hand, frowning with an unkind expression as he inquired. "Your phone was off. I couldn't reach you, so I came. Don't worry, Tiange. I'm disguised. No one will recognize me." The burly man glanced at Wu Jun's oversized sunglasses and the sun hat atop his head. His face twitched involuntarily. "Disguised? You call this astonishing attire a disguise? You are blatantly revealing to others that you are quite unhinged. Truly, it is foolish beyond redemption." The burly man took a slow breath, suppressing the urge to deliver a fatal blow to the imbecile before him. He genuinely regretted engaging in this business transaction. Had this fool not offered such an exorbitant sum, he would have walked away immediately. Containing his fury, he gritted his teeth and said, "Did I not make it clear that only I would contact you? Why have you come here?" "I have information to share with Brother Tian," Wu Jun replied. "Information?" The burly man spat the word. Wu Jun, oblivious to the concealed fury within the burly man, pressed on with excitement. "Today, I learned that Lin Feng rode his electric bike to the martial arts school. Brother Tian, his route home tonight should be..." "Enough, do not say another word," the burly man thundered, utterly speechless. The act of killing demanded utmost secrecy. The fewer who knew, the better. He Tian had no desire to fall victim to such a bumbling ally. He decisively stated, "Wu Jun, I cannot proceed with this job. You must seek someone more competent." Wu Jun, perplexed by the sudden change in the burly man's demeanor, hurriedly inquired, "Brother Tian, what is the reason for this?" "No reason, simply cannot do it." "How can it be impossible? You are brimming with vitality, on the verge of cultivating your internal strength. Lin Feng has barely trained for a month. Dealing with him should be child's play for you. It is not a matter of strength, it is simply unfeasible." "Is it because the payment is insufficient?" "Fine, I will add an additional 500,000. The burly man's departure was abruptly halted. "That is excessive." Despite the fool's incompetence, the offer was indeed too generous. He Tian was not a professional assassin, merely a fallen martial artist from a neighboring city who occasionally engaged in shady dealings. Known as He Tian, he had fortuitously met Wu Hui and Wu Jun. A few days prior, Wu Jun had approached him with a request to eliminate an ordinary person. He had refrained from immediately agreeing, telling Wu Jun he would await further updates. That same day, he traveled to Beha City, conducting inquiries and discovering that the target was indeed just an ordinary individual. As Wu Jun had stated, the only aspect that instilled fear was that the target was a formal disciple of the Bai Yuan martial arts school. However, as long as the matter was handled discreetly, it should not pose a significant problem. A formal disciple of the Bai Yuan school was merely an outer disciple. Had the target been an inner disciple, he would never have considered this job. "I will add 500,000, making a total of 2,500,000. Offering 2,500,000 for the life of an ordinary person was indeed excessive. He Tian immediately acquiesced, conceding, "There is no need for 2,500,000. Let it be 2,499,000 instead." "Very well, I shall gather 49,000 in gold shortly." Wu Jun replied. He Tian inquired, "Is your brother aware of this request for murder?" "How could I let him know? If he found out, he would surely kill me." "Brother Tian, you want to inform my brother, will you? After all, you're friends. Do you take me for a fool?" The burly man retorted with a cold smirk. "Haha, of course not." The burly man turned his head aside, brushing off the dust from his shoulder, and feigned nonchalance as he remarked, "Wu Jun, my desire to leave just now was prompted by your reckless endeavor to gather information. How could you allow others to probe into matters?" "Huh. So it was for this reason." "Brother Tian, rest assured, I would never let a third party be privy to such affairs. Are you certain no one else is aware?" "Fear not, no one knows. I haven't shown my face at the martial arts school these past few days. I have been through." Wu Jun continued to prattle on, reveling in his excitement over the information he had uncovered, blissfully unaware of the cold glimmer in He Tian's eyes. "No third party is aware? Excellent." Chapter 57, A Dark Game of Greed? The Importance of Money. As He Tian came to this realization, he found the previously foolish Wu Jun suddenly endearing. After all, who could resist the allure of such a vast sum of money? "Wu Jun, what has this Lin Feng done to provoke you?" He Tian could no longer contain himself as he listened to Wu Jun boast about how cleverly he extracted information from the martial arts school. He understood that, as an assassin, one should not pry into the grievances of their employer. However, circumstances necessitated a departure from standard protocol. Upon mentioning the matter, Wu Jun's expression, once brimming with excitement, darkened instantly, his eyes filled with malice. "This man has usurped the position of my long-prepared formal disciple and humiliated me before everyone. No one has dared to treat me this way throughout my life. I have never endured such indignity. How dare a penniless wretch defecate on my head? How dare he slap my face? He has done this and must pay the price. Is he not formidable? Yet I possess wealth. I can purchase his life." He Tian, having gathered some intelligence prior, pieced together the situation from Wu Jun's words. Was this not merely a squabble between two children? Could the status of a formal disciple at the Bai Yuan martial arts school be seized so trivially? To resort to murder over such petty grievances? He Tian found it inconceivable to comprehend Wu Jun's train of thought, Yet, without such bizarre reasoning, this business opportunity would not exist. Speaking of money, Wu Jun, let us not blur the lines of friendship. Business is business. If the payment is even a fraction short. Wu Jun nodded. Brother Tian, I understand. Rest assured. There will be no issues with the money. After the recent unpleasantness, my mother provided me with some funds to ease my mind. Though it is not a substantial amount, it is just enough for this task. Damn, having good parents is indeed a blessing. Unlike myself, who struggles tirelessly for money, my efforts pale in comparison to others' allowances. Tian harbored resentment. However, once this job was completed, he could procure some secret elixirs to enhance his internal strength. Once he attained that level, he would no longer need to engage in illicit activities for financial gain. Brother Tian, after we eliminate Lin Feng today, could we also deal with his entire family? Tian looked up to see Wu Jun discussing this matter with a dispassionate demeanor, as if he were merely contemplating a leisure trip rather than orchestrating a family massacre. His casualness was alarming. This boy seemed utterly devoid of conscience, lacking even a modicum of respect for human life. Had this been any other time, Tian would have unequivocally refused, for the gravity of a massacre far exceeds that of a single murder in the eyes of the authorities. The ensuing investigation would undoubtedly be far more rigorous. It could even escalate into a major case. He could not agree to such a task. Yet, with the emergence of a mentality rooted in predatory instincts, the situation had shifted. Brother Tian, with your skills, this is merely a trivial task. However, my funds are slightly insufficient. I currently possess only 3 million. Just 3 million. Tian, naturally, would not refuse the additional 500,000 and readily agreed. Haha, that's generous of you, Brother Tian. Wu Jun exclaimed with excitement, then added with a tone of menace, from today onward, I will ensure they understand that anyone who dares to offend me will face the annihilation of their entire family. Tian, with disdain, replied, all right. Just head back and prepare the money for me. Brother Tian, do you need the route Lin Feng takes home tonight? No need. I've already memorized the route from the White Ape Martial Arts School to Xinglong Community. I know exactly where to strike. Good, good. I will await your good news tonight, Brother Tian. Wu Jun left in high spirits, just as he reached the stairs. Tian, with a swift motion, leapt down from the other side, his agile form swiftly making its way to the roadside, where he climbed into a somewhat dilapidated vehicle. Starting the engine, he drove toward the main entrance while simultaneously disguising himself with a wig, fake beard, and skin-altering potion. In under a minute, Tian's appearance had transformed entirely. As he turned the car toward the front entrance, he spotted Wu Jun donning oversized sunglasses and stepping into a flashy red luxury car. Is this your disguise? Tian frowned at the sight, trailing Wu Jun at a distance as they headed south. After a while, having memorized the map of Beha City over the past few days, Tian realized that Wu Jun was driving home. Sure enough, in no time, the car entered the city's most prestigious residential complex. Tian opted not to follow him in, but instead parked at the entrance. Waiting for over half an hour without seeing Wu Jun emerge, he made a phone call. Wu Jun, how's the money coming along? Brother Tian, rest assured. It's all been exchanged. I've had someone place the gold in a secure location. Someone? Tian was taken aback. No one would have imagined that Wu Jun would delegate such an important task to another instead of handling it himself. Haha, Brother Tian, it's fine, you can trust me. This is a good friend of mine, absolutely reliable. He doesn't even know what I'm using the money for. Nightfall arrived. Tian parked the car by the roadside Onyad Road, a path Lin Feng must traverse to return to Xinglong Community, regardless of his route. Though this area was rather secluded, it was still far busier than the desolate Tianxin Road at night. Nevertheless, he resolved to conclude this operation swiftly. Otherwise, Wu Jun, his foolish accomplice, might cause some unforeseen mishap. Tian had initially planned to eliminate Wu Jun during the gold exchange, then slip away unnoticed. However, Wu Jun's unpredictable behavior of entrusting the money exchange to someone else thwarted his plan. He contemplated abandoning the endeavor, but could not bring himself to do so, as the sum of money was too tempting. He understood that after killing Lin Feng, the loose ends left by Wu Jun's actions would undoubtedly lead to complications. Yet, there was no alternative. He was in dire need of funds. In truth, Tian already had a method to resolve the situation. After securing the money, he would eliminate Wu Jun as well. This way, all issues would be settled. As for the target, Tian did not regard him as a significant concern, a mere novice in martial arts, easily dispatched with a single blow. With but a single strike, Tian could resolve the matter. For a seasoned veteran, brimming with vitality, failing to subdue a novice in the martial arts with one blow would be a monumental farce. Beneath the rows of streetlights, vehicles occasionally glided by. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. While cars were present, the sidewalks were sparsely populated, with only a few pedestrians drifting by. In the distance, at the intersection, a bicycle approached, pedaled by a youth of around 13 or 14 years. It was him. Tian recognized the boy as the younger brother of his target, yet he refrained from taking action, allowing the lad to pass unscathed. He had previously acquiesced to Wu Jun's request for the annihilation of an entire family, but this was merely a ploy to siphon off Wu Jun's funds. With no opportunity to execute that plan, he had no intention of committing such an egregious act. The death of one individual might go unnoticed, but the demise of an entire family would undoubtedly attract significant media attention, something he wished to avoid. As time elapsed, the clock approached 11, and at last, the figure of his target emerged. Tian flung open the car door. As the electric bicycle glided by just 2 meters away, he launched himself forward with explosive force. His powerful fingers clenched tightly, swelling with vitality, and his fist, as formidable as a hammer, struck mercilessly at Lin Feng's back. Tian held nothing back, employing his signature technique, the cloak hammer from the 5 refinements. This strike, fueled by his full vitality, unleashed a force he had previously measured at over 2,800 pounds. Even a bull would perish under the weight of such a blow. Death. He believed he had struck true, only to witness his opponent roll aside at the last moment, evading the attack. Though astonished, Tian's movements remained swift. He took 2 strides forward and delivered a fierce kick toward his adversary. To his surprise, the opponent raised his head, not retreating but instead retaliating with a punch of his own. Such audacity! As this thought flickered through Tian's mind, a thunderous sound tore through the air. How could this be possible? Chapter 58. Should honesty be punished? How could this be? Heavenly he, upon hearing the thunderous sound of a piercing strike, instantly turned pale. Having practiced martial arts for many years, he was well aware of what such a sound signified. Such ferocious strength in a punch could hardly be wielded by a mere youth, especially one who had only recently begun his training. A flurry of thoughts erupted within him. Heavenly he attempted to retract his preceding kick, but having unleashed it with all his might, intending to incapacitate his opponent, the force had already been unleashed and could not be reclaimed. When fist met foot, a resounding crack echoed, a sound unmistakably akin to bone shattering. Heavenly he felt as if he had been struck by a speeding train, propelled backward by the tremendous force. True to his years of training, he twisted mid-air, striving to regain balance upon landing. However, he found his right leg inexplicably shortened. Looking down, he was horrified to discover that his entire calf had been gruesomely mangled, folded upon itself in a grotesque manner. The force of his attack had not yet dissipated as he staggered backward. He realized he had lost the use of his right leg. Desperately, he clutched a nearby tree with his fingers to steady himself, narrowly avoiding being thrown off balance. Just as heavenly he managed to stabilize himself, the agonizing pain from his fractured leg had yet to fully register, and his opponent, Lin Feng, lunged towards him. Lin Feng moved like a ferocious beast, closing the distance in mere strides. A punch surged forth, accompanied by an even more explosive sound. This strike bore an indescribable essence. In a daze, heavenly he envisioned a mighty demon ape charging towards him, its overwhelming presence eclipsing that of an ordinary youth. The intensity of the punch was unfathomable. What manner of creature was this? In the face of such an awe-inspiring blow, heavenly he understood that without countering, he would surely meet his end. With a thunderous roar, he summoned his energy, gathering it into his fist. He too unleashed a punch with all his remaining strength. Alas, with a leg broken and his foundation unsteady, the potency of his strike had diminished significantly, rendering him no match for the ferocious might of the demon ape's legendary dragon-slaying punch. The 2 fists collided, one large, one small. Heavenly he's sleeve tore apart. His arm shattered inch by inch, and he was sent crashing into the adjacent wasteland, enveloped in a mist of blood. The entire encounter transpired in mere moments. Lin Feng, witnessing his electric bike topple to the side of the road, noticed that they were alone. No one had witnessed the earlier confrontation, save for 2 distant vehicles passing by. He approached the wasteland, where heavenly he lay, one leg and one arm grotesquely contorted, one limb crumpled, and the other limply draped over his shoulder. The earlier punch had not only rendered his arm useless but had also inflicted grave internal injuries. The metallic scent of blood hung heavily in the air. Lin Feng gazed down at the imposing man sprawled on the ground, bewildered by the motive behind the ambush. Had he not been captivated by the man's formidable physique while riding past, and had he not caught a glimpse of the impending attack, he too might have met his demise this day. The man lay on the ground, blood pooling from his mouth. Lin Feng, seemingly indifferent, slowly approached. Pondering the question, why attempt to take my life? The man had just unleashed a ferocious punch, one so powerful that had it landed, it would have surely shattered his heart and spirit, leading to his demise. Upon uttering his words, he instantly regretted them. Having spent considerable time in this world, he had only offended two groups, the group of returnees he had slain and Wu Jun, whom he had injured. If it were the returnees seeking revenge, then the assailant today could only be a non-human entity, not a martial artist. Thus, it had to be Wu Jun. How much did Wu Jun pay you? The man on the ground momentarily halted his breathing as Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon him during the inquiry. This reaction undoubtedly indicated it was Wu Jun. Lin Feng. I have perused your background. You are a first-year student at the second high school, and your parents are merely ordinary individuals. Please, calm down, He Tian gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he faced the advancing Lin Feng. If you kill me, you will carry the title of a murderer. Is that so? Cough. Therefore, I hope you will spare me. According to your reasoning, should the virtuous suffer? Ugh, such is the world we inhabit. Even if you report this, given my injuries, will the police believe I attempted to kill you, or that you are the aggressor? Lin Feng's expression darkened. He Tian, lying on the ground, exhaled softly, realizing he had ensnared the young man within the confines of societal norms. At merely 16, he was still just a child, albeit a gifted one. Yet still an inexperienced youth. Releasing you is not an issue, but I have a condition, Lin Feng suddenly stated. Speak. Bring Wu Jun to me. I cannot find peace unless I vent my anger today. Lin Feng's tone was laced with coldness. He Tian understood that he must placate the young man. Despite the agony radiating from his legs and hands, he nodded. Very well, I shall call him. As the call connected, Wu Jun's exuberant voice emerged from the phone. Brother Tian, has the matter been resolved? It's all taken care of, He Tian. Fearing Wu Jun might mention his intent to kill Lin Feng's entire family and provoke the nearby youth, hastily interjected before Wu Jun could respond. However, I did not kill Lin Feng. What? Wu Jun's voice resonated with confusion as he inquired loudly, why not? Do not be agitated. I understand your hatred for him, which is why I chose to spare him, leaving him alive intentionally for you to deal with. Haha. Brother Tian, you are truly resourceful. Where shall we meet? You decide. How about the dilapidated Tianyi building? There, we shall not be disturbed, and I can fully demonstrate my skills. All right. He Tian ended the call. Thank you. He was momentarily startled by Lin Feng's gratitude, only to suddenly sense a chilling wind approaching. He hastily raised his remaining arm to defend himself, but in his panic, it was futile. A tremendous force struck his head. With a crack, his head twisted to the side. Lin Feng observed the lifeless body on the ground, reflecting, murder is indeed a crime, but as long as it remains concealed, it is not a crime at all. Chapter 59. The painting. Lin Feng gazed at the lifeless body sprawled upon the ground, his eyes chillingly devoid of warmth. In that moment, aside from the act of murder, there were two alternative courses of action he could have pursued. One was to release his adversary, however. Such an approach would necessitate a naive hope for mercy from the enemy, an implausible expectation considering they were already sworn foes, entrenched in a life-and-death struggle. Such implausibility belongs only to the realm of melodramatic novels and television dramas. The most prudent course of action would have been to alert the authorities or contact Coach Feng. However, Lin Feng was disinclined to resolve matters so effortlessly, for a surge of indignation coursed through him. Cautiously, he ascended to the road's surface and peeked out. At that moment, the street lay deserted, save for a few vehicles traversing the thoroughfare. He quickly withdrew his head, and once the cars had passed, he dashed across to the opposite side of the street, propping up his electric bike and securing it in place. Taking advantage of this brief interlude, Lin Feng scrutinized the nearby utility poles. Indeed, during the act of murder, he had surmised that the assailant had chosen this location precisely because there were no surveillance cameras in the vicinity. True to his expectation, he observed that along this stretch of road, not a single camera was present. With this confirmation, a sigh of relief escaped Lin Feng's lips. His gaze shifted to a nearby automobile, a silver-gray vehicle adorned with a license plate from Beha City. The assassin had disembarked from this very car, a rather antiquated model, leaving Lin Feng to wonder where the killer had procured such a relic. Approaching the vehicle, he discovered, as anticipated, that it was unlocked. With a gentle tug, he opened the door and settled into the driver's seat, starting the engine with caution as he scanned the roads for oncoming traffic. Once assured that both sides were clear, he swiftly maneuvered the car across the street, opening the trunk to stow the body within. The ground was stained with copious amounts of blood, yet there was no time to clean the scene. He covered his face with his clothing and restarted the engine. Though the nighttime surveillance cameras would likely struggle to capture the driver's visage, he preferred to err on the side of caution. Cursed surveillance, Lin Feng silently lamented, fully aware that his predicament stemmed from his own inadequacy. If only he possessed power that transcended the confines of societal order, he would not have to tread so cautiously. Ultimately, it was his own weakness that constrained him. Lin Feng drove the vehicle into obscurity at the intersection. Moments later, he emerged from the nearby thicket. His previous excursion had not been to dispose of the body, but rather to park the car on a different road. He then mounted his electric scooter, cranking up the speed to its maximum. Rather than seeking out Wu directly, he opted to head homeward, for time was of the essence. There was still the mastermind awaiting his reckoning. Lin Feng could scarcely fathom that Wu Jun would resort to hiring an assassin to eliminate him. The catalyst for this turmoil had been his acquisition of a coveted spot as an official disciple. The martial arts school allotted such positions annually, yet Wu Jun, who had failed to secure one for over a decade, inexplicably shifted the blame onto others. What peculiar logic governed such thinking? To employ a hitman over such trivial matters was nothing short of absurd. Yet Lin Feng understood that the world operated in such a manner for the diversity of species. Even within the same kind, harbored countless eccentricities. Lin Feng returned home. As Su Hong and the others had long since succumbed to slumber, he quietly returned to his room, donned a set of black attire, and procured a flashlight. Lin Feng made his way to the balcony, where the clock neared midnight, and the community lay enveloped in silence. Observing the deserted grounds below, Lin Feng meticulously assessed the layout of the building, using the balcony, water pipes, and windows as reference points to swiftly conjure a descent route in his mind. After taking a subtle breath, he leaped down, descending from the 5th floor with the agility of a monkey. In less than 2 minutes, he landed softly on the grassy expanse below. Having been so cautious in his descent, Lin Feng certainly would not exit through the main gate of the community. Instead, he stealthily scaled the outer wall and slipped out. While Lin Feng could have directly stormed the dilapidated Tianyi building to eliminate Wu Jun, he deliberately returned home, presenting himself on camera along the way and later descending through a window. This was all to fabricate the illusion of his return home. His meticulousness stemmed from a desire to prevent the activation of his 4th profession as a prisoner. Once outside the community, Lin Feng did not hail a taxi, but rather sprinted towards the location where he had parked earlier. At this hour, his agility rivaled that of an electric bike as he carefully avoided surveillance cameras, swiftly reaching the vehicle he had previously left. Meanwhile, in the northern suburbs, a crimson luxury car came to a halt before the dilapidated Tianyi building. Wu Jun, flashlight in hand and canvas bag slung over his shoulder, exited the vehicle with uncontainable excitement. What a thrill it was! He could hardly believe that Tian had spared Lin Feng's life. Brother Tian truly understands me, he mused, lamenting the current economic constraints that prevented him from rewarding Tian handsomely. The mere thought of encountering Lin Feng sent shivers of anticipation coursing through his body. Following the day Lin Feng had bested him in the martial arts hall, he had severed ties with all those associated with it. During the day spent in bed, his anger had only intensified, fueling a desire to devour Lin Feng whole. Once his injuries had begun to heal, he sought out Tian, believing that hiring someone to eliminate Lin Feng would sate his thirst for vengeance. Yet, nothing could compare to the satisfaction of taking matters into his own hands. Wu Jun's mind raced with thoughts of the torment he would unleash next, a cold smile forming on his lips. He hoped Brother Tian would not inflict too much damage, otherwise, the encounter would not be as gratifying. As the night deepened and moments passed, Wu Jun felt no urgency, but rather an escalating thrill. He could hardly contain himself when, suddenly, he heard a noise emanating from downstairs. Hastily, he adjusted his trousers and grabbed the flashlight beside him. Brother Tian, a shadow gradually ascended the staircase. Wu Jun swiftly shone the flashlight to reveal the figure's face. It's you? His tone was laced with disbelief, utterly unprepared for the arrival of Lin Feng. How is this possible, brother he? His heart sank as he beheld Lin Feng, seemingly unscathed. Could it be that Brother Tian had failed? Wu Jun's complexion drained of color. No, that's simply impossible. Tian's martial prowess had reached a remarkable level of completeness, merely a step away from cultivating his internal energy. Such strength rendered him an invincible presence among the formal disciples of the White Ape. How could he possibly fall to this scoundrel? Wu Jun wore a look of disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was seething with rage. He had intended to quietly hone his skills and diligently accumulate experience to elevate his various professions. Who could have anticipated that this spoiled brat would, like a short-circuited device, conjure up so much chaos, shattering his peaceful existence and forcing a good man like him to resort to violence? With 2 swift strides, Lin Feng closed the distance to Wu Jun. Wu Jun attempted to evade, but his meager skills were no match for Lin Feng's perfected martial arts. With a resounding thud, a fist struck Wu Jun squarely in the chest, sending blood spraying forth. He was propelled backward, slamming against the cement wall as if he were a mere painting hung there. After a brief moment, he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. A sense of relief washed over Lin Feng. Eliminating this fool left him feeling invigorated. However, upon witnessing the blood-soaked scene, a pang of regret tugged at him for having struck too forcefully, as cleaning up the aftermath would entail considerable effort. He hoisted Wu Jun's lifeless body and retrieved the fallen flashlight, noticing a canvas bag nearby. Curiosity piqued, Lin Feng gently nudged the bag with his foot, and the sound of metal clinking within caught his attention. A hint of intrigue crossed his face as he set down the corpse and opened the bag. Illuminated by the flashlight, a dazzling golden light flashed before his eyes, causing him to catch his breath involuntarily. Chapter 60, a shade less ruthless the following day. As Lin Feng rode his electric bicycle toward the martial arts school, he passed the familiar path from the day before. Apart from a few scattered signs of disturbance on the grass, there was no evidence of what had transpired. Upon arriving at the school, he greeted, "Good morning, Sister Ya?" "Ah, Lin Feng, why are you so late today?" "I accidentally overslept," Lin Feng replied with a smile. He had been exceedingly busy the previous night, first dealing with the bodies and then attending to the scene. Fortunately, his past interest in such matters had equipped him with the necessary expertise. Otherwise, he would have struggled to conceal both corpses and clear the area effectively. After a flurry of activity, he did not return home until around 4 or 5 o'clock. Thankfully, Wu Jun's generous remuneration made the arduous work worthwhile. Lin Feng entered the changing room, shedding his outer garments and underclothes. Gazing into the mirror, he could observe a remarkable transformation. His muscles had developed significantly, particularly his shoulders and arms, showcasing a solid foundation of both bone and muscle. Without the practice of the Demon Ape Mountain Fist, even with the data panel and flow state, his progress would not have been as pronounced. Now that he had perfected the technique, each training session provided even more substantial physical conditioning than before. Dressing in his martial arts uniform, Lin Feng recalled that he had spent half of his training time the previous day perfecting the Demon Ape Mountain Fist, and the other half honing the shadowless technique. He had advanced the latter to level 4. Now, executing the movements felt fluid, yet the pain in his body had not diminished significantly despite his newfound mastery. Nevertheless, the effects of his training were undeniably amplified, and he could distinctly feel an increase in the strength of his legs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he called out, "Coach." As he opened the training room door, he discovered Feng Lai standing inside. "Good morning." What is this?" Feng Lai observed him with a peculiar expression. "What is the matter, coach?" Lin Feng distinctly recalled that there was nothing amiss when he had looked in the mirror. Suddenly, a shiver ran through him, as if something extraordinary was drawing near. He instinctively stepped back, feeling as though something had been yanked away from him. Lin Feng frowned. Feng Lai inquired, "Has your Demon Ape Mountain Fist reached perfection? When did that happen?" "Ah, so that was the reason." Lin Feng replied, "I broke through the night before last." "Impressive. I wish I had possessed such talent at your age," Feng Lai remarked with a hint of nostalgia. However, after reaching perfection in the Demon Ape Mountain Fist, the speed of bone and muscle transformation will accelerate. The process will be far from gradual, and it will be quite painful. You must prepare yourself mentally. Practicing the shadowless technique was already agonizing. The foundational martial art of the demon ape would undoubtedly involve more significant transformations, and the ensuing pain was to be expected. Lin Feng nodded, assuring, "Don't worry, coach. I am mentally prepared. Is there anything else you wish to discuss?" After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng replied, "Coach, I have mastered the shadowless technique. Since I'm here, could you teach me the 2nd set of movements? It would save me the trouble of seeking you out tomorrow." "Very well." Half an hour later, Feng Lai emerged from the training room, a wry smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "Qi Long." Do you think my role as a master is somewhat unreliable? I am utterly incapable of guiding my disciple in martial arts, rendering me akin to a mere distributor of martial manuals. Are you not? A voice, audible only to Feng Lai, echoed within his heart. Indeed, the pressure of being a master to a prodigy is considerable. Your student seems to regard you as a paragon of righteousness, willing to risk his own life to commit murder rather than seek your assistance. In truth, he could take matters into his own hands, with his current abilities. It is certainly within his grasp. The only flaw lies in his excessive compassion. Having killed Wu Jun, why not eliminate Wu Hui and his entire family? One must root out the weeds to prevent their resurgence. Since one has been slain, no member of the family should be spared. Feng Lai addressed the void. Am I not correct, Wu Jun? From the invisible realm, an ethereal claw, translucent and scaled, emerged from his heart, grasping two vengeful spirits filled with terror, those of Wu Jun and He Tian. Please know Wu Jun's spirit began to plead for mercy. But before the claw could enact any motion, a searing golden flame engulfed his spectral form, and with a harrowing scream, he was reduced to nothingness. The other spirit, He Tian, trembled in fear, curling into a tight ball. Wait, I wish to inquire about your circumstances. I hope you will answer truthfully. He Tian's spirit nodded vigorously. Feng Lai's thoughts shifted, and the claw retracted, pulling He Tian's spirit back to his heart. What did your student do yesterday? The resentment emanating from these two spirits is considerable. Being killed, can the resentment be insignificant? Qilong, speaking of righteousness, I have tirelessly protected Beha City day and night, having saved no fewer than 100,000 souls over the years. Am I not considered a righteous figure? By sheer numbers, indeed you are. The voice that identified itself as Qilong responded. Then, if that is the case, is it incorrect for my disciple to regard me as righteous? It is certainly not incorrect. Aha. Time swiftly advanced to midday. Do you know? The martial arts school just received a call. Wu Hui and his family suffered a devastating fire this morning and perished entirely. Impossible. How could Brother Wu Hui, so adept in martial arts, succumb to flames? It is absolutely true. Someone produced a mobile device and opened the day's news. This morning at 10:18, in the Fengguang Villa district of Beha, a severe fire broke out in a villa. The death toll stands at 7. I have been to that villa. It is Brother Wu's home. In the cafeteria, Lin Feng, who had been voraciously eating, was stunned by the news, momentarily forgetting his meal. His mind was in a haze. Yet he understood that this incident was undoubtedly no accident. How could a seasoned martial artist fall victim to fire? The only plausible explanation is that the Wu family was dealt with by someone. Such coincidences do not exist. An image surfaced in his mind, leaving him in disbelief. The telephone at hand rang. It was Feng Lai calling. You should have received the message, right? It was my doing. Upon answering the call, Lin Feng was immediately taken aback as Feng Lai candidly admitted to the matter. The Wu family possesses considerable wealth, with their son deceased. Do you truly believe they would simply let it go? Even if they cannot ascertain that you are responsible, can you guarantee they won't unleash their wrath upon you for their inability to identify the perpetrator? As for Wu Hui, it is indeed a pity. He was a reasonable and astute individual, yet his kinship with Wu Jun sealed his fate. Lin Feng, what I wish to convey is this: in future endeavors, either abstain from action altogether or ensure that you act decisively, leaving no room for others to exploit. A sliver of compassion you extend is a disservice to yourself and those around you. Chapter 61. 7 days did you take them all down? Almost. Lin Feng inhaled deeply and murmured, Aren't you an official? Aren't you a special agent tasked with eliminating evil deities and demons? Feng Lai chuckled. Who said that officials are incapable of taking lives? Do not be ensnared by the shackles of societal morality, Lin Feng. Your own life is paramount. Only by surviving can you pursue your desires, be they noble or ignoble. Remember, if anyone threatens you or harbors intentions of harm, even if just a hint, you must eliminate them by any means necessary. Feng Lai's words left Lin Feng utterly astonished. In his mind, Feng Lai had always seemed enigmatic yet undeniably dedicated to the welfare of Beha City, diligently addressing extraordinary incidents, and he was indeed an official. This was precisely why Lin Feng hadn't contacted Feng Lai before confronting He Tian. He feared that while Feng Lai could resolve the matter, Wu Jun would likely escape significant consequences. Thus, he opted to take matters into his own hands, ensuring that those who sought his life would pay the same price. However, he was taken aback to find that Feng Lai, the captain known for slaying deities and vanquishing demons, appeared to diverge from the archetype of a virtuous leader. He was not the quintessential good man, but rather one who would not hesitate to annihilate entire families. His methods were even more extreme than Lin Feng had anticipated. Lin Feng couldn't help but recall the line from a film. Should the good be held at gunpoint? Were it Feng Lai in that scenario? It was likely that the villain would be dismembered long before even reaching for a weapon. 7 days later, in the training room, a fist came hurtling towards him like a tempest. The punch was both swift and ferocious. Lin Feng hastily retreated, subsequently launching a whip kick towards his opponent. Lu Chang raised his padded arm to block. A resounding thud echoed. The immense force struck. Lu Chang, with years of martial arts training, had a far superior foundation than most, yet he was still sent flying by this kick, stumbling back several steps before regaining his balance. Seeing Lin Feng poised to kick again, Lu Chang shouted, "Stop! Enough! That's enough!" Lin Feng withdrew his leg. "Please, don't kick anymore. If you do, I might just meet my end here," Lu Chang exclaimed, wincing. He then removed the padding from his arm, revealing 2 arms already marred with redness and swelling. Changguo, I'm sorry. It's nothing. I simply lack your skill. However, your leg technique has become remarkably formidable." By this time, it had been 8 days since Lin Feng's confrontation with Yi Tian. He had perfected the 3 sets of movements of the Wu Ying technique and had diligently practiced the 85 movements daily. Lin Feng now possessed an ever-increasing strength in his legs. Besides his enhanced striking techniques, training in Wu Ying had also granted him an additional 2 points in agility and 1 point in strength. "You truly make significant progress every day. I'm no match for you anymore. I can't fathom how you train," Lu Chang marveled. 3 days prior, Lu Chang had come to the training room for leisure, but had suddenly felt inspired to spar with Lin Feng, leading to their ongoing bouts. Lin Feng and Lu Chang engaged in a martial arts duel, naturally not utilizing the shadowless mountain fist. Otherwise, a single blow would have sealed Lu Chang's defeat. Instead, he relied solely on fundamental boxing and kicking techniques. However, due to the instinctual mastery he had developed with the shadowless force, despite Lin Feng's control over his strength, the power behind his long kicks was still extraordinarily formidable. When unleashed, the force and velocity of the shadowless force surpassed any ordinary leg technique. This was not even the perfected state of the shadowless force. Currently, as Lin Feng practiced, his body still endured pain, indicating that the shadowless force had yet to fully transform his muscles and bones, and he had not truly mastered it. Over the past week, his attributes had evolved as follows. Name: Lin Feng. Source quality: 1. Age: 16. Strength: 15. Agility: 15. Constitution: 16. Intelligence: 19. Ancient Warrior LV6, 753-2400. Student LV5, 925-1200. Culinary Artist LV3, 110-500. Among his 3 professions, both Ancient Warrior and Culinary Artist had ascended by 1 level, while his student profession required just a tad more experience for promotion. Beyond the professional levels, Lin Feng had devoted the past 7 days to the rigorous practice of the shadowless mountain fist. This foundational martial art, in its perfected realm, significantly honed his physique, granting him an increase of 3 points in constitution, 1 point in agility, and 2 points in strength, a total of 6 attribute points. Regrettably, despite a week of training, he had yet to manifest the form of the primal ape. The 2 attribute points gained from leveling up as an ancient warrior and culinary artist were entirely allocated to his intelligence. With an intelligence score of 19, Lin Feng's perception had enhanced dramatically, allowing him to sense things beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Just yesterday, after completing his evening training and returning home, he faintly sensed something trailing behind him. He halted his bike and unleashed a punch using the shadowless mountain fist, faintly hearing a scream before the entity vanished. Regarding his newly acquired talent points, Lin Feng invested them into the final upgradable talent. Learning LV3 enhances learning ability by 140%, passive. Thus, his talents in learning, flow state, frenzy, and overlord were all maximized. He chose not to activate the culinary artist talent, dexterity, with the remaining point, opting instead to preserve it. Lin Feng had anticipated that upon reaching level 6 as an ancient warrior, a 3rd talent would become available. However, to his disappointment, the talent page remained devoid of any new options. The next level would be 7, requiring 2,400 experience points. Even with the rapid advancement of the ancient warrior path, it would still take at least 5 or 6 days. "Brother Chong, should your hands be examined at the apothecary?" Lin Feng inquired. noticing the redness and swelling in Lu Chang's arms. "There's no need. I can manage a massage on my own shortly," Lu Chang replied, his gaze filled with complexity as he regarded the young man before him, who had now surpassed his height. The youth had transformed immensely since his initial days at the martial arts academy. Broad-backed and slender-waisted, his muscles were almost too prominent to be concealed by his martial attire, especially his arms, which hung close to his knees. Such a remarkable transformation. This is truly a testament to the refinement of one's physique in such a brief span. The changes are indeed monumental, Lu Chang mused to himself. He understood that only upon mastering a martial art to its fullest extent could one experience such rapid transformation of body and spirit. Yet, how many could truly achieve the pinnacle of a martial discipline? This exemplifies the essence of martial arts, so unlike his own experience. Lu Chang reflected on his 6 arduous years of training, which paled in comparison to Lin Feng's mere month of effort, and his heart sank with palpable frustration. One truly cannot compare oneself to others. Fortunately, having established a good rapport with junior brother Lin previously, he considered it perhaps the wisest choice of his life. Knock, knock. The door to the training room was rapped upon. Lin Feng had locked the door to prevent anyone from witnessing his practice of the demon ape mountain fist, allowing only Feng Lai to enter. "Senior brother Ma?" To his surprise, it was Ma Honyuan at the door. "Ah, old Lu is here too? You need to leave. I have matters to discuss with Lin Feng." "Leave? Old Ma, do you have something to say? Why can't I know?" Upon hearing Ma Honyuan's insistence, Lu Chang was disinclined to depart. "Attend to your own affairs. I genuinely have something important." Ma Honyuan forcibly pushed Lu Chang outside, securing the door behind him, and then hesitated before speaking. "Junior brother Lin, I really shouldn't have come today, but I had no choice. Someone insisted I make this visit." "It's fine. What is the matter? Speak plainly, senior brother Ma." "The matter is quite straightforward. Someone has approached me wishing to arrange a meeting with junior brother Lin for a meal, hoping that you would consider my reputation and agree to attend." "Just a meal?" "Naturally, there are additional matters at hand, but it is up to junior brother Lin whether to accept their invitation." Chapter 62. The true disciple. Ma Hongyuan's words echoed with a sense of foreboding, clearly indicating that his visitors bore ill tidings, and it was evident they were not from the martial arts academy. Lin Feng interjected, "Brother Ma, I am not adept at socializing and prefer to avoid interactions with strangers. If there is something you wish to convey, please be direct. I will do my utmost if it is within my capabilities." This was a polite refusal to engage in a meeting, yet it left room for negotiation. After all, Ma Honyuan had been instrumental in escorting Lin Feng back after his fainting episode during the preparation of the dragon bone soup, and their exchanges had been amicable during this time. Lin Feng was not one to disregard kindness, hence his words were measured. "Brother Lin, the dining venue is not far. It is merely at the Yuntung Tower, a mere 200 or 300 meters from the academy," Ma Honyuan said. "I hope you understand. But I would rather not go," Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. Aware of Lin Feng's steadfast nature, Ma Honyuan recognized that despite his youth, Lin Feng spoke with composure. And once he made a decision, it was not easily swayed. Furthermore, Lin Feng's status had changed significantly. Not wishing to press further, Ma Honyuan offered a rueful smile. "Alas, being a middleman is no easy task. May I make a phone call to inquire?" "Of course," Lin Feng responded, curiosity piqued about who had solicited Ma Hongyuan's assistance. He had been engrossed in training, devoid of social interactions, even with those at the academy, merely exchanging nods in passing. 20 million? Very well. I will inform him, Ma Honyuan concluded as he hung up the phone. "The matter is as follows. Your remarkable talent has reached the headquarters of the academy, and it seems there is a desire to elevate you to the status of a true disciple." Ma Honyuan's expression was complex. The official disciples of the academy were merely outer disciples of the Bai Yuan sect, their skills and privileges significantly inferior to those of the inner disciples, who were regarded as the true members of the sect. All official disciples, including Zhang Min, Wan Lei, and Ma Honyuan himself, had striven for years with the aspiration of becoming inner disciples. Beyond the inner disciples, the Bai Yuan sect also recognized a rank known as the true disciple. What does being a true disciple entail? It signifies the mastery of the sect's most profound martial arts, the essence of the core teachings. This position is limited to merely 10 individuals in each generation, and those who attain it are undoubtedly gifted prodigies. Ma Honyuan had not anticipated that Lin Feng would be deemed worthy of such an honor. However, it was not merely a possibility. According to the recent call, It appeared to be a foregone conclusion. For individuals like Ma Honyuan, even becoming an inner disciple was a distant dream. While Lin Feng was on the verge of being selected as a true disciple. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Ma Honyuan confessed, "The reason I sought you out, Brother Lin, is that someone is willing to offer 2 million to persuade you to relinquish this position." Really? Lin Feng was taken aback. The Wu family, who had previously urged him to forfeit his position as an official disciple, had already met their demise. And now, a new development had emerged? A true disciple. For 2 million? The sum astonished Lin Feng, as it represented a fortune that an ordinary person could scarcely amass in a lifetime. Lin, my dear junior, while wealth may be abundant, I advise you not to forsake the esteemed position of true disciple for immediate gains. Money can be earned gradually, yet the honor of being a true disciple cannot be purchased. Indeed, Ma Honyuan merely relayed a message, without extolling the virtues of the other party. He is merely concerned that Lin Feng might be beguiled by the allure of riches, and thus cautions him. This principle is not lost on Lin Feng. If someone is willing to offer 20 million, it is evident that the coveted position of true disciple is worth even more. It seems I have once again preempted others and obstructed their paths. Brother Ma, who reached out to you, a person from headquarters, who happens to know me, requested a favor to invite you to dinner. However, the person behind this is certainly not him. I suspect it is an inner disciple with exceptional talent, who fears that you might usurp his position as true disciple, hence this maneuver. People only engage in actions that yield benefits for themselves. Lin Feng comprehended this notion. Brother Ma, I cannot provide you with an answer just yet. I need to deliberate on this matter. Of course, Lin. Ponder it carefully. My suggestion is to decline. Though this is merely my personal counsel, consider it, and should you arrive at a decision, feel free to call me. After leaving a phone number, Ma Honyuan took his leave. 20 million is indeed enticing. However, it does not hold much allure for Lin Feng at this moment. In this world, while wealth is significant, martial prowess is paramount. Moreover, he currently possesses the gold coins acquired from the destruction of the Wu family, so he is not in dire need of funds. The position of true disciple had not crossed his mind. Nevertheless, reflecting on his remarkable recovery abilities, explosive potential, and exceptional speed in mastering martial arts, it is no surprise that he has drawn the attention of those at the headquarters of the White Ape sect. As for money, he would prefer to pursue the role of true disciple. Lin Feng picked up his phone and dialed Feng Lai. Since the annihilation of the Wu family, his trust in Feng Lai had significantly increased. What is it? Feng Lai's deep voice resonated through the phone. Coach, I recounted the events to Feng Lai in detail. 20 million? Huh. These inept fools remain as they were, engaging in such disreputable deeds. Yet, their intelligence is sharp. Before I even received the news, they had already dispatched someone. What are your thoughts on this matter? I naturally have no desire to become a true disciple. Oh, are you after that 20 million? No. Then why not? Feng Lai's query momentarily stumped Lin Feng. Why was he reluctant? With his data panel and the martial skills he acquired under Feng Lai, whether it be the Demon Ape Mountain Fist or the Shadowless Thunderbolt, he possesses extraordinary abilities and can diligently practice at the White Ape Martial Arts School without the need to attain the title of true disciple. The crux of the matter is that in Beha City, he has Feng Lai's protection. Should any issues arise, he can directly summon Feng Lai. In such tumultuous times, being a novice, he finds solace in the assurance of having a guardian. Of course, he could not voice these thoughts. Lin Feng could only say, I find training under my coach to be quite favorable. Haha, Lin Feng, your flattery is quite pleasant to hear. Came the cheerful laughter from the other end of the line. I assure you, I am merely speaking the truth. You, my friend, are unaware of the advantages of being a true disciple. Not only can one learn the foundational martial arts of our school, but also various secret techniques, with a status akin to that of an elder in our sect, much like the esteemed Suhao. In addition to the resources for cultivation, true disciples receive substantial annual dividends from the White Ape sect's ventures. For an ordinary person, becoming a true disciple is akin to ascending to the heavens, a feat that cannot be compared to a mere 20 million. Besides the dividends and cultivation resources, the demonic ape mountain fist that I am currently learning is indeed a foundational martial art. And is the Shadowless Thunderbolt not on par with those secret techniques? Haha, that is true. Coach, what exactly is your position within the White Ape sect? Lin Feng inquired, voicing a question he had long pondered. Currently, Feng Lai holds the position of a regular coach at the White Ape Martial Hall, yet even a fool could sense that matters are far more complex. My status is merely that of an ordinary coach, Feng Lai jested, then shifted his tone. Of course, that is the present and the past. I was also one of the true disciples of the White Ape sect. As I suspected, Lin Feng thought to himself. The voice of Feng Lai continued through the phone. When I was selected as a true disciple, I too faced attempts of bribery, and some even intervened directly. However, after I eliminated 5 inner disciples, 1 true disciple, and 1 elder, they learned to be quite obedient. Chapter 63. The bizarre incident. 5 inner disciples, 1 true disciple, and an elder have been slain? Lin Feng was left utterly astonished. Is this what it means to become a true disciple? It is nothing more than a massacre. Is it not? He could only silently exclaim in his heart, impressive. Some individuals are simply this way, despite the myriad paths available in the world. If you advance a little quicker and outpace them, they will leap forth to accuse you of encroaching upon their route. Yet, when they cannot back their claims, they find themselves easily subdued. Reflecting on Wu Jun's demeanor, Lin Feng found himself in complete agreement. He inquired, "Coach, as a true disciple, why have you chosen to serve as an ordinary instructor here? If I had not come here to coach, how would you have encountered me?" Lin Feng sensed that Feng Lai was reluctant to delve into this matter further, so he refrained from pressing. Feng Lai redirected the conversation. "Let us return to the subject of true disciples, Lin Feng. Do you genuinely wish to forego the opportunity to become one?" "I do not wish to leave Beha City," Lin Feng replied candidly. I was wondering what the reason might be. Just take a trip to Kyoto. Claim your status as a true disciple, and return. It would only take a few days. Is it truly that simple? Why not? Lin Feng nodded. Then there is no issue. Very well, it is settled then. However, regarding the matter of 20 million over there, do not be too hasty in rejecting their offer. Lin Feng understood the implication and nodded. I am aware of that. Just as Feng Lai hung up the phone, a voice echoed in his mind. Have you not already taken this lad as your disciple? Why are you pushing him away? Who says I am pushing him away? I recall that true disciples of the Baiyuan sect must pay their respects to several elders and the sect leader. Feng Lai smiled, but offered no reply. His phone rang again. It was the director, Su Hao. Connect the call, he instructed. Su Hao's jovial voice emerged from the receiver. Where are you, junior brother phone? A few days ago, I discovered a new tea. Why not come over and taste it? Brother Su, let us forego the tea and discuss serious matters. You are already aware? Su Hao asked, astonished. What is there to be unaware of? Others have already taken action ahead of you. Those rascals truly show no progress. Su Hao cursed, then continued. Since you are informed, what are your thoughts? They are not specifically targeting you. They simply believe that Lin Feng possesses 3 exceptional talents, making him an extraordinary prospect. Enough said, I agree. Did he truly agree? He did not propose any conditions. In Su Hao's office, he was conversing with a middle-aged man in his 50s. Leader, no. Junior brother Feng has indeed made no demands whatsoever. This is rather peculiar. It does not align with Feng Lai's usual style. Lin Feng, oblivious to all that transpired around him, was at this moment in the training room, diligently practicing the Demon Ape Mountain Fist. Matters of true disciples and 20 million were far removed from the significance of martial arts training. Concerned that scholarly pursuits might prove futile, he believed that martial arts held true value. Nonetheless, he remained undisturbed by this revelation, opting instead to embrace the flow of life. After concluding his telephone conversation with Feng Lai, he promptly commenced his training. Within the training chamber, a fierce wind howled, reverberating throughout the space, harmonizing with the sounds of his breath and the creaking of his bones. The atmosphere was truly thunderous. With each strike, his muscles rippled like a great serpent, each sinew and inch of skin undergoing rigorous refinement under the invigorating surge of energy. Fortuitously, he was ensconced in a secluded training room. Otherwise, the commotion would have left onlookers astounded. You have immersed yourself in the practice of the Demon Ape Mountain Fist for 50 minutes. Your skill in the Demon Ape Mountain Fist has reached perfection. No further experience can be gained. Your profession as an ancient warrior has garnered 79 experience points. As the 50 minutes of focused training drew to a close, Lin Feng would have previously felt breathless and fatigued. Yet now, following this session, he sensed only the subtle changes in his sinews and bones, devoid of any other sensation. After achieving mastery in the Demon Ape Mountain Fist, the transformation of his sinews had become a constant, accompanied by a persistent, delightful soreness and discomfort. Initially, the first few days were quite arduous, but he had since acclimated. This transformation was no mere pastime. It was a profound metamorphosis of his physique. Through diligent practice over the days, Lin Feng's arms had increased in length by a minimum of 3 centimeters, and his back muscles exhibited bizarre developments, resembling thick ropes that lay hidden beneath the skin, only revealing themselves upon exertion, terrifyingly covering his entire back. Additionally, subtle changes were evident in his abdomen, arms, thighs, and even his heels. Glancing at the time on the wall, Lin Feng noted that it was nearly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He should return home. Today marked Lin Guoting's birthday, and he had planned to prepare a sumptuous birthday feast for his father. Taking a sip of water and wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, he began to tidy up the training room. After organizing the space, he mounted his electric bicycle and first retrieved the pre-ordered birthday cake from the bakery before returning to his neighborhood. Once he placed the cake at home, he ventured alone to the nearby market. "Is that you, Xiaofeng? Why aren't you in class today? It's Thursday." "Ah, hello, Aunt Gua. I took a leave of absence today for personal matters. It's been a while since we last met. You've changed remarkably. Wow, you even have muscles now," Aunt Gua exclaimed, squeezing Lin Feng's firm arm. "Auntie, I've been working out." That explains it. As Lin Feng entered the market, he unexpectedly encountered a friend of his mother, Su Hong. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they parted ways. Lin Feng then commenced his shopping: pork belly, rib soup, shrimp, chicken, and vegetables. As he prepared to grab some corn amidst his bags, an imperceptible wave swept over him, causing a sudden buzzing in his head and a haze to envelop his vision. In a fleeting moment of confusion, Lin Feng abruptly awakened to a striking stillness enveloping the once boisterous marketplace. Although the people around him were engaged in their usual activities, some purchasing vegetables, others selling them, they moved with a disconcerting rigidity akin to automatons. "Aunt Gua," he called out to the woman he had briefly conversed with moments ago as she passed by. Bags in hand, her gaze vacant and fixed ahead. With urgency, Lin Feng reached out to her. She did not acknowledge him, her expression blank as she continued to stare into the distance. "Aunt Gua," he exclaimed again, grasping her arm gently. To his surprise, she halted without resistance. Yet her eyes remained unresponsive, fixed forward without a glance in his direction. A sense of unease washed over Lin Feng, prompting him to release his hold. The woman ambled away, approaching a vegetable vendor, where she mechanically picked up a cabbage. The vendor, who had been staring into space, robotically accepted the cabbage and placed it on the scale. "For $1.60, he stated. Aunt Gua retrieved her phone to scan the code, accepted the cabbage, and continued on her way, her gait vacant and lifeless as she exited the market. It became evident to Lin Feng that all the individuals around him had succumbed to this strange state, as if they had suddenly lost their souls, transforming into mere puppets. Witnessing this unsettling phenomenon, a chill surged through him, striking directly at his core. Chapter 64. The Observer. He seems unaffected by the void realm. Zhaoya, perched atop a building not far from the market, opened her eyes in astonishment. "Who? The disciple of Team Feng. Is he not the scoundrel who left you to fend for yourself?" Sister Qinggu, one cannot entirely blame him. Did Brother Tong not mention that this individual has yet to attain even the strength of an elephant realm? The slaughter of 4 returners was merely the result of a momentary surge of some frenzied bloodline. When I witnessed him vanquish those 4 returners, I assumed his strength surpassed that of the mortal realm, which is why I hoped he would rescue me. Given his feeble abilities, it was indeed prudent for him to flee rather than attempt a rescue. You nearly perished, and yet you still speak in his defense. I am not defending him, Zhaoya replied, shaking her head, her ponytail swaying gently. I am merely stating the facts. Besides, I am unscathed. Humph. Were it not for Team Feng risking injury to save you, you would have met your demise long ago. In any case, I find that wretch intolerable. He didn't even attempt to help, simply turned and ran, his courage weaker than a woman's. I cannot fathom why Team Feng would take a liking to him. The two stood on the rooftop, their voices ceaselessly chatting, yet their eyes remained fixated on a building ahead. Do you think that fellow is still conscious? Did he not fail to cultivate even a trace of internal energy? How is it that he remains unaffected by the void realm? Zhaoya furrowed her brow. Just moments ago, while she was establishing the void realm, she had sensed Lin Feng and had briefly focused her attention on him. She discovered that after the void realm was set in motion, he had only been slightly entranced for less than a second before regaining his senses. Perhaps his mental fortitude is extraordinary. As she spoke, 2 figures from the opposite building shattered the glass and plummeted from a height of over 10 meters. With a resounding crash, the concrete beneath their feet cracked open, revealing 2 deep craters as they landed firmly on the ground, miraculously unscathed. Both figures were remarkably robust, resembling 2 black iron towers. One was Tong Bin, while the other was even taller and more formidable. At long last, I found this beast. Chengwu leaped down, landing behind the burly man. You enforcers are truly tenacious. Is it necessary to pursue us so relentlessly over a few unfortunate souls? The muscular man sneered, glancing at the two behind him. Unfortunate souls? How many exactly? Zhao Lei, do you still possess a shred of conscience? Of course I do, but that tender, quivering heart is simply too delectable. As I gaze upon such feasts, I find it difficult to resist. The burly man licked his lips, his eyes brimming with madness. Die. Chengwu's body surged forward, the concrete beneath her exploding as she vanished from sight. A fist imbued with an icy chill tore through the air, appearing before him. The burly man's pupils constricted, his massive hand outstretched. The fists collided, unleashing tremendous force laced with icy frost. The burly man was forced to retreat 2 steps, gazing at his frost-covered arm with a twisted grin. What a fierce woman. This is truly exhilarating. Having spoken, he clenched his fist, channeling his energy, dispelling the chill that enveloped his arm. With a decisive stride forward, he swung his long arm, once again thwarting Chengwu's assault. Meanwhile, an off-road vehicle sped towards them. Its door flung open as Tongbin reached in and grasped a long, jet-black iron rod, dragging forth an astonishingly large, entirely obsidian hammer. He stepped lightly, as if traversing the ground in an instant, and within the blink of an eye, he arrived behind the burly man, bringing the formidable hammer down. Such a colossal hammer should have stirred up fierce winds. However, Tongbin's strike seemed almost weightless, as though crafted from paper, devoid of any apparent force. The atmosphere was eerily silent. The burly man was preoccupied with Chengwu until the hammer loomed just a foot away from him. Suddenly, he sensed the imminent danger, his expression shifting drastically as he pivoted sharply, enduring Chengwu's blow to counter the descending hammer with a palm strike. The moment their strikes met, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, akin to a bolt of lightning on a clear day. The burly man let out a pained cry as his body was hurled backwards, crashing into a distant wall, which splintered like a spider's web. His arm, which had attempted to block the hammer, was now mangled and bloodied. Before he could regain his balance, the massive hammer descended upon him like a mountain. The burly man rolled aside, his form having transformed dramatically. He was now covered in dark fur, his physique enlarged, and fangs protruding ominously as he prepared to pounce on Tongbin. A large hand silently pressed against his head, and with a surge of energy, the half-demon, half-human brute was rendered motionless, collapsing weakly to the ground. Feng Lai withdrew his hand. Shortly thereafter, a tow truck arrived, and 2 tall youths disembarked, offering a salute to Feng Lai before expertly lifting the fallen giant's body and tossing it into the vehicle, which then sped away. The entire process appeared to have been executed countless times before, executed with remarkable proficiency, completed in under a minute. You've returned quite early today, Feng Lai remarked, glancing back at Lin Feng, who was concealed in a corner. Coach, senior brother Tong, Lin Feng greeted as he emerged from his hiding place. Tongbin smiled at Lin Feng, who was burdened with numerous packages. Lin Shitty, do you reside nearby? Just over there, Lin Feng replied, pointing towards the Xinglong residential area. At that moment, another large vehicle arrived, and 7 or 8 individuals disembarked, silently commencing the cleanup of the recent battlefield. Aside from the gaping hole in the upper floor's glass, the traces of the skirmish were swiftly erased. Feng Lai and the others took it all in stride, while Lin Feng observed with astonishment. From above, a figure descended gracefully, and Lin Feng recognized her as the girl who had sought his help that day. These 2 are my teammates. This is Chengwu, and this is Zhaoya. You should remember them, Feng Lai introduced. I remember, Lin Feng nodded, then addressed the girl. I apologize for not being able to save you last time. Zhaoya smiled warmly. It's all right. I'm doing just fine now. Her gracious demeanor left Lin Feng momentarily taken aback. Zhaoya, they have concluded their tasks, and the voidless realm can now be dispelled, Feng Lai reminded. Excellent. Zhaoya grasped the stone in her hand and closed her eyes. Lin Feng distinctly sensed a certain force surrounding them surging into the stone held by the girl. The veil that enveloped her being, akin to a delicate gauze, swiftly vanished. The individuals around, who had previously moved like mechanical puppets, suddenly regained their agility. The roadside began to bustle with life. A voidless realm? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Feng Lai, standing nearby, elucidated, in dealing with such matters, it is customary to establish a voidless realm around the vicinity. Within it, ordinary individuals are entranced, focusing solely on the present task. So that is how it is. Huh? Why was I not affected? Is it perhaps due to my superior intellect? Lin Feng pondered inwardly. What are you preparing all these items for? Feng Lai inquired. Today is my father's birthday. I intend to prepare a meal to celebrate. You can cook? Just a little, I suppose? Coach, have you resolved your matters? Feng Lai nodded. We are only responsible for addressing the source of the issue. The concluding tasks are not our concern. In that case, would you care to join us for dinner at my home tonight? Feng Lai did not decline, smiling. That sounds splendid. It will be an opportunity to sample your culinary skills. Tong Xixiang, Cheng Wujia, Zhaoya, you should come as well. The three exchanged glances with Feng Lai and nodded in agreement. You should return and prepare. I am aware of your address, and we shall make our way over shortly. Very well, do come early. Feng Lai waved Lin Feng off. Tong Bin could not help but remark, Captain Feng, why should we intrude on someone else's birthday celebration? Exactly. Cheng Wu concurred. Haha, you find this amusing? It is not as if I coerced you into attending. You willingly agreed, and now you complain about me. Feng Lai strolled toward the nearby market, turning back to the trio. What are you all standing there for? Someone else's father is celebrating a birthday. We should dine together and perhaps purchase a gift? Chapter 65. Merely resources. Today marks Lin Guaming's birthday. Initially, it was to be a simple celebration with just the four of them, but with the addition of a few more guests, the atmosphere grew more lively. Lin Feng made a phone call to Su Hong to inform her of the dinner plans, then returned to the market to procure additional ingredients before heading home. He invited Feng Lai and his companions over for the meal. Although Lin Feng's decision was spontaneous, he harbored a subtle ulterior motive. He wished for Su Hong and her companions to meet Feng Lai, hoping that should they encounter any extraordinary events in the future, particularly dangerous ones, Feng Lai might lend a helping hand due to their acquaintance. Given Feng Lai's disposition, Lin Feng was confident that he would indeed assist. Lin Feng recalled the earlier skirmish. Though it lasted mere minutes, it profoundly expanded his horizons. The individuals involved, whether the robust man, Cheng Wu, or Tong Bin, exhibited speed and strength that far surpassed his own. The woman named Cheng Wu wielded her fists with an icy vigor, while Tong Bin masterfully maneuvered his massive hammer. It was no wonder that the members of the Martial Arts Academy had elected him as their foremost champion. Such a formidable weapon would likely be beyond the capacity of even seasoned instructors to withstand. As for Feng Lai, Lin Feng had not even perceived how he had appeared. With a gentle strike, he had brought the robust man's life to an abrupt end. That man, covered in dark fur, was evidently not a returner, but rather a practitioner of demonic martial arts who had lost all semblance of humanity. After a brief period of activity at home, Feng Lai and his three companions arrived with gifts. Lin Guaming, aware of his father's friend's arrival, had returned home early from work and suggested dining out, only to be met with a polite refusal from Feng Lai. Consequently, Lin Feng was ushered out of the kitchen to entertain the guests while the birthday celebrant took it upon himself to prepare the meal. In the living room, Feng Lai, Tong Bin, and Lin Feng engaged in lively conversation, while Cheng Wu perused a book from the nearby shelf, engrossed in her reading. Zhaoya slipped into the kitchen to assist Lin Guaming. As the three conversed, they heard Lin Feng express his concerns regarding the robust man, to which Tong Bin responded, "Demonic martial arts?" Lin Feng pondered the man's appearance, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Master, senior brother Tong, why has Beha City been so chaotic lately?" Haha. It's not that it's chaotic now, it has always been thus, but you were unaware. However, it is true that things have become more tumultuous recently. As for the reason, we have only just unraveled it. Traces of the great demon, known as Geo, have been discovered in Beha City, and the news has spread. Both the followers of the evil deity and these demonic martial artists are converging upon it. The great demon, Geo? Feng Lai mused. These beings, possessing extraordinary powers, are regarded as rare treasures by demonic martial artists, all of whom aspire to devour them and usurp their strength. In the eyes of the followers of the evil deity, these great demons are even more coveted as vessels. Thus, should a great demon's whereabouts be revealed, it will inevitably incite a fierce scramble among various factions. Lin Feng fell silent. The legendary creatures had, in this world, been relegated to mere resources for cultivation. Truly, humanity is the most formidable of species. Later that evening, having bid farewell to their satisfied guests, both host and attendees reveled in the merriment of the occasion. Lin Guaming reclined on the sofa, visibly pleased. "Son, I never expected your coach to have such a gentle temperament, devoid of any arrogance, quite amiable indeed." "Gentle?" Lin Feng nodded, responding, "Indeed. He is quite accommodating towards his own." "And the other three?" Are they your classmates from the martial arts school? Su Hong inquired from the side. In a way, Lin Feng remarked. That girl named Zhao Ye is exceptionally beautiful, and your senior brother Tong is extraordinarily tall and robust. I fear he might bump his head on the ceiling. After exchanging a few words with his parents in the living room, Lin Feng shot a glance at Lin Xiao, and the two brothers retrieved the carefully selected gifts they had purchased for Lin Guiming. Wow, sons, you have truly grown up, Lin Guiming exclaimed, delighted at receiving the birthday gifts. Su Hong, however, expressed her discontent. It seems you all favor your father more. I received nothing for my birthday. Su Hong's birthday had long passed, and at that time, Lin Feng had yet to traverse into this world. His mind was solely occupied with internet CF games, oblivious to the notion of gifting for his parents' birthdays. Nevertheless, Lin Feng had prepared in advance. The two brothers presented their gifts to Su Hong. Though she protested that it was not her birthday and questioned the need for gifts, the smile on her face was unmistakable. The gifts from the brothers were modest in value, yet as parents, who truly cares about the worth of the items? It is the sentiment that matters. Leaving the space for his parents, Lin Feng retreated to his room. After days of diligent study, his desk was now piled high with senior year textbooks. Occupation, student LV5, 925-1200. Basic skills. Language LV6, 260-2400. Mathematics LV5, 532-1200. Chemistry LV5, 565-1200. Physics LV5, 361-1200. History LV6, 256-2400. Biology LV5, 480-1200. Geography LV5, 121-1200. Miscellaneous knowledge LV3, 250-500. Lin Feng had nearly mastered the subjects of his senior year. And if he were to fully comprehend all the knowledge, he could elevate his student occupation to just over level 6. To advance further, he would need to delve into university coursework. In the warm glow of the lamp, as the state of flow enveloped him, Lin Feng cast aside all distractions, focusing entirely on his textbooks. Meanwhile, in the distant Fire Nation, Kyoto, within an exquisitely antique mansion, a chaotic scene unfolded. That scoundrel Feng Lai. I wonder what has prompted his sudden concession. The sect leader and several esteemed elders have resolved to assess Lin Feng's talent shortly. Has the matter of bribery been addressed? Is his family not of common origin? 20 million would be an insurmountable sum for them. Are they truly unmoved by it? The absence of news suggests someone may have alerted them. What shall we do next? If this lad possesses such remarkable aptitude, then Zhun is likely. Chapter 66. Provocation can lead to fatal consequences. A pungent aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, infiltrating Lin Feng's nostrils. He sat bare in a medicinal vat, eyes closed, breathing in a peculiar rhythm, employing the breath of the demon ape technique. With each inhalation and exhalation, it felt as though countless minuscule creatures were writhing beneath his skin, causing the potion within the vat to ripple incessantly. What Lin Feng was immersed in was not the infamous bone-dissolving soup, but rather a special concoction crafted by Lu Sun at the behest of Feng Lai, who had learned that Lin Feng was nearing perfection in the demon ape mountain fist. This brew, known as the strengthening elixir, had a rather unassuming name. While its effects were not overwhelmingly potent, they were sufficient to support Lin Feng's rigorous training regimen when paired with the 3-yuan pill, ensuring his body could keep pace with the demands of his daily martial arts practice. The strengthening elixir, unlike the bone-dissolving soup, lacked its excruciating intensity. Although it did not inflict the same piercing agony, its efficacy in altering the sinews and bones was remarkable. The transformation process was accompanied by a plethora of sensations: pain, itchiness, numbness, and soreness, making the experience in the elixir no less uncomfortable than that of its more formidable counterpart. After a single trial, Lin Feng had resolved to activate the flow state during subsequent immersions. Within this state, time seemed to vanish, and what felt like a fleeting moment was, in reality, a 30-minute medicinal bath. Upon emerging from the flow state, an array of extraordinary sensations flooded over him, particularly the intense soreness and tingling from his muscles' movements, nearly causing him to halt his breath. He swiftly rose from the vat, and as the unusual sensation subsided, he could not resist stretching his body, which produced a series of satisfying cracks in his joints. Exhaling a deep breath, he expelled a cloud of stagnant air that sliced through the mist before him. Through the continuous practice of the demon ape mountain fist, Lin Feng's physique had been steadily evolving, demonstrating remarkable resilience and strength. He sensed that the transformation into the form of the demon ape was nearing completion. The odor of the strengthening elixir was quite unpleasant, prompting Lin Feng to scrunch his brow as he moved to the adjacent shower to cleanse himself of the medicinal scent. After drying off and donning his attire, he confidently exited the medicinal bath chamber. Outside, Lu Sun was seated behind the consultation desk, while Tong Bin lounged on a nearby chair, indulging in a hearty portion of returning essence meat. It was early morning, and Tong, with an impressive appetite, was feasting solely on meat. "Greetings, Lu Lao Tong Shi Xiao. Finished with your bath? Care for a bite?" Lin Feng inquired. No, I'm not hungry at the moment," he replied. Since embarking on his martial arts journey, Lin Feng found himself perpetually teetering on the brink of hunger shortly after meals. However, after his immersion in the strengthening elixir, he was not experiencing the usual pangs of hunger. "Come over here. I'd like to take a look at you," Lu Sun beckoned as Lin Feng approached. "With broad shoulders and long arms, your transformation into the ape form is nearly complete. Truly, you possess remarkable talent." Lin Feng did not clarify Lu Sun's failure to recognize the form of the demon ape, mistaking it instead for that of an ordinary ape. Seated on a stool, he placed his hands upon the soft mat used for pulse diagnosis. Lu Sun rested his hand on Lin Feng's pulse and remarked, "It's fortunate that Feng Lai was generous enough to brew you the muscle-strengthening soup. However, what does it matter how generous he is? Humph. It will only serve as a wedding dress for someone else. Master, you ought to refrain from such sardonic remarks. If Uncle Feng were to overhear and decide against letting junior brother Lin go, I wonder how you would explain it to the sect leader." "Tong Bin, your silence does not render you mute." Lu Sun glared fiercely at Tong Bin, withdrawing his hand from the pulse examination. "Aside from the fluctuations caused by the transformation of your muscles and bones, everything else appears to be normal." With a sense of pride, Lu Sun added, "Young man, your selection as a true disciple bears my contribution. Had I not reported your condition, this gem would have been buried here. Master, junior brother Lin has merely qualified for the status of a true disciple. He is not yet one. Tong Bin, can you not keep quiet? Do you think I am unaware of these matters? Must you instruct me? All right. I shall focus on my food and refrain from speaking. After you become a true disciple, given your remarkable recovery talent, you would be well suited for the physical cultivation techniques of the Red Spirit Path. I suggest you seek the tutelage of Elder Qi. Isn't it simply because Elder Qi has a good relationship with you? How convenient." Tong Bin, witnessing Lu Sun's rising temper, discreetly retreated into the adjacent massage room, clutching a basket of return-to-origin meat. The dynamic between these two was hardly reminiscent of a typical master and disciple, yet their playful banter was indeed entertaining. Having dismissed the mischievous Tong Bin, Lu Sun, still flustered, insisted, "Do not heed that fool-esque nonsense. While it's true that I share a good rapport with Elder Qi, I genuinely believe the Red Spirit Path's techniques are quite suitable for you." "Red Spirit Path?" Lu Sun elaborated. Though the name White Ape Path suggests otherwise, it is divided into 5 branches: Red Spirit, White Ape, Heavenly Kill, Azure Sea, and Greenwood. In an instant, Lin Feng recalled the information he had once discovered online regarding the White Ape Path. It indeed originated from the 5 Spirits sect over 3 centuries ago. Indeed, Lu Sun continued, the White Ape Path was not always known by that name. It was originally called the 5 Spirits sect. For reasons unknown, it was later renamed White Ape Path. Each lineage may accept 2 true disciples per generation, thus allowing for a total of only 10 true disciples at any given time. Currently, the White Ape and Heavenly Kill lineages are full, leaving the Red Spirit, Azure Sea, and Greenwood lineages each lacking 1 true disciple. With your talent, joining any of these lineages poses no issue. Yet the physical cultivation techniques of the Red Spirit Path are particularly fitting for you. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Lu. May I inquire which lineage Coach Feng once belonged to? Lu Sun mumbled. Feng Lai was once a disciple of the White Ape lineage. The White Ape lineage? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Upon becoming a true disciple, one must seek the mentorship of the elders from the 5 lineages, which seemed inconsistent with what Feng Lai had conveyed. Exiting the apothecary, he decided to call Feng Lai. "No worries. Feel free to express yourself. As long as you attain the status of a true disciple, it suffices. Should anyone provoke you, do not hesitate to eliminate them." Chapter 67. The True Inheritance in the Baiyuan Martial Arts School. Lu Chang, Zhang Min, and the other formal disciples widened their eyes in astonishment. Was the news true? It was rumored to have originated from the headmaster, making it highly credible. The implication was clear: it must be genuine. The group exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting nothing but sheer disbelief. The prospect of becoming a true disciple had never crossed their minds. Even Zhang Min, the most gifted among them, had never dared to dream of such a possibility. The inner discipleship was already an unattainable goal after years of hard work, let alone the esteemed title of true disciple. Zhang Min's thoughts drifted back to the time when she sat at the front desk of the martial arts school, recalling the clumsy youth in school uniform who had inquired about the school. In such a short span, he had soared to great heights while she remained stagnant. I knew it from the moment Lin Feng entered the Baiyuan Xing Shan Fist. He was no ordinary person, Lu Chang murmured to himself. In the school's office, Headmaster Su Hao suppressed his fury as he scolded. Do you understand what being a true disciple signifies? It represents a future where he has a 50% chance of becoming a grand elder and a 10% chance of becoming the sect leader. What right does a mere outer disciple like you have to involve yourself in this matter? Opposite him, Ma Hanyuan was flustered and anxious, exclaiming, Headmaster, I said nothing wrong. I merely relayed a few words and cautioned Lin Feng not to accept their terms and to hold on to his position as a true disciple. Do you think your words hold any weight? Will they heed your explanations? Your involvement in this matter is already a mistake. Ma Hanyuan, you are no longer a child. Must you not think twice before acting? In ancient times, engaging in the struggle for true discipleship would not only spell disaster for you, but for your entire family. Is it truly that severe? Ma Hanyuan's face turned pale. Was it just a matter of relaying a few words? He quickly pleaded, Headmaster, I understand my mistake and promise it won't happen again. Next time, there will be no next time. The main sect has already issued orders to revoke your status as a formal disciple. What? Ma Hanyuan's mind went blank. The position of formal disciple was something he had earned through countless hours of toil and effort. Headmaster, I understand my mistake. Please forgive me this once. Your pleas are futile. This is the command of the main sect. Ma Hanyuan's face turned ashen as he made a final attempt to plead. What about Lu Ping? My senior brother? He was the one who contacted me. Lu Ping, mentioned by Ma Hanyuan, was also from the Beha Baiyuan Martial Arts School, having entered the Baiyuan Dao 3 years prior as an inner disciple. It was Lu Ping who had contacted Ma Hanyuan yesterday, asking him to act as an intermediary. Lu Ping? Su Hao scoffed. His fate is far worse than yours. He has been stripped of his martial prowess and had his limbs shattered, reduced to a mere cripple. Your removal from the formal disciple ranks is a generous act of mercy in comparison. Ma Hanyuan emerged from the curator's office as if bereaved, consumed by self-reproach and devoid of any other thoughts. He had just endured a stern admonition from Su Hao, who had remarked, I understand that you are infuriated by the revocation of your status as an official disciple. I also recognize that youth often leads to extreme reactions. However, I must caution you. While you are ostensibly protected by the law, in the shadows, there is no one to safeguard you. Having trained diligently in the martial arts for many years, Ma Hanyuan was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the White Ape sect, and thus dared not entertain any further notions. Regret was his only companion. Why did I not perceive the gravity of those words yesterday? Why did I fail to apply my intellect in that moment? Why? On a northbound train, Lin Feng sat by the window, watching as Beha Station gradually faded from view. He withdrew his gaze only to find the carriage bustling with noise. Passengers were arguing over seat disputes, children were crying, and some were obliviously making phone calls. Beside Lin Feng sat a tall, imposing young man of distinguished demeanor. His name was Li Wang, dispatched by the White Ape sect to escort Lin Feng to Kyoto. In truth, his role extended beyond mere escorting. It was one of protection. As soon as Lin Feng's status as a true disciple was confirmed, Li Wang had arrived at the martial hall, and they were now en route to Kyoto. Junior brother Lin, do you know why I chose to take the train instead of flying? Li Wang inquired. Lin Feng certainly understood the rationale. At an altitude of 10,000 feet, circumstances could spiral beyond control, and martial artists were not significantly more capable than ordinary individuals in such scenarios. Conversely, if an incident were to occur on the train, there would still be time to react. He refrained from pretending to be clever and simply shook his head in response. It is because I do not wish to entrust my fate to others. Not only me, but many martial artists and prominent figures also prefer to avoid air travel. Li Wang remarked, observing Lin Feng's reticent demeanor. Junior brother Lin, you truly do not resemble a youth. After a moment of reflection, he continued. According to the report sent from the main sect, you possess extraordinary recovery, exceptional learning abilities, and the explosive bloodline talent. It is remarkable that your ape form is on the verge of formation, which means you actually possess 4 talents. Such gifts will undoubtedly please the elders of the three branches. 3 branches? Lin Feng discerned the implication that there were 2 branches less than satisfied with his ascent northward. The Qiling, Baihai, and Qingmu branches would surely welcome his emergence, but the sentiments of the other 2 branches remained uncertain. Which branch does Brotherly belong to? He asked. My master is the grand elder of the Qiling branch. Lin Feng inquired further. Is Brotherly also a true disciple? Me. Li Wang chuckled and shook his head. How could that be? My talents pale in comparison to yours. I am merely an inner disciple. Junior brother, my master is but a step away from reaching the cultivation phase of the Zong, making him the most accomplished among the 3 branches. If you were to study under him, it would greatly benefit your future. Moreover, the Qiling branch's Qiling body refinement technique aligns perfectly with your extraordinary recovery, as long as junior brother agrees to join the Qiling lineage. My master can arrange for you to acquire a luxurious mansion in Kyoto and facilitate the relocation of your entire family as household registration to the city. Nonsense. Before Lin Feng could respond, a loud voice echoed from a distance, revealing a woman accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 40s, hastening towards them. Masters, might you concede these 2 seats to us? The woman inquired of the passengers seated opposite Lin Feng, while presenting 2 thick stacks of cash. The train tickets to Kyoto cost merely a little over 300 yuan, yet the woman generously offered a substantial bundle of green bills, amounting to no less than 10,000. How could the 2 passengers refuse such an offer? Once the 2 passengers departed with the money, the woman and the man settled into their seats, introducing themselves. Junior brother Lin, I am Su Yu from the Beihai lineage. Junior brother Lin, I am Duan Guan from the Qingmu lineage. Subsequently, the 2 cast unfriendly glances at Li Wang. Su Yu, gritting her teeth, exclaimed, Li Wang, you are truly cunning. We agreed to come together to meet junior brother Lin, yet you sneakily arrived ahead of us, almost securing the opportunity for yourself. Hey, you 2 are not slow either, and possess an impressive sense of smell. I intentionally chose an ordinary train and regular seats, yet you still managed to track me down, Li Wang retorted. You, Su Yu seethed with anger. Duan Guan interjected, Sister Su, do not engage in a war of words with junior brother Li. He turned to Lin Feng and added, Junior brother Lin, the conditions proposed by junior brother Li can also be met by our Qingmu lineage. If you agree to join us, we can offer even more favorable terms. So you promptly chimed in, the Beihai lineage can equally provide such offers. Chapter 68. Who will yield first? The train was filled with a cacophony of noise. Yet the space occupied by a few individuals felt as though it belonged to an entirely different realm. 3 figures stood poised, swords drawn. Their gazes hostile as they regarded one another, Li Wang, the recently arrived Duan Guan, and Su Yu. Although they were all part of the same sect, their differing standings created a palpable tension. Their intent was clear, to persuade Lin Feng to join their respective factions. Endowed with multiple talents, Lin Feng was perceived as a coveted prize by the elders of the 3 factions. The disciples of the White Ape lineage were already at full capacity, while the other 3 factions were still in need of one more true disciple. Thus, they converged upon Lin Feng, eager not to miss the opportunity to claim him for their own. As the saying goes, good masters are easy to find, but exceptional disciples are rare. As long as a disciple possesses outstanding talent, they need not worry about finding a worthy mentor. So you cast a derisive glance at Li Wang before addressing Lin Feng? Junior brother Lin, you may be unaware, but for a martial artist, the most crucial element is access to cultivation resources, not housing or residency permits. For such matters are ephemeral. Do not be swayed by Li Wang's seemingly generous offers. In truth, those things hold no value for a martial artist. Li Wang's eyes widened in fury. What? Am I not speaking the truth? Once junior brother Lin becomes a true disciple, won't those things naturally follow? Isn't offering such conditions merely taking advantage of his youth? Su Yu's words, though somewhat veiled, were meant to imply that suggesting such terms was merely exploiting Lin Feng's naivety. However, concerned that labeling him a simpleton might offend him, she softened her expression to highlight his youth instead. Duan Guan, choosing to disregard the escalating confrontation, turned to Lin Feng and said, I too heard the promises made by junior brother Li. The resources he mentioned are also within the reach of our Qingmu faction. Moreover, my master has assured that upon joining our ranks, junior brother Lin will receive a monthly allocation of resources that surpasses those offered by others by 20%. Li Wang and Su Yu gasped in astonishment. Such a proposition was indeed formidable. The Qingmu faction had evidently come well prepared, although a 20% increase may seem modest. The resources utilized by true disciples for cultivation are often unique concoctions crafted by the sect, treasures that cannot be procured even with wealth in the outside world. However, an increase of 20% implies a corresponding reduction for someone else who would bear this decrease. It could only be the current true disciple of Qingmu or perhaps the elder himself. The offer was undeniably enticing. Unable to remain seated any longer, Li Wang stood abruptly. Junior brother Lin, pardon me, I must attend to a pressing matter. I shall return shortly. I too must step away. Suyu hurriedly followed suit. Their excuses to visit the restroom were mere facades. In truth, they intended to confer privately, as the terms presented by the Qingmu faction were too advantageous for them to overlook. To propose a more favorable offer, they needed to consult their superiors. Junior brother Lin. Duan Guan continued, this offer is merely a fraction of what awaits you. Should you choose to join our Qingmu faction, my master has promised that you would ascend to the position of the next grand elder of our lineage, provided your talent is sufficient. You could request as many cultivation resources as you desire. What do you think? What do I think? What a preposterous notion. Lin Feng's expression was impassive, yet his heart seethed with indignation. Currently, the three factions were vying for his allegiance, each presenting enticing offers. Should he choose the Qingmu faction now, he would inevitably offend the other two, leading to unforeseen complications. How could he possibly acquiesce so readily? Shaking his head, Lin Feng remarked, Brother Duan, you jest. My position as a true disciple is still a distant prospect. With my aptitude, it is merely a formality. In the imperial capital, at the Baiyuan Dao's mountain gate, within a wooden pavilion, a remarkably handsome young man sat cross-legged upon a couch, his eyes closed in meditation. Beside him, a golden incense burner emitted wisps of fragrant smoke that, upon drifting 3 feet from the burner, transformed mysteriously into ethereal crane-shaped wisps, swirling gracefully throughout the room until they dissipated. After a time, the young man opened his eyes. Come in. A man who had been standing outside for quite some time promptly entered, and upon inhaling the faint, refreshing aroma in the room, he involuntarily shuddered. Discreetly taking a deep breath, the young man, seemingly oblivious to his small gesture, inquired, Have you clarified the situation regarding Lin Feng and Feng Lai? It has been elucidated. Lin Feng was originally a high school student from the second high school of Beia City. After enrolling in Feng Lai's martial arts class, his talent was recognized by Feng Lai. Subsequently, Feng Lai had Su Hao formally accept Lin Feng as a disciple. According to Su Hao, he intended to recommend Lin Feng directly to the inner sect due to his commendable comprehension, but Feng Lai intervened. Intervened? Does Feng Lai wish to take Lin Feng as his disciple? The young man pondered. No, if Feng Lai truly desired to accept Lin Feng, these circumstances would not have arisen. Su Hao expressed his own confusion regarding Feng Lai's intentions. Noting that on the day Lin Feng became a formal disciple and paid homage to the master, Feng Lai was absent. Following that, Su Hao stated, Feng Lai had been guiding Lin Feng's martial arts until Lin Feng exhibited 2 additional talents. Fearing the secret would be unveiled, he reported Lin Feng's situation to the sect leader. As for the subsequent events, you are already aware. Brother, what perplexes me is that he is merely a person with good comprehension and extraordinary recovery talent. Why is the master so anxious to secure him? You do not understand. This individual's comprehension has transcended the ordinary and reached an exceptional level. Exceptional? The man was taken aback. The young man, maintaining his emotionless demeanor, replied, You have no idea. This person has been training for less than a month, and his physical constitution is nearly transformed. What? How is that possible? The man was astonished. There is nothing impossible. Now you comprehend why the master and others are so anxious, do you not? His talent is truly astonishing. The young man murmured. Do not speak of merely being a true disciple of our Baiyuan Dao. He is even qualified to be a true disciple of the 2 great celestial sections. With a wry smile, the young man continued, In comparison to him, we so-called geniuses seem less remarkable than ordinary individuals. I truly do not understand why Feng Lai did not retain this individual in Beia City. He was clearly within reach, yet let him go. Silence enveloped the room. Then, my fellow apprentice, what do you plan to do next? The young man chuckled. What can I do? This matter does not concern me. A peculiar expression crossed the man's face as he gazed at the youth. With such talent, if he truly becomes the true disciple of the master, your position, dear brother, may be in jeopardy. But that is not the case yet, is it? Moreover, I am not the only one who disapproves of his arrival. The other 2 likely share the sentiment, as do those inner disciples who aspire to become true disciples themselves. Take, for instance, Tangjin. who was the first to voice his objections. Now, it remains to be seen who will falter first. Chapter 69. Tang He in the early morning. The train gradually approached Kyoto North Station. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He had scarcely slept the previous night, merely dozing for a brief moment. However, due to his innate talent, the Overlord, he felt no discomfort in his body. The three individuals beside him were already awake. After returning yesterday, Li Wang and Su Yu had matched their terms to those of the Aoki lineage, even offering additional benefits. Lin Feng, however, remained non-committal, evasively handling the situation without agreeing to any terms from either side. Throughout the journey, he maintained a demeanor of minimal conversation and inquiry. As the train arrived at the station, the four did not move until most passengers had disembarked. Only then did the three guide Lin Feng off the train. The sky over Kyoto was shrouded in a gray haze. Outside, the cool air invigorated the senses. At 7:45, Lin Feng glanced at the time on his phone. By now, Lin Guoying and the others should be awake, and he quickly made a call home. The call connected. Mom, I've arrived in Kyoto. Yes, everything is fine. I had something to eat last night. Right? I should be back in a few days. Don't worry. I'm old enough to take care of myself. All right then. Wait a moment, he said, as Su Hong's phone was snatched away and Lin Zhao's voice came through. Brother, remember to bring me a gift when you come back. I'll get you a big-headed ghost. He replied, ending the call without further acknowledgement. Beside him, Duan Guan chuckled. Now that's more like it. That's the youthful spirit. Earlier on the train, I thought you were about my age. Brother Duan, you jest. It was simply a somber atmosphere on the train. I didn't wish to speak much. The North Station was still some distance from the mountain gate of Baiyuan Dao, and they would need to travel further. The three accompanied Lin Feng downstairs, where three impressive vehicles awaited in the parking lot. A slightly plump, middle-aged man stood in front of the cars and approached them from afar upon seeing the four. Ah, Master Tang, what brings you here? Su Yu exclaimed, her eyes wide, while Duan Guan and Li Wang looked equally astonished. It was known that this individual was a direct disciple of the previous generation, who seldom involved himself in matters within the sect, making his appearance today quite unexpected. Master Tang, haha, I happened to be out in this vicinity to buy some items and heard that you were arriving, so I came to have a look, he replied. Lin Shidi, this is Elder Tang, he from our sect, Duan Guan quickly introduced. Lin Feng had met Elder Tang before. Tang he scrutinized Lin Feng, nodding in satisfaction. You must be Lin Shitzi, indeed a handsome young man. Quite impressive, indeed. No wonder everyone holds you in such high regard. All right, everyone, let us get in the car. The sect master and several elders are likely already impatient. The group moved forward. Tang he opened the door of one of the cars and gestured to Lin Feng, come. Sit here with me, Su Yu, you too. Okay. Su Yu nodded, and she and Lin Feng got in, while Li Wang and Duan Guan entered the other two vehicles. Lin Feng, you don't seem very old. How old are you this year? Tang he sat beside Lin Feng, a smile gracing his face as he inquired. At just over 16 years of age, Lin Feng was indeed youthful. Ah, to be that young again. By the way, how is that old rascal Lu Sun faring in Beha? As an elder, Tang He and Lu Sun belonged to the same generation. So Lin Feng found no surprise in Tang He's acquaintance with Lu Sun. Lu is well, able to eat and sleep. Of course, aside from that wretched disciple Tong Bin, who often sabotages him. Alas, that old fellow has remained in Beha, refusing to return. It has truly been years since I last saw him. As Tang He spoke, he shifted the conversation. Lin Feng, during your visit to Beijing, did Feng Lai mention anything? Lin Feng shook his head. No. Coach Feng did not say a word when I arrived. Have you decided which faction to join? Did your coach offer any guidance? None at all. Lin Feng replied with a rueful smile. To be honest, yesterday, senior sister Su and brothers Li and Duan each extolled the virtues of their respective factions. My mind is a jumble, and I am uncertain which path you believe would best suit me. I cannot presume to advise you on that, Tang He replied. Shaking his head, he turned to Su Yu, who was nearby, and smiled. If I were to give you advice, I fear someone might take offense. Su Yu chuckled. Elder Tang, if you wish for junior brother Lin to join your sect, the other elders would not object. Really? Then I shall speak to your master shortly. As the car continued its journey, gradually distancing itself from the bustling city, Tang He suddenly sneered. I never expected them to actually come. He seized Lin Feng and kicked open the car door, propelling Lin Feng out before he could react. Su Yu, with a grim expression, quickly followed suit. A flash of blades sliced through the air, and the speeding vehicle was cleaved in two. Tang He, with a powerful push against the ground, propelled himself and Lin Feng a dozen meters away. Suddenly, two shadowy figures lunged from the trees with lightning speed. However, as they approached, Tang He swiftly struck their chests, causing them to erupt in blood and be sent flying back. With two distinct sounds, Tang He reached out before Lin Feng, catching two speeding bullets in his hand and hurling them back. The distant gunmen, concealed in the underbrush, met their demise as blood erupted from their foreheads. As Tang He carried Lin Feng while running, he scanned the surroundings for any remaining assailants. Once assured of their safety, he focused on moving forward. "Watch out!" Lin Feng shouted, just as Tang He noticed a glimmer of light approaching silently from his right. His expression changed, and he swiftly unleashed a powerful palm strike. The violent force surged forward, yet the glimmer did not retreat. Instead, it advanced fiercely. In that split second, Tang He released Lin Feng, who was flung several meters away and landed securely on his feet. As Lin Feng looked up, he saw a blood mark on Tang He's arm, indicating a minor injury. Opposite them stood a figure wielding a knife, wearing a monkey mask. It turned out to be a startling monkey, which explained the remarkable swordsmanship. These scoundrels were indeed willing to spend lavishly. Tang He gazed at the individual before him, adorned with a monkey mask, and after a moment of astonishment, he lunged forward. In the distance, Li Wang and Duan Guan were similarly entangled with several adversaries. Lin Feng hastily took refuge behind a large boulder. At that moment, Siyu rushed over, urgently grasping Lin Feng's arm, and implored, "Junior brother Lin, we must leave at once." She tugged forcefully, only to find that Lin Feng remained unmoved, leaving her momentarily stunned. She turned back to inquire, "Junior brother Lin?" "Senior sister Su, Elder Tang has not fallen behind. From afar, Senior brother Li and the others are also holding their ground. Why should we flee?" Su Yu, in a state of panic, replied, "Who knows if there are more enemies lurking here? This place is exceedingly perilous. I must take you away." Lin Feng, glancing at Tang He, who was currently subduing an assassin not far off, shook his head and said, "Senior sister Su, where can you guarantee we won't encounter any assassins? I believe this place is quite secure. See how Elder Tang is about to deal with his foe. Junior brother Lin, why are you so stubborn? Although Elder Tang possesses formidable martial prowess, he cannot resolve this situation immediately. It is far too dangerous here. Come with me at once." As Siyu spoke, she reached out again towards Lin Feng. He recoiled, evading her grasp. Siyu, taken aback by his resistance, coldly remarked, "Lin Feng, you are exceedingly obstinate." She extended her hand once more, employing a grappling technique, her speed significantly heightened compared to her previous attempt, prepared to apprehend Lin Feng. Yet suddenly, a thunderous sound of explosive punches erupted nearby. Chapter 70, Counterattack with a single punch. The air exploded. Siyu's expression changed dramatically. She could never have anticipated that Lin Feng would strike, let alone unleash such formidable power. Throughout their journey, Lin Feng had given her the impression of a quiet youth, preferring to sit in the corner and listen to their conversations. While she was aware of his remarkable talent, she also knew he had only recently begun his martial arts training. Yet, this punch was beyond the capability of a novice. Even she, having cultivated her internal energy, could only deliver such force when her technique and intent were perfectly aligned. As the terrifying fist approached, infused with overwhelming strength, Suyu was not one to be easily intimidated. Reacting swiftly, she raised her left hand to shield her face. The immense force sent her crashing backward, propelling her several meters away. Upon landing, she had to retreat repeatedly to dissipate the residual energy from the punch before finally stabilizing herself. With a frosty expression, Suyu was about to reprimand Lin Feng when she saw him dart towards her with the swiftness of a rabbit, startling her. Another punch came hurtling towards her. This time, she recognized Lin Feng's technique, White Ape Hunts Tiger, a move from the White Ape Mountain Fist, a common martial art. Yet, this seemingly ordinary technique now erupted with terrifying power, infused with an indescribable essence, making the angles of his strikes exquisite and inescapable. Could this be the perfected realm of the White Ape Mountain Fist? The thought surged within her mind. Open. As an inner disciple of the White Ape sect, Siyu chose not to retreat but instead widened her eyes in fury, gathering her strength into her fist and retaliating. She opted for a direct confrontation. The two fists collided with a resounding bang. Suyu let out a muffled groan as she was forced backward, each step leaving a deep imprint in the ground, until she ultimately spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng was not unscathed either. The recoil from the impact sent him flying several meters away. He landed on the ground, his right fist bloodied, droplets trickling down. Yet, as soon as he hit the ground. He exerted force through his thighs and lunged forward once more. With a foundational agility of 15, combined with the techniques of the shadowless force, Lin Feng's figure transformed into a whirlwind, sweeping through the air like a black dragon shattering the void, erupting with a dragon roar. This whip-like kick, though a basic leg technique, had become extraordinary under the enhancement of the shadowless force, surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary martial artist in both speed and power. The gust of wind generated by his long legs swept through the surroundings. Suyu was taken aback, unwilling to confront it head-on, and quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the strike. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, Lin Feng spun, and without warning, his other foot executed a stealthy counterkick. What? Suyu's eyes widened in anger. This kick, delivered at an acute angle, struck her abdomen like a ram's horn. It was indeed a technique from the springing kick repertoire. Yet the intrinsic technique employed was that of the elusive force. The kick, renowned for its cunning precision within the realm of leg strikes, became swifter and more imperceptible when executed with such a technique. Despite having internal energy to shield her, Suyu was severely injured upon being struck. Her body propelled away while she expelled a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng harbored no belief in the adage of not pursuing a retreating enemy. He adhered to the doctrine of delivering a fierce blow to a fallen foe. He offered no chance for his opponent, lunging forward with the intent to strike Suyu's head with the ferocity of his magical ape-slaying hammer. A gust of wind surged, and it seemed her head would surely burst. However, a large hand suddenly reached out, seizing Suyu midair. Lin Feng's attack missed, and as he prepared to erupt in anger, he recognized the rescuer to be Tang He, which quelled his restless heart. Tang He, observing Lin Feng's earlier ferocity, remarked, "You, young man, seek to kill your opponent with your first strike. You've indeed inherited a fragment of someone's true teachings." Pulled back from the brink of death, Suyu's face turned ashen. She never anticipated that after years of martial training, she would come so perilously close to falling at Lin Feng's hands. "Elder Tang, this young man has lost his mind," she exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Lin Feng. "I saw the danger here and attempted to protect him while he was leaving, yet he, ungrateful, suddenly ambushed me." "Oh." Tang He raised an eyebrow at Suyu's accusation, his voice icy. "Do you truly believe I am blind, Suyu? Are you still unaware of why I am here today?" Suyu's complexion grew even paler. Tang He's eyes glinted with cold light. "Initially, I granted you an opportunity out of respect for your master, yet since you chose not to seize it and insisted on stepping forward, do you think everyone else is a fool? Elder Tang, I genuinely wanted to ensure Lin Feng's safety while he departed." Still attempting to argue? "If it were not for my desire to uncover who is orchestrating this behind the scenes, do you think I would have saved you?" Suyu's face turned ashen. "Elder Tang, Tang He released a surge of power from his palm, silencing her with a direct strike that rendered her unconscious. "While I acknowledge this great tree bears countless wounds, I had not anticipated its rot to extend to such depths. Daring to lay an ambush at the mountain's gate, truly ruthless." His tone was filled with murderous intent. He held Suyu aloft while the battle between Li Wang and Duan Guan continued unresolved. Tang He raised an eyebrow but did not rush to assist. Instead, he spoke leisurely. "Lin Feng, with your foundational strength at the initial stage, you came perilously close to defeating a master of internal energy. You are indeed no ordinary individual." Lin Feng was taken aback. He had not expected Tang He to redirect the conversation toward himself. He quickly replied, "Elder Tang, you jest. I merely seized the opportunity to ambush when Sister Su was unprepared. In a direct confrontation, I would stand no chance against her." With your style of combat, even in a formal contest with Suyu, she would certainly not be your match. How is your injury? Did it affect your bones? You must be cautious as the assessment for true disciples approaches. It would be unfortunate to sustain a bone injury." "I did not injure my bones," Lin Feng reassured, assessing his wounded hand and recalling the force of the collision with Suyu. His attribute points have now reached 15, allowing his base strength to exceed 1,000 pounds, coupled with the formidable explosive power of the demon ape mountain fist. In their clash, he only slightly holds the upper hand. A master who has cultivated internal energy is indeed no longer an ordinary individual. Today, I am immensely grateful for Elder Tang's life-saving intervention. Without his presence, I would have been in grave peril. Is that so? Tang He chuckled, "Yet I can't shake the feeling that even if I were not here today, the one who would ultimately survive this ordeal would likely be you, my young friend." How can that be?" Lin Feng quickly shook his head in denial. "Any one of these individuals would easily overpower me. There's no way I could survive. In that case, do you not owe me a significant favor? Tang He inquired with a smile. Yes. Haha. Tang He burst into laughter upon hearing Lin Feng's response. However, Lin Feng's gaze drifted toward a figure not far away. The assassin wearing a monkey mask now hung limply from a tree like a tattered rag. Aside from the wound on his arm, Tang He bore no other injuries. He and Su Yu had merely exchanged a few blows, indicating that the masked figure, who had unleashed a stunning display of sword light, had only managed to withstand a few strikes from Tang He. Lin Feng observed the jovial middle-aged man before him. Outwardly, Tang He appeared plump and short, with a kindly demeanor reminiscent of a neighborly uncle. Yet, the strength he had just demonstrated surpassed that of anyone Lin Feng had encountered, save for Feng Lai's peculiar strike. Elder Tang, may I be so bold as to inquire about the level of your martial prowess? Are you referring to my realm? If so, in terms of realms, I have reached the 4th stage of true form, the channeling aperture, which lies above the opening meridians. Lin Feng felt a stir of excitement within. Yet his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a red light racing towards them from the horizon. Elder Tang, what is that? Nothing to worry about. It's our people. People? Chapter 71. The form of the demon ape Lin Feng's eyes widened as he beheld a crimson light swiftly streaking through the trees, landing before him in an instant. It was an elderly man clad in coarse linen, with a mane of red hair and a face lined with wrinkles. Indeed, he was human. Upon his descent, the old man, upon noticing Tang He, appeared momentarily taken aback and remarked, I did not expect to find you here, junior brother Tang. Had I known you were present, I would have refrained from coming. He chuckled. Ah, my dear senior brother, how eager you are. The elder disregarded Tang He's insinuation, casting a glance at the surroundings before fixing his gaze upon the corpse of the startled monkey hanging from a tree. These rascals dared to choose this place to make their move. They possess quite the audacity. Master, Li Wang rushed from a distance and bowed respectfully to the red-haired elder. Humph. The elder paid no heed to Li Wang but turned his attention to Lin Feng. At that moment, his previously frosty demeanor towards Li Wang softened, revealing a hint of warmth. You must be Lin Feng, correct? Lin Feng, having already discerned the elder's identity, recognized him as Qi Ling, the grand elder of the Qi Ling lineage. He recalled from prior inquiries that Qi Ling had not originally borne this name, but adopted it upon ascending to the position of Grand Elder. He hastily clasped his hands in greeting. Lin Feng pays his respects to Grand Elder Qi. Very well, very well. Qi Ling's eyes sparkled as he scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, nodding approvingly. The transformation into the ape form is nearing completion. If it weren't for that scoundrel old Lu assuring me of your previous lack of aptitude, I would hardly have believed that anyone could refine their sinews and bones in such a brief span of time. Rest assured, Lin Feng, today's affair is far from over. I shall ensure they face dire consequences, extracting their sinews and flaying their skins to provide you with satisfaction, Qi declared vehemently. Lin Feng refrained from voicing his opinion. The adversaries, having dared to launch an assault in this locale, surely came prepared, aside from the lunatics, of course. In the distance, several vehicles raced towards them, all belonging to the White Ape sect. Li Wang, you and Duan remain here to clean up. Remember, do not allow anyone else to intervene. Understood. Li Wang and Duan replied hastily. Lin Feng, we shall return to the sect. The vehicles whisked the three away westward, passing through several checkpoints before finally arriving at their destination, the headquarters of the White Ape sect. The ancient architecture sprawled across a magnificent peak, and from afar, one could discern a colossal statue of a four-armed ape towering at the summit. Just moments ago, they had been at a bustling train station surrounded by skyscrapers. Now, it felt as though they had stepped back into antiquity. Jolie, please arrange for Lin Feng to stay in Qianni Pavilion. Understood, Master Qi. You and Uncle Tang should hurry along. My master and several esteemed uncles are awaiting your arrival. Lin Feng, I have provided you with my number. Do not hesitate to call me if you require anything. Ah, yes, thank you. Grand Elder Qi Lin Feng felt somewhat overwhelmed by Qi Ling's warmth. Junior brother Lin, this way please. The one guiding Lin Feng was Zhou Li, a direct disciple of the sect leader, Song Cheng. Though the sect bore the name White Ape, not every sect leader hailed from the White Ape lineage. Rather, the leader was chosen from among the 10 true disciples of the 5 lineages. This generation was led by Song Cheng of the Tiansha lineage. Zhou Li appeared relatively young, likely around 26 or 27, with striking features and an elegant demeanor, his voice exuding refinement and grace. However, as Lin Feng walked alongside Zhou Li, he could faintly perceive a sharp, sword-like aura emanating from him. It was evident that Zhou Li's martial arts mastery was extraordinary. Originally, the sect leader and several elders intended to meet their junior brother today. However, due to recent events, they would have to wait until tomorrow. Nonetheless, a meeting postponed is not a meeting lost. The two of them strolled slowly along the mountain path, where the unique and colorful architecture around them was quite captivating. After a few minutes, Zhou Li led Lin Feng to a rather large and uniquely styled building. The plaque at the entrance bore the words Qianyi. This would be Lin Feng's residence for the next few days. A young woman dressed in traditional attire was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing Lin Feng and Zhou Li, she promptly bowed and greeted them, acknowledging both young Master Zhou and young Master Lin. This is Ding Yi, who would be responsible for Lin Feng's daily needs during his stay. Should he require anything, he need only to speak to her. Thank you, Brother Zhou, Lin Feng replied. Zhou Li nodded. I heard that you arrived by train yesterday, and given the recent events, you must be quite fatigued. I shall not disturb you further. After fulfilling his welcoming duties, Zhou Li took his leave. Excuse me, Ding Jia, Lin Feng began. Is there anything you would like me to attend to? The way she addressed him sent shivers down his spine, and he quickly added, Please, just call me by my name. I would like to inquire if there is a training room for martial arts within Qianyi Pavilion. Indeed, there is. Would you prefer to go now, or rest for a while first? Please take me there now. Lin Feng followed her into Qianyi Pavilion, and the so-called training room was located on the second floor. Ding Jia, I intend to practice martial arts for a while. During this time, should anyone seek me out, kindly turn them away. Ding Yi nodded and stepped back. Lin Feng then closed the door to the training room. This martial arts chamber was even larger and more lavishly decorated than the training rooms he had encountered in the martial arts hall. Next to the training room, there was a row of replenishing food and water. Lin Feng carefully inspected the room. The wooden walls were easy to examine, and he found nothing amiss. His urgency to find the training room stemmed from the intense transformation he sensed in his body after his confrontation with Su Yu. He felt that the arduous process of transforming into the demon ape form was nearing completion. From his backpack, Lin Feng retrieved 3 yuan dan and consumed one before commencing his practice of the demon ape mountain fist. This time, he refrained from using his mental flow and focused on executing each move of the demon ape mountain fist. With just one iteration, an intense sensation, tenfold stronger than the usual discomfort from refining his muscles and bones, surged through his body, almost causing him to leap up. Lin Feng recognized that this was a crucial moment. He gritted his teeth and endured the discomfort, continuing his practice. On the second iteration, his entire body flushed crimson, and his muscles began to twitch in a strange manner, as sinews coiled within him like great serpents. The bones throughout his body emitted a series of crackling sounds. During the third iteration, Lin Feng experienced a remarkable transformation, his height expanding from 192 meters to an astonishing 2.5 meters or more, accompanied by a series of resounding thuds echoing throughout his body. However, as he struggled to commence the fourth round, the enlarged form of Lin Feng began to gradually diminish. By the conclusion of the set, he had returned to his normal stature. Yet, upon halting, a symphony of creaking joints and cracking bones resonated from every part of his body, as if an orchestra was performing a grand composition. With the harmonious cacophony, the sensations of soreness and discomfort dissipated, replaced by an indescribable feeling of exquisite delight. This orchestral resonance persisted for over 3 minutes before slowly fading away. The moment he ceased, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration coursing through him, prompting an uncontrollable roar. Simultaneously, as the peculiar sensation subsided, an immense power surged throughout his being. After his exclamation, he lightly clenched his fist. The potency radiating from his fingertips and the strength emanating from his arms made him feel that even a casual strike would possess several times the force he once had. Just as he was about to test this newfound power, a notification panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. You have engaged in prolonged practice. Your skill, the Demon Ape Mountain Fist, has transformed your physique. You have developed a new talent, form of the Demon Ape. Chapter 72. New Talent. Form of the Demon Ape. A new talent has been added? Lin Feng stared at the panel notification, momentarily taken aback. The form of the Demon Ape, derived from the transformation of the Mountain Ape Fist, had surprisingly been incorporated into the data panel. Did this mean that the specific attributes of the form of the Demon Ape could be directly observed? He hastily opened the attribute panel. On the first page, he found no sign of the new talent, Form of the Demon Ape. He proceeded to the fourth page, dedicated to ancient martial artists. There, on the far left of the ancient martial artist talent page, he noticed a golden icon embossed with the shape of an ape at the very bottom. Form of the Demon Ape. Increases strength by 7 points, agility by 5 points, constitution by 1. Increases the cultivation speed of the mountain ape transformation across all realms by 35%. Enhances the training speed of fist, claw, and staff-type weapons by 20%. Body growth increased by 13 points. A singular increase of 13 attribute points. Lin Feng was rendered speechless. No wonder he felt an explosive power coursing through every part of his body. He had initially thought it was merely an illusion after acquiring the form of the demon ape, but it turned out that his attributes had genuinely surged. The increase was truly remarkable. To describe the achievement of the form of the demon ape as a transformation would not be an exaggeration. Was this the chasm that separated ordinary individuals from those endowed with extraordinary talents? It was no surprise that various sects were eager to recruit those with exceptional abilities, as their fundamental attributes far surpassed those of ordinary people. Moreover, the form of the demon ape did not merely augment various attributes. The description further indicated an increase of 35% in cultivation speed across all realms of the mountain ape transformation. This enhancement was nothing short of terrifying, surpassing the mere 13 points of attribute increase. While the 13 points were a one-time boost, the increase in cultivation speed could expedite advancement through all 7 realms. From physical enhancement to true form. The form of the demon ape was indeed a talent that even Feng Lai envied. The foundation of true form. The foundation of martial arts. There was no exaggeration in that statement. As for the increase in the training speed of fist, claw, and staff techniques by 20%, that was self-explanatory. But what did body growth to signify? Lin Feng was utterly perplexed. Did it refer to physical development? Or perhaps a natural growth of bodily attributes? Or something else entirely? He furrowed his brow. The data panel was commendable in many aspects, yet its sole flaw lay in the absence of a user manual. Everything had to be discovered through personal exploration, far inferior to the systems he had encountered in the novels of his previous life. Aside from the body growth too, what did the next to constitution imply? Did it suggest that the form of the demon ape would continue to enhance his constitution? Moments later, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. It seemed futile to ponder these questions now. The specifics would only become clear through gradual experience in the future. After reviewing the introduction of the new talent, form of the demon ape, he flipped the data panel back to the first page. Name, Lin Feng. Source quality, 1. Age, 16. Strength, 22. Agility, 20. Constitution, 18. Intelligence, 19. Attribute points, 0 talent points. 1. His 4 attributes far surpass those of an ordinary person, exceeding them by more than double. The only source of embarrassment lies within his intelligence attribute. Regardless of the profession, be it student, chef, or ancient warrior, the attribute points gained upon leveling up have, aside from a singular increase in constitution, all been allocated to intelligence. Despite numerous enhancements, his intelligence barely exceeds that of his constitution and remains inferior to both strength and agility, which have not been augmented at all. The lack of means to increase intelligence is indeed disheartening. As Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the remaining talent point, a thought crossed his mind, and he quickly navigated back to the ancient warrior page, eager to apply the previously unspent talent point to upgrade the recently acquired form of the demon ape. He focused his mind on the icon of form of the demon ape, attempting to enhance it as he would with the flow of heart and other talents. However, to his dismay, his efforts proved futile. He scrutinized the emblem of form of the demon ape and discerned a distinct difference from other professional talents. While the latter displayed their levels upon activation, form of the demon ape did not. It was highly probable that this acquired talent could not be enhanced with talent points. Alternatively, it might require 2 or 3 points for an upgrade. This conjecture could only be validated if he later acquired surplus talent points. Lin Feng closed the attributes panel, redirecting his attention to the present. At that moment, every inch of his body brimmed with explosive strength, and he felt an unparalleled vitality coursing through him. He approached the full-length mirror in the training room, shedding his garments. Now transformed, his arms, back, and abdomen exhibited noticeable changes, not exaggerated muscles, but rather a transformation in physique. His muscles, while not overly large, were defined and fluid, each segment exuding a sense of explosive power, stretching gracefully as if alive. Subsequently, Lin Feng exerted all his strength. clenching his fists tightly. Instantly, his muscles surged forth like tightly woven ropes, forming intricate designs across his body, particularly on his back, where they intertwined into an eerie, magical pattern. As the pattern solidified, Lin Feng felt a subtle awareness awaken within him. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to his surroundings and sensed a profound power enveloping him, especially beneath his feet, where an immense force seemed poised to surge forth from the earth below. Yet, this sensation felt elusive, as if hindered by an unseen barrier, leaving him unable to harness this power fully. The strength of the earth, was this the essence of moving mountains and rivers? Lin Feng opened his eyes, astonished. He had scarcely assumed the form of the demon ape. Yet he was already privy to a supernatural force. However, he recognized that he was still far from truly mastering this power. Lin Feng silently exerted his strength as he donned his attire. His current appearance, aside from the slight elongation of his arms, were no conspicuous changes. The length of his arms was not overly exaggerated, and without a meticulous examination, it was nearly indistinguishable. In the mirror, he was no longer the frail young man of yore. The youthful exuberance on his face had faded significantly. His eyes, once bright, now exuded a calm depth, resembling an abyss, yet they did not possess a sharpness but rather an ineffable quality. The transformation into the form of the demon ape was complete, and there were no inhuman alterations to his physique, which brought a subtle sense of relief to Lin Feng. After inspecting his body, he proceeded to conduct various tests. He did not rush into action. He had suddenly gained an increase of 13 attribute points, with 7 of those in strength, and his body had yet to acclimate to this surge. For an ordinary individual, it would take a considerable amount of time to adapt to such an explosive increase in power. However, as a martial artist, Lin Feng had his methods. He slightly crouched, enveloping his hands in a circular embrace, and assumed the posture of the white ape cradling the moon, commencing his stance training. This stance training was a form of stillness. It not only calmed his vital energy, but also allowed for meticulous refinement, perfectly addressing the preceding concerns. The white ape cradling the moon was the first martial art Lin Feng had mastered, and he had long since achieved perfection in this foundational stance. Now, embodying the form of the demon ape while practicing his stances felt akin to a true demon ape cradling the full moon amidst the starry sky. As he engaged in the breathing technique of the demon ape, his entire being gradually entered a state of tranquility. The flow of vital energy circulated, and the turbulent strength and vitality within his body were slowly subdued. Chapter 73. The true form. As the sun slowly descended, Lin Feng emerged from his meditative state, completing his stance. With a gradual upward motion of his hands, a torrent of vital energy surged within him. As his hands reached shoulder height and pressed downward, the tumultuous energy subsided, akin to a river merging with the sea, achieving tranquility. The cultivation was complete. Lin Feng exhaled a breath of stale air. After what felt like an eternity of standing meditation, the overwhelming sensation of rising power had dissipated. The strength bestowed by the form of the demon ape had fully returned to him. Without performing any formal martial arts techniques, he casually threw a punch that resonated with a thunderous crack in the training room. To his astonishment, this seemingly effortless strike bore at least 60 to 70% of the power of his previous demon ape mountain fist. What is happening? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. His current strength attribute stood at 22 points, an increase of 7 points from before. Yet, even with this enhancement, it seemed implausible to unleash such formidable punch power without employing a technique. Observing his fist, he opened and clenched his fingers repeatedly, silently attuning to the strength within him. After several iterations, he discerned the truth behind the extraordinary might of his casual punch. Though the external appearance of the demon ape form had not altered significantly, the internal structure of his muscles and bones had transformed entirely. The technique for generating power now resembled that of the demon ape. Even a simple punch, devoid of any complex movements, was now vastly more potent. The transformation of his muscles and bones had elevated him to an extraordinary level. Lin Feng shifted slightly, exerting force with his feet, and in a single stride, he reached the doorway of the training room. He pushed the door open. Outside, in the distance, the mountains were bathed in the waning light of the sun, which now hung low on the horizon, casting a brilliant, fish-scale-like crimson glow across the sky. The Chinny Pavilion perched precariously on the edge of a cliff, with a small platform outside the training room. Lin Feng strolled to the cliff's edge, leaning over the railing to gaze into the distance. Beneath the soft pink glow of the sunset, the rugged mountains rose and fell, with birds occasionally flitting through the valleys. A refreshing breeze swept by, invigorating his spirit. Truly a magnificent sight. A large black-backed bird approached, soaring above the Qianni pavilion. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, channeling immense strength through his legs, causing the wooden planks beneath him to splinter as he launched himself upwards with the force of a sword, soaring over 10 meters high. The black-backed bird, caught by surprise, faltered in its flight at the sudden appearance of a human. Undeterred by the startled creature, Lin Feng reached out and plucked a feather from the bird's tail as he began his rapid descent. With a resounding thud, he landed firmly on the wooden platform, causing it to sag once more under his weight. The immense recoil surged through him, yet Lin Feng's muscles and bones absorbed the impact effortlessly. Casually inspecting the feather in his hand, he brought it to his eyes, blowing gently to send it drifting over the cliff. Aha! Now this is true martial prowess. A smile spread across his face, his spirits soaring. Since embarking on his martial journey, he had trained diligently every day, leaving no room for relaxation. Although he had made considerable progress, a hint of dissatisfaction lingered within him. At this moment, he leapt an impressive height of 4 to 5 zhang, finally experiencing a sense of exhilarating delight. Alas, it was not his territory. Had it been, he would have transformed into a madman and howled with joy, which would have only intensified his satisfaction. Lin Feng now possessed agility at 20 points and strength at 22 points. Although these attributes surpassed those of an ordinary person by a factor of 2, they were still insufficient for him to jump over 10 meters in place. His remarkable feat was attributed to the synergy of the shadowless technique and the form of the demon ape, their harmonious combination endowing Lin Feng with such terrifying explosive power, enabling him to leap to such heights. What intrigued Lin Feng was the fact that both the shadowless technique and the form of the demon ape altered the bones and muscles, yet they did not conflict. Rather, they complemented each other beautifully. He recalled what Feng Lai had once said. In ancient times, there were individuals who mastered multiple true forms, even up to 72. Clearly, it was possible for one person to embody multiple forms. Otherwise, the cultivation of various true forms would be inconceivable. However, the intricacies involved were undoubtedly not simple, as various forms could not coexist without conflict. Lin Feng took out his phone and directly called Feng Lai, posing his query. Have you mastered the form of the demon ape? Upon hearing Lin Feng's question, Feng Lai understood that Lin Feng had indeed succeeded in mastering it. With a wry smile, he replied, if the ancestors were to learn that you mastered the form of the demon ape in just a month, they would surely be astonished. Indeed, one can alter their muscles and bones to cultivate multiple forms. As you surmised, the conflicts between forms are significant without understanding their interrelations. Practicing conflicting techniques will inevitably lead one astray. Moreover, even if the forms do not conflict, it is nearly impossible for an individual to master more than 5 complete true forms, a conclusion drawn from the experiences of countless generations. Is it truly impossible to cultivate more than 5 true forms? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. If one can only master 5 forms, then the legends of 72 true forms from ancient times must be false. Feng Lai chuckled. Of course, they are not false. However, to cultivate more than 5 true forms, one would need alternative methods. Lin Feng focused intently, but after a few seconds, Feng Lai did not continue to satisfy his curiosity. Coach, you have only just mastered the form of the demon ape. What need have you for this knowledge? When the time comes that you should know, I will naturally inform you. Lin Feng ended the call with Feng Lai and turned to the side, where Ding Yi had just approached, ignoring the ruins of the platform. She smiled and said, Young Master Lin, you are truly diligent, practicing for more than half a day. During your training, Elder Qi, Elder Tang, and Elder Yu from the Qingmu lineage, along with a series of names left Lin Feng somewhat bewildered. I informed them that you were training and sent them all away. Ding Jia, thank you. It's nothing. It is my duty. Young Master, having trained for so long. You must be hungry. Would you like to eat something first, or shall we bathe before dining? Let us bathe first. After completing the alteration of his muscles and bones, Lin Feng noticed an unusual odor emanating from himself, one that he could detect even without others pointing it out. As Li Wang set off for Kyoto, he instructed him not to bring any belongings, assuring him that everything would be arranged at the main gate. Lin Feng, having not returned home, simply carried a training backpack with him. Following closely behind Ding Yi, he arrived at a lavish bathroom featuring an enormous bathing pool, fully equipped with all necessities. Ding Yi even summoned 2 youthful, exquisitely beautiful maidens, claiming they would assist Lin Feng with his bath. However, Lin Feng, after casting a few furtive glances, firmly rejected such absurdity and instead chose to lounge alone in the expansive pool. Once he had completed his cleansing ritual and donned the elegant attire prepared for him by the white ape, which was evidently of considerable value, he noticed a group awaiting his presence outside. Chapter 74. The Culinary Master. After completing his morning ablutions, Lin Feng felt a refreshing sense of rejuvenation. Exiting the bathroom, he found Dingy patiently waiting outside. Upon seeing him, Dingy offered a slight bow and said, Young Master Jolie, Young Master Yangxing, and a few others are awaiting you in the guest hall. Yangxing? Lin Feng inquired. Dingy smiled and replied, Young Master Yangxing is a direct disciple of Elder Nangong from the Beihai lineage. Beihai lineage? So, he is a true disciple of Su Yu's faction. Lin Feng acknowledged with a nod. Please, Ding Jia, lead me there. Right this way, young master. Ding Yi gestured ahead, guiding Lin Feng through the elegantly antiquated corridor. Before long, they arrived at a brightly lit hall where Zhou Li, Li Wang, Duan Guan, a stranger, and Su Yu, who had been captured by Tang He, were all present. The unfamiliar man was evidently Yangxing. Lin Feng's gaze fixed upon Su Yu. At that moment, she was neither restrained nor punished. Instead, she stood gracefully in the attire of an inner sect disciple. Upon noticing Lin Feng's glance, she offered a subtle smile, her expression mingling both mockery and a hint of pride. Lin Feng discreetly averted his eyes. Jolie approached with great strides, exclaiming, Junior brother Lin, you have finally arrived. I heard that after my departure, you went straight to the training room and remained there for the better part of the day. Your talent is commendable, and your diligence is truly admirable. Allow me to introduce you. This is Yangxing, the esteemed senior disciple of Elder Nangong from the Beihai lineage. It is a pleasure to meet you, senior brother Yang. Lin Feng replied with a composed demeanor. Yangxing maintained a cordial smile, remarking, Indeed, junior brother Lin possesses remarkable charm. I had heard rumors of your youth and exceptional handsomeness, but witnessing it firsthand has proven the rumors understated. With such appearance and poise, it seems our Baiyuan Dao will no longer have Bu Wei as the sole favorite among the ladies. Junior brother Lin. Bu Wei is a direct disciple of the Qingshu lineage and is quite favored by the female disciples of Baiyuan Dao. However, it appears this position may soon be yours. Jolie added with a chuckle. Laughter erupted among the group. All right, enough with the jesting. Junior brother Lin has spent the entire day in the training room. I am sure he is quite hungry. Let us dine and converse, Jolie said, turning to Ding Yi. Ding Yi, is the meal prepared? It is all ready. Just awaiting your esteemed presence, she replied. The group entered the adjacent dining hall. As Lin Feng stepped through the door, he was greeted by an alluring aroma, a delicate fragrance that contained an essence that lightened both body and spirit. Inside the room, the table was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes. At the center, a large white porcelain platter exuded a chill, upon which lay a sizable fish, approximately half a meter in length. The fish's head remained intact while its body had been neatly sliced into translucent fillets. The unique and enchanting fragrance wafting through the air emanated from this very dish. Zhou Li elucidated, Junior brother Lin, this fish is known as the Eastern River Flying Barbarian, a spiritual fish residing in the northern Eastern River. Consuming it is highly beneficial to humans, particularly for us martial artists. Just for this single dish, one would struggle to acquire it for less than 1 million outside. He then gestured towards Yangxing, saying, This meal is courtesy of senior brother Yang, specially prepared to welcome you and wash away the dust of your journey. We are fortunate to partake in this feast thanks to your brilliance. Junior brother Zhou jested. A spiritual fish? A meal costing 1 million? Truly extravagant. Senior brother Yang has been quite generous. Not at all, junior brother Lin, junior brother Zhou, and the other 2 junior brothers, please, take a seat. Yangxing invited as they gathered around. Junior brother Lin, are you able to drink? Lin Feng shook his head. No, I have never consumed alcohol. Very well, enjoy the dishes while we sip a little. Here, do try the Eastern River Flying Barbarian. Lin Feng nodded and picked up a slice with his chopsticks. The fish meat was translucent and glistened like a beautiful jade. A subtle fragrance wafted into his nostrils, lifting his spirits. As he placed the piece of so-called spiritual fish into his mouth, he found the texture firm yet remarkably springy, and its flavor exuded a delightful sweetness. It was truly exquisite. Upon swallowing, a refreshing sensation spread from his stomach, causing every pore in his body to open up, a most pleasant experience. Junior brother Lin, how is it? The taste is satisfactory, I hope? Jolie inquired with a smile. Quite unique and exceedingly delicious, Lin Feng replied earnestly. As he spoke, a panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. You have tasted the Eastern River Flying Barbarian. You have triggered the job transition condition. Your chef level has not reached level 9. Your profession as a chef cannot transition to a spiritual chef. A spiritual chef? What manner of chef is that? Including the first instance as an elixir chef, this marked the second occasion in which the chef profession had triggered a job transition condition. Although Lin Feng was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the transition prompt, he did not allow it to show on his face. He took another bite of the dish, his consciousness lingering on the data panel's notification. This transition to a spiritual chef still required the chef to attain level 9. From the 2 transition prompts, it was evident that reaching level 9 was crucial to the profession. He sighed inwardly, whether as a student, ancient martial artist, or chef. He needed to elevate to level 9 as soon as possible. Regrettably, the other 2 professions had yet to trigger any transition prompts. At the dining table, Yang Xing remarked, "The Eastern River Flying Barbarian is indeed delicious, but it can only be considered an inferior spiritual fish. I once sampled a superior spiritual fish, the ice soul white fish from the extreme ice lake, and that was truly a delicacy beyond compare. One bite and it invigorated the entire body, greatly enhancing one's internal energy. Just half a fish would equate to a month of rigorous cultivation. Should the opportunity arise, I shall invite junior brother Lin to taste it. However, I must save for half a year first. If senior brother truly wishes to treat, I could lend you the funds," Zhou interjected. "Haha, then it is settled. Junior brother Zhou, you must lend me the money, and once I have acquired the funds, I shall treat all of you to a grand feast. Come, come. Brother Li and Brother Duan, do not stand on ceremony, please. Brother Lin, do indulge yourself as well." Li Wang and Duan Guan, evidently unaccustomed to savoring the exquisite spirit fish worth over 1 million each, frequently wielded their chopsticks in delight. Lin Feng, too, refrained from holding back. Yang Xing, with his gentle and suave demeanor, fostered a pleasant atmosphere at the table. As the group dined and conversed, when they had nearly finished their meal, Yang Xing discreetly gestured to Suyu, who had been quietly consuming her dish. Reluctantly, Suyu rose, lifted her glass, and said, "Brother Lin, a toast to you. Regarding this morning's incident, I genuinely harbored no ulterior motives, merely wishing to ensure your safe departure. All misunderstandings stemmed from your own suspicions. Sister Su, if it is indeed a misunderstanding, then why did Brother Yang specifically invite me to this meal? Furthermore, if it were truly a misunderstanding, should it not be I who offers an apology to you, Sister Su?" Chapter 75. Merely a bed of bugs if it is indeed a misunderstanding. Should I not apologize to my senior sister? The moment these words were spoken, the previously harmonious atmosphere at the dining table turned frigid. Lin Feng appeared oblivious, casually lifting a piece of spiritual fish to his lips. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Junior brother Lin, you have misinterpreted. Zhou stood up with a smile. Senior brother Yang wishes to assure you. He merely fears that you might misconstrue this morning's incident. In truth, the elders and the sect leader have already conducted a thorough investigation into the morning's ambush, and it is clear that it has nothing to do with junior sister Su. She was merely trying to protect you as you left. Yang Xing nodded in agreement. Indeed, junior brother Lin. If you truly believe that junior sister Su intends to harm you, then I would be the one under suspicion. After all, if you were to join the Beihai lineage in the future, your talent would undoubtedly surpass mine, and should I fail to clarify this matter, our master might misunderstand my intentions. Thus, I specifically invited junior brother Zhou, junior brother Li, and junior brother Duan to join us for this meal, to elucidate the situation. I can sense your goodwill, senior brother, yet junior sister Su's actions this morning are difficult to rationalize, Lin Feng replied. Su glared, her eyes wide with anger. Lin Feng, do you truly believe I wish to harm you? Is there any other explanation? Ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Why would I want to harm you? Suyu retorted furiously. This I cannot ascertain. Zhou interjected, junior brother Lin, do not trust your own conjectures. Place your faith in the investigation conducted by the sect leader and the elders. Junior sister Su harbors no ill intentions towards you. You are aware that women can sometimes act rashly when anxious. Perhaps junior sister Su was simply overly eager at that moment. Hey, junior sister Su, do not misunderstand. I am merely providing an explanation on your behalf. Lin Feng shook his head, resolutely stating, no, I only trust my own judgment. Junior brother, why are you so obstinate? Zhou expressed his annoyance. Lin Feng scrutinized Yang Xing, then Zhou and smiled. It is not obstinacy, it is confidence in my own discernment. Although I do not know who is orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. One thing I can affirm is that junior sister Sue was indeed up to no good this morning. Lin Feng looked at the group. His sole desire now being to ascertain how he could bring harm to junior sister Sue if he wished to do so. Haha, harm me? You think you can? Sue scoffed. Junior brother, do not act impulsively. What if you are indeed mistaken in your judgment? Li Wang interjected. I trust in myself. Lin Feng turned to Su Yu. Junior sister Sue, how shall we proceed? Shall we engage directly? Zhou Li spoke sternly. Junior brother Lin, do not act rashly. Among peers, direct confrontation is forbidden. Even if there are unresolved grievances, they must be addressed in the presence of elders. And there is no need for life and death to be at stake. Very well. Lin Feng took out his phone and called Qi Ling. A duel to the death with Su Yu? Very well. Do you have confidence? Tang He mentioned that you possess commendable skills. If you are confident, then that suffices. Haha, you certainly have a temper. I have been seething over this morning's events. Those old fools actually believe that girl. Just wait, I shall arrive shortly. In the restaurant. A few individuals were taken aback as Lin Feng genuinely made a call to Qi Ling, evidently serious about his intentions. Zhou Li interjected, Junior brother Lin. Is this truly necessary? Lin Feng retorted, Senior brother Zhou, am I not doing precisely what you desire? Zhou Li, perplexed, asked, what do you mean by that? Lin Feng continued, you are being overly anxious. Even if I were to become a true disciple, there would be ample time in the future to contend with me. Why the haste? Lin Feng, what nonsensical words are you uttering? What do you take me, Zhou Li, for? Lin Feng chuckled lightly and replied, nonsensical? If you genuinely wish to prevent our duel, senior brother, you would not have explained the rules of combat, but rather outright denied it or urged us to calm down. The crowd turned their gaze towards Zhou Li. Although Lin Feng's words were audacious, they were not entirely without merit. In response to Lin Feng's suggestion of a private confrontation, the most prudent course of action would have been to declare that dueling was forbidden within the sect, yet Zhou Li chose to elaborate on the rules instead. Was this not an invitation for Lin Feng to engage in the duel? Lin Feng, have you lost your mind? How dare you make such unfounded accusations? Zhou Li's expression darkened, revealing his agitation, whether due to being accurately perceived or simply offended. Several individuals concurrently recalled that among the 7 true disciples, although Zhou Li was not the most skilled, his late entry into the sect accounted for this. In terms of martial aptitude, Zhou Li ranked first among the true disciples, being the most likely candidate to become the next leader of the Baiyuan Dao sect. The potential rise of Lin Feng, with even greater talent, posed a threat to Zhou Li's standing. There was indeed substantial suspicion that Zhou Li did not want Lin Feng to become a true disciple. Haha. Whether it is true or not, senior brother Zhou knows full well, and so does sister Sue. Our life and death duel aligns perfectly with your wishes. Should you succeed in slaying me, would you not fulfill the task assigned to you by another? Su Yu's eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light. Since junior brother Lin is so confident, I shall agree, but this is a path you have chosen for yourself. Do not blame me later. In mere minutes, the explosive news of Lin Feng, a prodigy soon to become a true disciple, clashing with intersect disciple Su Yu in a life and death duel spread throughout the Baiyuan Dao headquarters, leading to an overwhelming crowd at the training grounds. Discussions erupted regarding the cause of the conflict between the two. Those slightly familiar with Lin Feng were astonished that a novice in martial arts would dare to challenge Su Yu to a duel to the death. At the center of the training grounds, aside from the 2 challengers, stood Tang He, Qi Ling, and another burly elder. Lin Feng, have you truly resolved to face Su Yu in a life and death contest? Nan Gong questioned. How many times do I have to ask? It is merely a duel. Why the incessant questioning? In combat, a warrior either survives or perishes. There's no need for such fuss, Qi Ling scolded. Qi Ling, this must be clarified. If a conflict arises among the younger generation, is it appropriate to resort to life and death decisions? Rules are the legacy of our predecessors. What is inappropriate about them? A warrior must possess this fervor to cultivate courage and make progress. Lin Feng, I hereby declare that you 2 may commence directly. Hold on. Let us await the sect leader before making any decisions. Tang He approached Lin Feng and whispered, why are you in such a hurry? Matters must be investigated step by step. Time is essential. Earlier this morning, I believed Elder Tang had grasped her weakness, yet by evening, Su Yu seemed unscathed. Tang He chuckled awkwardly. I had assumed Su Yu was involved with Jing Ho, but it turns out she was not. The evidence points to a disciple from the inner sect. Lin Feng's expression turned peculiar. Elder Tang, How many truly wish to become this true disciple? Tang, he shook his head. Aside from a few old-timers, it seems not many from the younger generation hold you in high regard. What exactly is this white ape sect? Huh, merely a den of pests. Chapter 76. Malice and Stench. Elder Tang. What a splendid metaphor. It is merely a reflection of reality. Tang, he sighed, lamenting the once glorious days of the white ape sect, now diminished with each passing generation. However, despite the abundance of pests, one must exhibit patience. These matters shall be resolved in due course. Resolve? Lin Feng chuckled inwardly, suddenly jolted by a realization. What is this? Why have I become so impulsive and aggressive? Lin Feng questioned himself. Although he harbored disdain for Suyu, even if he were to eliminate her, it would merely serve as a fleeting release of frustration. Failing to address the underlying issues. Was this reckless behavior a consequence of his newfound power-breeding arrogance? Taking a slow, deep breath, Lin Feng closed his eyes and introspected, sifting through the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. Gradually, like parting a dense fog, he uncovered the most profound truth hidden within his heart. It became clear that his inclination to act furtively and cautiously was not his true nature. Previously, he relished the exhilarating freedom of leaping several yards in martial practice. While prudence in decision-making is commendable, it often lacks the immediacy and satisfaction he craved. He discerned that his current impulsiveness was not solely attributable to his surge in strength. Though it might play a role, it constituted a mere fraction of the whole. The primary catalyst resided in a restless malice festering within him. Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes, their brightness bordering on unsettling. The sole reason for his agitation was his desire to vanquish Suyu. As for uncovering the puppet master behind her machinations, that thought had never crossed his mind. He had come merely to secure a place among the true disciples, with no intention of entangling himself in a quagmire of conflicts. Upon returning to the North River, given sufficient time, dealing with these pests would be but a trivial endeavor. Unaware of the tumultuous thoughts racing through Lin Feng's mind, Tang, he continued to explain the events of the morning. The assailant who confronted you this morning was a disciple from Nangong's faction. This individual has performed commendably over the years, and Nangong harbors intentions of elevating him to the ranks of true disciples. However, your arrival has elicited an overwhelming enthusiasm from Nangong, instilling a profound sense of urgency in him, perhaps fearing that years of effort might be squandered, thus unleashing the surprised monkey. Lin Feng, though disinterested in the trivialities of this situation, found himself intrigued by Tang's mention of the surprised monkey. Elder Tang. From which organization does this surprised monkey hail? The surprised monkey belongs to the assassin organization known as Shock. This organization ranks its assassins according to the Chinese zodiac, classifying them into 12 tiers of varying strength. The surprised monkey is categorized within the 4th tier, also referred to as the Shin monkey. Master! Master! As the two conversed, they were interrupted by distant voices of greeting. The leader of the white ape sect, Song Cheng, finally made his appearance. Although not as aged as Qi Ling or Nangong, who were considerably older, he appeared to be in his early 50s and possessed a notably robust physique. At this moment, Song Cheng should have grasped the intricacies of the situation. As he navigated through the crowd, his gaze briefly flickered over two individuals before settling on Lin Feng. He spoke. Lin Feng, we will investigate the matter from this morning. As for whether Suyu harbors ulterior motives, such conclusions cannot be drawn from mere speculation. We cannot impose upon her actions that she has not committed. Understanding this, I resolved to handle it myself. Why do you think this way? Do you not trust us? Leader, there is no need for further persuasion, he replied, the implication of his words clear. Songqing sighed and said, very well, since you insist on this course, we shall cease our entreaties. However, I must clarify that during your life and death struggle, others will not intervene. Even if you possess extraordinary talent, we will not hinder you. I understand. How utterly arrogant. Among the onlookers, some found amusement, while others wore expressions of disdain. Likely aware of Lin Feng's circumstances, an inexperienced martial artist in the internal strength stage daring to challenge a seasoned expert. There were also those who lamented the potential fall of such a prodigy. The few true disciples maintained their composure, revealing no trace of emotion. Very well. Let it be as you wish. Leader? Elder Nangong exclaimed from the side. Nangong, step aside. Hesitation is not befitting a warrior. The younger generation's display should bring you joy. Why engage in such prattle? I declare you two to commence directly. Qi Ling, you. Sister Su, please. Ha. Lin Shitty, how audacious you are. Truly believing you can contend with me? Let us see if you can withstand it. The crowd had already retreated, forming a wide circle for the two combatants. Lin Feng's muscles rippled, and the sound of cracking bones resonated throughout his body, causing the elders nearby to reveal expressions of astonishment. Suyu, clad in a white martial attire, appeared unfazed, her demeanor calm, even hinting at a smirk. Lin Shidi, feel free to unleash your full force. Very well, Lin Feng replied in a low voice. No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath him erupted as he sprang forward, muscles extending. Leaping a staggering 5 to 6 meters, akin to a ferocious ape lunging at Suyu. What an impressive display of the ape form leap. The spectators, all martial artists, recognized the level of skill demonstrated. Those who previously deemed Lin Feng overconfident and challenging an internal strength practitioner now observed that, despite his audacity, he indeed possessed significant prowess. His fist struck like a hammer. A thunderous explosion reverberated across the training ground, and the expressions of the onlookers shifted once again. Suyu's face paled, for she realized that Lin Feng's punch was far more potent than that of the morning. How could this be? Did he conceal his strength earlier? With a swift motion, Suyu contracted her stance, her body launching into the air like a cat, evading the forceful punch. As she soared, she harnessed her internal energy, her spine arching like a great dragon. She retaliated with a punch directed at Lin Feng's waist. Suyu's strike, while not as fierce as Lin Feng's, was imbued with internal energy. If struck, even if one does not perish, the kidneys among the vital organs are destined to be damaged. Lin Feng felt the hairs on his body stand on end. With a swift motion, he evaded and intercepted Suyu's punch with a single blow. He employed the dragon-slaying technique from the Demon Ape Mountain Fist, albeit in a reverse manner. Once mastered, the Demon Ape Mountain Fist allows for fluidity in its movements, enabling both offensive and defensive maneuvers to be executed with ease. After embodying the form of the Demon Ape, Lin Feng executed the technique with even greater finesse. Although this strike was launched in reverse, the ferocity of his punch remained undiminished. As the two fists clashed, a tremendous force surged forth. Suyu felt her entire body tremble under the impact. She opted not to withstand the blow head-on and leaped into the air. Although she utilized the momentum to propel herself away, upon landing, she staggered as if intoxicated, stumbling backward uncontrollably. Yet, in the midst of life-and-death combat, there was no room for her to gracefully dissipate the force. A dark shadow loomed overhead. A massive arm, veined with black, cleaved through the oppressive gloom, and a thunderous sound erupted once more. Suyu hastily raised her arm, but it was akin to a mantis attempting to block a chariot. The fist broke through her defense and landed squarely on Suyu's face with unrelenting force. Blood erupted forth as her visage caved in, with a sickening crack. Her head tilted back, resembling a doll with its neck snapped, before she was hurled to the ground. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Whether it was the inner disciples, the true disciples, or the elders nearby, they stood transfixed, staring at Lin Feng's lowered fist. In a mere 3 exchanges, he had overpowered the inner strength of his opponent. Lin Feng, tall and imposing under the light, stood with Suyu's lifeless body behind him, surveying the inner disciples and true disciples around him. I am aware that my presence has obstructed the paths of many, inciting discontent. Today, I offer you an opportunity. Chapter 77. The unyielding spirit. Lin Feng's words reverberated through the martial arts arena like thunder. The elders gazed at the defiant youth in the center, reminiscent of a similar tempestuous figure from 2 decades past, who was equally young and unruly. That prodigious individual, born with 3 innate forms, had once graced this very training ground, their positions nearly identical. The scene had been one of chaos, with blood flowing freely. Even an elder, unable to withstand the loss of a beloved disciple, had found their heart forcibly extracted by that formidable being. A chill swept through the elders' hearts. Qi Ling and Nangong exchanged a glance, each recognizing in the other's eyes the echoes of terror once instilled by that individual. Now, with the North River White Ape Martial Arts School recognizing Lin Feng's astonishing talent, they understood he was studying under that same master and had only been summoned to the main branch with the masteress' approval. What, are you afraid? Lin Feng inquired of the assembly. Enough, Song Chung exclaimed with anger. Unmoved, Lin Feng retorted, Master, do you also wish to interfere in the matters of the disciples? Lin Feng, how can you be so rash? The master is acting in your best interest. I understand, but I hope the master will not hold it against me afterward. The crowd fell silent, perplexed. Lin Feng continued, Master, esteemed elders, we should resolve our own matters. You. Lin Feng strode to the center of the arena and declared loudly, anyone dissatisfied with me may challenge me. How arrogant. A tall youth from the crowd leaped forward to confront Lin Feng. It was Shi Liang, a senior from the Qi Ling lineage. Brother Qi, will you not intervene? Tang He inquired with a grin. Qi Ling shook his head, his crimson locks swaying. Why should I intervene? Combat has long been a tradition in our five-spirit sect for resolving disputes among peers. Moreover, matters concerning the younger generation should be resolved by them in an open and honorable manner rather than through underhanded tactics. Underhanded tactics? Huh. Tang He chuckled. But I was unaware that Shi Liang and Siyu had a bond strong enough to fight for each other. At this, Qi Ling's expression darkened. In the center of the arena, Shi Liang ripped off his garments, revealing a torso as solid as steel. With a cold smile, he said, Lin Feng, please. Very well. Lin Feng replied without hesitation, launching himself forward like the wind. His long legs swept through the air, producing a fierce gust. The speed was so astonishing that it was nearly imperceptible. Shi Liang, initially believing Lin Feng's prowess lay solely in his fists, was taken aback by the swiftness of his legs. His expression shifted as he hastily raised his arm in defense, only to feel as if struck by a steel beam. The impact was overwhelming, and his left arm could not withstand the force, sending him hurtling through the air. The onlookers could scarcely believe their eyes as the once formidable Shi Liang was sent flying by a single kick. Shi Xixiang was kicked away? How is that possible? In a stunning display of power, the formidable Xixiang, whose internal strength had surpassed that of Suyu, was unexpectedly sent flying by a single kick. Was that not merely a sweeping leg technique from the foundational martial arts? How could it manifest such speed? How could it possess such tremendous force? The onlookers were left in disbelief. The ordinary disciples were perplexed as to why a simple sweeping kick could wield such extraordinary power. However, several elders and a couple of well-informed disciples recognized, much like the earlier display of the White Ape Mountain Fist, that Lin Feng must have mastered a unique technique for generating force. This specialized martial art, capable of harmonizing with various fighting styles, often yielded results that exceeded human imagination when combined, such as with the basic sweeping leg technique, what appeared to be a rudimentary skill. Under the influence of this exceptional force generation technique, transformed into something miraculous. Yet, such martial arts were typically the exclusive secrets of prestigious sects, and ordinary individuals had never even glimpsed them, let alone learned them. The realization dawned upon them that Lin Feng had trained under that individual for a period, clarifying the situation in their minds. They were astonished to recall that, according to the information provided by Lu Sun and Su Hao, not long ago, Lin Feng had been an ordinary person devoid of martial abilities. Yet, within less than a month, he not only perfected the White Ape Mountain Fist to its fullest, but also acquired this extraordinary martial art. His talent for martial arts was beyond mere prodigiousness. Bang! In the arena, Shi Liang once again blocked a downward kick, his legs sinking into the earth below. His arms trembled as they defended against the assault. Had it not been for his internal strength shielding him, his arm would surely have been shattered. Get off! A shadow lunged forward. Shi Liang hastily threw a punch. Bang! 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 The training ground trembled as the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. The spectators noticed that Lin Feng's physique had visibly expanded, the fabric of his martial arts uniform straining under some hidden power. Shi Liang was defeated. Tang He observed the unfolding scene. Humph! Qi Ling scoffed. He brought this upon himself. Do you not feel a pang of sorrow? After all, he is your disciple. Qi Ling shook her head. Dying honorably in the arena is far better than living in the shadows. Indeed, Tang He remarked, watching the seemingly frenzied Lin Feng. He inquired, Qi Ling, who do you think is stronger, this lad or the Feng Lai of yours? Is that even a question? Really? I heard that old Lu Sun mentioned Lin Feng possesses a unique explosive talent, akin to the madness of blood. Shi Liang was vanquished. I am aware. Qi Ling closed her eyes. She beheld Shi Liang retreating step by step, unable to withstand the relentless barrage of Lin Feng's terrifying demon ape mountain fist. His stance faltered. His defenses crumbling, leaving him wide open. A punch from Lin Feng struck him squarely on the head, sending a spray of red and white into the air. The arena fell eerily silent. Several female disciples, having never witnessed such a horrifying sight, began to retch. All eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, who stood still, his chest heaving with exertion, clearly having expended considerable energy in this fierce battle. His fists were drenched in blood, each drop cascading down, a mixture of his own and that of others. Is there anyone else among the brothers who wishes to step forward? His words were not heavy, yet they resonated throughout the gathered crowd. After a moment of silence, when no one else dared to rise, Lin Feng flashed a grin and turned his gaze towards the distance, addressing Zhou Li, Brother Zhou, are you not coming up? A chill ran down Zhou Li's spine, and he hastily replied, Junior brother Lin, you jest. There is no enmity between us. Why would I descend into the fray? The onlookers, having witnessed their exchange, began to comprehend the reason behind Lin Feng's earlier remarks to the sect leader. It all stemmed from this moment. Meanwhile, the expression on Song Cheng's face darkened. But I wish to engage Brother Zhou in a contest, Lin Feng declared coldly. Zhou Li's countenance shifted. No, I refuse. Despite your disdain. There is no need for us to reach the point of life and death. Are you afraid, Brother Zhou? The words hung in the air, eliciting intrigued expressions from the crowd. Zhou Li, rather than displaying anger, merely shook his head with a wry smile. Say what you will, but today, I will not compete with you. Heh, with your cultivation at the opening vein stage, how can you be so timid? Afraid even to confront someone at the inner strength stage? What kind of true disciple do you consider yourself to be? A large hand pressed down onto Zhou Li's head. He stiffened, caught off guard by the unfamiliar voice, yearning to turn and see who had approached him so stealthily. Yet, before he could pivot, a surge of power coursed from the top of his head, instantly turning his brain into a mushy pulp. Zhou Li's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The crowd gazed in horror at the pale-faced man who had suddenly appeared before them. Chapter 78. The sealing of the fiery fury, a true disciple was thus tragically extinguished. The onlookers watched in horror as the scene unfolded. The assailant, though not particularly tall, bore a pallid complexion, appearing to be in his mid-30s. Upon realizing he was a stranger, several inner sect disciples and a few true disciples were instantly incensed. They were about to rebuke him, but noticed that their elders and the sect leader stood frozen, utterly unresponsive. As if the one who had been slain was not a true disciple of the sect, but merely an inconsequential fly. Even the notoriously hot-tempered elder, Qi Ling, remained inexplicably silent. This profoundly bizarre spectacle immediately alerted the crowd. None were fools. They hastily suppressed their rising tempers and unrefined remarks. One might argue that a true disciple need not possess extraordinary intelligence or valor, yet surely some measure of courage is required? How can one be deemed a true disciple without even the bravery to confront the weak? The newcomer admonished, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Those present felt as though they were being scrutinized by an ancient beast, a chill creeping up their spines, making their hairs stand on end. The remaining true disciples, particularly affected, turned pale, trembling under that penetrating gaze. Brother Feng, there is no need for such severity. The character of the younger generation cannot be compared to yours. Spoke Song Cheng. Brother Cheng, are you implying that I unjustly took the life of your cherished disciple? Do you harbor resentment against me? Feng Lai retorted. No. Of course not. How could that be? Song Cheng hastily replied, Brother Feng, do not misunderstand. It was his own lack of resolve. I could never hold you accountable. Very well. Let us proceed to the Ancestor Hall. This is not a place for discourse, Feng Lai declared, turning to leave. After taking a few steps, he glanced back and called, Lin Feng, you two shall come. The Ancestor Hall? The members of Qi Ling and Nan Gong exchanged glances, each reading worry in the other's eyes. Yet none dared to voice their objections, instinctively following along. However, entry to the Ancestor Hall was not granted to just anyone. Only the true disciples and a few elders accompanied him, though the inner sect disciples were puzzled by the identity of this individual. They observed the obedient demeanor of the elders and the sect leader referring to him as a junior brother. It was evident that this slayer of Zhou Li held a significant position within the sect, though the nature of his identity was surely more complex than it appeared. Nan Gong deliberately slowed his pace, noticing his disciple Yang Lin preparing to follow. Unbeknownst to Yang Lin, he subtly shook his head, but the gesture went unnoticed. And Yang Lin continued in pursuit of the true disciples. With a silent sigh, Nan Gong quickened his steps to catch up with Elder Qi Ling. The group followed Feng Lai along the mountain path, the night having fallen into darkness. Yet, every so often, trees adorned with lamps illuminated the path, casting a bright glow. The mountain breeze was brisk and refreshing, but those traversing the path felt none of its comfort. As Feng Lai did not employ martial arts, neither did his followers. They ascended the trail, step by step, for over 10 minutes. 3 disciples stationed atop the mountain sensed an approaching presence and obstructed the path. One of them, upon seeing Feng Lai approaching, was about to sternly admonish him that this place was forbidden to outsiders. However, an elder disciple swiftly restrained him. Bowing respectfully to Feng Lai and greeting him, Greetings, Uncle Master Feng. Uncle Master Feng? The other 2 disciples were momentarily taken aback, as they had never heard of anyone by that name during their years at the White Ape sect. It's Lu Qi. Long time no see. I'll just step inside for a moment. Of course, Uncle Master Feng, please proceed. In just a few exchanges, it seemed that the disciple named Lu Qi had exhausted his energy. Senior brother Lu, who was that just now? As the two were preparing to inquire further, the sound of footsteps echoed from the mountain path nearby. The three turned to see that the individuals ascending were all esteemed elders and significant figures from within the sect. They promptly welcomed them. Qiling waved at them and said, Lu Qi, no need for formalities. Just keep the mountain path secure. Yes. The group ascended to the mountain peak. The two disciples were perplexed by the unfolding events, yet Lu Qi's eyes were filled with concern. At the summit stood a colossal statue of a monkey, seamlessly integrated with the mountain peak, evidently hewn from the very stones of the summit. The monkey statue was over 10 meters high, robust, and towering, adorned with 4 massive arms, each wielding a different weapon, a staff, a hammer, a cudgel, and a blade. Its legs were firmly planted at the mountain's apex, its countenance devoid of any gentleness, instead exuding a menacing ferocity. The artist behind this sculpture was clearly a master of the craft, rendering its face with vivid detail, imbued with an air of volatile aggression. The 10-meter-tall form, against the backdrop of the night sky, appeared almost lifelike, as if the weapons it bore were poised to descend at any moment, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure that raised goosebumps on the skin. Feng Lai stood before the statue, gazing skyward in a stupor for several seconds before making his way toward the base of the statue. There, he found a stone edifice and pushed open the heavy door, revealing an interior aglow with light. Numerous plaques with black backgrounds and red inscriptions were arranged into 5 distinct sections, each accompanied by a set of chairs of ancient design, varying in color. Above these plaques hung a series of portraits. As the others entered, they noticed Feng Lai standing before a yellow chair. Silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the occasional crackle of incense burning, creating an atmosphere of solemnity. 3 true disciples, unfamiliar with Feng Lai, were bewildered by the situation. They stole glances at the elders and the sect leader, each bearing a grave expression. They could not help but wonder who this so-called Uncle Master Feng truly was. Junior brother, you have not visited Master in 10 years. Why not light an incense stick? Spoke Ma Yang, the grand elder of the White Ape lineage. One of the true disciples from the White Ape lineage was visibly taken aback, as he had never known that his master had another junior brother. No need. The old man has passed on, and even lighting incense would not reach him, Feng Lai replied calmly. He turned around and gazed at the crowd. You must be quite perplexed as to why I, instead of comfortably residing in Beha City, have suddenly appeared at the mountain gate and brought you all here. The crowd remained silent, yet their meaning was unmistakably clear. Feng Lai addressed Lin Feng, who stood at the back. Lin Feng, please demonstrate the Demon Ape Mountain Fist for our esteemed masters. The mention of the Demon Ape Mountain Fist caused the elders, particularly Ma Yang from the White Ape lineage, to widen their eyes in astonishment, trembling as he exclaimed, Junior brother you. Feng Lai disregarded Ma Yang's interruption and swept his gaze over the few true disciples, noticing their bewildered expressions. He scoffed. How remarkable it is that this generation of true disciples is unaware of the Demon Ape Mountain Fist. In the center of the hall, Lin Feng had assumed his stance and began to practice the technique that he had perfected, which enabled him to embody the form of the demon ape. The White Ape Mountain Fist and the Demon Ape Mountain Fist featured identical movements, yet their potency differed vastly. Once unleashed, a gust of wind swept through the grand hall, accompanied by the resonant sounds of energy surging through his body, as every strike seemed capable of shattering the void itself. The elders stood in awe, having initially believed that Lin Feng was employing the White Ape Mountain Fist infused with special energy. They were utterly unprepared for the revelation that he was actually utilizing the long-lost foundational martial art of their sect, the Demon Ape Mountain Fist. Chapter 79. Are you not coming to pay your respects to your master? After completing a set of martial arts, Lin Feng quietly stepped aside, acutely aware that today he might merely serve as a tool. Junior brother, when did you reclaim this martial art? Ma Yang inquired, his voice trembling. 10 years ago. Then why Ma Yang hesitated, unable to continue. Why not share it with the sect? If my master were here, I would certainly present it to him, as it was originally intended for him. But to entrust it to you? A cold expression emerged on Feng Lai's face as he swept his gaze over the group. Do you truly believe that you, a collection of inept fools, can safeguard this martial art? Can you preserve this legacy? Do you not understand why the Five Spirits sect was renamed the White Ape sect? Originally, I had no intention of concerning myself with you worthless individuals. The White Ape sect could be handled however you see fit. I couldn't care less in Beha City. I was prepared to let the demon ape mountain fist languish in my hands. However, you have simply been unfortunate enough to cross paths with someone well-suited to practice the demon ape mountain fist. When Feng Lai spoke of the individual suited for this martial art, everyone instinctively knew to whom he referred. His words sent a chill through the elders present. Nearby, some disciples unfamiliar with Feng Lai exchanged furtive glances with their master and the sect leader, Song Cheng. They were perplexed. If this man claimed to be a junior brother, why did he reprimand these venerable elders as if they were children? Though they vaguely sensed that this audacious individual might possess considerable prowess, they were baffled as to why so many in the White Ape sect would cower before a single person. Feng Lai paused for a moment and then chuckled self-deprecatingly. In truth, I was quite pleased to see that you had discovered Lin Feng's talent and sought to take him as a true disciple. I thought perhaps you had finally made some progress. After all, my path diverges from Lin Feng's. I initially intended to cultivate him as a disciple of the White Ape sect, thus providing some accountability to the old man. However, it appears you remain as inept as ever, like mud that cannot be molded. If you cannot accommodate this disciple, then I shall take him. But this place is far too filthy and disordered. I must first tidy it up. The expressions of the elders changed dramatically. Junior brother. Ma Yang was about to speak when Feng Lai fixed him with a piercing gaze. What? Do you have an objection to how I conduct my affairs, senior brother? Ma Yang opened his mouth, but dared not utter another word. Feng Lai turned his attention to Song Cheng, who had been lingering in the corner. Song Cheng, your lineage has held sway over the White Ape sect for 2 generations, transforming it into this wretched state. You should be well aware of what has transpired. Do you have anything to say? Song Cheng's face first turned pale, then broke into a cold smile. Junior brother Feng, do not press too hard. I allowed you to act recklessly just now out of respect for your past contributions to the White Ape sect. Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? Huh. With the 5 energies entering the body, one cultivates the 5 internal organs. Words can be quite bold. In an instant, Feng Lai seemed to vanish into thin air. Ah. A horrified scream erupted from Song Cheng as he sidestepped in terror, his right arm forcibly torn away. Staring in disbelief at Feng Lai, he saw him transform into a radiant burst of 5 colors, crashing through the door and vanishing into the darkness. Feng Lai moved like a shadow, plunging into the darkness, soon followed by an unsettling aura of terror emanating from the abyss. Within mere seconds, a blood-curdling scream pierced the silence. Moments later, from the shattered doorway, Feng Lai emerged, bare-chested and stepping forth from the shadows. As he reached the threshold, blackness swirled around him, and a new dark garment had appeared upon his exposed torso. A soft dripping sound echoed, revealing that he held aloft a grotesquely contorted head, drops of crimson cascading from the severed neck. With a slight raise of his hand, another true disciple of Song Cheng was helplessly drawn towards him. With a sickening crack, Feng Lai snapped the disciple's neck, plunging the hall into an eerie silence. The 2 true disciples, who had previously questioned the elders' tolerance of such a madman, were now left in a fog of disbelief. They could not fathom that what had once been a friendly exchange between senior and junior had escalated into a deadly confrontation, resulting in the demise of their own sect leader. Feng Lai slowly advanced into the hall, placing Song Cheng's head upon the altar behind a white chair. He turned and addressed Nan Gong. Brother Nan Gong? Yes. Nan Gong replied, his voice trembling. You have always been of a gentle disposition. Feng Lai's words trailed off abruptly, causing Nan Gong's aged face to pale in fear. Yet, Feng Lai continued, never mind. I entrust you with a task, to eliminate Song Cheng's family and his disciples. Are you capable of this? Yes, I can accomplish it, Nan Gong hastily responded, then. Fearing he would delay, he rushed out of the hall like a flash of lightning, with one leader of the 5 factions dead and another injured. Only 3 elders remained in the hall, while 2 of the 7 true disciples had already perished, leaving just 5. The influence of sect leader Song Cheng had been uprooted in an instant, instilling dread in all present. As if oblivious to the chaos, Feng Lai inquired, Brother Tang, who has been conspiring against Lin Feng these past few days? Those identified have already been dealt with, Tang, he replied. As for the suspected individuals, besides Zhou Li, who was slain by a junior disciple, there is. His gaze fell upon a strikingly handsome young disciple among the true disciples. You wretched disciple, how dare you harbor such thoughts? Before Feng Lai could take action, the elder of the Qingshu lineage soared into the air and struck down upon the youth's crown. The once confident young man, who had believed himself to be the clever bird avoiding the trap, was now rendered utterly shocked as he collapsed to the ground. He never imagined that without evidence, he would face such a brutal fate, especially at the hands of his own master. Forgive me, Brother Feng. for my failure to discipline my disciples, leading to the emergence of such scoundrels among us. Since you have taken matters into your own hands, let it be. Feng Lai approached the yellow chair representing earth among the 5 elements. Turning to Ma Yang, he asked, "Brother, may I take this seat?" Junior brother. Reclaiming the position of elder of the Mo Yuan lineage was always meant to be yours. Aha. The position of the Grand Elder is of little consequence, however. I shall take a seat upon this bench today. Feng Lai plopped down onto the chair. Behind him were the spirit tablets representing the lineage of the demon apes and their masters. He smiled at Lin Feng, who stood dazed in the corner, and said, "What are you standing there for? Come and pay your respects to your master." Chapter 80. Purpose, are you not going to pay your respects to your master? The teasing remark echoed within the grand hall. Lin Feng's spirit was jolted. This time he had come to the White Ape sect, where the 3 esteemed elders of the Crimson Spirit, Azure Sea, and Verdantwood sects resided. To be candid, the only one he had truly laid eyes upon was the Crimson Spirit Elder, and that was merely a fleeting glance. Throughout it all, the only person Lin Feng regarded as a true master was Feng Lai. Feng Lai had imparted to him the techniques of the Demon Ape Mountain Fist and the Shadowless Force. While Lin Feng felt that his martial arts instruction was satisfactory, it was when Feng Lai took it upon himself to eliminate Wu Jun's entire family that Lin Feng, despite still addressing him as coach, had already begun to regard him as a master in his heart. Having decided to acknowledge Feng Lai as his mentor, Lin Feng felt no hesitation. He stepped forth from the shadows, striding confidently to kneel before Feng Lai. Bowing his head 3 times with utmost sincerity, he proclaimed, "Lin Feng pays his respects to master." Whether in Blue Star or this realm, apart from his parents, Lin Feng had never knelt before anyone else. Yet now, he did so willingly. Haha. Wonderful, wonderful. Feng Lai laughed heartily. Beside him, Ma Yang sincerely remarked, "Congratulations, junior brother, on acquiring such a fine disciple. I believe Master in the heavens must be exceedingly pleased." How could he not be pleased? Although Lin Feng may not possess the innate talent of those extraordinary prodigies, with his level of comprehension, given time, he will undoubtedly surpass the so-called geniuses, Feng Lai thought. His mood buoyant, his previously stern demeanor softened. He gestured toward a spirit tablet at the foot of the altar, saying, "Lin Feng, pay your respects to this old ghost as well." The term old ghost referred to Feng Lai and Ma Yang's master, who was also Lin Feng's grandmaster. Once more, Lin Feng knelt respectfully, bowing 3 times. Upon completing this act, the Crimson Spirit Elder stepped forward. "Congratulations, junior brother, on acquiring such a remarkable disciple. Since you have reclaimed the Demon Ape lineage's Demon Ape Mountain Fist, according to the teachings of our ancestors, the White Ape sect should be under your stewardship." "Huh? Govern the White Ape sect? I have no desire to meddle in your sordid affairs. Besides, having a martial practitioner like myself in charge would surely rouse the ancestors from their graves in anger." Lin Feng retorted, "You may decide your own matters. Do not sully my ears with your trivialities. Enough. You all have no further business here, so please depart." With a wave of his hand, Feng Lai dismissed them. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd as they hastily exited. Outside, the mountain breeze continued to blow, carrying a hint of the fragrant earth and foliage amidst the chill. Yet, as the group descended the mountain, none could appreciate the beauty of the cool wind caressing their faces. For 10 years, they had only heard of Feng Lai slaying demons and safeguarding the North River. They believed that the once feared figure had gradually faded into obscurity with the passage of time. Reports from Su Hao and Lu Sun suggested that Feng Lai was no longer the ruthless man of old, dedicating his days to teaching students in the martial arts hall, seemingly having turned over a new leaf. Who would have thought, upon their reunion, that his temperament remained as unfathomable as ever? Fortunately, they had narrowly escaped calamity today. A sense of survival permeated the atmosphere among the group as they descended from the ancestral hall atop the mountain. Only Feng Lai and Lin Feng remained, the aroma of incense mingling with a faint trace of blood. After a moment, Feng Lai spoke leisurely. "Lin Feng, are you aware that the White Ape sect originates from the 5 spiritual gates?" Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging, "Yes, I once searched for information online, but at that time, I could not find any details about the 5 spiritual gates." "Huh. The 5 spiritual gates is not a sect of our Starfall continent. It has been a relic of centuries past. Thus, there is naturally little information available online. Not from our Starfall continent." Lin Feng expressed his surprise. This world is far larger than Blue Star, divided into 3 continental plates and several smaller islands. Among these, the 3 plates are Starfall continent, Cloud Court continent, and Extreme Ice continent. The 5 spiritual gates originated from the Cloud Court continent and was once one of the most formidable sects there, only to be obliterated later. Some disciples from the 5 spiritual gates escaped here and established the White Ape sect. The founders of the White Ape sect sought to reclaim the foundational martial arts of the 5 spiritual gates and to resurrect it. Over the centuries, some have scoffed at the idea of rebuilding the 5 spiritual gates, while others have devoted their lives to it, much like your foolish ancestor. Cursing your ancestor before his spirit tablet. Lin Feng felt as though he had learned something. Do not wear that expression. Feng Lai chuckled, adding earnestly, I do not exaggerate. Your ancestor was indeed a fool, stubborn, unyielding to advice, single-minded. Seeing that Feng Lai was about to heap all manner of disparagement upon his ancestor, Lin Feng hastily interjected. So, Master, what do you mean? My meaning? Rest assured, I would never entrust you with the task of rebuilding the 5 spiritual gates. After all, I disdain such foolish endeavors. How could I possibly expect you to undertake them? Lin Feng had anticipated that Feng Lai would urge him to fulfill his ancestor's dying wish, but he found Feng Lai's approach utterly unexpected. He was indifferent to the prospect of rebuilding the 5 spiritual gates. When I journeyed to the Cloud Court continent to reclaim the Demon Ape Mountain Fist, it was merely to curry favor with your ancestor. Yet, upon my return, I found that your ancestor had already departed. Feng Lai's tone remained as unyielding as iron. Nevertheless, Lin Feng sensed the depth of Feng Lai's feelings for his ancestor. So, Master, what do you mean? Your talent is no less than mine. In my time, I disregarded your ancestor's counsel and chose the path of demonic martial arts, nearly driving him to his grave. Thus, I took you as my disciple for 2 reasons. One is that I hope you will not follow in my footsteps of demonic martial arts, but rather devote yourself to the path of true shape of beast martial arts. The path of demonic martial arts consumes demons and transforms oneself into a demon, while the path of evil martial arts requires servitude to malevolent deities. With the data panel at his disposal, Lin Feng was resolutely determined never to tread the path of demonic or evil martial arts. Just as he was about to guarantee this, Feng Lai continued, in truth, for the average person, the path of true shape of beast martial arts is exceedingly arduous, extraordinarily challenging. He sighed, adding, only those with unparalleled talent, immense willpower, and fortuitous circumstances can hope to achieve true shape. I know you must be wondering, if it is so difficult, how do those who cultivate multiple true shapes manage to do so? He chuckled. However, how many such figures have existed over thousands, or even tens of thousands of years? Among those who have achieved such greatness, who is not a person capable of standing at the pinnacle? Yet, for one who has mastered the form of the demon ape in less than a month, the true manifestation of demon martial arts is but a jest. Lin Feng nodded, assuring his master, rest assured, master, unless absolutely necessary, I shall not tread the path of demonic martial arts. Very well, your assistance in the unfinished journey is but one aspect. I have another objective. If in the future I reach such heights, I shall endeavor to restore the 5 spirit sect with ease. With ease, you say? Lin Feng nodded once more. Having learned of the 5 spirit sect and the founder's aspirations today, he understood that, even without Feng Lai's words, he would pursue this path once he attained a certain level of growth. However, to take this as a goal, he would surely not wish for that. Chapter 81. Homecoming. Xinglong Community, Building 3, Apartment 501. Lin Feng pushed open the door. Brother, is that really you back? Lin Zhao's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the large backpack behind Lin Feng, eagerly reaching out to take it. His intentions were unmistakable. Do not be so excited. There are no gifts for you in this bag, Lin Feng casually remarked, instantly deflating Lin Zhao's animated expression. I'm just teasing you. How could I return from Kyoto without bringing you a present? Lin Feng affectionately tousled Lin Zhao's hair. In the past, such a gesture would have elicited an uproar from Lin Zhao, but upon hearing the mention of a gift, he seemed unperturbed, solely focused on the treasures inside. Brother, what wonderful things did you buy for me? Despite his eagerness, Lin Zhao refrained from unzipping Lin Feng's backpack. At that moment, Su Hong and Lin Guiding also arrived at the door. Lin Feng, how come you were back so soon? Did you not say it would take several days? During his trip to the headquarters of Baiyuan Dao, according to Li Wang, several elders were supposed to conduct a series of tests to assess his talents, which would typically require at least a week. However, the unexpected arrival of Feng Lai meant that the evaluations were no longer necessary. With a smile, Lin Feng replied, I completed my tasks and returned. Completed? Did you pass? Su Hong inquired anxiously, while Lin Guoting exhibited a similar expression of concern. They were not part of the martial arts community and did not fully grasp the significance of being a true disciple. But they had learned about the numerous benefits of being an official disciple from Lin Feng's previous experiences. The status of a true disciple was undoubtedly superior, and the advantages would be even greater. Naturally, they hoped for Lin Feng's success. Of course, I passed. After yesterday's events, when Feng Lai had asked whether he wished to remain at Baiyuan Dao's headquarters or return to Beihai City, Lin Feng had no intention of staying. Feng Lai was disinterested in the affairs of Baiyuan Dao. Subsequently, Qi Ling assumed the position of the sect leader, while Tang He took on the role of the elder of the Tiansha lineage. Although Lin Feng was not apprenticed under the elder disciples, he was nonetheless recognized as a true disciple of Baiyuan Dao, ranking 5th, not 8th. Passed. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao burst into joyous laughter. Haha, I told you my brother would be fine. You all doubted him. See, he succeeded. How could you not believe your own son? I truly wonder how you managed to be parents. Clearly, during Lin Feng's time in Kyoto, the trio had engaged in fervent discussions regarding his potential status as a true disciple. Lin Xiao was utterly convinced of his brother's abilities, while Su Hong and Lin Guoting were less optimistic. Su Hong shot a fierce glare at the overly proud Lin Xiao. Lin Guoting furrowed his brow, asking, Lin Feng, what exactly is a true disciple of Baiyuan Dao? Lin Xiao was unable to clarify, having previously stated that being a true disciple was exceptional, while the disciples of the martial arts school could not compare. However, when pressed for specifics, he merely mentioned that true disciples could learn superior and more formidable martial arts. Lin Feng chose not to elaborate further and instead retrieved a bank card from his pocket, handing it to Su Hong and Lin Guoting. What is this? They both inquired eagerly. Certainly, the advantages of becoming a true disciple are quite evident. You two are truly lacking in wit. Lin Xiao interjected. Su Hong gritted her teeth and turned her head away. Kiki, Mom, please don't be angry. I shall keep my mouth shut. Lin Feng chuckled. Mother. Lin Xiao is correct. This indeed is a benefit bestowed by the White Ape sect. Are they paying you for becoming a true disciple? Su Yong inquired, glancing at the black bank card in his hand. How much are they rewarding you? Seeing the eager gazes of the three, Lin Feng, feeling unusually relaxed in front of family, extended 5 fingers, building suspense. 5,000? Su Hong whispered. You underestimate the White Ape sect. When our martial arts academy admits a disciple to the inner circle, it rewards us with 200,000. The status of a true disciple is far superior to that of an inner disciple. Lin Xiao, who had just vowed to remain silent, could not help but interject again upon hearing Su Hong's disparaging view of the reward for true disciples. However, this time, he refrained from uttering anything outrageous, thus escaping Su Hong's disapproving gaze. 20,000 for entering the inner circle, so don't tell me that card holds 500,000? Su Hong and Lin Guoting looked at Lin Feng with a mix of tension and anticipation, only to see Lin Feng shake his head. See, I told you. It's impossible for a true disciple to receive such a sum. What I meant is, it's more than 500,000. How much, then? Brother. Don't tell us it's 5 million. Lin Feng shook his head once more. Could it possibly be 50 million? Lin Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Congratulations. You guessed correctly. The couple exchanged incredulous glances at their 2 sons, one daring to guess and the other to confirm. Mom, Dad, I have indeed received 50 million as a true disciple. Lin Feng stated earnestly, abandoning the jest. This card was gifted to him by Qi Ling. As for whether every new true disciple received such a generous amount, Lin Feng could not ascertain. In addition to this sum, he would receive specially allocated elixirs from the sect each month, as well as a share of the sect's profits. Qi Ling had shown him a resource list from the White Ape sect, revealing that aside from the Martial Arts Academy and Herbal Company, they held shares in numerous major corporations. From these profit shares, he estimated that he could earn between 3 to 5 million monthly. 50 million? The family of 3 was utterly dumbfounded by this figure. They were an ordinary family and had never encountered such wealth. Even having 500,000 before them would be considered an extraordinary fortune, let alone 50 million. After a moment, Lin Xiao, being the youngest, was the first to snap out of the shock and exclaimed excitedly, "Ahaha! We struck it rich. I can live comfortably from now on." Living comfortably. This sentiment resonated perfectly with his character. Lin Feng suppressed the urge to wake him from his dream. Brother, I love you. Before Lin Feng could react, Lin Xiao leapt up in excitement, attempting to hug him for a kiss, only to be lifted like a puppy by Lin Feng with swift reflexes. Son, is there really 50 million in there? Absolutely authentic. Indeed, it is quite a substantial sum. If you do not believe me, you may visit the bank to verify. The password is my birthday. Lin Feng uttered this casually. Yet to his surprise, the couple hastily donned their shoes and dashed out in a flurry. 50 million is not a sum to be taken lightly. This is a gift for you, Lin Feng declared, retrieving the latest model of a smartphone from his backpack and tossing it to Lin Xiao. Thank you, brother, Lin Xiao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he eagerly unwrapped the device. After inserting the SIM card and tinkering with it for a moment, he approached with a cheeky grin. Is there something else on your mind? Hee. Brother, now that you are so wealthy, could you spare me a bit of pocket money? Get lost. Chapter 82. The true transmission of benefits. Your transformation into the form of the demon ape is complete. Henceforth, your body will no longer suffer from the depletion of vital energy due to the alteration of tendons and bones. In the forthcoming period, all you need to do is diligently cultivate the demon ape mountain fist, and your vital energy will continuously strengthen. Master, does this mean that my recent practice in martial arts, which did not yield significant changes in my vital energy, is attributed to the alteration of tendons and bones? Indeed, whether one is fortifying their physique or undergoing the transformation of tendons and bones, both processes consume substantial amounts of vital energy. Given that the daily increase in vital energy is limited, despite your assiduous training and achieving the form of the demon ape, your vital energy has not seen considerable growth. Furthermore, do not rush the process of mastering multiple forms. Take it one step at a time, and only proceed once you have successfully cultivated your internal strength during the internal fortification phase. In the early morning, Lin Feng and Lin Xiao stood on the balcony, embodying the posture of the white ape embracing the moon. One exuded a long breath, harmonizing movement and intent. The other, though less composed in form, still held a commendable stance. Time flowed steadily, and gradually light began to dawn at the horizon. As Lin Feng remained motionless, he began to move slowly, with his vital energy surging in tandem with his movements. Upon completing the concluding posture, he exhaled deeply. A stream of white energy erupted from his mouth, piercing the air like a sword unsheathed, dissipating 3 meters away. With each martial practice, Lin Feng's physique not only grew stronger, but his internal organs also experienced continuous enhancement. In time, he would be capable of inflicting harm merely through exhalation. Initially, Lin Feng was thrilled by the multitude of attributes granted by the form of the demon ape, which, alongside other benefits, presented an alternative method to acquire talents outside the conventional professional system. Upon returning with Feng Lai yesterday, he expressed his desire to practice another form, leading to the preceding dialogue. However, Feng Lai advised against pursuing other forms for the time being, suggesting he focus on strengthening his vital energy until it reached perfection and cultivated his internal strength. Of course, this was merely Lin Feng's overt objective. His covert aspiration was to elevate his ancient martial artist level to 7 as swiftly as possible, while also striving to enhance his student profession. Even his chef level needed to reach 9, as both the master apothecary and spiritual chef seemed exceptionally promising. After completing his morning stance practice, Lin Feng acknowledged that the foundational stance of the white ape embracing the moon, while not as formidable as the demon ape mountain fist in terms of physical conditioning, possessed unique merits in calming the mind and subduing one's spirit. Thus, he had not abandoned this essential practice. Upon concluding his session, Lin Xiao, alerted by the movement, swayed slightly but did not cease her practice. Instead, she steadied herself and continued in her stance. After taking just a few steps, a panel notification appeared before her eyes. You have immersed yourself in the practice of the white ape embracing the moon for 40 minutes. Your skill in white ape embracing the moon has reached perfection. No further experience can be gained. Your profession as an ancient martial artist has gained 51 points of experience. Having rested sufficiently and undergone a degree of training, your physique has gained an additional point in attributes. Within the attribute panel, physical constitution, 1819, the talent, form of the demon ape, which originally enhanced strength by 7 points, agility by 5 points, and constitution by 1 point, has now maintained the original increases in strength and agility, while the additional constitution has risen to 2 points. It is evident that this sudden increase in constitution is a result of the form of the demon ape. This suggests that although the transformation has been completed, its benefits to the body are far from over. Lin Feng proceeded to the living room, where the door to the master bedroom was opened from the inside. Lin Guiting emerged, appearing utterly fatigued, as if he had not slept a wink throughout the night. The shock of the 50 million yuan bank card given to him and Su Hong was evident on his face, having lived a mundane life devoid of significant wealth. The enormity of this sum nearly overwhelmed them. Dad, do you think you can go to work today? I can't. Your mother and I didn't sleep a wink last night, and she won't be going today either. Once dawn breaks, I must go buy some calming medicine and a few sleeping pills. Dad, is it really necessary to be so dramatic? Dramatic? Go ask your mother if she can sleep. She kept her eyes wide open all night. Lin Feng, at a loss for words regarding the couple, chose to ignore them and went to the kitchen to begin honing his culinary skills. Master Su? Brotherly? After dawn, the family had just finished breakfast when a knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, Lin Feng was greeted by Su Hao and Li Wang, accompanied by a man in his 30s and an elderly gentleman. Lin Shiji, you are now a true disciple and should address Li Wang as Shidi. Li Wang nodded. Yes. Brother Lin, please don't call me that. It does not conform to the rules. Just calling me Shidi will suffice. Su Hao introduced the elderly man beside him. Lin Shiji, this is my contemporary, Brother Xie Qian. Uncertain about their visit, Lin Feng respectfully greeted the elder. Greetings, Uncle Xie. Haha. Lin Shiji is indeed a remarkable young man. This is Shidi Rinyan. After the introductions, Su Hao clarified their purpose. Brother Xie has been sent by the sect to ensure the safety of your family, while Shidi Rinyan is skilled in massage and pharmacology, capable of maintaining your health to prevent any hidden injuries during your training. Additionally, you may delegate some trivial matters to him. Furthermore, the sect has provided several residences. We are merely uncertain which one you would prefer. Rest assured, Shiji, this is standard procedure. Every true disciple receives such arrangements. And all expenses for Brother Xie and Shidi Ren are covered by the sect. In the afternoon, in the most luxurious residential area by the North River. This is the one. I believe it is better than the previous three. Su Hong stood on the lawn in front of the villa, gazing at the house resembling a small estate, having made her final decision. Lin Feng had no objections, having received the 50 million. He had intended to purchase a larger home, as their current residence was too cramped for martial arts practice. He had not anticipated that the White Ape Dao would present him with several houses to choose from. Although the individuals in the White Ape path may lack exceptional prowess, their status as true disciples affords them unparalleled privileges. They are provided with accommodations, financial resources, and health maintenance, even receiving the protection of seasoned veterans. Lin Feng was uncertain of Jia Qian's capabilities, but as a contemporary of Qi Ling and Feng Lai, he presumed they were formidable. For an ordinary person to ascend to the rank of true disciple is akin to leaping over the dragon gate. Thus it is no surprise that some would resort to underhanded tactics in their fervent pursuit of such a position. This pertains solely to the true disciples. Once one ascends to the esteemed rank of a great elder, the wealth and resources at their disposal become even more extraordinary. After securing the position, Su Hao took his leave. Once this outsider departed, Su Hong and Lin Guiting immediately displayed expressions of exhilaration, incredulously exclaiming, Son, does this house truly belong to us now? Lin Feng, observing his parents who had not slept for over a day, could only smile wryly and suggest, Mom, Dad, perhaps you should consider taking a few more sleeping pills? Chapter 83. Losing face this manor-style villa. It remains unclear whether it was originally a property of the White Ape sect or if it was directly purchased by them. The decor and arrangement throughout are exquisitely done, and the furniture appears as pristine as if it were brand new. Su Hao mentioned that renovations and the procurement of new furnishings could be tailored to Lin Feng's desires. However, Lin Feng outright declined. Even Su Hong and Lin Guiting expressed their satisfaction with the home's original decor, deeming any changes unnecessary. Thus, the family decided to move in immediately. In truth, Su Hong and her partner were not in a hurry, believing they could take their time for a few days. Yet Lin Feng was particularly taken with the basement, which boasted a swimming pool and a basketball room, perfect for martial arts practice. After a day of bustling activity, the excited couple could no longer hold on and succumbed to a deep slumber. Lin Feng had very few belongings, and it took only 2 trips to complete the move. Jia Qian and Run Yin soon arrived, one as a protector and the other as a dedicated apothecary assigned to him. Naturally, Lin Feng felt it was his duty to extend a warm welcome. He reserved a table at the Beihai Grand Hotel and, in addition to inviting Jia Qian, Rin Yin, Su Hao, and Li Wang, he also included Lu Sun, Tong Bin, and Feng Lai. Su Hao, Jia Qian, Rin Yin, Lu Sun, and Li Wang arrived first. And as the 5 of them exited together, they engaged in endless conversation upon meeting. However, when Feng Lai stepped into the private room, Lin Feng distinctly sensed a tension among the five, particularly with Jie Qian, Ren Yin, and Li Wang. Long time no see, senior brother Jie. Feng Lai greeted first with a respectful gesture. Jie Qian promptly rose and replied, Junior brother Feng, you remain as splendid as ever. I never anticipated senior brother Jie would be here. Jie Qian forced a smile and remarked, to be frank, they were all reluctant to come, only I made the effort. Senior brother Jie, you are quite amusing, Feng Lai replied, seemingly unfazed by Jie Qian's underlying sentiments. This is junior nephew Ren Yin. He is a distinguished disciple of Master Ma and has mastered the essence of pharmacology from him, not much inferior to Lu Sun, this old fellow. What do you mean by this old fellow? I don't seem to be much older than you, Lu Sun interjected. Haha, just a metaphor. Greetings, Master Uncle Feng. Ren Yin said as he was introduced, promptly bowing. Hello, junior nephew Ren. Brother Qi, you have shown great thoughtfulness this time, Su Hao remarked, pulling out a chair beside him. Come, junior brother Lin, sit here. Today marks the joyous occasion of your housewarming. You must indulge in a few extra drinks later. A smile graced Feng Lai's face as he replied, Indeed, I shall toast with the three senior brothers. By the way, Lin Feng, which house did you choose? The 7th house in Beha Garden. It is quite acceptable, Lin Feng responded. As they conversed, the door to the private room swung open, and Tong Bin entered. Clad in a deep black jacket, his right arm heavily bandaged and suspended by a rope across his chest, Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. Brother Tong? What happened to you? What else could it be? Naturally, I was beaten up. Tong Bin had not yet answered when Lu Sun interjected from the table. Hee. I encountered a troublesome character during a mission. Lin Feng was well aware of Tong Bin's martial prowess. His mastery was unparalleled, particularly with the 8 directions iron hammer, which was wielded with such finesse that it seemed almost ethereal. It was surprising to learn that even Tong Bin had sustained injuries. A flicker of concern crossed Lin Feng's mind. Evidently, Tong Bin's adversary was formidable. He had inquired with Feng Lai the previous day and learned that the matter concerning the 9 great demons remained unresolved. The 9 had neither been captured nor had they departed from Beha City. They continued to lurk in its obscure corners. The gathering of various figures in Beha was increasingly pronounced. Just earlier, on the way to the inn, Lin Feng had encountered several individuals whose stature and demeanor were far from ordinary, and he sensed an unusual aura emanating from one of them. The turmoil in Beha City, spurred by the 9, has escalated. Perhaps it would be prudent to take my family on a trip, using the pretext of a windfall of 50 million. And return after the chaos subsides? Lin Feng suddenly entertained the notion of fleeing. Once the thought took root, he could no longer suppress it. He turned to Tong Bin, who had his arm suspended. Brother Tong, I was unaware of your injury. Had I known, I would not have summoned you. Ah, Junior Lin, you're mistaken. While you may choose not to summon me for other matters, a meal is a necessity that warrants my presence. Besides, this minor injury is nothing to fret over. Minor injury? Your arm is shattered into fragments. Furthermore, I have now become a true disciple. You are my senior, and I am but your junior. Ah, indeed, Brother Lin. It has been a pleasure to meet you. Brother Tong, do not heed old Lu. Let us continue to address each other as before. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they each took their seats. Feng Lai, in his usual manner, blended seamlessly with the crowd. The atmosphere at the dining table became increasingly congenial as the evening wore on. Once the banquet concluded, Lin Feng invited Feng Lai for a stroll along the riverbank. As they walked side by side, Lin Feng posed several inquiries regarding martial arts before broaching his desire to travel with his family. Traveling, you say? Feng Lai smiled knowingly. The journey is merely a ruse. The true intention is to escape the chaotic maelstrom of Beha City. I assent it? Lin Feng was taken aback by how quickly Feng Lai had discerned his true motives. However, Feng Lai did not appear displeased. Instead, he chuckled. You are indeed an enigma. One moment, you exhibit remarkable timidity, and the next, you display extraordinary audacity. Take, for instance, the time you encountered me in that narrow alley. Despite knowing you were outmatched, you demonstrated the courage to fight to the death. Such boldness is commendable. On the mountain roads, as a novice in martial arts, if you lack courage, you would struggle against even a solitary beast, let alone the 4 returning heads. Just the other day, on White Ape Path, you exhibited such audacity in disregarding numerous inner disciples that it bordered on arrogance, rivaling even your master. Though perhaps just a shade less. Lin Feng chuckled. As a disciple, it is only natural to fall slightly short of my master. Enough flattery. While these tales speak of audacity, it is ironic that now, Before any danger has even materialized, you are already contemplating escape. Haha. Evading danger is a primal instinct. It is a rational course of action for anyone of sound mind. Only the cautious can hope to survive. Feng Lai affirmed Lin Feng, but then abruptly shifted his tone. However, I cannot permit you to leave. Master, why? Lin Feng inquired hastily. The presence of risk often heralds immense rewards. With the emergence of the Nine, some individuals will undoubtedly be unable to resist. Feng Lai regarded Lin Feng with a knowing smile. Did you not ask previously how to navigate beyond the 5 forms? This presents an opportunity. If all goes as anticipated, I shall bestow upon you a fortuitous encounter. Of course, this is merely one of the reasons for my insistence on your stay. Another is that we, as warriors, must never succumb to trepidation. We must maintain the fierce spirit within our hearts. Most importantly, if danger has yet to arrive, why would you flee? Would that not bring shame upon me? Chapter 84. Treading water. Rest assured, both of you, I shall take good care of Lin Xiao. Lin Feng solemnly assured Su Hong and Lin Guiting outside the airport. He then turned to Jie Qian. Master Uncle, I entrust this to you. Lin Shizi, you need not worry. If anything arises, Master Uncle will surely call me. All right. Su Hong replied impatiently. It's merely a trip, nothing to make a fuss over. Now, Lin Xiao, remember not to play games too late tonight. Lin Xiao, taken aback by the sudden shift of focus onto him, mirrored the expression on Su Hong's face. Mom, I understand. You've said it 1,000 times. Watching Su Hong and the others enter the airport terminal, Lin Feng resigned himself to the situation. Since Feng Lai forbade him from leaving, he would at least ensure his parents were distanced from the chaos of Beihe. Initially, Lin Feng had intended for Lin Xiao to accompany them, but Su Hong opposed, fearing it would impede Lin Xiao's studies. Though reluctant at first, Su Hong and Lin Guiting had ultimately agreed to this trip, as they were concerned about leaving their 2 sons, aged 16 and 13, home alone. Fortunately, Lin Feng had reassured them with a promise, and with Ren Yin's presence, he successfully convinced his parents. Upon their entry, Lin Xiao leapt with joy, exclaiming, "Hooray! I am finally free!" With Su Hong's constraints lifted, he resembled a wild stallion set loose. Lin Feng, recalling his own youth, fondly remembered the joy of being left home alone while his parents were away. Observing Lin Xiao's exuberance, he cautioned, "Do not celebrate too soon. Your mother has bought a stack of practice papers for you and instructed me to ensure you complete one each day." What? Lin Xiao's laughter abruptly froze, transforming into a bewildered expression that inadvertently reflected on Lin Feng's face, who was in high spirits as he walked away, his steps light. Ren Yin followed closely behind. Initially, Lin Feng was somewhat unaccustomed to Jie Qian and Ren Yin, sent by the Bai Yuan Dao. However, after 2 days, he could only describe his experience as surprisingly pleasant. Jie Qian, tasked with the protection of Su Hong and Lin Guiting, provided Lin Feng with considerable peace of mind. As for Ren Yin, while he was not particularly talkative, his reliability in action had become evident over these 2 days. Beyond his practical skills, Ren Yin was undoubtedly an expert in health management, excelling in both massage techniques and herbal concoctions, rivaling even Lu Sun from the Martial Arts Academy. With dedicated assistance, Lin Feng had frequented the Martial Arts Academy less over the past 2 days, instead choosing to practice in the basement. Consequently, his experience as an ancient martial artist had significantly increased, nearing the threshold of level 7. Ancient Martial Artist LV6, 2153-2400. His student level had also successfully risen from 5 to 6. Student LV6, 125-2400. Upon the successful upgrade of his profession as a student, Lin Feng found himself with 2 newly acquired talent points, including 1 remaining from before. He attempted to invest these points into upgrading Form of the Demon Ape, but regrettably, he still met with failure, suggesting that Form of the Demon Ape could not be enhanced through talent points. The attribute points obtained were allocated to the intellect attribute. With this increment, Lin Feng's intellect attribute surged from 19 to 20. Each time he augmented his intellect, merely by keeping his eyes open, he would absorb the surrounding data, which often resulted in a dizzying sensation. Consequently, Lin Feng would close his eyes during each enhancement to avert such occurrences. This time was no different. However, upon successfully allocating the points, an unusual phenomenon of data acquisition did not manifest. Instead, Lin Feng experienced an intensified sensation akin to inspiration. Although his eyes were shut, he could vaguely perceive the surroundings, particularly when he focused on sensing his own body Lin Feng could distinctly visualize the blood coursing through his veins and the turbulent energy within him. Ran Yin was driving Lin Feng's newly purchased car, and as they exited the airport parking lot, a wild off-road vehicle suddenly swerved beside them. Ran Yin swiftly slammed on the brakes, narrowly avoiding a collision. Inside the off-road vehicle sat a burly man with a buzz cut, who cast a cold glance in Lin Feng's direction before accelerating away without any indication of acknowledgement. The air was thick with a sense of bloodshed and dampness. This buzzcut driver was no ordinary individual. Lin Feng promptly memorized the vehicle's license plate number and called Feng Lai. In Beia City, supernatural entities proliferated like weeds. It was impossible to manage them all, aside from the cultists, who were imperative to eradicate, as long as the demons and martial practitioners did not cause disturbances. They chose to turn a blind eye. Given that Feng Lai was indifferent, he likely had no desire to intervene. Upon returning to his new home, Lin Feng retrieved an examination paper from a nearby room and placed it on the table. Lin Zhao's expression instantly morphed into one of dismay. "Brother, is this exam paper for real? I thought you were joking." "Of course, it's genuine, more authentic than gold," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly as he descended into the basement, leaving a distressed Lin Zhao behind. In the basement, the former basketball court had undergone a transformation. The hoop was dismantled, and the floor was covered with a thick carpet. A full-length mirror adorned one wall, while the other two walls had been removed, converting the entire basement into an expansive training facility. Lin Feng shed his shoes and clothing, and with a subtle movement of his toes, he effortlessly glided 4 to 5 meters, as if traversing dimensions, arriving at the edge of the swimming pool. This underground pool was not large, at most 3 meters wide, 5 meters long, and approximately 1.2 meters deep, with water that appeared almost transparent under the light. Lin Feng stepped in, and the muscles in his feet began to undulate. His 10 toes moved with the dexterity of 10 oars, stirring the subtle currents. His entire body stood firmly in the pool, the water merely covering his feet, preventing him from sinking any further. This was inspired by a novel he had encountered during his time on Blue Star, where characters could walk on water using the strength of their foot muscles. With his mastery over several advanced martial arts, honed over an extensive period, he has achieved a level of muscular control that rivals characters from novels. Particularly after attaining the forms of the demon ape and perfecting the shadowless force, his command over leg strength has reached an astonishing degree. Thus, he decided to experiment. Initially, the water submerged Lin Feng's thighs, then rose to his knees, and subsequently to his calves, until only his feet remained above the surface. However, he could not progress further to achieve the elusive skill of walking on water without sinking. Standing on the surface, the water rippled gently beneath him, while tumultuous waves churned beneath the surface. He gracefully extended his body, his muscles undulating continuously. To accomplish the feat of walking on water without sinking, he realized he must attain an exquisite mastery over the force exerted by his muscles. With a slight sigh, he acknowledged that while his control over muscular strength had reached a satisfactory level, it still fell short of perfection. After practicing in the water for a while, he finally emerged, his enthusiasm waning. He dressed and prepared to continue his training when a call from Feng Lai interrupted him. "Lin Feng, your parents departed today, right? I just dropped them off at the airport." "All right, then head over to Longxin Street, number 168. I have a team member executing a task there, and you need to assist him." "Understood." Lin Feng accepted without hesitation. Since subterfuge was not an option, he preferred to confront the situation directly. With Feng Lai's presence, it seemed there was little to fear. The Longxin Street mentioned by Feng Lai was located in the Eastern District. Rather than asking Ren Yan for a ride, Lin Feng hailed a taxi by himself. 40 minutes later, "Hey, this is Longxin Street. As for number 168, you'll have to find it yourself. I'm not familiar with this area. Please look for it on your own." From the window, Lin Feng observed the so-called Longxin Street. It was not very wide, lined with a scattering of shops. Since the taxi driver was unaware of the location of number 168, Lin Feng did not press him. "Let us stop here then." "Thank you, driver." Lin Feng exited the vehicle. The street was relatively quiet at this hour, with few pedestrians about. A little girl, bouncing joyfully with a balloon in hand, ran past him. At number 157 Longxin Road, Lin Feng spotted a clothing store. He ventured deeper into the street. Before long, he arrived at his destination. Number 168. Yuexiang Foot Massage? Is there a task here? Lin Feng stood, astonished, gazing at the foot massage parlor before him. Chapter 85, Gaining Experience Master. Are you certain it is here at number 168? Indeed. Where else could Tang Jin be? But this is a foot massage parlor. Well, you. Wait. A moment. Lin Feng seemed to hear the gritted teeth of Feng Lai, and after a while, a young man in his mid-20s emerged from the foot massage parlor, yawning as he walked. Upon seeing Lin Feng, he offered an awkward smile. I thought you wouldn't arrive this early. Had I known, I wouldn't have extended my shift. Lin Feng recognized that this young man was undoubtedly Tang Jin's teammate. You know me? I was in the alley that night, alongside Team Feng. I remember you then as a scrawny little pup. Who would have thought that such a short time later, you would undergo such a transformation in both physique and demeanor? Just the other day, I heard Tong Bin and the others mention that you single-handedly eliminated 4 returnees. Impressive, truly impressive. No wonder Team Feng values you. You are far superior to me. A mere failure. Tango, you jest. I'm quite serious. You have no idea how shamelessly I begged Team Feng to take me on as a disciple. But he flatly refused. Tango, what are we dealing with today? Lin Feng hastily redirected the conversation, still bewildered, as Feng Lai had not clarified the specifics. Merely providing the address for him to come. Nothing too significant, just eliminating a few cult members. Come on. Since you're here, let us head to the assembly point. Tang Jin opened the door to a car parked beside the foot massage parlor. After Lin Feng climbed in, he started the engine and retrieved a stack of photographs from the side. He handed them to Lin Feng. We received word today that followers of Badurko will be conducting a sacrifice in Yangtong village. These are today's targets. Badurko? Were those returnees not followers of Badurko? As Lin Feng perused the photographs, he noted 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, only one of whom was older, while the others appeared quite young. For returnees? These are not returnees. They are individuals who have undergone the frenzied transformation of Badurko, but have not completely lost their sanity. They are the true followers of Badurko, unlike those irrational returnees. The older woman among them is particularly significant within the cult and is our primary target. Her name is Zhuang Yu. She is cunning in her movements. If it were not for the need to capture her, we would have already dealt with the other 3 in the photographs. Why hasn't my master come? Him? Team Feng and the others had other matters to attend to. Lin Feng did not press further. He lowered his gaze, examining the photograph of the woman named Zhuang Yu. In her 50s, her features were remarkably ordinary, indistinguishable from any average woman. Just as he was about to close the photograph, he noticed a young man's image that looked somewhat familiar. Feng Su. Lin Feng recognized the person in the photograph and flipped it over, revealing the name Feng Su scrawled in black ink on the back. It was indeed him. Tang Jin noticed Lin Feng's astonishment and chuckled. This is Feng Su, a formal disciple of the White Ape Martial Arts School. You should be familiar with him, right? Lin Feng recalled their previous encounter at the training ground, when Feng Su had learned that those with poor innate talent faced a dead end. His dejected demeanor still vivid in his memory. It was unexpected that someone of similar age had ultimately chosen the path of sinister martial arts. After a brief journey of only a few minutes, they arrived at their destination, a nearby police security base. Upon entering, a distinguished middle-aged officer approached them. Hello, Director Zhang. Tang Jin greeted. Please, just call me Old Zhang, the officer replied. And who is this? This is our new team member, Lin Feng. You have added a new member to your team? I wasn't informed at all. Director Zhang Yun expressed his surprise. Haha, he just joined the reserve team, Tang Jin clarified. Lin Feng, this is Director Zhang Yun from the Special Police Department. Hello, Director Zhang. Greetings, Lin Feng. You are truly impressive for your age. A fine young man indeed. Haha, Director Zhang. No need for pleasantries. Let us get down to business. How prepared are we with the personnel? We have secured 4 masters at the opening meridian stage. 4? Tang Jin responded, somewhat taken aback, then nodded. That should suffice. May I ask who they are? Haha. All familiar faces. Please come this way. Zhang Yun led them to an adjacent room where 4 individuals were meditating in silence. Lin Feng recognized one of them. Master Su. Su Shirbo, Su Hao acknowledged. Slightly surprised, and smiled. I didn't expect Lin Shirzi to be here as well. Zhang Yun observed their interaction and chuckled. So Lin Feng is a disciple of the White Ape School. How delightful. Truly a family affair. Meanwhile, Tang Jin scanned the room and remarked. Indeed familiar faces. Director Feng of the Stopping War Martial Arts School, Director Su of the White Ape Martial Arts School, and Officers Qin and Zhong from the police. However, I heard Officer Zhong was on leave. At this hour, who has time for leave? One burly man in his 30s laughed, evidently Officer Zhong. The other, Officer Qin, was shorter, with a square face and appeared to be in his 40s. Lin Feng did not recognize the head of the Stopping War martial arts school, although he was somewhat acquainted with the establishment. When he decided to pursue a career related to martial arts, he had casually searched for the most renowned martial arts schools in Beha City, which led him to both the Stopping War and White Ape schools. He chose the White Ape school as it was closer to his home. Had he chosen the Stopping War school back then, Zhuang Yu will be dealt with by me, while the other 3 will be handled collectively by the 4 of you. The officers will guard the perimeter. Tang Jin evidently took the lead in this operation, assigning tasks to the others before addressing Lin Feng. As for you, Lin Feng, adapt as necessary. Your role is to prevent anyone from escaping. At this moment, Lin Feng understood that while Feng Lai had invited him to assist, the true intention was likely for him to gain valuable experience. Chapter 86. A bit chaotic, the 4 target individuals were assigned, with Tang Jin allocating the most challenging task to himself, Zhuang Yu, while the remaining 3 followers of Bedirk were entrusted to 4 adept practitioners in the Tongmai stage. Lin Feng, however, was relegated to a mere bystander role. Despite this seemingly inconsequential position within the confines of the room, aside from Su Hao, who was aware of Lin Feng's foundational skills, the other 3 could not comprehend Tang Jin's rationale for including Lin Feng in the mission. All 3 were seasoned practitioners in the Kaimai stage, having trained for many years, and could easily discern that Lin Feng possessed only the inner strength stage of cultivation. Such a level of prowess seemed ill-suited for involvement in such matters. Yet the trio, being experienced individuals, refrained from voicing their concerns, not even betraying their unease through their expressions. While his martial arts skills may be lacking, his innate talent is indeed commendable, mused Feng. The head of the Jigu martial arts school, recognizing Lin Feng's potential, he was about to voice his thoughts but suddenly recalled Su Hao's presence, a figure of considerable repute, and decided against making any comments, choosing instead to silence himself. Zhang Yun drew the curtains of the room and activated the projector on the table. Everyone, Zhuang Yu is quite cautious. To avoid alarming her, we cannot conduct live reconnaissance. We must observe the surroundings from here. This is the terrain of the village. Please take a look. Maps depicting the terrain were gradually displayed, ultimately focusing on a large warehouse. The chosen site for the ritual was a storage facility for rolls of paper located on the eastern side of the village. This is the layout of the warehouse. After explaining the arrangement of the warehouse and the surrounding geography, Zhang Yun distributed several documents to his companions. These contained profiles of the target individuals. Feng Su was originally a formal disciple of the White Ape martial arts school, possessing only inner strength cultivation before becoming a follower of Bedirk. Yu Bo and Cheng Wei were previously an ordinary student and a worker, respectively. Zhuang Yu, hailing from Beiyin, was a 52-year-old former teacher who had been confined to a mental institution due to psychological issues. While there, she encountered the doctrines of Bedirk and successfully underwent a transformation through malevolent energy. She subsequently disappeared for a considerable time. 2 years prior, she conducted a ritual attended by over 200 people in Beiyin, successfully garnering favor with Bedirk and becoming one of the 18 congregants of the cult. Her known abilities included not only a body transformed by malevolent energy, but also the capacity for frenzied utterances. Pointing to Zhuang Yu's photograph on the screen, Zhang Yun stated, "Our primary objective for this mission is to capture Zhuang Yu. Rest assured, Director Zhang. With Tang Jin here, there is no need to worry. Even if the 18 congregants or the fervent devotees of Bedirk arrive, they shall find no success." Tang Jin replied with a smile. "Feng, please refrain from exaggerating my capabilities. I am not so formidable as to handle those madmen alone. However, with your assistance, dealing with the 18 congregants should pose no significant challenge." As dusk fell, a nondescript van was parked along the roadside, over 2 miles from the warehouse. The 6 individuals, including Tang Jin, sat quietly within. Su Hao wielded a broad, long knife, while team leader Qin held a long sword. The remaining 4 were unarmed. Time passed, though it was unclear how long. A notification resonated in Tang Jin's ear. Tang Jin. Tang Jin. The target has appeared. The ritual has commenced. Understood. Tang Jin removed the earpiece and addressed his companions. Let us proceed. He flung open the car door and transformed into a streak of lightning, darting toward the warehouse. Su Hao and the others were not far behind, each employing their unique footwork, yet moving with astonishing swiftness. Lin Feng, observing the 4, lightly propelled himself forward, soaring over 10 meters as if unburdened by gravity, graceful and striking. The meridian face, quite impressive indeed. With muscles taut, Lin Feng pressed his foot against the concrete, hastily pursuing the others. Though his form may have lacked elegance, his speed was commendable. On the roadside, two couples returning home from work watched in astonishment as the five emerged from the van, each displaying extraordinary prowess. They reached for their phones to capture this astonishing scene. However, by the time they turned around, the five had vanished without a trace. That kid. The master of the Ji Go martial arts school observed Lin Feng trailing closely behind, not lagging far behind the others, and his brow furrowed. What manner of martial arts had this lad trained in? At that moment, he comprehended why Su Hao had refrained from dissuading them during the task allocation. The distance of over 2 miles was traversed in no time for the five. As Lin Feng neared the warehouse, a pungent scent of blood assailed his senses. The five leaped onto the rooftop, and upon casting their gaze downward, Lin Feng's brow knitted in dismay. Below, a space was cluttered with over a dozen lifeless bodies. The ground was adorned with blood and various entrails, forming a colossal ritualistic array. A dark throng knelt within the array, with a figure clad in a black hood at the forefront, flanked by 3 others in the second row. Before those kneeling, a swirling vortex appeared in the air, from which murmured incantations emanated, with tendrils of crimson thread connecting all within the array. As the five revealed themselves atop the roof, the murmurs ceased abruptly. The supplicants, heads bowed in prayer, simultaneously turned to gaze at them. The eerie tableau sent a shiver through the hearts of the five. Source. Essence. Then, in unison, a distorted and peculiar voice erupted from the mouths of the cultists, the intonation strange and unlike human speech, yet imbued with palpable excitement, as if they had uncovered something of immense significance. Lin Feng's heart raced. Source essence? This was the first time he had encountered this term in this world outside of his data panel. Crucially, he had heard it from the lips of a malevolent deity. It seemed that the entity behind these cultists sensed the existence of source essence within him. The vortex in the void began to tremble violently, and a massive silhouette could be discerned, straining to emerge from the depths of space, as though something was eager to break through. It appeared that the colossal entity realized its efforts were futile. The presence behind the vortex fell silent. The ritual array blazed with crimson light, and the kneeling cultists began to collapse in rows, their bodies instantaneously transformed into desiccated husks. The blood-imbued runes pulsated with a semblance of life, empowered by the forces they harbored. The void before the magic array began to whirl violently, and a singular point gradually manifested at its center. Subsequently, colossal spatial fluctuations emanated from that point, which expanded rapidly from the size of a pencil. Even Tang Jin, though often slow to react, sensed the impending anomaly. He leapt into action, arcs of electricity crackling around him, his hair standing on end, and brilliant blue light coalescing around his fists. He struck down upon the magic array from above, and the concrete floor trembled as if shaken by a cataclysmic earthquake. Amidst the resounding roar, the ground fractured, and slabs of concrete, the size of tabletops, were sent scattering. The intricate sigils inscribed upon the floor were swiftly obliterated, with the array destroyed. The ever-expanding vortex in the void abruptly ceased its growth, beginning to contract rapidly, accompanied by an enraged roar that reverberated through the air. As the spatial rift threatened to close, over 20 thick beams of crimson light surged forth from the vanishing void, landing upon the gathered devotees. 5 figures descended from the rooftop in unison, some wielding blades, while the remaining 3 unleashed punishing blows upon the heads of the entranced followers. Tang Jin, undeterred, transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling towards the foremost figure cloaked in black. Just as his fist was about to connect, a skeletal hand emanating a sinister red glow emerged from within the stillness of the black robe, intercepting his strike. The collision of their powers unleashed a tremendous shockwave, shattering the ground beneath the black-clad figure. Nearby, several devotees were flung aside by the force of the impact. Lin Feng, agile and swift, moved towards a devotee radiating an eerie red light, whose face contorted in agonizing torment. With a decisive swing of his arm, he delivered a powerful punch to the devotee's head, resulting in a violent explosion of red and white matter. The ominous crimson light that had been transmitted to the followers from the void must have originated from Bidiko, and it was evident that it was no benevolent force. If these devotees absorbed it, calamity would surely ensue. Thus, they had to act preemptively. Without exchanging greetings, the 5 warriors, united by a shared resolve, sprang into action against the cultists. Within mere moments, more than a dozen entranced devotees fell to their onslaught. Lin Feng swung once more, targeting another kneeling devotee, who, even then, lifted their gaze to reveal a pair of blood-red eyes. Chapter 87. Feng Su. The visage of this individual had become grotesquely contorted, with scales sprouting across his face. Yet, Lin Feng still recognized him, Feng Su, a former formal disciple of the White Ape martial arts school. The courteous youth who once graced the training grounds. A disproportionately large hand intercepted Lin Feng's punch, and an overwhelming force propelled him backward uncontrollably. Once Lin Feng regained his footing and lifted his gaze, he beheld Feng Su, who had dramatically expanded in size, transforming in the blink of an eye into a monstrous being covered in scales. This creature stood over 2 meters tall, its limbs exhibiting musculature even more formidable than that of the returners. Despite the scales adorning his head, Feng Su retained the features of a human, with eyes not of yellow slit pupils but a vivid crimson. Upon spotting Lin Feng, a flicker of surprise flashed in his blood-red eyes. "Junior brother Lin?" Feng Su's voice was raspy and unpleasant, yet Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The recognition signified that, despite his monstrous transformation, Feng Su had not succumbed to madness. Nearby, Tang Jin and Zhuang Yu were locked in a fierce battle, their energies clashing spectacularly, leaving it difficult to discern who held the upper hand. The followers granted special endowments by Badurko had all metamorphosed into creatures akin to Feng Su. In total, there were 6 beasts accompanying him. For disciples in the Meridian opening stage faced their respective opponents. Su Hao, noticing Lin Feng's predicament, attempted to rush to his aid, only to be intercepted by one of the monsters. "Junior brother Lin, it is truly a pleasure to see you," Feng Su rasped, refraining from immediate aggression. A grin split his face as he continued. "I have heard you have become a true disciple of the White Ape sect? Huh. The thought of such a talent perishing by my hand sends shivers of excitement through me, even more exhilarating than the power I acquired through the malevolent transformation." Lin Feng remained silent. With a swift step, propelled by the full force of the shadowless strike, his speed surged to its zenith, seemingly allowing him to appear instantaneously beside Feng Su. His fingers coalesced into a fist. "Open," he bellowed, unleashing the first and most ferocious strike of the demon ape mountain-crushing fist, marking the first time he executed this technique with full vigor since achieving the form of the demon ape. His muscles expanded rapidly, each sinew erupting with monstrous strength, coalescing in his arms until they surged forth like a dragon, visibly amplifying in size. As he unleashed this punch, it seemed capable of rupturing the very air, manifesting a visible shockwave. With a thunderous boom, the sound rivaled the tumult of Tang Jin and Zhuang Yu's clash. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, witnessing the creature opposing Lin Feng being blasted away as if propelled by cannon fire. This so-called novice in the Meridian opening stage moved like lightning, pursuing the flung monster with lethal intent. Su Hao's eyelids twitched. He had been anxiously monitoring the situation, fearing that should anything happen to Lin Feng, it would spell disaster. However, he was taken aback to see Lin Feng effortlessly dispatch the monster, which had been further empowered by Badurko's divine force, rendering these creatures even more formidable and challenging to contend with, even for him. The crux of the matter is that the formidable creature Lin Feng is contending with is not merely a common adversary, but rather Feng Su, a being possessing martial prowess. This monster proves to be far more challenging than the ones they had previously faced. In a swift motion, Su Hao's blade flashed, striking the creature's arm. The force channeled through the sword was so potent that even an iron rod would have been severed in twain. Yet, it failed to sever the monster's limb, merely leaving a wound upon it, prompting the creature's razor-sharp claws to lunge at him, forcing him to evade hastily. Meanwhile, Lin Feng delivered another punch, causing Feng Su to spit blood. With a sinister grin, Feng Su countered with a retaliatory strike. The air erupted once more. Both man and beast recoiled simultaneously, the concrete beneath their feet crumbling like clay, each retreat leaving a series of deep footprints. Blood dripped from Lin Feng's knuckles, while Feng Su's scaly arm trembled involuntarily. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them, and they lunged at each other once more. Bang, bang, bang. The speed and force from both sides reached their zenith, each strike erupting with full intensity. The ground was awash with dirt and debris. Feng Su's eyes blazed crimson, his visage twisted in fury, consumed by an overwhelming rage. Why? Why? With every move he executed, his anger intensified. He had trained in martial arts long before Lin Feng, forsaking his conscience to embrace his master, acquiring this immense power. Yet, why could he not vanquish him? Why was he consistently outmatched? Was the chasm between genius and the ordinary truly so vast? Feng Su unleashed every ounce of strength with each punch, yearning to obliterate this prodigy, but each blow either missed or was met with resolute defiance. After 2 enhancements through divine power, he had attained this formidable strength. What right did Lin Feng have to rival him? In the distance, a blood-curdling scream erupted. It was Ting Qin, engaged with 2 monsters, one of which, despite its injuries, managed to grasp a member by the arm, while the other seized the opportunity to rip out his entrails. Fang Su's spirit soared. With all his might, he repelled Lin Feng, letting out a ferocious roar that sent the 2 less rational monsters charging toward him. Su Hao was taken aback, his knife flashing urgently, yet his opponent, clad in scales forged from divine power, possessed an astounding defense that rendered him unable to inflict any harm. Beside him, Tang Jin was being overwhelmed by the empowered Zhuangyu, leaving him unable to assist. As they faced the onslaught of 3 monsters, Lin Feng remained remarkably composed, his gaze icy as he locked onto Fang Su's triumphant, derisive expression. Why must you force my hand? Chapter 88. The sudden revelation of the headshot. Why must you force me? Confronted by 3 monstrous avatars of the Bardico cultists, Lin Feng found himself with no alternatives. With a mere thought, he activated his first level, Fury. His strength, originally at 22 points, surged to 40, while his agility escalated from 20 to 32. Thump, thump. The sound of his heart echoed violently in his chest, like the resounding beat of a grand drum. His blood boiled, and his muscles rapidly swelled. The peculiar musculature formed by the demon ape form grew and amalgamated once more under the nearly doubled strength, manifesting countless arcane patterns reminiscent of demonic runes. These runes were more complete than when Lin Feng had only possessed 22 points of strength. Once formed, they radiated an indescribable magical aura. Particularly striking was the immense rune composed of muscle on his back, imbued with profound significance. The moment it took shape, Lin Feng sensed an unfamiliar transformation within his body. As if breaking free from the shackles that had bound him, he had emerged from a cocoon into a butterfly, or leaped through the dragon gate. An ineffable change had occurred. As Lin Feng felt a lightness in his body, a heavy, stable force surged from the ground through his feet, instantly enveloping him. His previously flushed body, altered by fury, quickly returned to normal. The agitation in his heart transformed into a refreshing ease, akin to sipping a cool drink on a sweltering summer day. His body felt unprecedentedly invigorated, and even the haze in his mind caused by the activation of fury seemed to dissipate, replaced by clarity. What was most remarkable was that, with this newfound strength, it felt as if his previously augmented power from fury had multiplied yet again. Though he could not comprehend the exact nature of this transformation, Lin Feng felt extraordinarily empowered. The 2 Bardico monstrosities, upon charging towards him, halted abruptly. Despite their diminished rationality, their primal instincts warned them of the immense danger exuding from the man before them. Fang Su's arrogant laughter turned cold as he sensed the terrifying change radiating from Lin Feng. In frustration, he bellowed, prompting the 2 hesitating beasts to lunge forward. Yet, in an instant, the figure of Lin Feng, who had stood at a distance, vanished. Fang Su paused momentarily, only to feel an excruciating pain in his chest, as though a tremendous force were about to shatter the scales guarding his torso. A hand, veined with dark, sinewy muscle, emerged from where Lin Feng had just been, delivering a devastating blow to Fang Su's chest. Though the scales, birthed from Bardico's divine power, managed to absorb the impact and prevent the fist from penetrating his body, the overwhelming force contained within unleashed a catastrophic torrent. The sound of shattering bones resonated as his chest caved in, and his internal organs erupted in a crimson mist. Fang Su let out a piercing scream as his colossal form was sent hurtling into the adjacent warehouse, crashing through countless walls amidst a cacophony of destruction. The commotion behind him intensified. Lin Feng deftly evaded the oncoming monster. With a swift motion, his right leg swept through the air, the muscles and tendons in his leg bulging, transforming his kick into something that rivaled steel in its resilience. With an exhilarating surge of strength and agility, the force contained within his shadowless strike was undeniable, sending another creature of the Bardico flailing through the air. He moved forward, swiftly reaching the side of the monster he had just engaged. Unleashing the dragon-slaying fist, his punch cleaved through the air, distorting the very fabric of space as it struck with incredible speed. The impact collided with the creature's head, erupting in a dazzling display of red and white sparks. This astonishing display of power was impossible for the nearby observers to ignore. Feng, the master of the Ji Go Martial Arts Academy, had not witnessed the entire sequence of events. When he turned his head, he caught a glimpse of Lin Feng, resembling a raging demon, as his fist shattered the void. With a single blow, he obliterated the head of the Bardico disciple transformed into a monster. Was this the prowess of an inner strength practitioner? Such might emanating from an inner strength stage? Feng's heart raced, and in that moment, he began to doubt whether this young man named Lin Feng was indeed at the inner strength level, or if he was employing some secret technique to conceal his true capabilities. However, that punch had revealed no trace of internal energy, merely the raw power of the flesh. The sheer force of his physical prowess was extraordinary. Meanwhile, Su Hao, who had been anxiously observing the situation, breathed a sigh of relief as Lin Feng emerged unscathed. With the formidable and unreasonable Demon King, Feng Lai, present, Su Hao harbored greater concerns for Lin Feng's safety than anyone else. Should Lin Feng meet his demise during this endeavor, Su Hao, although not the mission commander, would bear a heavy weight on his conscience. If it were anyone else, even if Lin Feng were to perish, there would be no accountability. Yet Lin Feng's master was Feng Lai, and should Lin Feng fall, Su Hao could not predict the consequences, for Feng Lai had always acted without reason. Nevertheless, this young man was undeniably powerful. His explosive strength, akin to a ghostly speed, allowed him to face 3 foes simultaneously, not only surviving but utterly overwhelming them. Truly, he was a prodigy akin to his master. Reports from the headquarters of the White Ape sect had indicated that this youth, as an inner strength practitioner, had single-handedly slain 2 inner disciples, instilling fear in the hearts of the White Ape sect members, to the extent that even Zhou Li, a true disciple with meridian opening cultivation, had been paralyzed with terror. It appeared that the events of that day were not exaggerated. From the partially collapsed warehouse in the distance, dust billowed as a red figure shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Lin Feng, now in a state of fury, had heightened his senses and discerned that it was Feng Su, who was barely clinging to life. At that moment, Feng Su's chest was severely concaved, his entire body emanating a faint red glow, giving the impression that he was not gravely injured. A mere blow to the chest would not suffice. It was imperative to crush his skull. In a frenzy, Feng Su lunged forward, whether employing some form of dark sorcery or fully unleashing the Bardico divine power within him. His speed and strength had significantly increased compared to earlier. However, the features of his face began to contort, his eyes filled with madness, indicating that he had lost much of his rationality. Even with such speed, he was a formidable opponent. In the eyes of Lin Feng at that moment, the speed was not insurmountable. As he deftly sidestepped, he evaded the lunge, dodging 5 menacing claws aimed at him. The muscles in his thighs coiled with agility, propelling him like a phantom behind Feng Su, his fist striking forth with the ferocity of a dragon. The impact was akin to a hammer smashing through a ripe melon. A spectacle of brilliance erupting once more. With the head severed, no matter how peculiar Bardico's divine powers may be, what could it achieve? Feng Su's massive form collapsed to the ground. Lin Feng steadied himself, his fists dripping with a crimson and ivory liquid. The ground beneath him shattered as he swiftly advanced to confront another beast that he had sent flying, now charging towards him. Such velocity, how was it even possible? The hearts of the 3 warriors in the Meridian realm raced wildly as they witnessed Lin Feng deliver a powerful blow to the creature's head. Chapter 89. The power of the Earth Veins. Lin Feng successfully vanquished the 3-headed monster. This time, unlike his previous encounter where he activated frenzy, he did not experience any anomalous states, nor did he sense any decline in his physical or mental stamina. Even the urge for bloodlust and savagery that typically accompanied such power did not arise. Lin Feng understood that it was undoubtedly the influence of the power he had just wielded, as he could still feel an unceasing flow of strength emanating from beneath his feet. Mountain-moving demon ape. The power of the earth? The scene remained intensely chaotic. However, aside from Tang Jin, who appeared somewhat beleaguered, the other 3 individuals were faring relatively well, each dealing with their opponents without much delay. Once they were finished, with the aid of 3 companions, Tang Jin would have no trouble confronting Zhuangyu. Lin Feng let out a slight sigh of relief. The upgrade to level 3 of Frenzy had eliminated the previously fixed 10-day period of weakness. The quicker he concluded Frenzy, the shorter the subsequent weakness phase would be. He contemplated whether to terminate Frenzy immediately. However, before making that decision, Lin Feng needed to ascertain the current situation. With a focused thought, his data panel materialized. Name: Lin Feng. Source quality: 1. Age: 16. Strength: 22, 18, 8. Agility: 2012, 6. Constitution: 28. Intelligence: 19-6, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. The attributes displayed on the data panel were entirely different from what he had anticipated. Frenzy, level 1 increases strength by 80%, increases agility by 60%, decreases intelligence by 30%. Each point of stamina lasts for 18 seconds, with intelligence decreasing by 1 point every 18 seconds. This detailed the changes in attributes upon activation of level 1 Frenzy. After usage, his strength should have registered at 40 points, but it now stood at 48. Agility, which was expected to be 32, had risen to 38. Apart from the attributes enhanced by Frenzy, it appeared he had gained an additional 20% increase overall. Crucially, even though he had activated Frenzy and swiftly dispatched Feng Su's three-headed monster, it had certainly been more than 18 seconds since then. His constitution and intelligence should have each decreased by 1 point. Yet, the attributes panel reflected an increase of 8 points in constitution, translating to a 40% rise. Intelligence had indeed diminished by 30%, but only to the level at which Frenzy was initiated. It had not continued to decrease. Lin Feng hastily flipped to the 4th page of the panel. There, he observed the talent page, where the talent, Demon Ape Form, was glowing brightly. Demon Ape Form LV2, Pseudo increases strength by 7 points, increases agility by 5 points. Increases constitution by 2. Increases cultivation speed of mountain-moving demon apes various realms by 35%. Enhances training speed of fist, claw, and staff-type weapons by 20%. Physical growth increased by 2. Gains the enhancement of earth vein power. Increases strength and agility by 20%. Increases constitution by 40%. Indeed, the issue lay here. The talent form of the demon ape has been upgraded to a pseudo-second level, retaining its foundational attributes. The sole distinction from the previous form of the demon ape lies in the addition of a potent enhancement from the Earth's energy. This augmentation is exceptionally formidable, amplifying 3 attributes, with a remarkable 40 increase in constitution. The form of the demon ape is likely activated after unlocking the frenzy power, resulting in a substantial surge in strength and agility. Lin Feng instantly comprehended the causative relationship between the two states. Moreover, this Earth's energy not only visibly enhances attributes, but seemingly mitigates the energy expenditure of frenzy, allowing it to operate without depleting stamina and intelligence. This implication suggests. Suddenly, a notification panel appeared before Lin Feng. You have engaged in a fierce battle. Your class, Ancient Martial Artist, has gained 571 experience points. Your class, Ancient Martial Artist, has reached level 7. You have slain 3 followers of Badurko. You have triggered a class transition condition. Your Ancient Martial Artist level has not reached 9. Your Ancient Martial Artist cannot transition to Godslayer. Detecting residual divine power from fallen Badurko followers within a 10-meter radius. Do you wish to collect it? A series of notifications that Lin Feng meticulously committed to memory. Firstly, his class, Ancient Martial Artist, had finally ascended to level 7, and secondly, the act of vanquishing Badurko's followers had activated a class transition quest, marking the second class transition opportunity aside from the chef profession. Godlayer, a name that resonates with overwhelming authority. However, there was no time to ponder this now. Lin Feng noted that among the various notifications, the most pivotal one was the final message. Detecting residual divine power from Badurko within a 10-meter radius. Do you wish to collect it? The prompt indicated collection, not absorption. Had it been absorption, Lin Feng would have had to deliberate, yet the panel clearly stated collection. Without hesitation, Lin Feng chose to agree. Instantly, he saw faint, almost imperceptible beams of light rising from the corpses of nearby monsters, drawn toward him. Shortly thereafter, another notification appeared. Weak divine power acquired. 0. 62 points. On the attributes panel, it displayed attribute points. 1. Talent points. 2. Weak divine power. 0. 62. Convertible. At the bottom, a new option had emerged. Convertible? Lin Feng quickly focused his thoughts on the weak divine power option, and he promptly received information. This weak divine power could be converted into 2 categories, attribute points and talent points. 0. 5 points of weak divine power could be transformed into 1 attribute point, while 2 points could be converted into 1 talent point. A surge of joy filled Lin Feng. Beyond class upgrades, there now existed an additional avenue for acquiring attribute and talent points, which greatly pleased him. According to the conversion rate, he had just earned an additional attribute point in this brief interval. Lin Feng was on the verge of shutting down the data panel when he suddenly noticed a change in his attribute points. His constitution had shifted from Constitution 28 to Constitution 28 to 1, indicating a reduction of 1 point. The same was true for his intelligence, which changed from Intelligence 19-6-1. He had believed that with the enhancement of the earth vein's power, his constitution and intelligence would not diminish in a state of frenzy. However, it appeared that this was not the case. It had been quite some time, yet only a single point had been deducted. Was it 1 point of intelligence and constitution lost every minute, or perhaps every 2 minutes, or even every 4 minutes? Lin Feng had not kept track of time. All he knew was that it was certainly longer than the 18 seconds it took to lose a point. Outside, Su Hao had finally dispatched the monster with a single strike. The creature's scales, forged by divine power, were incredibly resilient, rendering blades less effective than heavy weaponry. Given that it had taken so long to lose just 1 point of constitution and intelligence, Lin Feng did not rush to conclude his state of frenzy. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the remaining 2 monsters and Zhuangyu. The prospect of gaining attribute points and talent points was quite appealing. Chapter 90 at the onset, 0. 5 points of weak divine power could be exchanged for a single attribute point. Presently, I possess 0. 64 points, sufficient to procure 1 attribute point. The moment the creature, vanquished by Su Hao, perished, a notification appeared in Lin Feng's mind, querying whether to collect divine power. Naturally, he opted to collect it. Acquired 0. 4 points of weak divine power. Alas, such a paltry sum. Nonetheless, any additional gain is preferable to none. In the distance, Tang Jin and Zhuangyu remain embroiled in fierce combat. Tang Jin, enveloped in crackling electricity, unleashes strikes imbued with formidable lightning energy. This realm is not solely inhabited by martial geniuses. It is also home to individuals like Tang Jin, who have awakened unique abilities. Commanding lightning is Tang Jin's gift, which is precisely why he has emerged as a pivotal force in this operation. Ordinarily, Tang Jin's prowess would easily subdue Zhuangyu, a minor leader of the Badico cult. However, to his dismay, Badico has expended divine power to bestow Zhuangyu with the strength of an evil deity. Initially, Tang Jin was able to dominate Zhuangyu, but as the latter acclimated to his surging power, the tables turned, leaving Tang Jin with no means of retaliation. Lin Feng observed the skirmish between Tang Jin and Zhuangyu, opting not to recklessly intervene. Nearby, Master Feng of the Ji Ge Martial Arts Academy continued to grapple with the creature. This beast, though battered and bruised, remained remarkably vigorous. Master Feng employed a palm technique, striking the creature squarely in the chest. The force of his blow was sufficient to shatter the internal organs of an ordinary person. Even a practitioner at the meridian opening stage would be left with little more than a sliver of life after such an assault. Yet, the creature merely staggered back 2 steps, seemingly unfazed, before lunging at him once more. Such resilient hide and sinew. Master Feng muttered through clenched teeth. He was acutely aware that he had landed this attack numerous times without any effect. His opponent remained unvanquished. As the creature advanced, Master Feng deftly sidestepped, his foot lightly tapping the ground to evade its approach. While his assaults had been ineffectual, he could not withstand a counterattack from the creature. In the midst of their encounter, a sudden flash caught his attention. A torrent of fist energy surged forth, as if the very fabric of space was on the verge of rupture. Master Feng's hair stood on end. In a swift movement, the creature's head exploded into fragments, akin to a watermelon crushed by a heavy hammer, with red and white matter scattering across the sky. In his astonishment, Master Feng momentarily forgot to evade, and the splattered brain matter coated his face. He watched in terror as Lin Feng's foot struck the ground, causing the concrete to fracture, propelling him almost instantaneously to another battlefield. That punch, Master Feng remained stunned by the sheer magnitude of it. Just as he was about to wipe the debris from his face, his eyes widened in shock as he beheld Lin Feng, fist raised, having dispatched the creature that Su Hao and Team Zhong had struggled to subdue, without an ounce of internal energy, merely raw strength. While Lin Feng's martial prowess was indeed formidable, Master Feng silently expelled the foreign substance from his mouth. Acquired 0. 1 points of weak divine power. Lin Feng gazed at the notification before him, casually glancing at his attribute panel, relieved to find that his constitution and intelligence remained unaffected. His physical condition was still remarkably robust, boasting 48 points in strength, 38 in agility, and 27 in constitution, which illustrated the essence of true power. In the distance, The sound of tremendous impacts echoed incessantly. Zhuang Yu had already transformed significantly, standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, her body adorned with azure scales. And a faint crimson glow enveloped her every movement. Tang Jin bore numerous injuries, his situation appearing dire. "Let us advance," Su Hao shouted, leaping forward alongside Team Zhong. With a gentle step, Su Hao soared several meters into the air, channeling his energy into his long blade, which sliced through the void, aimed directly at Zhuang Yu's head. Meanwhile, Team Zhong launched a powerful punch toward Zhuang Yu's back, though his technique lacked the dominance of the demon ape's mountain-toppling fist. The energy emanating from his cervical vertebrae surged throughout his body, concealing formidable inner strength within his strike. In an instant, a fleeting shadow passed by. Su Hao, along with his blade, was sent flying, while Team Zhong was forcefully kicked back by Zhuang Yu, spitting blood. The speed was astonishing. Zhuang Yu moved with an incredible swiftness, repelling the two warriors before they could even close the distance. The two practitioners at the Meridian opening stage were unable to approach her. Nevertheless, Tang Jin seized the rare opportunity, his fist crackling with blinding electricity as it surged towards Zhuang Yu's chest. A sinister grin spread across Zhuang Yu's face as her 5 massive claws ensnared Tang Jin's fist. The collision of thunderous energy and dark power erupted, sending debris flying within a few meters radius, both forces exploding outward in a terrifying display of might. The spectacle left Feng Guanju, who was poised to assist, utterly stunned. Rooted to the spot, such a battle was beyond his capacity to engage in. At that moment, a shadow broke through the dispersing energy, approaching Zhuang Yu's side. A muscular arm, veined and imbued with immense strength, swung towards her head. The demon ape's dragon-slaying fist shattered the surrounding energy with thunderous resonance. A flicker of fear crossed Zhuang Yu's monstrous visage as she attempted to evade, but Lin Feng's timing was impeccable. His punch connected with her right cheek, sending her colossal form hurtling like a cannonball, soaring over 10 meters away. Lin Feng paused momentarily to catch his breath. Such a blow had not brought her demise. In the distance, Zhuang Yu sprang to her feet, half her face grotesquely mangled, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Lin Feng, duck!" Tang Jin's anxious voice rang out. As dust swirled, Zhuang Yu's mountainous figure closed in with the speed of lightning, arriving at Lin Feng's side and delivering a punch. Clearly, she had undergone extraordinary martial training. This was no ordinary straight punch. The force coalesced around her fist, which, as large as a bowl and glimmering with an eerie crimson light, descended upon him like a meteor. Evidently, she had invoked some special martial